Chapter 1. It is the sweltering summer. In the stifling and dimly lit rental apartment, even with a fan blowing, the heat remains oppressively unbearable. Not to mention the incessant buzzing of the annoyingly persistent mosquitoes. Su Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "Once I secure a contract with a website and have an additional source of income, I will undoubtedly move out of this dreadful place. If things progress favorably, the burden of mortgage and car loans in the future will be significantly alleviated." Having just graduated from university this year, Su Yang had once envisioned a bright future, expecting to earn a monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000, as his teachers had promised. However, the harsh reality was starkly different. In the bustling city of Xiangshui, where every inch of land is precious and the cost of living is exorbitantly high, he found himself earning a meager 3,500. Moreover, the workload was overwhelming, requiring him to work overtime and shoulder the blame day in and day out. After accounting for living expenses such as food, housing, utilities, and daily expenditures, he could only manage to save around 1,000 to 1,500 each month. Throughout the year, he barely managed to accumulate any savings. In light of the impending pressures of marriage discussions, along with the looming burden of mortgage and car loans, he aspired for a better quality of life and a healthier physique. Thus, he contemplated taking up a part-time job online. He decided to pursue video editing, a field that not only piqued his interest but also aligned with his academic background. This genre of videos was gaining considerable traction online. Tomorrow, I shall seek out the website for a contract. Good night, world. After a day spent editing videos, Su Yang was thoroughly fatigued. He powered down his second-hand computer. However, he could still see the glaring title on the screen, a compilation of the 15 most impressive moments from One Piece. Just as Su Yang was about to lie down, the screen, which had previously gone dark, suddenly illuminated once more. This startled him awake. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Why did the computer turn on by itself? Could it be a virus? I haven't watched any videos lately. He glanced at the screen, which displayed a line of text that read dimensional short videos, set against an extraordinarily futuristic backdrop. As Su Yang pondered this strange occurrence, a mechanical voice suddenly emanated from the computer. "Editor Su Yang, congratulations. You have been selected as a representative for dimensional short video dissemination. Through this channel, your videos can be transmitted into the worlds of corresponding dimensional characters. Upon your initial upload, you will receive a creative bonus of 50,000 yuan. For subsequent uploads, you will earn 1,000 yuan for each piece. Would you like to upload your work into the corresponding dimensional world?" After reading this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. A reward of 50,000 yuan for uploading a video? He found it hard to believe such a stroke of luck existed in this world. Immediately, Su Yang closed the window and clicked the shutdown button. Yet, the screen lit up again. The dimensional short videos page reappeared. Su Yang was taken aback. Could this virus be so powerful that it could restart the computer even after shutting it down? Would you like to upload your video work and embark on a journey of dimensional short video dissemination? Furrowing his brow, Su Yang contemplated for a moment before clicking yes. He was curious to see what this enigmatic dimensional short video was truly about. As long as he didn't undergo identity verification, uploading a video posed no risk to him. Uploading now. Upload successful. Commencing review. Review successful. The video has successfully entered the One Piece dimensional world. Congratulations, editor Su Yang. You have successfully completed the upload task, and the creative bonus is being dispersed. Listening to the voice emanating from the computer, Su Yang smirked. Could it really be true that he'll receive 50,000 yuan? If this is indeed the case, then I would have struck gold. He remained skeptical that this illusory 50,000 yuan would actually reach him. Establishing connection with Su Yang's bank account. Connection established. Funds successfully deposited. 50,000 yuan reward has been successfully disbursed through the banking channel. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was utterly astonished. Is this for real? It established a connection without any verification from him. What kind of virus is this so terrifying? However, before he could confirm anything, his phone, which lay on the table, rang. A message from a certain commercial bank popped up. You received 50,000 yuan on card ending in 874 at 2334 on September 14th from a certain commercial bank. Your balance is now 51,207.12 yuan. Staring at the message, Su Yang's mouth fell agape. He could hardly believe it. 50,000 yuan has truly been credited. No way. Could this really be happening? Su Yang was bewildered. I need to contact the bank's customer service to verify the legitimacy of this money. I hope I'm not caught up in any illegal activities. Suppressing his excitement, he thought that if the money was legitimate, he would fully immerse himself in video editing. If it was not legitimate, he would promptly seek the authorities. Perhaps he could even earn the title of model citizen. After inquiring with customer service, Su Yang could no longer contain his exhilaration. The 50,000 yuan was from Dimensional Short Video Dissemination Company, and the source of the funds was entirely legitimate. This meant that he indeed possessed 50,000 yuan. He had truly earned money. He required 3 to 5 days to edit a single video. In a month, he could produce 6 to 10 videos. This would yield him between 6,000 to 10,000 yuan each month. Excellent. Su Yang made up his mind. He would pursue this line of work. Filled with excitement, Su Yang drifted off to sleep. Little did he know, his video had already set off a tremendous uproar in another dimensional world of pirates. In the year 1522 of the Sea Garden era, 2 years had passed since the Great War of Marineford. The world had gradually returned to a semblance of peace after the chaos. Former Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku had retreated to a mentoring role, training the next generation of Marines. Yet, while basking in the sun and overseeing the training of new recruits, the sky suddenly darkened and ominous clouds began to gather. Before Sengoku could react, a transparent screen, imbued with a mysterious aura, descended before him. What is this? Sengoku immediately became alert as the screen materialized right in front of him. This was the Marine headquarters. The person responsible for creating this screen must possess extraordinary skills. Even Vegapunk, renowned for his genius, couldn't possibly rival such power. He reached out to touch it, and, to his astonishment, his hand passed right through. This left him even more alarmed. What kind of advanced technology was this? It could project images without the use of a den mushi. But he was not the only one witnessing the screen. Simultaneously, similar screens appeared before powerful figures around the world. Kaido exclaimed, Hey, this can't be a Marine invention, can it? When did the Gorosei develop such a terrifying device? Confronted with the sudden appearance of the screen, Kaido felt uneasy. It was as if an uninvited guest had intruded upon his secret space, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Many others were equally unsettled. Big Mom, Blackbeard Teach, and others. Moreover, Blackbeard was astonished to discover that he could see other formidable figures from his seas. He spotted Kaido, Sengoku, and several other powerful beings. However, before he could delve deeper, a mechanical voice resonated from the screen. This light curtain enables real-time broadcasting across the seas, enhancing your viewing experience. Blackbeard understood. No wonder he could see Sengoku and Kaido, among others. The voice continued, Welcome to the Dimensional Video Editing Broadcast. The excitement is about to begin. Enjoy the show. Then, images began to materialize on the screen, officially produced by Dimensional Short Videos. Editor Su Yang's work. A compilation of the 15 most impressive moments from the pirate world. The following characters are listed in no particular order. The text on the screen instantly captivated the attention of all who gathered before it. Impressive moments? What on earth is this? It sounds intriguing. I wonder who will make the list. However, Sengoku, Kaido, and others wore grave expressions. Where on earth did this come from? We must get to the bottom of this. The sudden appearance of the screen before them, without any prior warning, left them feeling profoundly unsettled. It sounds amusing. Let's watch it as a form of entertainment after dinner. Ha ha! Cheers! The red-haired pirates, with Shanks appearing quite carefree, pointed at the screen and declared, Beckman, I am absolutely certain that I am not featured here. Don't you agree? Shanks was bold enough to make such a statement because he possessed a keen self-awareness. He had always maintained a low profile, never indulging in ostentation. Hence, it was utterly impossible for him to find himself ranked among the pretentious. Absolutely impossible. Beckman, observing the scene, nodded with a reluctant acceptance. Shanks might not make the list. He might indeed, yet he was acutely aware that he could never be included. Just then, amidst a rousing soundtrack, the video commenced. A countdown of the 15 most ostentatious moments in the pirate world began. The first scene: if you wish to fight us, you might want to gather a few more warships. Don't move, Kizaru, unless you wish to meet your demise. Character introduction. He is the right-hand man of one of the four emperors. His intelligence is remarkably high, yet he remains astonishingly modest. At this point, some had already surmised the identity of the protagonist in this iconic moment. Beckman, isn't that you? Shanks exclaimed in surprise, embracing Beckman and bursting into laughter. See, even this mysterious entity acknowledges your flair for the dramatic. Truly impressive, my dear brother. Beckman, you must keep it up, ha ha ha. In response to Shanks' teasing, Beckman's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. What an affront to his dignity. He harbored serious suspicions that the creator of this video had done so intentionally. Such a blatant attack on his reputation, to place him at the forefront of the display. Even if he had been ostentatious, could they not have relegated him to a later position? Must he be first? How could he ever show his face again after this? Achoo! In his slumber, Su Yung inadvertently sneezed. The scene shifted. Following the character introductions, the corresponding ostentatious moments began to play. At a certain port in the East Sea, boom, crash, a tumultuous melee ensued. There stood the youthful Beckman, wielding a flintlock, effortlessly dispatching foes as if it were mere play. No one posed a challenge to him. At that moment, Beckman, striking a rather flamboyant pose with his hands on his hips, proclaimed, "If you wish to fight us, gather a few more warships. This number is hardly sufficient for a warm-up." Witnessing this scene, Beckman buried his face in his hands, a look of despair consuming him. How could he possibly navigate life after this? It was nothing short of public humiliation. Ha ha ha, Brother Beckman, I never noticed before, but now that I see it, you truly excel at showing off. Luffy's companion, Law, laughed heartily, his teasing unmistakable. Beckman's expression darkened further. Yet, the video was far from over. The image transitioned. They arrived at a chaotic battlefield. However, based on the naval headquarters building in the footage, one could surmise the location. This is Marineford, Sengoku announced, identifying the place. Ha ha ha. I truly did not know about the earlier scene, but Beckman certainly made quite the impression at Marineford. Wouldn't you agree, Kizaru? Garp, contentedly snacking on Jinbe, cast a glance at Kizaru, who was trimming his nails. It was evident that Kizaru's face twitched slightly. While others flaunted their bravado, he found himself merely a backdrop. This was undeniably disheartening. The video continued. Beckman suddenly appeared atop a pirate ship's mast, a cigarette dangling from his lips, pointing imperiously at Kizaru in the distance, declaring, "Don't move, Kizaru, unless you wish to perish." Kizaru, feigning terror, raised his hands. How frightful! Beckman of the red-haired pirates. He thus nobly observed as Luffy was rescued. The scene gradually faded away. The first segment concluded. The corresponding closing remarks soon appeared. Creator of the iconic moment, Beckman. Reason for inclusion. Do not let my usual modesty deceive you when it comes to showing off. I am unreserved. Ha. The creator of this video is truly talented. The reason for inclusion has me in stitches. Garp exclaimed, nearly bursting with laughter, pointing at the screen. Kizaru, why did you go soft? You wouldn't intentionally allow my grandson to escape, would you? Kizaru immediately raised his hands in surrender. No. How could that be, Vice Admiral Garp? The enemy was simply too formidable. Under Sengoku's astute gaze, Kizaru felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Shanks was over here. Ha. Beckman, your reason for inclusion is simply too amusing. Let me indulge in laughter for a moment. Shanks, like a gleeful child, patted Beckman on the shoulder with one hand while clutching his abdomen, laughing uncontrollably. He remained blissfully unaware of Beckman's murderous glare. Red-haired, you must absolutely avoid making the list, otherwise I shall have a serious conversation with you, Beckman said with a sinister look at the laughing Shanks. Laugh at him? Once Shanks made the list, he would ensure to mock him thoroughly. Shanks dismissed it with a wave of his hand. How could that be? A person of my caliber could never possibly make the list. It's simply inconceivable. I do not flaunt my prowess. It is absolutely impossible for me to be included. The red-haired captain does not make the list. How reasonable. What a subtle yet unyielding display from Beckman. It is no wonder he has made the cut. I must commend this impressive maneuver. Ah, Mr. Beckman, your aloof demeanor has shattered in my eyes. Audiences across the seas are abuzz with commentary. Quite intriguing. However, such a pretentious ranking could never include someone like me. The list I aspire to be on is surely that of the strongest. On Onigashima, Kaido took a long swig of his drink and grinned, saying, Mr. Beckman, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of a grandiose moment. Please select your reward. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed from the glowing screen. Reward 1. Restore your Captain Red-Haired's severed arm. Reward 2. Beckman gains immortality. Upon hearing this, the crowd at sea wore expressions of skepticism. Can this truly be accomplished? Whether it be restoring a severed limb or granting immortality. Such feats are beyond the realm of current scientific capabilities. The sudden announcement of a glowing screen claiming to mend flesh and grant eternal life is simply unconvincing. The truth will reveal itself through trial. The cold voice from the screen seemed displeased with the audience's doubts. I shall see for myself, thought countless powerful figures. They could hardly believe that such things could be realized. Kaido pondered aloud. If all this can indeed come to pass, Beckman, what will you choose? You must not select the restoration of Red-Haired's arm. He grimaced, touching the wound on his chest, an already formidable red-haired with both arms. He could scarcely fathom the strength that would entail. Sengoku wore a similar frown. Without a doubt, they would choose to restore Red-Haired's severed arm, should it truly be possible. The seas would soon be tumultuous once more. Sengoku felt a throbbing headache, if this glowing screen speaks the truth. Beckman, you must choose to restore the captain's arm. Indeed, restore the captain's arm, insisted the core members of the red-haired pirates with unwavering resolve. Naturally, Beckman glanced at the others. Do you think I would choose to obtain immortality for myself? It was clear to all that the cost-benefit ratio of restoring Red-Haired's arm was far superior. I choose. Just as he was about to make his choice, Red-Haired interrupted. Beckman, I have never felt that my missing arm was a burden. Red-Haired patted Beckman's shoulder and smiled. Having only one arm has its advantages. Were it not for my loss, my swordsmanship could not have reached such lofty heights. I wagered that lost arm on the new era. And it was worth it. It is a valuable endeavor. Restoring my severed arm would only complicate matters. Furthermore, Red-Haired suddenly sat down, exuding a commanding aura. This vast ocean is yet to see anyone capable of challenging me with both arms. At this proclamation, the seas stirred with excitement. Red-Haired's recent display of bravado was broadcast live across the oceans to my goodness. I thought Beckman was already quite the showman. Little did I know that their captain surpassed him in flair. This display of bravado earns a solid 99 points from me, with 1 point withheld out of fear of inflating your ego. How utterly formidable. I am left in awe of this display. How infuriating. This individual truly excels at showmanship. Yet I am genuinely impressed. Red-Haired not making the list is an affront to reason. Audiences across the seas could only exclaim, how could such a grand figure as Red-Haired not be the first to make the list? It defies logic. Surely Red-Haired cannot be unaware that he will soon be recognized. Hence his deliberate remarks. Oh my, I had not considered that. It must be so. How cunning. Red-Haired is truly the king of showmanship. Indeed, with such an adept showman, how could he possibly not be recognized? Thus, he will undoubtedly regain his severed arm. Therefore, he dares to flaunt his bravado so fearlessly, Sengoku. Akainu. Beckman, are you certain you do not wish to restore your arm? What if this glowing screen can truly accomplish it? Beckman's face twitched. Red-Haired's antics were relentless. Red-Haired. Of course. Beckman sighed. I choose immortality. Congratulations, Beckman. You have attained immortality. As the words fell, a blinding light enveloped Beckman, and he was instantly infused with vibrant vitality. Beyond that, there were no further changes. Is that all? Beckman spread his hands. Well, let us test the effects. He took a small knife and made a deep incision on his arm. Normally, such a wound would require days to heal. Yet now, the wound began to heal autonomously, with no blood flowing. His gaze sharpened as he plunged the knife into his heart. In that moment, Beckman felt no fear of death. He only sensed pain, and he could feel his heart mending that in just half a minute. The fatal wound to his heart completely healed, leaving no scar. This scene was witnessed by all across the world, leaving countless individuals astonished. Immortality has truly been realized. Is this for real? How could such a power exist? I cannot allow myself to be left out. Beckman's first-hand experience instantaneously validated the glowing screen's might. Immortality, such a feat is akin to divine intervention. Investigate. Uncover the origins of this glowing screen. The existence of such a phenomenon will undoubtedly threaten our world government's dominion and prestige that we must seize control. While the crowds at sea erupted with excitement over the rewards, the highest authority of the world government, regarded the situation with grave concern, commanding the 5 elders to ascertain the origins of this glowing screen. Understood. The 5 elders respectfully complied. They too were eager to discover the source of this mysterious phenomenon. Such a supernatural entity must not exist. It poses a threat more terrifying than ancient weaponry, which could surely destabilize their rule. It could grant immortality. How terrifying. As we review the top 15 grandiose moments in the pirate world, the second place scene unfolds. Do you question whether I can throw a punch? Character introduction. He is one of the supernovas, a member of the worst generation, possessing formidable strength. His grandfather is a Navy officer, and his father is a revolutionary. He participated in the Marineford War with a bounty of 400 million. Young and ambitious, he aspires to become the Pirate King, the freest person on the seas. The footage continues to play. Upon seeing this introduction, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, could this person be Luffy? Since when did my adorable grandson Luffy become a showman? Sengoku rolled his eyes beside him, exclaiming, Garp, your grandson is truly something special. Garp, ha, indeed. I think so too, Sengoku. Luffy has made the list. How wonderful. The Straw Hat Pirates. Watching the introduction, Chopper leaped with excitement. Luffy has made the list. How astonishing. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, appearing somewhat incredulous. I concur. Zoro nodded in agreement. Luffy, who seems so naive and innocent, is actually quite the showman. Yo-ho-ho, let us witness Luffy's grand moment. Brook was so thrilled that his soul nearly transcended his body, scaring the timid trio, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, into a tight embrace. As the text faded, the scene began to unfold. Luffy stood with a grim expression in a bustling street. Nighttime, with the moon shining dimly. Before him, a shadow darted swiftly, brimming with elasticity. What golden land? What sky island? The era of chasing dreams has come to an end. You disgraceful pirates. The tone was dripping with disdain, deepening Luffy's scowl. The screen suddenly went blank, leaving only Luffy's not-so-tall yet unwavering figure. Do you ask if I know how to throw a punch? The narrator declared. Finish him, Bellamy. That kind of guy doesn't even deserve to exist in reality. The narrator's voice resonated with laughter. The darting figure was a man with a menacing visage. Bellamy, who smugly proclaimed, Farewell, Straw Hat Kid. At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy's gaze fixed on Bellamy, and he unleashed a punch. Bang! Just moments ago, Bellamy, who was boasting loudly, was unexpectedly struck down in an instant. He offered no resistance whatsoever. The transition from extreme agitation to utter stillness was so abrupt, yet profoundly shocking. In the scene, the crowd that had just been clamoring was now rendered speechless in terror. All that remained was Bellamy. His eyes rolled back, his face disfigured from the blow, lying helplessly on the shattered wooden floor. Creator of this memorable moment, Monkey D. Luffy. Reason for inclusion. My indifference does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Should you choose to overstep, a single punch will suffice. Astonishingly, I never imagined you were capable of such feats. Luffy, what a remarkable moment. I almost missed. Usopp's expression was one of deep sorrow. Luffy, you truly live up to your reputation. It is simply magnificent. Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. I must say, it was incredibly impressive. Sanji lit a cigarette, offering a fair assessment. As expected of Luffy. Even in combat, he possesses such charisma that I can only imagine how amusing Bellamy's expression must be at this moment. Only the legendary Robin-chan could utter such darkly humorous words. Luffy, with a playful grin, said, Hee, I feel a bit embarrassed by all this attention. He adjusted his hat and raised his hands high. I shall become the Pirate King. My comrades, our next destination is Fishman Island. The Straw Hat crew, having evaded the Navy's pursuit, plunged into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh and Boa Hancock stood guard. Rayleigh remarked, "Roger, you have a worthy successor." Boa Hancock exclaimed, "Ah, as expected of Luffy. The man I have chosen is truly dashing." She appeared utterly entranced, lost in her own fantasies. Carp remarked, "You rascal, Sengoku has nothing left to say. This monkey D. Luffy, with his seemingly innocent demeanor, surprises everyone when he shows such brilliance. Ha ha ha. What do you think? My grandson is quite impressive, isn't he?" Carp wore a proud expression, oblivious to the fact that a certain admiral was fuming with displeasure. Far away in the New World, an irate voice echoed, "Damn it, you've stolen the spotlight again. Straw Hat Kid, don't get too complacent. I will surely have my place in this ranking of grand moments." There was no denying my striking allure, White Horse Cavendish said, his expression a mix of frustration and anticipation. "Ha! Luffy has made the list. How delightful." Shanks, with a proud smile, embraced Beckman, saying, "I told you, betting my arm on him was not a mistake. He has ushered in a new era of freedom on the seas." Beckman nodded in agreement. "That Straw Hat Kid is indeed intriguing, but if he wishes to lead the new era, he has a long road ahead." Big Mom smirked, not viewing Luffy with much regard, and the once arrogant Bellamy, upon witnessing this scene, could only smile. "Back then, I truly did not understand my own limitations, but now I have a clear goal, and I shall not belittle the dreams of others anymore." Before him appeared the visage of Doflamingo, his source of spiritual strength. It was time for the rewards, and everyone began to anticipate what Straw Hat Luffy would receive. Brook quipped, "If I could catch a glimpse of Nami's undergarments, that would be even better." Yo-ho-ho. Nami shot him a piercing glare. "Straw Hat Luffy, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of creating a grand moment. Please select your reward." Following tradition, Luffy's rewards began to unfold. Reward 1. A permanent pointer to the final island. Wow. The moment this reward was revealed, the entire world fell silent. Such a reward exists. This is utterly outrageous. Is the new Pirate King about to emerge? Not just ordinary pirates, but even the Yonko are left in shock, some even breaking into a cold sweat. Straw Hat Luffy, if he truly opts for the permanent pointer, what chaos will ensue at sea? The mere thought of a new Pirate King arising sent chills down Akainu's spine. Damn it. What is the origin of this light curtain? How can such things even be possible? He clenched his fists. This light curtain will undoubtedly throw the entire sea into disarray. But at that moment, the most terrified were the world government. If the final island is reached, their century-long hidden secrets will be laid bare. At that time, their dominion will crumble, and the seas will plunge back into chaos. This is not the outcome they desired. Investigate thoroughly. Find out who is responsible for this light curtain. It must not be allowed to disrupt the seas. As he issued this command, the voices of the Gorosei trembled with fear. They were genuinely terrified. As for Luffy, reward 2 was the revival of his fallen brother, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace. Boom. The moment this second reward was announced, the most excited was not Luffy, but rather the Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. Ace can be revived. Carp's eyes widened in shock, the Sunbei in his hand crushed to dust. The death of Ace was a perpetual ache in his heart, an eternal regret. He, Iron Fist Carp, one of the strongest, was bound by the weight of justice, helplessly witnessing his grandson perish at the hands of Akainu. How tragic. Carp, calm down. Seeing Carp's distress, Sengoku became serious. If Carp were to lose control, few in the Navy could restrain him. Reviving Ace? Luffy, who had previously worn a carefree smile, was now overtaken by shock, his pupils dilating. "Luffy, you know what to choose, right?" Zoro approached with a grave expression. "Luffy, don't let us down." Sanji, also serious, looked at Luffy. "Stay strong, Luffy. Follow your heart and make the right choice." Usopp exclaimed, "This is amazing. We can go straight to the final island." Chopper cheered. "Yay, Luffy is going to become the Pirate King." Nami, in disbelief, remarked, "Is the Pirate King really so easily attained?" However, upon hearing this, Sanji, who had always been respectful toward Nami, suddenly shouted, "What nonsense! The title of Pirate King is not bestowed by others. The Pirate King is the freest person on these seas." Zoro added, "If it comes from others, what kind of Pirate King is that? Without experiencing the storms along the way, what significance does being the Pirate King hold? Our journey has been driven by a goal far beyond merely becoming the Pirate King. Do you mean to say your only ambition is to watch Luffy become the Pirate King? If so, we might as well disband right here." Have you forgotten your own dreams? Their sudden seriousness startled Usopp and Nami. They looked at Zoro and Sanji with trepidation. Zoro, Sanji? But Zoro paid them no mind. Patting Luffy on the shoulder. Go, Luffy, fulfill your regret. Luffy, teary-eyed, responded. Zoro, Sanji, you guys. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing a faint smile. Luffy, we are partners, aren't we? Luffy sobbed softly. Then turn to the others, Robin said. Luffy, we have always believed in you. Frankie encouraged, make your choice. Luffy. Brooke chimed in. Yo-ho-ho. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp apologized. We're sorry, Luffy. We have been so selfish. Witnessing this scene, Luffy's eyes glisten with tears. Thank you all. I am truly grateful. He bowed deeply to his crew, overwhelmed with emotion at AS for Carp. He wondered, Luffy, what will you choose? He was exceedingly anxious. Whether reviving Ace or opting for the permanent pointer, both were incredibly tempting, making the decision agonizing. One was a dream, the other a brother. Caught in a dilemma, he prayed for Ace's revival. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were all in prayer. Only Blackbeard wished for Ace not to return. I choose. Here, Luffy made his decision. Revive Ace. Upon hearing Luffy's decision, Carp, stationed far away at the Navy headquarters, couldn't help but exhale a long sigh, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. Collapsing into his chair, Sengoku, witnessing this, shook his head. Carp, are you mentally prepared? Port D.Ace is a pirate, and we, the Navy, are inherently adversaries. If he were to be resurrected, it would undoubtedly stir colossal upheaval upon the seas. Plunging them into chaos, we cannot simply stand by and watch him wreak havoc. When we next encounter him, our Navy will show no mercy. In response, Carp nodded, his expression grave. Should he dare to create turmoil, I shall personally apprehend him. Just then, the image on the screen abruptly shifted to the grave of Port D.Ace. With a resounding bang, an arm, not particularly robust yet imbued with undeniable strength, emerged from the earth. Shattering the gravestone, flame of resurrection, accompanied by a resolute voice, a pillar of fire surged skyward. A striking young man with freckles appeared amidst the flames. Port D.Ace, resurrected. Where am I? What is happening? Ace, bewildered by his own revival, was at a loss. Didn't T.I. die? Port D.Ace, are you perplexed by your own resurrection? A screen materialized before him, revealing that his brother, Monkey D. Luffy, had chosen the reward to revive you, granting you a second chance in this world. This screen originates from the Dimensional Short Video Transmission channel. For further details, your brothers will surely enlighten you. As the words faded, the visage of Marco appeared on the screen, brimming with excitement. Ace, what on earth is happening? He inquired urgently to the admiral's chamber. Akainu seethed. Port D.Ace. His eyes gleamed with a destructive fervor. He had vanquished Ace once. He could certainly do so again. Pirates are inherently malevolent. Blackbeard, on the other hand, was in a state of frenzied despair. Damn that straw hat. He actually chose to resurrect Ace. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. The resurrection of Ace did not terrify him most. What truly unnerved him was the prospect of another individual ascending the ranks, with revived Whitebeard among their rewards, and that individual opting for such a revival. The mere thought of it sent Blackbeard into a spiral of dread, although he was currently one of the 4 emperors. Possessing immense power, he would still tremble before Whitebeard. Wonderful! Ace has returned. Hooray! Luffy exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon witnessing Ace's revival. Meanwhile, Ace learned from Marco about the situation unfolding around him. So, if someone else ranks up and chooses to revive Dad, we could reunite again, right? Marco nodded. In theory, yes, but implementing it is far more complex. We cannot guarantee that the next person to rank will select the revival of Dad. Marco sighed, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. For they were unaware of who might ascend the ranks. Ace clenched his fists, casting a reluctant glance back at Whitebeard's grave, murmuring, "Is there truly no way?" Blackbeard interjected vehemently, "Absolutely not. He must not be revived." Under any circumstances, as the scene unfolded, the myriad of pirates began to stir restlessly. Ace's resurrection was monumental news. Moreover, the screen possessed the astonishing ability to bring the deceased back to life. What if they too could ascend the ranks and receive unforeseen rewards? This notion only intensified their eagerness to discover what the screen would offer. Ranking the grand moments of the pirate world, the third notable scene emerged. I have slain 56 individuals. all of whom were as ignorant as you. Character introduction. He is the notorious leader of the mountain bandits from Windmill Village. Despite a bounty of only 8 million berries, he once clashed with the future 4 Emperor, red-haired Shanks, and left him in a state of utter disarray. The screen continued to play, but this time the formidable figures of the seas were left scratching their heads. Who is this? A man of such prowess, yet we have no recollection of him. He clashed with red-haired Shanks, and only has an 8 million berries bounty. Could he be a hidden powerhouse? They lamented. Damn the East Blue. Must it always be so tumultuous? It was indeed rare to find someone who could best Shanks in the East Blue. Although they were unaware of this individual's identity, the anticipation surrounding the Mountain Bandit King was palpable. Only Shanks, however, appeared somewhat nonchalant. Though dear, I hadn't expected this old tale to resurface. I might just embarrass myself later. He feigned indifference, yet there was an undercurrent of resignation. While others may not recognize the Mountain Bandit King, he certainly remembered. This was the very man who had caused him to lose an arm. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy fixed his gaze upon the protagonist of the third-ranked scene, his fists clenched. The fact that this Mountain Bandit King could make a warrior of Shanks' caliber lose an arm was not to be taken lightly. Sanji's expression turned serious, and Zoro nodded in agreement. The scene began to unfold within a quiet tavern, where members of the red-haired pirates sat, alongside a fearsome-looking man. The Mountain Bandit King that he pointed an accusatory finger at the crew, expressing his displeasure. The liquor has run dry, yet it appears pirates have plenty to eat and drink. Are you all merely quenching your thirst with water? At this remark, Shanks, seated at the counter, looked up with a smile. Apologies, it seems we might have finished the last of the liquor. He then offered the Mountain Bandit King a bottle of unopened alcohol. I have one more here. If you don't mind, this one is for you. However, the Mountain Bandit King did not accept it. Instead, he smashed the bottle, splattering both Shanks and the young Luffy. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Do you even know who I am? A single bottle of liquor is hardly enough for me to rinse my mouth. He then brandished his bounty poster, glaring at Shanks. Look closely. My head is worth 8 million berries. I have slain 56 people, all of whom were as ignorant as you. Do yourself a favor and be more respectful in the future. He believed that by displaying his domineering presence, Shanks, an inconsequential pirate, would submit to his authority. However, to his surprise, Shanks remained unfazed, opting instead to clean up the spilled liquor and shattered glass. Apologies, Masuno. Do you have a cloth? I'll take care of this. This demeanor incensed the Mountain Bandit King. How dare he treat him as if he were invisible? Unbearable, he unsheathed his sword, shattering all the dishes on the table, proclaiming arrogantly, do you take pleasure in cleaning? This mess is surely worthy of your attention. He anticipated that Shanks would retaliate, providing him the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yet, Shanks remained silent, offering him no justification to unleash his fists. Pah! Coward! The Mountain Bandit King, feeling utterly bored, remarked, to stoop so low is quite a feat indeed. That he departed, but not before sneering. Farewell, cowards, as the scene concluded. The audience marveled. Is that it? Tiste, Shanks has such a temper. Had it been me, the Mountain Bandit King would have been obliterated long ago. Ha! The arrogance of the Mountain Bandit King is almost amusing. If given the chance, I would truly like to test my mettle. Despite my modest bounty of 8 million, I have insulted an emperor. How about that? Envious, are we, having witnessed the Mountain Bandit King's display? The formidable figures of the seas felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had initially expected a hidden powerhouse, only to discover that Shanks' good-natured temperament had allowed the Mountain Bandit King to flaunt his bravado. Their anticipation had been in vain. Meanwhile, the Navy collectively sighed in relief. If another mountain bandit of Shanks' caliber existed upon the seas, chaos would surely ensue. Fortunately, he is merely a naive fool, blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world and his own innocence. Otherwise, they truly would not know how to respond. It is no wonder that Monkey D. Luffy is so familiar with Shanks. They have known each other since childhood. In the scene just witnessed, they naturally also saw the young Luffy. If my memory serves me correctly, the individuals who clashed with Beckman earlier appeared to be this band of mountain thieves. Upon closer reflection, it indeed seems so. It appears that Shanks harbors some past we were previously oblivious to. Meanwhile, in the distant East Blue, in Windmill Village, a similar screen manifested within the stronghold of the mountain bandits. That fellow, Could he truly be one of the 4 emperors? Gulp. No way. Are you certain there is no mistake? Boss, how could there be an error? Did you not just see it on the screen? It stated 4 Emperor Shanks. The notorious king of bandits is now drenched in cold sweat from fear. Upon reflection, he cannot help but feel a chill run down his spine. He actually provoked such a person and mocked them as cowards. No wonder they effortlessly dispatched the hundreds he had brought along and even declared intentions to fight. At the very least, they should have brought a warship. It turns out they were not boasting. Others genuinely possess such strength. Haha. Look, he has learned to fear. While I wish to say you are a foolish individual. Alas, your act is simply too convincing, indeed leaving ordinary folks unable to replicate it. No wonder he is referred to as the king of bandits. On the screen, the voices of the audience across the seas echoed. The actions of the king of bandits were being broadcast live. Hearing this, he felt a surge of pride. Look, the powerful from the seas are praising him. He could not help but grin and declare, although I am weak. My bravado is immense. Who else can insult a 4 emperor and walk away unscathed? Only I. However, the scene before him suddenly shifted to the red-haired pirates. Shanks, appearing to see the king of bandits, maintained a gentle smile, yet his gaze was sharp enough to instill terror. Marcy, I will leave you in charge, king of bandits. You should be a sensible person. The king of bandits nodded repeatedly. He dared not speculate whether Shanks could see him. All he knew was that if Shanks wished to eliminate him, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. And this scene was also broadcasted. Ha ha ha. Instant karma. Why the fear, brother? Weren't you quite brave just now? The spectators across the seas could not help but tease. In response, the king of bandits asserted, one must still know when to be afraid. 3rd place for scene creation, king of bandits. Reason for ranking. Do not be deceived by my lack of strength. I excel in pretense. The screen shifted as the audience had little to say. What more could they utter? The bravado had all been exhibited by the king of bandits. They were now more curious about what reward he might receive. King of bandits, congratulations on unlocking the achievement for grandiose pretense. Please select your reward. Upon hearing this, the audience perked up, eager to learn what the king of bandits would choose. Reward 1. Become the most formidable mountain bandit in the East Blue, but must refrain from excessive wrongdoing. Reward 2. Double your strength, but only within the East Blue. Upon hearing this, the king of bandits wasted no time in declaring, I choose the 2nd reward. What a joke. How could there be meaning in life if I cannot engage in mischief? While he certainly cannot be deemed a scoundrel, most transactions are settled with payment. Yet, if restrictions are imposed, what joy remains in being a mountain bandit? Is this all there is to the rewards? He scoffed. I had expected something grand like what Straw Hat Luffy and Beckman received. It seems the rewards are tailored to different individuals. Such personalized education only heightened the anticipation of the formidable in the seas regarding these rewards. I am certain I will rank high on the list. After all, a man as dashing as I should not be overlooked. Cavendish flicked his hair and declared confidently he had made up his mind. Upon ranking, he would demand the screen reward him with the title of the most handsome man in the world. Boss, I believe you will definitely make the list. Riki, from the red-haired pirates, looked at Shanks earnestly. In response, Shanks waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. I am so low-key and serene. How could I possibly rank? Then he gazed at the screen, pondering who the next individual to be ranked would be. As the countdown of the most flamboyant moments in the pirate world continued. The 4th scene was introduced. I was just about to borrow a light. Character introduction. He is a top-tier chef who refuses to stain his hands with blood, yet he becomes paralyzed in the presence of women. He is infatuated with all women, yet he strictly adheres to the code of chivalry, never harming a woman that he hails from a mysterious lineage, a true prince. Upon reading the introduction of this 4th character, the audience was somewhat bewildered. Who could this be? Why do they not recall him? Hey, this description sounds a lot like you, Sanji. On the Thousand Sunny, Usopp glanced at Sanji uncertainly. What do you mean sounds like? Usopp, be confident. Who else but this lecherous chef would be so entranced by women? Zoro interjected disdainfully, casting a judgmental look at Sanji. Who are you calling lecherous? Mosshead, Sanji retorted indignantly. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you the one who becomes enamored with every woman you see? I see you are just jealous. Jealous that I made the list while you did not. The directionally challenged swordsman, I am on the list, while you are not. Sanji's retort left Zoro speechless. So what if you made the list? Do you think I want to make it? Important figures typically appear last. Zoro replied, his tone lacking conviction. Must you two continue to bicker? Nami sighed, exasperated, witnessing their banter despite their deep friendship. Neither of them seemed willing to back down. Zoro and Sanji both turned their heads away, leaving Nami in utter disbelief. On the screen, the scene began to unfold. At this moment, you need not expect rescue. Enel, the god of Skypiea and wielder of the Rumble fruit, enveloped in lightning, delivered a death sentence to the gravely injured Usopp. Nami, who wished to rescue him, felt her pupils constrict in despair. Yet, just as Enel unleashed his lightning, poised to strike the hopeless Usopp, a figure suddenly emerged, kicking Usopp aside and sending him flying next to Nami. Nami was piloting the specialized vessel of Skypiea. The Waver. Go. The person who saved Usopp produced a cigarette and placed it in their mouth. Their expression one of relief, divine retribution. The lightning roared forth, devastating all in its path like a beam of annihilation. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp seized the opportunity to pilot the Waver away. As the lightning dissipated, Enel sensed their actions and, with an air of arrogance, declared, "What if you evade? Do you not understand my range of attack?" Just then, he turned his gaze toward the direction from which he had been attacked, and a man in a tattered suit, charred and barely standing, spoke. "God Enel, I have one last word. No." Before that, the man, a trembling Sanji, lifted the cigarette to his lips and said, "My apologies, I merely wish to borrow a light." With that, he grinned, exhaled a large cloud of smoke. In that moment, this battered body and simple words were profoundly impactful. Enel raised an eyebrow. "And what follows?" Sanji smiled. "Soon, you will be left weeping." With that, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Well then, not even 3 seconds of coolness. Once again, he flaunted his bravado before faltering. "My goodness, Sanji, you are quite the performer." How stunning was that? Usopp's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. Sanji, you are so manly. I idolize you." Chopper leapt onto Sanji, his face filled with adoration. "Oh ho ho, Mr. Sanji is indeed a true man. So formidable that it sends shivers down my spine. Even though I lack a scalp. Oh ho ho." Brook, as ever, livens up the atmosphere. Frankie is moved to tears. "Super. Did you see that, green-haired one? Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend," as he basks in the admiration of others. Sanji raises an eyebrow at Zoro, a look of provocation on his face. Humph. After all that posturing, he collapses. A man whose charm lasts but 3 seconds dares to speak. Zoro strikes with precision, instantly dismantling Sanji's defense. This damned light screen. Must that segment be shown? Sanji mutters to himself. Wonderful. Now everyone knows he is not charming for more than 3 seconds. If only that segment had been omitted, his bravado could have been perfect and awe-inspiring. How I envy those two whom Sanji protects. Their bond is so pure. Mr. Sanji, I admire you so. Though your charm lasts but 3 seconds, I must say, you are incredibly handsome, Mr. Sanji. This is what it means to be a real man. Amidst the accolades from all corners of the seas, Sanji maintains an air of calm. Although the hand holding the cigarette trembles slightly, yet he feigns composure. It is only right. This is my knightly spirit. I must not allow harm to come to women. At the Navy headquarters, from a mysterious family, a true prince. What does that mean? Sengoku keenly senses something amiss that it implies that this fellow hails from an extraordinary lineage. Sengoku believes it is necessary to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps this will allow them to truly understand the threat posed by the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, found you, our dear brother, Sanji, a green-haired man. Wearing sunglasses and bearing a resemblance to Sanji, grins widely. Yet, there is an unmistakable hint of malice in his demeanor. In the East Blue, at the Bar Thai restaurant. This kid is as vain as ever. Truly, a tall man in a chef's hat, sporting a beard and a limp, gazes at the screen before him with a benevolent expression. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The group of chefs behind him shouts in unison. No wonder he is Sanji. Ha ha ha, he is still so conceited. Kaido remarks, 2 members of the Straw Hat Pirates have already made the list. If more continue to appear, it will truly be a headache. This sea does not need so many prodigies on one ship. Initially, he did not regard the Straw Hat Pirates highly. But at this moment, he thinks perhaps it is time to pay attention to this new generation on the seas. Similarly, other powerful figures have also taken notice of the Straw Hats. After 2 years, the Straw Hat crew once again enters the sights of the formidable, being recognized as a significant threat. Fufufu, the Straw Hat crew is indeed amusing. Are they about to turn the world upside down again? In Dressrosa, the chaos-loving Doflamingo smiles particularly gleefully that I wonder if I can make the list of those who show off. If so, that would truly be delightful. having witnessed the miraculous abilities of this light screen. Who wouldn't want to be on the list and receive a reward? Black Leg Sanji. What sort of reward will you receive? Although not entirely certain, rewards are based on the corresponding individuals. And this has become a common understanding among all the strong on the seas. For someone like Black Leg Sanji, who is making waves, the 4th place for showmanship, Black Leg Sanji. Reason for ranking. I uphold the spirit of a knight, yet I also indulge in bravado. Black Leg Sanji, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of showmanship. Please select your reward. Upon hearing this, Sanji suddenly grows anxious. That reward must appear. Please, since Beckman received a reward to restore his severed arm, I pray that I too may receive such a reward. As long as I have this reward, I care not for anything else, he prays in his heart. Perhaps the light screen understood his intent. Or perhaps, the light screen simply enjoys fulfilling regrets, acting as a dream weaver. Reward 1. Discover the method to find all blue and realize your lifelong dream. Reward 2. Restore your benefactor Redfoot Zeph's severed leg, repaying his nurturing kindness. Upon seeing the second reward, Sanji smiles, without hesitation. He chooses the second, to restore Zeph's severed leg. This has been his long-held wish. Sanji, you rascal. Redfoot Zeph likely never anticipated that Sanji would be so decisive, foregoing his own dreams to restore his leg. A beam of white light envelopes Zeph, who feels a tingling sensation in his severed leg, the previously necrotic area regaining vitality, flesh sprouting rapidly, in less than a minute. His leg is restored. He once again possesses a strong, healthy leg. Just as Zeph's leg is restored, the light screen shifts to the Straw Hat Pirates. Why trouble yourself over an old man like me? Zeph gazes at Sanji, who looks on with surprise. His face brimming with joy and pride, yet he pretends to feign helplessness. This moment, of course, is broadcasted live. Everyone expected a touching scene between Zeph and Sanji. However, men of the sea are always different. Sanji scoffs. Humph, old man. Do you intend to remain lame for life? Now that your leg is healed, it won't hinder your cooking. Among men, there is no need for words of gratitude. Such sentimentality is unbearable. Sanji wears an expression of disdain, as if he is reluctant to see Zeph. Yet, it is precisely due to this that Zeph smiles. This is indeed your style. Sanji, do not become complacent. If you do not find all blue, do not come back halfway. Upon hearing this, Sanji rolls his eyes and stylishly exhales a puff of smoke. Do I need you to tell me, old man Zeph? All right, I won't keep you. We are about to reach our destination. Take care of yourself, old man. Zeph nods. You too. At last, seemingly recalling something. Of course, if you find it difficult out there, the Baratai restaurant will always be your home. Sanji waves his hand. Rest assured. I will make a name for myself before returning. After a moment of silence, he adds, be careful and avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, Zeph's lips curl into a smile. Do I need you to tell me? Zeph does not fully grasp the meaning behind Sanji's words. However, when certain events begin to unfold, he will come to understand. Hurry up and play the next one. Faster. The curiosity of the people across the seas has been thoroughly piqued. They are eager to discover who will create the next scene of showmanship. On the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, green-haired one, do not hold your breath. It is impossible for you. Sanji smirks at Zoro, who bears a hint of anticipation, tauntingly declaring, you should be grateful. You weren't laughed at for showing off for 3 seconds. Zoro shoots Sanji a disdainful glance, gazing at the light screen and thinking, if you truly have a spirit, please let me make the list. I beg you. The rewards of the light screen often fulfill the regrets within the hearts of the respective individuals. Luffy revived his brother Ace, and Sanji saved Zeph's leg. If Roronoa Zoro makes the list, there is someone he wishes to revive, a childhood companion he has long aspired to surpass her, equally determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Kana. The matter concerning Ka is a significant regret in Zoro's heart. Ranking the 15 scenes of showmanship in the pirate world. 5th place. Unfortunately, I do not have a smaller knife than this. The face of an ant. I shall not deliberately remember. Character introduction. He is one of the warlords of the sea summoned by the Navy. Possessing immense strength, he is a man who inspires fear, akin to a hawk. He shares a close relationship with the Empress Shanks and holds the title of the world's greatest swordsman, having never been surpassed. Upon viewing the introduction on the light screen, the people across the seas are left in a state of uncertainty. Is this speaking of that fellow Hawkeye? There is no doubt about it. Who else could be referred to as the world's greatest swordsman? It is difficult to discern, but Hawkeye, who usually appears so aloof, surprisingly turns out to be a rather pretentious individual. Come, let us witness his pretentiousness. The onlookers are filled with anticipation and excitement. After all, it is Hawkeye. How amusing it is. Who would have thought we would see Hawkeye being so ostentatious? Doflamingo is particularly thrilled that it is a luxury to catch even a glimpse of Hawkeye in the news, let alone witnessing his display of bravado. He muses that after this video, Hawkeye's cold and distant image will likely plummet. Even Mihawk has made the list. I must see this. Shanks bursts into laughter. Perhaps he will get to enjoy Mihawk's blunders, providing him with topics to discuss when they next meet. The text fades away, and the scene shifts. The setting is on the sea that a large ship is sailing. However, this grand vessel appears somewhat dilapidated, and the crew members wear expressions of sheer terror, continuously glancing back as if being pursued by some monstrous entity. What could be chasing them? This expanse of ocean bears a resemblance to the East China Sea. Just as the crowd speculates, suddenly, a blinding sword wave pierces through the ship. Its ferocity raises the hair on their arms. Even from behind the screen, the ship is cleaved in two. The pirates on board, frustrated and enraged, shout towards the direction of the incoming sword wave. Damn it! What have we done to deserve this relentless pursuit? Yet, the architect of this chaos, Hawkeye Mihawk, merely casts a nonchalant glance at the crew, casually remarking, "I am merely passing the time, and you happen to be in my way." He is seated in a small raft, exuding an air of pretentiousness. The onlookers cannot help but burst into laughter. What a way to pass the time. Is this the simplicity of a strong man's pretentiousness? I never imagined Hawkeye could be so ostentatious, radiating an aura of arrogance. But even more surprising is what occurs next. At this moment, a phrase drifts across the screen. The reason Hawkeye destroyed the ship is that someone witnessed him rowing with his black blade. Just kidding. Upon reading this, the crowd initially falls into a brief silence, followed by uproarious laughter. Exactly, I said. How could Hawkeye possibly attack another ship without reason? He is not one to act frivolously. Even if obstructed, there is no need to reduce the vessel to splinters. It seems his dark past was exposed, leading him to silence the witnesses. The assembled crowd is doubled over with laughter, engaging in fervent discussion. Hawkeye's aloof image has crumbled in their minds at this moment. Within the castle on Cliacana Island, Perona, the ghost princess who has been brought here by Bartholomew Kuma and has settled in, gazes at Hawkeye, dressed in a white shirt and savoring red wine with a serious expression, and inquires, "Is this true?" Before them, of course, is a light screen. Why bother asking such trivial questions? Hawkeye replies coldly, yet the killing intent evident at the corner of his mouth indicates that the answers to some inquiries are already quite clear. Perona quickly comprehends, offering a very friendly smile before hastily departing. She fears remaining any longer may result in Hawkeye taking her life. Meanwhile, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Zoro clutches the railing tightly. He already knows what will transpire next. The scene reveals Hawkeye boarding the shattered ship. Then, a figure materializes before Mihawk. Roronoa Zoro. "Hawkeye, allow me to witness the gap between us. I am prepared for death," Zoro proclaims with unwavering determination, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Resembling a fierce beast, completely oblivious to fear. Is it truly so? The bounty hunter is this bold, daring to challenge Hawkeye? Come now, isn't there a limit to one's audacity? Can Zoro truly challenge Hawkeye? Is it not premature? This is akin to throwing eggs against a rock. After all, it is evident that at this moment, Zoro is still not strong enough. Yet, in the face of Zoro's challenge, Hawkeye remains unfazed, haughtily stating, "Oh, pitiful weakling. If you were truly a top-tier swordsman, you would discern the disparity in our strengths without even crossing blades, to draw your sword against me. Should I commend your courage or lament your ignorance?" But in response to Hawkeye's skepticism, Zoro unsheathes his sword and calmly states, "Because of my ambition, I have made a pact with someone. He will become the pirate king, and I will ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman." Upon hearing this, the spectators cannot help but be astonished. Zoro is truly audacious. Indeed, he possesses remarkable courage, though it may be unrealistic. Hearing this, Hawkeye's expression remains unchanged as he draws a small knife from around his neck. "I am not like the foolish beast that exerts itself to hunt rabbits." With that, he spreads his hands in disdain. "Unfortunately, I do not possess a smaller knife than this." The contempt is unmistakable. The audience, witnessing this exchange, exclaims, "My heavens, this pretentiousness is simply extraordinary. Ha! There is nothing smaller than this knife." It is a profound insult. Indeed, those who make the list are exceptional, particularly in their displays of arrogance. The scene continues. Zoro, undeterred by Hawkeye's derision, unsheathes all his blades and charges at Hawkeye with all his might. Observing this, Hawkeye maintains his expression. "You are but a frog in a well. Come and see just how vast the world truly is." Then he strikes. Zoro's full force is effortlessly neutralized by the small knife, and he is pierced through the chest. Zoro exclaims, "Is the gap so vast? Weakling, what burdens do you carry? What do you desire at the end of such overwhelming strength?" Mihawk remains as arrogant as ever. However, soon he acknowledges Zoro, realizing he has cast aside all fear of life and death. Watching Zoro, who, despite having clearly been defeated, opens his arms with a smile, stating, "To be struck from behind is a swordsman's disgrace." Mihawk genuinely feels Zoro's exceptional nature. For the first time, he feels a sense of admiration for talent. Thus, he declares, "I shall remember your name, long-lost warrior. Reveal your name." Zoro grins, his voice deep and excited, rich with magnetism. "Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye responds. Then, to uphold the etiquette of swordsmen, he draws forth the supreme black blade. "Iru, I shall use the world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea." With that, he strikes, leaving a long wound across Zoro's chest. He proclaims loudly, "I am Dracul Mihawk. Your time to die has not yet arrived. Understand yourself, comprehend the world, and grow stronger." Watching Zoro being rescued, Mihawk does not intervene. Rather, it is as if he is issuing a challenge. "Roronoa, no matter how many years pass, I shall await you at the pinnacle of strength. Continuously hone your formidable will and surpass this sword. Surpass me, Roronoa." The scene concludes here. Yet, all who have witnessed this moment are deeply shaken. I cannot help but feel that while it may appear Hawkeye is being pretentious, it is, in truth, a lesson for his disciple. Truly astounding, Roronoa's tenacity is remarkable. No wonder he has become one of the supernovas. In this light, Hawkeye seems quite interesting after all. Of course, aside from that line. Unfortunately, I do not possess a smaller knife than this. That statement is the epitome of arrogance. Roronoa Zoro. Humph. What does it matter if he has gained Hawkeye's acknowledgement? The one destined to become the world's greatest swordsman is I, Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you. Hawkeye, prepare yourself. Your position is soon to be mine. The aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman is not held solely by Zoro. Therefore, following the broadcast of Zoro's challenge to Hawkeye, many swordsmen have begun to stir with ambition. Defeating the bounty hunter Roronoa would be a splendid opportunity for notoriety. As the scene on the luminous screen shifted, the playback continued. Could it be? There's more. I had thought it was over. How intriguing. The backdrop resembles the battlefield during the clash at the summit. Behold, Hawkeye stands resolutely amidst the fray, confronted by two individuals clad in stockings, appearing utterly out of place. "Hawkeye, do you remember us?" The duo exclaimed, their faces alight with fervor and a simmering hatred. Yet, Hawkeye merely cast a disdainful glance in their direction and coolly retorted, "I never pay heed to nameless wretches." Those words, they ignited the fury of the two. They charged at Hawkeye in a fit of rage in response. Hawkeye unsheathed his blade, and with a single stroke, sent them hurtling to the ground. He remarked nonchalantly, "I do not make it a point to remember the faces of insignificant insects." Well then, he certainly knows how to flaunt. His calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the defeated foes sprawled at his feet, accentuating his extraordinary presence. Truly, he is the great swordsman, so full of pride. Insects are unworthy of his attention. I never imagined I would witness someone like Hawkeye displaying such bravado. It seems that the mighty are not as aloof as we envision. Hawkeye appears to have a strong brow and striking features. But who would have thought he could be so unabashedly arrogant? This video has completely overturned everyone's perception of Hawkeye. Is he still the world's greatest swordsman, a man as fierce as an eagle? No. He is evidently a man addicted to ostentation, radiating an air of superiority. Ha ha ha. It seems that Mihawk can no longer maintain that aloof demeanor. I am quite eager to see Mihawk's expression now. Red-haired Shanks is laughing uncontrollably. His friend, to put it bluntly, is simply a brooding gentleman. Yet, few would dare to label him as such. But now, everyone is aware of his ostentatious moments. Oh, how amusing. I never expected you to be this version of Hawkeye. Doflamingo chuckled with great amusement. Meanwhile, in the castle of Cryakara Island, Hawkeye gazed at the luminous screen, his eyes shimmering with intensity. After a considerable pause, he finally uttered, "Boring." He then rose and walked outside. Subsequently, he called out, "Let us train my baboons." He drew his black blade, heedless of whether the baboons were willing, and charged forward. What a predicament for the baboons. They were at a loss, bewildered as to how they had offended Hawkeye to deserve such treatment. Fight. They couldn't win. Flee. Yet, escape was impossible. The discomfort was palpable, mingled with despair. On that day, the people of the surrounding seas bore witness to a breathtaking spectacle. The ocean was relentlessly cleaved apart. The slain sea kings piled high. Floating upon the surface, the sky was torn asunder, unable to heal. Wave after wave of terrifying light shot into the heavens, booming thunderously. The sky split and the earth quaked, such is the might of the man, who, gripping his black blade, nonchalantly stated, "Apologies, everyone. I may have been a tad too forceful." And this scene, rather fortuitously, was broadcast live by the wondrous luminous screen. He is truly frantic now. So, this is the real Hawkeye. And I must admit, he is rather endearing. Alas, Hawkeye's illustrious reputation is in ruins. It was only upon hearing the voices of the masses that Hawkeye realized he had indeed made a fool of himself. He couldn't help but feel a heightened sense of vigilance towards this screen, which even his observation hockey could not perceive. This contraption is far too perilous. The fifth creator of memorable moments, Hawkeye Mihawk. Reason for ranking. I am the world's greatest swordsman, yet that does not hinder my ostentation. Upon this comment being made, laughter erupted once more. This remark is simply brilliant. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of ostentatious moments. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Make everyone forget your recent embarrassment. Reward 2. Discover the name of the man who will defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Observing this scene, the masses concluded that there was no need for deliberation. Hawkeye would undoubtedly choose the first reward. Reputation, after all, is a valuable asset. Clearly, the first option is far more advantageous than the second. How could a formidable figure like Hawkeye possibly seek the distant over the immediate? It simply cannot be. The luminous screen shifted to Hawkeye Mihawk. Everyone eagerly anticipated his response. I choose the second reward. To everyone's astonishment, Hawkeye Mihawk chose the second option. To learn who would one day defeat him and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. His choice left the crowd dumbfounded. Did he not value his reputation? They struggled to comprehend his reasoning. Perhaps this is the resolve of a true warrior. Indeed, if Hawkeye Mihawk had opted for the first reward, it would have lacked grandeur. The second reward, however, adds an intriguing layer. Oh, how fitting of your character. Doflamingo grinned maliciously. True strength lies in the indifference to the opinions of others. Embarrassed. Is that of any significance? Not in the slightest. Who might this future conqueror of Hawkeye be? Will it be me? On the Thousand Sunny, Zoro tightened his grip on the sword hilt, anxious yet expectant. Meanwhile, on the luminous screen, Hawkeye was enveloped in a radiant glow, and as the light faded, a knowing expression crossed his face. As I suspected, is it this man? Excellent. I shall await his arrival at this very spot. After speaking, he took a sip of red wine. Then, the screen switched once more. Who is it? I had hoped to hear the answer. How disappointing. It only heightened my anticipation. It appeared that only Hawkeye Mihawk knew the answer. Many expressed their disappointment, having expected to learn who the next world's greatest swordsman would be. Here, Hawkeye murmured, Roranoa Zoro, strive onward. I await the day you and that man stand before me, besting him and ultimately defeating me to become the new world's greatest swordsman. Due to this ranking, the pressure on us has intensified greatly. The Navy, Sengoku sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed. Beckman has gained immortality. Fire Fist Ace has been resurrected, and now there is another mysterious future great swordsman. According to the content of that luminous screen, 10 more individuals would be ranked, and they would undoubtedly bring unimaginable turmoil to the seas. This presents a significant dilemma for us in the Navy. In response to Sengoku's seriousness, Garp also spoke earnestly. This indeed poses a problem. I wonder if any of our Navy personnel will be among the remaining 10? Sengoku sighed at the remark. If that were the case, it would be splendid. I am eager to know who the remaining 10 are. He felt an urgent desire to know. Only then could the Navy methodically implement corresponding strategies. Such thoughts mirrored the aspirations of the pirates. They could already sense the dawn of a violent upheaval. Fire Fist Ace's resurrection. Beckman's acquisition of immortality. This would undoubtedly amplify their pirate forces. It would provide them with greater operational convenience. Thus, everyone was eager to uncover the answers to the subsequent 10. Hurry, let it play on. Countless individuals gazed at the luminous screen, pondering in their hearts. However, amidst the anticipation, the luminous screen suddenly dissipated. Indeed, it vanished. Panic ensued. They attempted to grasp it, but to no avail. It slipped right through their fingers, gradually fading from view. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to showcase 15 memorable moments? Why did it only reveal 5 before disappearing? What a letdown. Just as my interest was piqued, you choose to leave. That is utterly unacceptable. I am unable to fulfill that request. He felt a surge of panic. I told you, how could the reward be so extravagant? A direct sum of 50,000 yuan, and subsequently, 1,000 yuan for each video. Such fortune is simply unbelievable. Su Yang felt a twinge of regret. How had he been so momentarily blinded by the allure of wealth that he had embarked on this irreversible path? The thought of the consequences of infringement filled him with despair. Would he be summoned for a chat by the stern uncle? Stay. Even if I have infringed, I must see what the situation entails. It's only prudent to be prepared. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall face it with clarity. Trembling, Su Yang resolutely clicked on the 999 plus icon, swallowing hard, his heart momentarily faltering. However, when the news from 999 plus unfolded before his eyes, he was suddenly taken aback. His mouth agape in astonishment. What is this? He had anticipated a complaint notice, yet the reality was far from it. Moreover, the gifts were astonishingly varied: fragments of Baomu atom, 5 pearl necklaces, an ounce of gold. This did not surprise Su Yang. After all, it was a video about One Piece, and it was entirely normal for fans to adopt names from the series. Simultaneously, there was a notification from the website's back-end. Earnings would be displayed there, and he could withdraw at any time, with funds arriving within 2 working days. May you continue to create even more outstanding works. Upon reading this message, Su Yang hurriedly accessed the back-end. The back-end had been directly registered by the website for him. The moment he uploaded the video last night, the site had created an account on his behalf without his consent, linking it to his bank card and identity information. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 35,000 yuan in total. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt a tremor coursing through him. 35,000. It felt like a dream. When had he ever seen such a sum? How could it be so much? Su Yang swallowed hard. Feeling utterly dazed, he had merely edited a video. How could he earn so much money from it? Could it be that he no longer needed to work? If video editing could yield such profits, wouldn't he that sufficed to sustain himself? Everything felt so surreal. He pinched himself hard. Ouch, it hurt. Clearly, he was not dreaming. Su Yang stood there, stunned for a long moment, before a broad smile broke across his face. Ha ha, this is simply marvelous. He spread his arms wide, for the first time feeling that the morning air was extraordinarily refreshing. However, he still couldn't afford to skip work. Let it be a social engagement and an opportunity to expand his network. Su Yang suppressed the urge to stay home and become a recluse. Though he had come into some wealth, he could not simply isolate himself. Previously, he worked for a living. Now, he could view it as a hobby. After all, one ought to have some interests, right? Otherwise, wouldn't all his diligent studying be in vain? He clicked withdraw, then closed his computer and set off to work. He felt no sense of oddity regarding why this short video dissemination website only featured his videos. As he walked down the street and sat in the car, Su Yang had never felt so euphoric as he did today. How could the sky be so blue, the streets so vibrant, the car ride so leisurely? In the past, he had rushed to catch the bus every day, heading to the office with little thought to the world around him, never pausing to wait for an empty bus. But now, leaning against the car window, he felt an unparalleled sense of contentment. Arriving at the office, he clocked in precisely at 9 o'clock. Su Yang leisurely settled into his seat and powered on his computer. His major was graphic design, supplemented by studies in video editing. Hey, Su Yang, did you finish the poster I asked you to do last night? At that moment, a man in his 30s approached, his face grim. Poster? What poster? Su Yang turned, curious. What poster? Are you blind? Didn't you see the message I sent you last night? Su Yang, do you still want to work here? If not, you can get lost. I'll tell you. The company doesn't support useless people like you. This man was Su Chong, Su Yang's boss. He was known for his acerbic nature, stingy and narrow-minded. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at his phone. Then couldn't he help but chuckle. Sending me a message at 2 in the morning to do a poster? Come on, Brother Chong. I'm not your personal slave. Available 24/7. Besides, that promotional poster ISNT needed until Friday. Today is only Tuesday. Why the rush? Are you afraid you won't live to see that day? Su Chong's face flushed with anger. Su Yang, what did you say? How dare you insult me? Do you believe I can have you fired with a single word? Su Yang's retort shocked those around him. They stared at Su Yang in disbelief, not comprehending why he dared to defy Su Chong today. What's wrong with insulting you? Do you really think you're someone important? A monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, and you want to monopolize all my time? Please, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't wait until after work. And who the hell is still awake at 2 in the morning to read your messages? You need something due on Friday today, and you're already panicking? Are you on the verge of death, unable to see Friday? Get it straight. This company SNT my home, and I'm not a machine that runs 24/7. I need my rest too, alright? Of course. If you can't tolerate what I said, that's fine. Just pay my compensation, and I'll leave immediately. But if you refuse to pay, then I'm afraid you don't have the right to fire me since I haven't made a significant mistake. Looking at Su Yang's calm demeanor, Su Chong was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. What was happening? Su Yang, who usually behaved politely, was acting so out of character today, although Su Yang had often clashed with him. He had never openly insulted him before. Why? Su Chong stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. The words seemingly stuck in his throat. Dear boss Su, if you have nothing pressing, please don't disturb my work. Su Yang replied with a smile, turning back to his design work. The surrounding colleagues glanced at Su Yang, then at Su Chong, their hearts swelling with excitement. How satisfying. They wished they could confront their boss like Su Yang did. Every day, they were fed grandiose promises while their value was being exploited, yet they received no overtime pay and were often subjected to harsh criticism. They had endured it all for the sake of money. But today, Su Yang had done what they all wished they could do. Fantastic. Su Chong cast a dark glare at his colleagues, noticing their expressions of joy, which only deepened his scowl. Su Yang, just you wait. You'll get what's coming to you. He stormed into his office, slamming the door behind him. Su Yang shrugged. Let him wait? How frightening. If Su Chong really pushed him too far, he might just buy the company and make Su Chong work for him. Su Yang, you're incredible. You actually stood up to your boss. Indeed, you're our role model. Colleagues crowded around him, showering him with praise. This. Su Yang merely smiled, exuding an air of modesty. At 6 in the evening, Su Yang completely ignored Su Chong's murderous glare as he clocked out. Back home, he opened his computer and received a notification from the website urging him to upload a video compiling the 15 most impressive scenes from One Piece. After reading the message, Su Yang wasted no time and swiftly began editing the video. 15 iconic scenes combined to over 30 minutes was too lengthy and did not align with viewing habits. Thus, he cleverly divided it into 3 parts, Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3, each 10 minutes long, not too long, nor too short, just perfect. Your account ending in 87-4 has received an income of 350,000 yuan from a certain bank on September 15th at 19:04, with a balance of 401,207.12 yuan. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone. Su Yang glanced at his balance, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Having 400,000 in savings truly provided a sense of security. Moreover, the speed of the withdrawal was impressively swift. He had requested the withdrawal in the morning, and by evening, it was already in his account. This speed was quite satisfactory. With over 30,000 received, his confidence soared. In merely half an hour, he had already finished editing the video. This was only possible because the materials were all prepared in advance. Otherwise, it would not have been so swift. Editing complete. Exporting. Post-processing compression. Uploading. Upload successful. Currently under review. 1 minute later. Review approved. Of course, this has nothing to do with Su Yang. He has gone out for a run to exercise. In the world of One Piece. Haha, red-haired Shanks. Do you intend to stop me? Marco the Phoenix, you defeated subordinate. Do you think you can halt my advance today? Blackbeard Teach, wielding the powers of both the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi, was enveloped in dark mist, resembling an unparalleled demon, exuding an unimaginable aura of terror. Behind him stood Ranji Lu, the tyrant, Moonlight Hunter Katarina Devon, and a host of formidable warriors. Lined up, behind them, a group of ruthless pirates eagerly awaited the onset of battle. their numbers at least exceeding 50,000. Opposite him stood red-haired Shanks, composed and resolute. Beckman, Lucky Roo, Jesus Burgess, and other cadre members stood in a line. Beside them, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, including Fire Fist Ace, Marco the Phoenix, and Bista, also formed a line upon the surface of the sea. They gazed at the rampant Blackbeard with faces filled with hatred and killing intent, yet were restrained by Marco, who warned against acting recklessly. That fellow is extremely dangerous. Marco stood in front of Ace, who was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Having personally experienced the battle against Blackbeard, he understood all too well just how formidable Blackbeard truly was. He had completely inherited his father's strength, and coupled with the inherent powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, very few could enact judgment upon him in these waters. Marco yearned to charge forward and pummel Blackbeard. Yet he knew, Blackbeard is strong. He is not his match. Acting rashly would be a futile endeavor. How cowardly the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have become. What? Are you all too frightened by Captain Teach's reputation to make a move? Whitebeard, do you see this? Your sons truly bring you honor, lacking even the courage to avenge you. Some cadres of the Blackbeard pirates provoked them. This incited the radicals, including Fire Fist Ace, who could no longer remain idle. Ace's eyes nearly blazed with flames. He longed to slay those across from him, yet was restrained by Marco from advancing. Marco. Ace was utterly perplexed. How could the once fearless Marco now appear so timid? Being bullied without retaliation, Marco shook his head at Ace, casting his gaze toward red-haired Shanks. He had once been defeated by Blackbeard, causing tremendous losses to the Whitebeard pirates. But this did not imply that red-haired Shanks would suffer the same fate. Nor did it suggest that the combined forces of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates would also fall to the Blackbeard pirates. Teach, I have never underestimated you, neither in the past nor present. Facing the arrogant Blackbeard, Shanks calmly stated, but if you insist on desecrating Whitebeard's grave, then let us battle. As he spoke, Shanks drew his sword from his waist, exuding an air of authority. The griffin in my hand shall show no mercy. The situation was on the brink of explosion, not far away. The naval forces were also observing everything transpiring with Blackbeard. Marine Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Chief of Staff Tsuru. All major and middle-ranking officers were gathered upon 20 warships. 80,000 elite Marines had assembled here. No force could withstand such a formidable lineup, not even the Whitebeard pirates, still under Whitebeard's legacy. Let the battle commence, for such chaos makes the world all the more intriguing, does it not? In the shadows, countless notorious figures like Doflamingo were watching the spectacle unfold. Countless spectators observed with bated breath. As expected of red-haired Shanks, the man who halted the Marineford War, truly majestic. Blackbeard laughed heartily, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. Whitebeard's corpse. He must obliterate it, no matter the cost, since they refused to yield. Then battle it is. Blackbeard grinned, his arms already swirling with the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi. Witnessing this, Marco and red-haired Shanks couldn't help but tighten their gazes. They each warned their comrades to prepare for battle. But just as Blackbeard was about to strike, screens of light suddenly appeared before the Blackbeard pirates, the red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the nearby Marines. What is this? This scene startled the seas, shocking all present. It must be noted that the number of spectators lurking in the shadows was countless, as they watched the grand battle's commencement through various imaging devices. Yet, the emergence of these screens was utterly unforeseen. Before long, the spectators also found screens appearing before them. This phenomenon had re-emerged at such a critical moment. How amusing. I can't help but feel that these screens are deliberately interrupting this war. Many murmured. Amidst their whispers, images began to materialize upon the screens, produced by Dimension Short Videos, edited by Su Yang. A review of the Pirate World 15 Iconic Moments Part 2. The following characters appear in no particular order. A familiar opening line. A familiar sensation. I wonder which esteemed individuals will make an appearance this time. It is truly something to anticipate. What kind of ripples will the sea produce after this screening? Let it begin. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement. The sixth iconic moment. I am a man who aspires to be a member of the Pirate King's crew. How could I fear merely 4 emperors? Character introduction. He is a former warlord of the sea, possessing both courage and compassion. He once wreaked havoc during the Marineford War, risking his life to save Straw Hat Luffy. He is the protector of Fishman Island, indebted to Whitebeard, and has always taken pride in being a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon reading this introduction, many had already deduced who this individual was. The fishman Jinbe had surprisingly made it onto the list of iconic figures. Hey, 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 such a bold proclamation hardly seems like something he would say, yet it undeniably sounds impressive, showing disdain even for the four emperors. Many found it hard to believe. Isnt Jinbe supposed to be quite low-key and humble. Regardless of whether the crowd believed it or not, the screen suddenly turned black, and the footage began to play. The backdrop was a lively wedding, yet the first man to appear startled everyone present. Straw Hat Luffy. How could it be him? He was being seized by a tall man with purple hair and black clothing. Using his powers to slam him into the ground, Straw Hat Luffy was completely unable to break free. That man was Katakuri, the first of the three sweet commanders of Big Mom's crew. The crowd was astonished to see such an intersection between Straw Hat Luffy and Katakuri. Many displayed expressions of disbelief. If Straw Hat Luffy crossed paths with Katakuri, it implied that he would eventually confront the four Emperor Big Mom. As this conjecture surfaced, cold sweat broke out on everyone. This was too shocking. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew also witnessed this scene. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Oh, does this mean I will battle against the four emperors in the future? How exhilarating. He was utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. However, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami were already pale with terror, completely panicking. The four emperors. They were going to fight against the four emperors. How could they possibly win? It's over. It's over. Look, that man is none other than Capone Beach, one of the most notorious figures of this era. Suddenly, someone pointed at a man resembling a godfather in the footage, exclaiming in surprise. In the image, Capone Beach gazed at the unfolding events with a look of regret. No one knew what he was thinking, yet his appearance was enough to astonish everyone, because his positioning clearly indicated he was with Straw Hat Luffy's crew, and another lion-like man was preparing to step in to rescue Straw Hat Luffy. But Jinbe had already acted first, spilling a cup of tea, then manipulating the water to shoot it towards Katakuri's attack, successfully rescuing Straw Hat Luffy. Katakuri immediately turned his gaze towards Jinbe and calmly stated, "You owe me an explanation. Do not forget your identity, Jinbe. Since the battle at Marineford, you have already joined the Big Mom pirates," and his tranquil words lay a palpable threat. Yet, Jinbe paid him no heed and instead addressed the erratic Luffy, saying, "Katakuri is a special paramecia user of the Machi Machi no Mi. He can break free as long as there is water nearby, but you must never touch him." This was Jinbe revealing Katakuri's weakness to Luffy. Then, Jinbe turned his attention to the most significant figure in the room, the Emperor Big Mom. Such composure was akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a landslide. At that moment, everyone present was utterly captivated. None daring to lose focus, they sensed that they were about to witness a monumental event unfolding before them. Many in the New World were already aware that Jinbe had joined the Big Mom pirates. Yet here he was, as a member of Big Mom's crew, aiding the enemy, Straw Hat Luffy. Such an irony was remarkable. No matter how one looked at it, Jinbe seemed ready to betray. Could it be? They murmured that Jinbe's audacious words are directed at Big Mom. How could that be possible? Yet, the possibility lingered. As this thought circulated, excitement began to ripple through the crowd. They had a premonition that this would be an event that would shock the entire ocean. Sengoku pondered gravely, for whom exactly was Big Mom orchestrating this wedding? Which formidable ally had she chosen to wed? Or was it something else entirely? He felt a heavy weight in his heart, as he had not heard of any recent movements from Big Mom. Yet, the scene unfolding before him suggested a far more complex arrangement than mere festivities. The presence of Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders, underscored the wedding's significance. In the frame, Big Mom appeared utterly astonished by Jinbe's arrival. This was quickly followed by a surge of furious wrath. "Jinbe, what do you intend to do? Are you betraying me?" Big Mom's entire demeanor shifted, exuding an aura as fearsome as a wild beast, dark and oppressive. The might of an emperor was terrifying. In that moment, even those watching from behind the barrier trembled in fear. Bang! Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table, rising in indignation. "You rascals are truly a nuisance." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sharp goatee, clad in black and wearing a golden helmet. His yellow hair billowing that he glared at Jinbe, scolding, "You chased after Sanji all the way here." Beside him, a young man with blue hair remarked, "You've ruined the entire wedding." Following that, a green-haired man leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head commented, "Straw Hat Luffy is still alive? He.s. as tenacious as a cockroach." Just then, a voice rang out nearby. "Members of the Vinsmoke family, rest assured, We will handle this matter. A man with a long tongue, dressed in a trendy yellow spotted suit and holding a lollipop cane, approached with an air of nonchalance, clearly dismissing the ruckus caused by Straw Hat Luffy. This was Perospero, Big Mom's eldest son, with a bounty exceeding 700 million, and his presence added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding wedding. The news of the Vinsmoke family aligning with Big Mom was truly sensational. Those in the shadows, powerful figures, were filled with excitement at this unexpected development. They understood that the ocean would soon be thrown into turmoil once again due to this revelation. However, amidst this chaos, one individual stood frozen in disbelief. They had indeed allied with Big Mom, and I, it seems, am the centerpiece of this wedding. On the thousandth sunny, Sanji's eyes widened as he beheld the golden-haired man on the screen, his gaze shifting to the blue-haired youth and the green-haired man. A tempest of emotion surged within him. How could he forget? How could he ever forget the faces of those who had inflicted such sorrow upon him? He could not erase those painful memories. Sanji, you are a member of the Vinsmoke family. Usopp gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. This revelation was indeed shocking. Nico Robin looked at Sanji, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Ha ha, Sanji, it seems you were set to marry. Luffy, of course, was oblivious to the significance of the Vinsmoke family. What truly intrigued him was the fact that Sanji was about to marry. Moreover, the wedding was taking place within Big Mom's territory. How utterly fascinating. Sengoku realized the implications. No wonder Sanji's bounty poster lacked a proper photograph. He had suspected as much. All other bounties featured clear images, yet Sanji's was merely a drawing. What a coincidence it seemed. It turned out he was indeed a member of the Vinsmoke family. That explained everything. However, the fact that the Vinsmoke family was forming an alliance with Big Mom was far from good news. One Big Mom was already terrifying enough. Now, with the Vinsmoke family, a nation of war, added into the mix, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As he continued to watch, perhaps more revelations would come to light. Sengoku suppressed his swirling thoughts and kept his gaze fixed on the screen. Big Mom's expression darkened, her voice laced with menace. I could easily consider this an act of treason, couldn't I? Jinbe? At these words, the hearts of those across the seas tightened. The fury of an emperor was not to be trifled with. Yet, in the face of this imperial wrath, Jinbe remained calm. Please, feel free to think of it that way. At this declaration, the audience gasped in shock. Jinbe was remarkably composed. He was facing the Emperor Big Mom after all. In the scene, Big Mom's lips curled into a sinister smile. You have quite the audacity. After a moment of contemplation, Jinbe opened his eyes and declared, I intend to withdraw from the Big Mom pirates and join the Straw Hat crew. The moment these words left his mouth, shockwaves rippled through the oceans, both within the scene and outside of it. The former warlord of the sea, Jinbe, was actually going to join the Straw Hats. It was astounding. And the Big Mom pirates. A screen also displayed this confrontation. When Charlotte Linlin saw Jinbe's intention to withdraw, a grim smile crept across her face. This screen is quite the nuisance, revealing my plans ahead of time. I cannot allow you to remain. Indeed, she had intentions of forming alliances with other factions. However, she had no plans to collaborate with her prospective allies. Rather, she intended to absorb them. The chosen ally for her marriage was none other than the notorious Vinsmoke family. Originally, this should have been earth-shattering news across the seas, yet now it had been prematurely unveiled. Straw Hat Luffy, meanwhile, Katakuri, the foremost among the sweet commanders, opened his eyes, fixating on the screen displaying Straw Hat Luffy. A glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. Ha ha ha, is Luffy truly so charming that he can attract a former warlord into his ranks? He truly is my remarkable grandson, on the Navy ship. Garp laughed heartily, clearly delighted. The prospect of Jinbe joining the Straw Hats was indeed astonishing. Blackbeard Teach wore a dangerously ominous expression. Straw Hat Luffy is far too perilous. He must not be allowed to remain. Has he begun challenging the emperors already? Luffy, you have grown. Red-haired Shanks wore a look of contentment, tinged with nostalgia. Within the scene, upon hearing Jinbe's intention to withdraw, Charlotte Linlin first seethed with rage, her teeth clenched. Yet, her lips soon curled into a sinister grin, now filled with murderous intent. Very well. Once you withdraw, we shall settle this matter properly. You should be aware of my rules. You certainly do not wish to live a life shrouded in disgrace. Do you? Big Mom's rule was clear. Anyone leaving her crew would face punishment. As for what that punishment entailed, it depended on the choices made on the wheel of fate, severed limbs, blinded eyes, or even a loss of lifespan. I accept. Jinbe replied resolutely. As long as you promise not to harm anyone else, I will offer you as much of my lifespan as you demand. He chose to sacrifice his lifespan without hesitation. This scene left the audience across the seas in shock. Was the consequence of leaving the Emperor's faction this severe? Was this the might of the Sea Emperor, whose word dictated life and death, rendering even the warlord powerless? Just the thought sent chills down their spines. The pirates of the first half of the Grand Line finally grasped what it meant to contend with true strength. Even former warlords had to abide by their rules, not daring to act recklessly. Upon hearing Jinbe's choice at the wedding venue, the crowd was taken aback. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, exclaimed fervently, "What are you saying, Jinbe? If you die, you can no longer be our comrade." He had just witnessed Big Mom directly claim her son's life, resulting in that individual dying on the spot. If Jinbe were to have his lifespan extracted as well, it would spell disaster. At this moment, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy furrowed his brow in concern as he watched the scene unfold in the future. Would he create chaos within the Yonko's ranks, only for Jinbe to perish due to his withdrawal from the Yonko? His expression grew grave as he clenched his fists tightly. This was not the outcome he desired. Little did he know when he would cause a ruckus at Big Mom's wedding. To stop it was beyond his capability. This sense of helplessness echoed the despair he felt during the Marineford War. The images on the screen would not halt for Luffy's contemplation. Big Mom, upon hearing Jinbe's decision, grinned broadly. "I adore lifespan." She gazed at Jinbe and remarked, "What great resolve, Jinbe, rather than linger where you do not wish to be. Why not choose death?" It seemed she relished in the disdain of others. But swiftly, her tone shifted to one of lethal intent. "I will not show you any sympathy." A dark aura emanated from her, enveloping the entire wedding venue in a stifling atmosphere. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, declared, "Very well. Let us commence, foolish Jinbe." She bent down, extending her arms as if to ensnare Jinbe, her eyes glowing ominously, as if echoing the sounds of the underworld. Stay or life? A domineering presence surged forth, causing the weak to faint. Within the venue, it seemed as though only her cold, deathly gaze remained. The soul interrogation bore the power to extract the lifespans of others. Yet, Jinbe remained unfazed, calmly responding, "I choose life, resolute and tranquil." "Is there no way to stop this?" sighed the star, Smudgy. Big Mom's soul interrogation had never failed before. No one could withstand this soul interrogation. Who would have thought the renowned Sea Knight Jinbe would fall here? Some sighed in lament. Hearing this, Big Mom grinned wickedly and reached for Jinbe. "Die." Her hand transformed into an ethereal form, evidently targeting his very soul. However, Big Mom's expression suddenly shifted, astonished, for Jinbe's lifespan did not float forth under her soul interrogation. She was unable to extract it. Jinbe stood firm, his demeanor resolute. Around him, Big Mom's sons, who had been anticipating the spectacle, gazed at Jinbe in astonishment, bewildered as to why his lifespan had not been extracted. "Stay or life?" Big Mom bellowed again. Her power intensified, yet still, nothing happened. One of her sons, sweating in disbelief, exclaimed, "The soul didn't emerge. Is this for real?" He shows no fear of Mama at all. In response to Big Mom's astonishment, Jinbe, steady and composed, declared, "Of course not. I am destined to be a member of the future Pirate King's crew. How could I fear a mere Yonko?" With this proclamation, the onlookers were left in shock. Beyond the screen, people throughout the seas shared the same expression of awe. Such words were resounding and imbued with valor. What did it mean to dismiss a mere Yonko? That was the ruler of the New World, the master of the seas, a being capable of unleashing a tempest of bloodshed with a mere flick of rage. What fortitude must one possess to boldly declare such words to a Yonko? So impressive, some pirates, drenched in sweat, gulped, utterly captivated by Jinbe's figure. A true man, indeed. In the footage, Jinbe knelt on one knee before Big Mom, stating, "Since you cannot take my lifespan, I shall return this cup to you." He produced a cup of wine from his sleeve, placing it before Big Mom with solemnity. "I hereby formally withdraw from the Big Mom Pirates. Thank you for your care." With that, the scene concluded. The sixth scene creator, Sea Knight Jinbe, reason for inclusion. What of the Yonko? I am a member of the Pirate King's crew, unafraid of any formidable adversary. Upon hearing these words, the entire sea erupted in fervor. "How incredible! I can't take it anymore. This is too exhilarating. For the first time in my life, I realized how magnificently a man could stand. Oh no, I can no longer suppress my desire to set sail. I yearn to meet the sea knight Jinbe and witness his grandeur up close. Those previous pretenders were mere trifles. Their bravado was unimpressive, but Jinbe is different. He dares to act in the presence of a Yonko. And he succeeded magnificently. This is simply extraordinary. A truly formidable individual, deserving of admiration but not imitation. Heh. I am curious about Big Mom's reaction to this video and how the sea knight Jinbe will conduct himself. It is evident that the scene just played out on the screen is a future event yet to transpire. Otherwise, Big Mom's territory would not be so shaken without a hint of news. Setting aside the peculiar foresight of this screen, what would Big Mom's reaction be upon learning of Jinbe's future withdrawal? Would she rage uncontrollably and lay waste to Fishman Island? Such a scenario is entirely plausible. This madwoman Big Mom could unleash havoc in her fury. A spectacle is imminent. In this world, there is never a shortage of spectators at this moment on Cake Island, Jinbe. As some had predicted, Big Mom was filled with murderous intent. Her fury palpable. You are doomed. The wrath of the Yonko Big Mom reverberated throughout Cake Island and the surrounding seas. Fishman Island. A calamity looms. Jinbe sat in the sea forest, his expression grave. He had indeed contemplated joining the Straw Hat crew. However, it was certainly not the right time. This screen displayed future events. Yes, he put on a splendid act, leaving Big Mom at a loss, earning renown across the seas. Yet, was this what he truly needed? No. Without Big Mom's protection, how could he safeguard Fishman Island? His joining the Big Mom pirates was to leverage the Yonko's might to deter lawless marauders and protect Fishman Island. But now, Jinbe smiled wryly. Perhaps those from the Big Mom pirates are already on their way here. My apologies, King Neptune, for involving you in this. Jinbe arrived at Ryugu Palace, expressing his regrets to the Sea Knight King Neptune of Fishman Island. Neptune waved his hand dismissively. This is not your fault. Fishman Island was destined to face this calamity. Confronted with the impending arrival of the Yonko, he too was troubled. The entirety of Fishman Island was engulfed in panic. The Yonko's approach left no glimmer of hope in sight. No matter where they fled, there was nowhere to hide. If one were to speak of any potential hope, it would likely be those two rewards. Regarding this screen, he held little fondness. Were it not for this screen, Fishman Island would not be on the brink of annihilation, steeped in dread. The scenes of fear from Fishman Island were naturally broadcasted by the screen. Upon witnessing the transmission of Fishman Island's plight, many grew eager. They knew that the rewards bestowed upon Jinbe were imminent. They were keen to discover what kind of rewards awaited him. Sea Knight Jinbe. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement of creating an impressive scene. Please select your reward. The screen announced. Reward 1. Fishman Island is spared from this calamity, remaining safe and sound. Reward 2. Revive the legendary man who once protected Fishman Island. The Yonko Whitebeard. Boom. If the first reward garnered little reaction from the masses, the second reward sent shockwaves through countless powerful figures. What a joke. Why is there an option to revive that man? Hey, this is no jest. Whitebeard's revival. The entire sea would be turned upside down. Many powerful individuals could no longer remain seated. Especially the Marines. How could such an option exist? Sengoku's pupils quivered in disbelief. Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. If he were to return, the seas would descend into chaos beyond control. After incurring such heavy losses during the Marineford War to eliminate Whitebeard, now he was being told that Whitebeard was to be revived. The Warring States period feels utterly absurd. At that time, 5 sovereigns stood in opposition. This vast ocean, even their navies could not hope to control it. Where there is sorrow, there is also joy. Could it be possible that our father has been resurrected? Have we truly awaited this moment? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, including poor Dusty Ace, were filled with uncontainable delight, especially Ace. He had always thought that if he could be revived, then surely Whitebeard could also return. And indeed, it has come to pass. Would Whitebeard truly be resurrected? Shanks, the red-haired, gazed thoughtfully, yet dared not speculate. However, he understood that if Whitebeard were truly to return, the seas would be thrust into one of 2 scenarios. Either an unprecedented calm, for Whitebeard possessed the strength to instill fear across the ocean, or a state of utter chaos, as those who opposed Whitebeard would unite to challenge him. But Blackbeard was far from amused. This was no jest. Blackbeard felt a surge of panic. If Whitebeard truly resurrected, his fate would be sealed. He must not be allowed to return. The island must be leveled immediately. A tempest of anxiety swirled within Blackbeard. Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea, You must not choose to revive Whitebeard, for if he returns, he will lead the Whitebeard pirates once more, alongside the red-haired pirates, and his crew would not necessarily be their match. Whitebeard. He is a man whose terrifying prowess does not rely on the powers of any devil fruit. The eyes of the world were all focused on Jinbe on the luminous screen. Please, revive our father. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates fervently prayed. Absolutely do not let Whitebeard return. Blackbeard was also praying, trembling with fear. This was truly a headache. Sengoku's expression was grave. He knew that Jinbe had a substantial chance of choosing to revive Whitebeard. As for the reason, it was simple. If Whitebeard returned, the crisis of Fishman Island would be averted. Facing the gazes of the multitude from all seas, Jinbe appeared unfazed, calm, and resolute. I choose to revive Whitebeard. An unexpected yet anticipated decision. Crack. Blackbeard, upon hearing this, shattered the railing in a fit of rage. His face darkened with fury. Oh. Ace and the others shouted in exhilaration. Could it be that he truly would be revived? Shanks and Sengoku sighed in unison, gazing toward Whitebeard's grave. What tremendous waves might a Whitebeard, now devoid of devil fruit powers, stir once again? Doflamingo was filled with anticipation. He was even more curious about how the other two emperors of the New World would react. Boom! A blinding beam of white light descended, enveloping Whitebeard's grave. A surge of vibrant life erupted. The white light lasted merely 10 seconds before vanishing, and at the moment the light faded, Blackbeard suddenly clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground in agony, coughing up blood. Yet his expression was one of sheer horror. How could this be? My quake fruit powers. How could they be divided? His words stunned the crowd. For his current reaction was broadcasted across the entire ocean. Powers divided. Such a phenomenon had never been heard of. How is this possible? It was utterly unprecedented. It is well known that the powers of a devil fruit pass to the next user upon the death of the former owner. There has never been any occurrence of powers being divided. This was completely contrary to scientific logic. No one had ever discovered such a thing. It was also impossible to discover. Just then, a transparent wave emanated from Blackbeard, coalescing into a sphere. Regardless of how Blackbeard attempted to stop or resist it, that luminous sphere shot forth and dove into Whitebeard's grave without pause. Boom! In the next moment, a robust and powerful arm emerged, radiating a fearsome aura. This single arm seemed capable of tearing the ocean asunder, subduing all. So terrifying. Is this the might of the world's strongest man? Within the luminous screen, there was a resounding explosion as Whitebeard's grave shattered, and an elderly giant with a crescent-shaped beard rose from within, his gaze piercing and fearsome. Cool Allah, what is happening? I'm alive again. This elderly giant was none other than Whitebeard himself. Rising from his grave, he scanned the crowd before him. What a grand spectacle. What has transpired, my beloved sons? Whitebeard gazed upon Ace, Marco, and the others, who were overwhelmed with emotion and tears. His voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable air of dominion. As he stood there, the very heavens seemed to recoil, reluctant to confront him directly. Cool Allah, Teach, you are here as well? Whitebeard's gaze turned sharp as he fixed it upon Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. In that moment, those standing beside Teach felt their breath catch, as if the sky itself were collapsing, the weight of Whitebeard's presence rendering them powerless. Blackbeard's pupils constricted in fear. Yet, as an emperor of the sea with formidable strength, he could not allow Whitebeard's mere words to render him speechless. Heh, it's been a long time. Old man, I never thought I would see you again. A black mist surrounded him as he prepared for any sudden attack from Whitebeard. Yo, Whitebeard, congratulations on your return to the living. You must treat me to a grand feast later. Shanks approached, his tone laced with jest. Cool Allah, there will be plenty of wine. But can you tell me what has transpired? How could an old relic of the bygone era such as myself be revived? Has some extraordinary being emerged? Whitebeard pulled out the supreme blade, Kuma, from beside his grave, letting it thud to the ground as he inquired. The might of the world's strongest man had not diminished in the slightest, yet his words astonished everyone anew. Whitebeard had actually become even more powerful than before. How could they proceed from here? The events unfolded as such. Shanks succinctly recounted everything that had transpired to Whitebeard, a matter of mere minutes. Upon conclusion, Whitebeard's gaze fell upon the luminous screen, his expression one of astonishment. Cool Allah. I never imagined that this small screen possessed such great power, enough to resurrect one such as me. Although Shanks had only shared the details in a matter of minutes, the content was astonishing indeed. Not only had he returned, but also Portgas D.Ace, who was meant to have perished. Very well, since fate has granted me a second life, then I, a relic of the old era, shall once again sail into the new age. Whitebeard was not one to dither. He would not lament that he belonged to an outdated era unfit for the new age. Since he had been revived, he would once more protect his sons. My lads, Whitebeard turned to Ace, Marco, and the others, his demeanor both commanding and composed. Will you continue to sail with me? Upon hearing this, Ace and the others erupted in joyous exclamations. Yes, father. Their voices resonated through the heavens. Yet this moment was not captured by the luminous screen. The real-time broadcast ceased with Whitebeard's resurrection. This left many tyrants sorely disappointed. They had hoped to witness the subsequent actions of Whitebeard and the others. However, it was undoubtedly a matter that would send the ocean into a frenzy. The resurrection of Whitebeard. The Navy would soon find themselves in a quandary. Would Blackbeard face defeat or death this time? With Whitebeard's return, Blackbeard would surely find himself in dire straits. There was no doubt about it, for this was a fate long foretold. Teach, it is time we settle our scores. Whitebeard's gaze finally fell upon Blackbeard. Blackbeard felt a sense of trepidation. Even without Shanks, the mere presence of Whitebeard was enough to send him into a panic. This man was far too strong, having previously felt the might of the Quake fruit. He was all too aware of its formidable power. Teach, this time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Ace's gaze was fierce, poised for action. However, Marco restrained him. Let father deal with him. Our enemies lie with those fellows. Marco's gaze shifted to Shiryu of the Rain and his cadre, a king facing another king. How reasonable. In this moment, Shiryu and the others felt immense pressure. The presence of Whitebeard alone was enough to make them wary. Not to mention the red-haired Shanks beside them. Two colossal figures. He doubted that his pirate crew could hold any advantage. Not far behind stood the Navy. Watching closely, Shiryu felt that the situation was utterly dire. Alas, they could not witness this battle in real time. How envious they were of the Navy, able to observe from such proximity. If only the Navy could broadcast the battle live using the telephone book. Many war enthusiasts are eager to witness this monumental clash. Alas, no channels are available. Fishman Island. At least Fishman Island is now secure, yet we must not let our guard down. Jinbe gazed at King Neptune and spoke solemnly. We hope Whitebeard will not act impulsively, leading to mutual destruction. Neptune is well aware. The revival of Whitebeard marks merely the first step in alleviating the crisis facing Fishman Island. To achieve complete safety, Whitebeard must truly arrive at Fishman Island and once again declare, "This island shall henceforth be my territory." Only then can we genuinely dispel Big Mom's intentions of settling scores later. Even Big Mom would have to yield before Whitebeard. Meanwhile, high above Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew is rapidly approaching. As for Whitebeard, just as war is on the verge of erupting, the previously dim screen suddenly brightens. A countdown of the pirate world S15 most ostentatious moments begins, with the 7th scene. Have you ever seen a beast that absolutely does not bite? The sudden awakening of the screen once again captures the attention of many. But this is hardly related to Whitebeard. Teach, he lunges towards the Blackbeard pirates like a ferocious beast. Whitebeard. Blackbeard, his face contorted with rage, confronts Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard will not let him go, they might as well perish together. It seems there's no choice but to stop watching. Marco sighed with resignation, leaping into the battlefield. Who will be the next to make the list? Just because Whitebeard and his crew are not focused on this battle does not mean others across the seas are not watching. Character introduction. He hails from the legendary East Blue, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman, that he is a ruthless pirate hunter and the most crucial pillar of the Straw Hat Pirates. He is a member of the worst generation and has even received recognition from the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. After reading the introduction, some have already guessed who this individual is, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's gaze sharpened as he uttered the name of the individual on the list. What a perilous pirate crew this is, having already claimed 3 slots with just 7 characters. Besides Sakazuki, a vice admiral from headquarters remarked with a grave expression, "Zoro, you made the list too. That's remarkable." On the Thousand Sunny, Usopp and the others exclaimed with excitement. Chopper, filled with admiration, rushed forward, eager to become his disciple immediately. "Humph, how about that, chef? I told you it wasn't just you who could make the list." Upon learning of his inclusion, Zoro's first act was to boast to Sanji. He felt that the screen's display was nothing short of perfect. Excellent. It provided him with a well-deserved outlet for his frustrations. TCH, it's just luck. What is there to be proud of? Just as Zoro had previously faced setbacks, Sanji, unable to verbally retaliate, found himself at a loss. What else could he say? Since Zoro had already made the list, any further remarks would merely be self-defeating. At that moment, he was more concerned about the future. How could he possibly end up at Big Mom's wedding? And moreover, his entire family would be there. What method could have compelled him to attend? Frankly speaking, he would rather die than appear at Big Mom's wedding. That would be far too dangerous, given their current strength. Challenging an emperor is exceedingly perilous, unless Sanji speculated about a potential reason. The Vinsmoke family must have threatened him with Zeph. It had to be that. Beyond that, he couldn't fathom what else could force him to comply. However, now that he was aware of this matter, he could at least make some preparations. East Blue. Inside a dojo, heavens, senior brother Zoro made the list. A group of children gathered around a screen, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they cheered. Nearby, a thin man wearing glasses, always sporting a smile, quietly observed the scene. The screen began to showcase Zoro's ostentatious moments. The backdrop was amidst ruins. However, it was quickly discerned that this was on the territory of the former warlord of the sea. Gecko Moria. How could he speak of his ambitions when he couldn't even protect his own captain? The opening scene was shocking. Zoro actually set down his weapon and knelt before the tyrant Kuma. What transpired? How could the tyrant Kuma appear on Gecko Moria's territory? From the context, it seemed Roronoa Zoro was pleading with the tyrant Kuma. Many were confused, yet some felt that as a swordsman. Kneeling in supplication was utterly disgraceful. TCH. After witnessing his battle with Mihawk, I thought he was a real man. Yet this is so spineless. Some derided Zoro's actions. Indeed, if it were me, I would rather die than yield. Death is nothing to fear, and I would prefer to die standing than to kneel and beg for life. Some echoed, asserting that a swordsman should possess dignity and integrity. Yet the majority believed it was premature to draw conclusions. In the footage, Luffy is destined to become the Pirate King. How could he perish here? Please, allow me to take his place. Zoro's expression was grave, devoid of any fear or panic in the face of death. Only then did everyone realize that the tyrant Kuma was actually holding Zoro's captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Suddenly, it all became clear. Zoro kneeled to save Monkey D. Luffy. Hey, wait a minute, you green-haired idiot. At that moment, a bruised and bloodied Sanji appeared, staggering towards them with his hands in his pockets. What about your dreams? What will happen to your ambitions, you fool? Under Zoro's astonished gaze, Sanji stepped in front of Kuma, blocking Zoro, compared to this weak, green-haired swordsman. Take my life instead. Though the Navy may currently underestimate me, I shall undoubtedly become a prominent figure across the seas, he proclaimed. I am prepared to die for them at any moment. Allow me to die gloriously here. After his declaration, he fell silent for a few moments, his voice softening as he turned to Zoro and instructed, "Say hello to everyone for me." His words were filled with reluctance. "I'm sorry. Go find a better chef." His final words. How touching. How can they be so resolute, facing death with no hint of fear, each thinking of the other? Is this what it means to be comrades? What about that individual who claimed Zoro lacked backbone? Step forward. Zoro is sacrificing himself to protect the others. What does it mean to lack integrity? Would you be willing to give up your life for your companions? Many were moved to tears. How did they ultimately escape? Some whispered Roronoa Zoro had recently appeared at Sabaody Archipelago, entering Fishman Island. Clearly, he ultimately survived in the hands of the tyrant Kuma. The screen continued to display. Zoro suddenly stood up and knocked Sanji unconscious. He fixed his determined gaze on Kuma. "Come, take my life in exchange for Luffy and the others." Without a hint of hesitation, upon hearing this, the previously silent Kuma finally moved. He seized the unconscious Monkey D. Luffy, and with a push of his palm, extracted a massive red bubble from Luffy's body. Zoro's expression turned to one of shock. Kuma explained, "What just emerged from him is pain. Fatigued, I can spare your captain and all your companions. But the condition is that you must endure this burden of negative attributes. Zoro, bring it on." Without a moment's hesitation, Kuma, "Then you should first experience the power of this negative attribute." As he spoke, he drew a small portion from the bubble and injected it into Zoro's body. Boom! The calm expression Zoro had moments ago shattered as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, racked with pain and gasping for breath. "Come on, endure this pain. and your companions will be safe." The tyrant bear coldly and mercilessly opened its mouth. Zoro gasped twice, rising to his feet, as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. Clenching his teeth, he plunged headlong into the enormous bubble. The scene abruptly faded to white. Silence enveloped the moment. Then, the image shifted to the unconscious Sanji. He awoke suddenly, startled, only to see 3 swords on the ground, with no sign of Zoro. Panic surged within him. "Mosshead, this is bad. I must find him quickly." As he turned, he spotted Zoro standing not far away. Elation swept over him, and he hurried toward his friend. However, as he drew near, a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, all the spectators before the light screen inhaled sharply, uttering words akin to Sanji's. "What on earth is this amount of blood?" Around Zoro, a 10-meter radius was drenched in blood. The ground was soaked in crimson. He was covered in wounds. His clothes tattered. Sanji, sensing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Hey, are you still alive, Mosshead? Where did that tyrant bear go? What on earth is happening?" Zoro opened his mouth, blood gushing forth, his body trembling. And nothing happened. Upon hearing this, the audience was left astounded. In such a state, how could he claim nothing occurred? Truly, he was risking his life for bravado. The scene faded to white once more. Then, it transitioned to a secluded room. Blanketed in a flurry of snow, 2 women were embroiled in a fierce battle. One, a woman adorned with sharp fangs, transformed into a snow woman, biting down on the shoulder of another woman wearing protective goggles. Seemingly on the verge of severing her arm, that a wave of sword energy sliced through the snow, suddenly tearing apart the snow woman's visage. "Ah!" she shrieked, stumbling back, incredulously staring at the blood streaming from her face. "Isn't that Lieutenant Dasky?" In the naval headquarters, someone exclaimed in astonishment while observing the rescued goggle-wearing woman on the light screen. "Indeed, it is Lieutenant Dasky. How could she possibly be with a pirate hunter?" The naval soldiers were utterly perplexed. What was the situation? At Sengoku's side, Smoker, cigar in mouth, watched the scene on the light screen with a furrowed brow. Why was Dasky, a member of the Navy, associating with a pirate hunter? The visuals clearly indicated they were aligned. How terrifying. This pirate hunter, the Marine Admiral Kazuru, maintaining his usual languid demeanor, remarked while observing the unfolding scene. Amidst the swirling snow, Zoro appeared as a deity of destruction. Wielding the black blade, Shusui, as he walked, he mocked the injured Dasky below. "After all that boasting about handling the enemies, you're still in this pathetic state. The time has come, female soldier, with just one eye, yet exuding an aura of a demonic deity, formidable and fearsome." His words deepened Smoker's frown. What did he mean by "the time has come"? What could it possibly signify? Within the frame, the snow woman, whose face had been slashed by Zoro, transformed into a stunning beauty clad in a fitted tank top, with flowing green hair. Someone recognized her. That's Monet, a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Monet, filled with uncertainty, gazed at the blood on her hands, pondering. Isn't that guy known for not attacking women? Yet, that strike just now was clearly meant to kill me. Her body trembled. The aura radiating from Zoro was utterly terrifying. Zoro fixed his gaze on Monet, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Tell me, have you ever encountered a beast that can guarantee not to bite?" The blade in his hand gleamed ominously. His eyes, too, sparkled with an intimidating ferocity. "I certainly haven't." He advanced swiftly, charging at Monet, who, in sheer terror, attempted to flee but found herself utterly immobilized. Zoro declared, one sword style. Monet, in horror, exclaimed, "I'm going to be cut down." Zoro swung his blade, and Monet was cleaved in 2, as he let out a beastly growl. Great shockwave. This was a scene of striking visual impact, imbued with aesthetic beauty. Yet, Monet, torn asunder, did not perish. She was a user of the snow fruit, a Logia type. Zoro's prior strike, lacking haki, could not harm her. Struggling to rise, her face contorted with rage. "How dare you underestimate me?" She attempted to elementalize and restore herself. However, to her utter dismay, the strike from Zoro, devoid of haki, had torn her apart. Yet she found herself unable to regenerate. How is this possible? The snow woman gasped in terror. How could such a thing occur? Observers from across the seas were equally bewildered. It was well known that only haki and sea stone were effective against Logia users. Yet, Zoro had not employed haki. Why then was Monet incapable of recovering? But before the light screen could reveal more, the viewers erupted in frustration. Having piqued their interest, the revelation was snatched away in an instant. Such behavior was utterly intolerable, deeply resentful. This second segment of Zoro's tale seemed to hint at events yet to unfold. Would the Straw Hat crew confront Doflamingo? What a troublesome fellow. In the previous video, they had already learned of the chaotic escapades on Cake Island. To their astonishment, this video revealed that Luffy would confront Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Straw Hat crew. Doflamingo, who had been merely observing the spectacle, for the first time experienced what it meant to have the drama unfold at his own expense. His expression darkened. In the recent video, he had witnessed Monet cornered by Zoro. To dare lay hands on his family was unforgivable. However, among all the pretentious individuals he had seen, the pirate hunter had indeed been the most ostentatious. Nevertheless, the claim of nothing happened was truly shocking. What concern is this to us? I only know that the formidable beings of the sea each have their unique flair for showmanship, truly spectacular. Zoro's two ostentatious displays, the first was undeniably brutal, the second, however, was undeniably dashing, like a ferocious beast ready to strike, without even utilizing haki. He merely relied on his presence to instill fear in a Logia user, rendering her incapable of movement, awaiting her demise. It was simply too magnificent. What groundbreaking news! The Straw Hat crew would stand on the same side as the Navy, while their adversary would be the warlord Doflamingo. This was indeed extraordinary. The information divulged by the light screen was terrifying. Heh, the world government must be in turmoil. Such a terrifying light screen could even foresee the future. The world government could never remain calm. This kind of existence would undoubtedly undermine their authority and shake the foundations of their rule. The seventh scene creator, Zoro, reason for ranking. While others flaunt their bravado, I nearly lost my life doing so. Truly, a life risked for pretense. Good heavens. Upon hearing this ranking reason, Sanji doubled over in laughter. Hey, directionally challenged swordsman, did you hear that? Risking your life for bravado, that description fits you perfectly. Alas, even if this is a ranking, each person's experiences differ, making comparison impossible. He feigned regret. Seeing this, Zoro clenched his teeth in anger, retorting, as if your pretentiousness is something to be proud of. You're no different. You nearly lost half your life too. Comparing with me, you're just as bad. The banter between the two had become a customary occurrence for the crew. The audience across the seas, however, found Zoro's remark amusing, risking one's life for showmanship. How absurd. Though it was indeed true, yet there was no denying that Zoro's second display of bravado was undeniably stylish, while the first was truly shocking. Each had its merits. In an instant, Zoro became unforgettable. Capable of flair, yet equally responsible. What rewards awaited him? The most anticipated moment was the rewards bestowed upon those featured after their iconic scenes. By now, no one doubted the light screen's abilities. Few could resist the desire to be ranked. After all, the rewards offered by the light screen were simply too bountiful. Since both the living and the dead can achieve great feats, what remains unattainable? Most importantly, this luminous screen truly knows how to stir things up. Merely a handful of videos have already thrown this vast ocean into utter chaos. Ambitious souls ardently hope that the luminous screen will continue its antics. Congratulations to you, Pirate Hunter Zoro, for unlocking a moment of grandiosity. Please claim your rewards. Reward 1. Acquire the power to become the world's greatest swordsman and fulfill your dream. Reward 2. Choose any regret to amend. The voice of the luminous screen resonated as the scene was broadcast live to Zoro. Ha ha ha. Those two stunning beauties behind Zoro. Could that be the crafty Nami and the demon child Nico Robin? I am feeling quite accomplished. Which reward will the pirate hunter choose? It hardly requires contemplation. Naturally, he will opt to fulfill his dream. What regret could he possibly have other than not becoming the world's greatest swordsman? Each person's focus varies. Some lecherous onlookers are fixated on the sultry attire of Nami and Nico Robin, practically drooling. Others speculate which reward Zoro will choose. I can't shake the feeling that the pirate hunter's choice might defy our expectations. A certain prophet remarked. What? Could it be that he genuinely intends to rectify a regret and forego the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Some were astonished, struggling to believe it. That is the power of the world's greatest swordsman. How could the pirate hunter possibly decline it? They found it incomprehensible. At that moment, Zoro turned his gaze towards the screen. His solitary eye gleamed with determination as he raised the corners of his mouth. I choose to amend my regret and resurrect a childhood companion. At his declaration, the world was stunned. He truly chose to rectify a regret. No way has he lost his mind. This left the crowd utterly perplexed. Why would he make such a choice? Is the position of the world's greatest swordsman not enticing enough? Yet, on Koreha Island, Mihawk observed Zoro's decision with a smile of approval. True strength is not something to be accepted as a mere gift. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is earned through battle, not bestowed. Roronoa Zoro, you have not disappointed me. This is the man I respect. Far away in Windmill Village, at the Shimatsuki Dojo, Zoro, is that childhood companion of yours the ever-smiling man, seemingly indifferent to the world. Finally showed a flicker of emotion. His gaze trembled slightly. His heart raced involuntarily, and anticipation filled his eyes. Shimatsuki Kushiro, the master of Roronoa Zoro, prayed that the childhood companion Zoro spoke of was indeed his daughter. Kuina, a valiant girl who aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman but met an untimely demise due to an accident. This was Zoro's regret, and it was also his. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Zoro's childhood companion was Kuina. Please reveal the name of your childhood companion, the luminous screen inquired. Zoro replied solemnly, Kuina. Upon hearing this name, Shimatsuki Kushiro clenched his fists, tears involuntarily sliding down his cheeks, yet he sighed in relief. Just then, a beam of white light illuminated Kuina's grave not far away. In the next moment, a cautious head emerged from the grave. Bewildered, what is happening? She surveyed her surroundings, uncertain of what had transpired. Child, how wonderful. You have finally returned to the light. At that moment, Shimatsuki Kushiro rushed over. Upon seeing the girl, he was overcome with emotion and tears flowed freely. Father, why are you crying? What has happened to me? Why am I in a grave? Did something occur? I remember falling down the stairs. Does that mean I have died once? This girl is indeed Kuina. She pointed at the gravestone inscribed with her name. Bewildered that I will explain these questions later. For now, let us return home. Shimatsuki Kushiro joyfully scooped up Kuina and headed towards the dojo. This scene was, of course, being broadcast live. Seeing Kuina revived, Zoro sighed in relief. He had no regrets in this life. The only regret he had was now resolved. This was already the third person revived. The power of this luminous screen is indeed terrifying. I wish to be on the list. I have many I wish to resurrect. I long to acquire great power. Countless individuals were envious, watching others ascend the ranks and receive various miraculous opportunities while they themselves could not experience such fortune. A feeling that was undeniably painful. As for Kuina, does that mean I have been dead for over a decade, only to be revived by Zoro moments ago? How astonishing. This luminous screen possesses such remarkable abilities. Kuina gazed in shock at the floating screen before her, her heart filled with awe. Indeed, you must thank Zoro. Without him, I fear I would never have seen you again. Kushiro remarked that I will. Kuina nodded obediently. Then, her expression turned resolute. Father, please continue to teach me swordsmanship. I wish to set sail and duel with swordsmen across the seas. I want to chase after that guy Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman, and experience it for myself. Hearing this, Kushiro was momentarily taken aback, then sighed and nodded. Ultimately, I cannot prevent you. Very well. Go forth and carve out your own path. He understood his daughter's spirit. Once she set her mind on something, there was no room for change. A female great swordsman. Bold, yet regrettably, it is impossible. The disparity in strength between genders is far too evident. Some scoffed. They admired Kuina's bravery, but regrettably, the title of the world's greatest swordsman could never belong to her. The dojo master sensed that Kushiro was no ordinary man. Some stared at the slender, bespectacled man, who appeared refined yet exuded an aura reminiscent of a soaring sword, striking fear into their hearts. I recall now, he is that man, renowned alongside the swordsman Dracula Mihawk, possessing formidable strength, who vanished from the seas over 20 years ago. Initially, I thought he had perished, yet he still lives. Some recognized Kushiro and gasped in astonishment. Wano country, this fellow is still alive. A large Tengu, adorned with a red mask, widened his eyes in shock. His disciple Zoro is also extraordinary, seemingly a descendant of that man. He fixed his gaze on Zoro, observing him closely, resembling the legendary warrior from Wano country. Haha, who would have thought I would encounter this familiar face in the East Sea? Whitebeard glanced at Kushiro and chuckled. Before him, Blackbeard Teach bore a significant wound across his chest, his eyes brimming with ferocity. You have indeed grown stronger. Even I would require considerable effort to defeat you now, Whitebeard stated earnestly, bearing his own minor injuries. You monster, Blackbeard Teach finally uttered after a long silence. Gazing at Whitebeard. Haha, I still do not comprehend why the deceased me possesses the powers of the tremor fruit, and you too wield such power. Yet, it is clear that my control over the tremor fruit exceeds yours." Whitebeard stood firm, calmly articulating the facts. "You consider yourself superior to me." Blackbeard gritted his teeth, feeling mocked. "You have clearly obtained the full power of the tremor fruit. My body, however, cannot withstand such immense power." Blackbeard spat blood in frustration. He had believed that his powers were merely divided. Yet, unexpectedly, Whitebeard effortlessly amplified the portion that had been divided, bringing it close to the complete might of the tremor fruit. Meanwhile, he could only unleash 70% of its power. He was having second thoughts. Despite commanding a fleet of 50,000, he understood that to Whitebeard, they were merely a swarm of ants. "Blackbeard, retreat. You are no match for us." Just then, Shanks also approached, intending to utilize his fruit's powers to halt this war. "Ha ha. I fear old man Whitebeard will not agree." Blackbeard let out a sinister laugh to mask his inner unease. Casting a mocking glance at red-haired Shanks, "Whitebeard, who is that? The world's strongest man. How could he possibly allow anyone to disrupt his affairs?" "No, I refuse to accept this." To Blackbeard's astonishment, Whitebeard actually agreed, his gaze sharp as a blade. He swept over Blackbeard and declared, "Teach, this head shall rest upon your shoulders until I come to claim it. Defeating you today would certainly give you grounds to believe I triumphed through mere chance. What sheer bravado, to make an emperor wait for him to retrieve his head. Ah, this man is Whitebeard. Then all is well." Blackbeard, upon hearing this, felt his nostrils flare with indignation. Was Whitebeard belittling him? After all, he too had achieved a measure of power and was being so openly disregarded. Even if this man was Whitebeard, do not come to regret this. Yet Blackbeard ultimately chose to endure it. He recognized that this was not the time for impulsive actions. He could not withstand the combined assault of red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. Withdrawal was the only prudent course. Otherwise, he would truly perish here today. "Father, we cannot let the tiger return to the mountain." Fire Fist Ace, Flower Sword Vista, and others were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Whitebeard would spare Blackbeard. "No need to persuade me. I have made my decision." Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Fire Fist Ace and the others to cease their protests. Observing this, Blackbeard hastily retreated. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Whitebeard remained true to his nature, never acting rashly. He was exceedingly wise. On the Navy warship, Sengoku watched this scene unfold with a sigh, seemingly feeling a sense of regret. "Why do you say that, Inspector?" a perplexed major inquired. He believed that Whitebeard could have slain Blackbeard here, thereby eliminating a future threat. Why let the tiger return to the mountain? Was this truly wise? He thought Whitebeard was shockingly arrogant. "Just look at the number of the Whitebeard pirates," Sengoku replied. "Their entire crew totals barely over 100, with only a dozen or so captains. Yet Blackbeard's crew boasts a staggering 50,000 members, fully armed. Even if the Whitebeard pirates could eliminate Blackbeard and wipe out his crew, they would suffer tremendous losses themselves." Whitebeard cherished his sons dearly, and would naturally not allow them to suffer excessive casualties. Now that Whitebeard had returned, he needed only to raise his arm, and the scattered remnants of the former Whitebeard pirates would gather around him once more. At that point, with a formidable force at his command, annihilating Blackbeard's crew would be far easier. Truly, it was Blackbeard who was the one letting the tiger return to the mountain. To Whitebeard, Blackbeard was merely a wolf. Sengoku paused briefly before continuing. "Moreover, not to mention the uncertain ally that is red-haired Shanks, we ourselves pose a threat. If Whitebeard truly engages Blackbeard in a life-or-death struggle, we stand to gain the most. Even Whitebeard could find himself as our prisoner. Thus, in a bid to preserve his forces to the greatest extent possible, while also gauging the enemy's strength, Whitebeard swiftly prepared to retreat. This was an exceptionally wise choice. It not only prevented us from reaping the benefits, but also allowed him to strengthen his forces upon returning, ultimately leading to the downfall of his enemies while preserving Shanks' dignity. Truly a threefold gain. This is Whitebeard, capable of wreaking havoc and possessing formidable strategy." After hearing Sengoku's explanation, the major was left utterly speechless. He had never anticipated such intricate layers to the situation. Well, it seems there is no way to enjoy the thrilling battle while watching this illuminated screen. He muttered in awe. Truly terrifying. Whitebeard, Kizaru stood and approached the bow of the ship, his demeanor unusually serious for the first time. With the 5 emperors coexisting, what further upheavals might arise from the contents of this screen? Sengoku also rose. That will depend on what shocking revelations this screen will unveil next. From the 7 videos currently airing, they had already gleaned a wealth of information. Straw Hat Luffy would confront the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. He would cause a ruckus at Big Mom's wedding. Jinbe would exit Big Mom's faction. Big Mom was set to marry a notorious family from the North Sea. Sanji hailed from the Vinsmoke family. Moreover, when facing Doflamingo's subordinate, Monet, the Navy would find itself aligned with the Straw Hat crew. And then there was Beckman, that he possessed the power of immortality, significantly elevating the threat he posed. A man would soon rise to defeat Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. These tidings were hardly favorable for them. For the entire sea, they spelled chaos. He believed that Big Mom, whose marriage plans had been prematurely exposed, must be in a frenzy right now. Furthermore, Whitebeard would inevitably confront Big Mom over Fishman Island and Jinbe's matters, potentially leading to a grand conflict. Enumerating the 15 most ostentatious moments in the pirate world, the 8th scene featured Roger, introducing a character who had lived for over a century, a trend-setting musician. He was witty and humorous, with an indomitable spirit. Known as the King of Souls, he was a household name, yet at times, he would transform into a serious old lecher, leaving others both exasperated and amused. The illuminated screen continued to roll. After viewing this individual's introduction, many wore expressions of astonishment. The King of Souls. Could it be him? A collective gaze shifted toward a poster on the wall, depicting a flamboyantly dressed, afro-haired skeleton man clutching an electric guitar. Brook, this refers to you. My heavens, you've made the list. On the Thousand Sunny, Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, Brook, you're incredible. You've made the list too. Chopper scrambled onto Brook's shoulder, resembling a child imploring his master for guidance. If that's the case, half of our crew has made the list. Nico Robin commented from the side. This is truly remarkable. Oh, is it really that impressive? Everyone exclaimed in delight. Such a jubilant occasion certainly warranted a grand celebration. Only Monkey D. Luffy, the carefree soul, could utter such words while dancing around in excitement. Yo-ho-ho, I didn't expect to be on the list too. What an honor. It nearly made my eyeballs pop out. Though lacking eyeballs, he chuckled heartily. Brook himself was equally thrilled, gazing at the screen, eager to witness his moment of glory. The scene transitioned to a quaint tavern. What? You're the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Luffy exclaimed, astonished. Before him sat an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a lively demeanor. Sporting glasses, he poured himself a drink and calmly stated, Yes, I am the former first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. A pleasure to meet you. It seemed this title was not one he felt the need to boast about. Upon hearing this, the entire tavern erupted in shock among the Straw Hat crew. The first mate? Usopp was so startled that he spat out the juice he was drinking. At that moment, a woman leaning against the bar looked at the octopus man lying on a makeshift bed and asked, Did you not inform them, Frankie? The octopus man replied, No, because the coding matter was more pressing. The only one unfazed by Rayleigh's identity was Nico Robin, who set down her drink. Did none of you notice? Upon reaching this point, the crew realized that this sister of theirs was quite adept at maintaining her poise. However, the powerful individuals surrounding them regarded the situation with grave expressions. They finally understood why Luffy had appeared at Sabati Archipelago and why Rayleigh had intervened against the Navy. It turned out they were already acquainted. Who would have thought the Pirate King's right-hand man was hiding in Sabati Archipelago? Furthermore, the woman beside Rayleigh had been a legendary witch decades ago, an extraordinary figure residing in Sabati Archipelago. This was indeed a monumental scoop. How could two such notorious legends be in Sabati without the Navy taking any action? Had they reached some unspoken agreement? To my astonishment, I find myself witnessing the legendary figure of Rayleigh. A true marvel of lore. The ocean once again erupts in fervor due to this video. In the frame, Nami, Frankie, Sanji, and Usopp of the Straw Hat crew are rendered astonished, filled with regret and excitement upon recognizing Rayleigh. Meanwhile, seated at the bar, indulging in a meal, Brooks solemnly remarks, There seems to have been a newcomer named Joel D. Roger, although perhaps not. His words go unheard by others, as he is merely conversing with himself. However, the viewers of the video are left utterly petrified. They gaze in disbelief at Brook on the screen. This serious pretentiousness of his genuine. What does it mean to refer to Joel D. Roger as a newcomer, even if it is so? After all, He is the Pirate King. To call the Pirate King a newcomer is quite audacious. They commend this bravado, fearing not Brook's pride. The pretentious display of Brook concludes with that statement. It is indeed brief, one might say rather short. Yet, this moment of ostentation leaves a more profound impression than Zoro's renowned display, for Brook's seriousness is simply unparalleled. Fortunately, this time, it does not provoke significant trouble. Sengoku breathes a sigh of relief that Brook's display occurred 2 years prior, and it revealed little that could unsettle the seas. He hopes that the forthcoming rewards will not incite any tumult. This is only the 8th. There are still 7 to go. He remains uncertain how many others might unveil astonishing news. Here it comes. The rewards have arrived. Who would have imagined that the King of Souls could be so adept at pretense? One must admit, I never anticipated the King of Souls to be such a master of ostentation. By the way, has he truly lived for over a century? Indeed, to refer to Roger as a newcomer. How ancient must he be? Sengoku remains indifferent. Yet others are not so unconcerned about Brook's age. How many would dare to call Roger a newcomer? Very few. Even Whitebeard conversed with Roger as an equal. 8th place in the spectacle creators. King of Souls, Brook. Reason for ranking. Despite being a musician, does it hinder my pretense? Not at all. Congratulations on unlocking the moment of ostentation. Brook, please claim your reward. The reward. Resurrect all your crew members. Upon Brook's reward announcement, the audience across the seas immediately sensed a change. Brook's reward consists of only one option, with no room for choice. What is the meaning of this? Why is Brook limited to a single reward? Could it be that those ranking later will also have designated rewards with no options? This alteration left many furrowing their brows. It does not bode well. But Brook is unconcerned. Gazing at the reward displayed on the screen, his voice trembles. Can I truly resurrect them? He is overwhelmed with disbelief. The loss of his former crew members has always been a deep sorrow within him. Who would have thought? Today he has a chance for redemption. Do you wish to claim the reward? The screen prompts. Without hesitation, Brook responds, yes. In the next moment, a beam of light descends upon a certain sea area of the Grand Line. Subsequently, a dilapidated, decrepit ship emerges. One by one, skeletons rise from the deck, as if the ship were being reversed in time, continuously rejuvenating and shining. The skeletons undergo a similar transformation, developing veins and flesh, ultimately becoming living beings. The onlookers are left astonished, as if witnessing a ghostly phenomenon. Can it be? Such occurrences exist in this world. Many are left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast of the scene cannot believe their eyes. What divine power is this? The existence of such power in this world is utterly terrifying. At this moment, the world government. Impossible. How could such power exist in this world? The 5 elders are inexplicably shaken. Feeling their very souls quiver, this is exceedingly detrimental to their rule. This display will undoubtedly shake their dominion. The power of this screen exceeds their control. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Everyone, you have returned to life. Brook, in tears, cries out, overjoyed. After listening to Brook's account, his former captain, though finding it absurd, is simply glad that they have indeed been resurrected. Brook, calm down. Now that you have new bonds, let us sail forth. We should go see Laboon. After all these years, he must be yearning for us. Thank you. Brook, when the opportunity arises, I must host a grand banquet for you. The members of the Rumbar Pirates bid farewell to Brook. The live broadcast of the screen appropriately concludes and shifts to the video playback. 9th scene. I am in a rather foul mood, so tread carefully. Mihawk, I grant you 3 minutes to defeat me. After 3 minutes, I shall not accompany you. Character introduction. He is one of the former Shichibukai. A strategist with a ruthless demeanor, he is a user of a Logia-type ability, immensely powerful, yet the first to lose his Shichibukai status. Following this brief introduction, the video begins to play. Many have already deduced who this individual is. It must be Crocodile. Indeed, the first to be expelled from the ranks of the Shichibukai could only be him. TSK, I can only imagine how sour that Crocodile's expression must be across the seas. Who has not heard of Crocodile's name? Thus, upon mentioning the first to lose Shichibukai status, everyone is aware it is him. You, scoundrel! Somewhere in the new world, Crocodile glares at the screen, his expression darkening with fury. While others' introductions may not reveal all their praises, they at least refrain from digging into dark histories. Yet, upon his appearance, The introduction blatantly highlights his past misdeeds. Is this not a direct humiliation? Now, those who were unaware of his status as the first to lose Shichibukai rank are now in the know. Perhaps, even more will discover that he was defeated by the fledgling Straw Hat Luffy. His pride takes a significant blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Crocodile knows there are now countless individuals mocking him behind his back. Crocodile, at the castle of Kurikana Island, gazes at the introduction on the screen, squinting slightly. If memory serves correctly, Crocodile's initial remark was made during the Marineford War. The reason behind that statement was, it seems, to rescue the fleeing Straw Hat Luffy from his pursuers. How intriguing. He murmurs. This video on the screen makes for an excellent means to pass the time. The scene unfolds amidst a chaotic battleground. Blood flows from Crocodile's head, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression one of utter annoyance. With Straw Hat Luffy standing behind him, Crocodile speaks, his impatience palpable. You are too much of a nuisance. Straw Hat Brat, get lost. His tone is rather brusque towards Luffy. However, those who have witnessed the Marineford broadcast know that Crocodile actually saved Straw Hat Luffy. Mere seconds before Crocodile intervened, Luffy was being relentlessly pursued by Mihawk. Indeed, one must admit, Crocodile exudes an aura of dominance. Indeed, when he puts on airs, he is truly exceptional. Someone comments. Unfortunately, Crocodile cannot hear it. Otherwise, he would surely feel pleased. In the video, Mihawk inquires, "Why do you stop me?" Crocodile, his tone remains calm. Yet, Crocodile still appears displeased, responding, "I am in a supremely foul mood. You best be cautious, Mihawk." Upon hearing this, Mihawk's gaze sharpens, and he swings his sword with intent. He is Mihawk, not one to be insulted. Smack. The first segment of the scene concludes here. That I was hoping to see the battle between Crocodile and Mihawk. How could it just end? Oh dear, you truly excel at tantalizing our curiosity. This is akin to having one's trousers removed, only to be shown a mere glimpse of Peppa Pig. While it is rather frustrating, I must admit, there is a certain satisfaction in witnessing others flaunting their pretentiousness. Nonsense. What satisfaction can one derive from observing others' ostentation? Within the luminous screen, voices from all corners of the world emerged, accompanied by their current visual states. When the video was not playing, individuals from all over could communicate with one another in real time. It was evident that Crocodile's display of bravado was remarkably successful. Indeed, few dare to speak such words to Hawkeye. The consensus among the onlookers was that Crocodile's showmanship was widely acknowledged. As the screen illuminated, the scene abruptly transitioned to a vast desert. The figure of Crocodile appeared, composed and unruffled, a cigar elegantly perched between his lips, seemingly impervious to the scorching sun of the desert. Opposite him stood Monkey D. Luffy, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he gazed at Crocodile, which swiftly morphed into fury at "Itsu, who has brought ruin upon Vivi's kingdom. I shall send you flying," he bellowed. His resolve unwavering to in the next moment, he charged forward, fists raining down upon Crocodile. Yet, Crocodile remained steadfast, unyielding, as the ground beneath him was pounded into numerous craters. His Logia powers rendered him intangible, making it impossible to strike his physical form without haki. Facing Luffy's barrage of punches, Crocodile displayed an air of tranquility, barely acknowledging Luffy's presence. "Desist, Straw Hat Luffy. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. You are unworthy of attempting to rescue this nation from my grasp," he declared with a dismissive wave. In an instant, he unleashed a desert sword, a blade of sand slicing through the air, forcing Luffy to evade in alarm. "You have 3 minutes to defeat me. After that, I shall not entertain you any longer," Crocodile remarked, his gaze condescending, treating Luffy as a mere child engaged in play. This provocation ignited Luffy's anger anew, and he launched another assault, employing every ounce of his strength. Fists pounding and kicks landing heavily. Alas, against a Logia user, such efforts were futile. Thus, 3 minutes elapsed. "Time is up, Straw Hat Luffy. Farewell," Crocodile declared as he slammed his palm into the ground. Desert Sunflower, with a tremendous roar. The sand beneath Luffy trembled violently, collapsing as if it were a swamp, offering him no foothold and swallowing him whole. Within the expanse of the desert, only Crocodile's retreating silhouette remained, as if to proclaim how lonely it is to be invincible. The scene concluded with Crocodile's back turned. How infuriating, he is such a master of pretense, and we have fallen for it. How can this be? Where on earth did you all learn such skills and ostentation? You are truly remarkable. After watching Crocodile's grand display, everyone could only conclude that those who ascend the ranks of pretenders are indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, Crocodile was soon to experience firsthand what it meant to suffer the repercussions of his own ostentation. Someone's remark ignited a fervent discussion among the crowd. My dear fellow, you are far too cruel. Are you not afraid that Crocodile will demand an explanation from you? Indeed, it was amusing to witness Crocodile flaunting his bravado only to be swiftly defeated by Luffy. A rather embarrassing turn of events. This teaches us a valuable lesson. Without strength, do not indulge in pretense, lest you attract misfortune. How unfortunate. Crocodile, having initially felt pleased after viewing his display, was soon confronted by those referencing his previous defeat at the hands of Luffy. Dark clouds gathering over his countenance. Must they always bring up that particular chapter of his history? These individuals seemed insatiable in their torment. He cast a glance at those who had mocked him most vocally. Committing their faces to memory. Mock me, and you shall pay the price. Alas, he was but a pitiful soul. Sengoku shook his head, feigning sympathy for Crocodile. However, the expression on his face suggested a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, Crocodile had finally managed to impress, only to have his ego deflated. His dignity was in tatters. Sengoku's sympathy did not go unnoticed by Crocodile, who for the first time found himself loathing the luminous screen. Regrettably, he had no means to destroy this infernal contraption, for it lacked any tangible form. Ninth in the pantheon of pretentious displays. Sand Crocodile. Reason for inclusion. Do not provoke me. I am in the midst of a display. And should you thwart my ostentation, you will face dire consequences. Crocodile was on the verge of madness. He felt as though this screen bore a grudge against him, constantly conspiring against him. Allowing him to be included was one thing. But why must they highlight his loss of the warlord title as a brilliant achievement? This was intolerable. Why, upon concluding, must it deliver yet another blow to his pride by referencing his failure? He was not one to be so humiliated. Given the choice, he would prefer not to be on the list at all. Others who appeared were celebrated with grandeur, while he was left with his embarrassing anecdotes echoing throughout the world. This was no way to treat a man. Crocodile likely regretted his previous actions deeply. I can almost envision his sullen face, wishing to exact revenge upon us. I can hardly contain my laughter at the mere thought of Crocodile's current predicament. Oh dear, those mocking crocodiles show no signs of stopping, oblivious to the fact that they have already found themselves on Crocodile's blacklist. Congratulations, Sand Crocodile. You have unlocked the achievement of creating a memorable display of pretense. Please claim your reward. A cadre of loyal subordinates to assist you in achieving your ambitions, each possessing a bounty of no less than 200 million. Upon hearing this reward, the crowd gasped. This was no trivial matter. If Crocodile were to claim this reward, a new powerhouse would undoubtedly emerge in the New World. A cadre of subordinates with bounties of 200 million. Unbelievable. That is excessively generous. Just contemplating it sends shivers down one's spine. Who, aside from the four emperors, could possibly stand against such a formidable crocodile? Almost none. Even the warlords would be powerless. Sengoku's expression darkened instantly. He knew that matters would not unfold easily. Brook's display of bravado did not significantly disturb the seas, but Crocodile's ostentation was poised to incite chaos. This screen truly thrives on discord. It would be exceedingly difficult for our navy to manage the ensuing turmoil. Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern that in times of upheaval, anything could transpire, the populace would suffer, and the world would spiral into chaos. Perhaps yet another dangerous presence akin to rocks would emerge. Would there be any naval heroes capable of turning the tide? Sengoku felt hope was scant. May I request a different reward? In an unexpected turn of events, Crocodile astonishingly chose not to claim his reward, that he wished to exchange it for something else. At that moment, the world was left in stunned silence. The crowd gazed at Crocodile, puzzled as to why he would desire an alternative reward. Was he dissatisfied with the offered bounty? Surely, such a request would not be entertained. Could there truly be such an option? The onlookers were filled with uncertainty that if rewards could indeed be exchanged, then the possibilities were endless. After all, if one could select from rewards, why not opt for the power of invincibility? Granted, the screen responded, acquiescing to Crocodile's request. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. It was indeed possible. How could this be? Such an operation was unheard of. State your demand. Crocodile. Those who mocked me earlier shall suffer misfortune for a year, Crocodile declared, his gaze dark and menacing to death. The crowd gasped collectively upon hearing Crocodile's demand, particularly those who had previously ridiculed him, feeling a chill run down their spines. This was quite a severe form of retribution, and the speed at which it arrived was alarming. They felt a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, that request cannot be fulfilled, the screen announced. Everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It was perfect that it could not be accomplished. However, a 6-month curse was entirely feasible. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of voices erupted. Hey, hey, hey! Surely, this absurd demand cannot be entertained. I was wrong. Lord Crocodile. Please, have mercy on a foolish grandson like me. I kneel before you, dear elder. Spare me this misunderstanding. Panic and lamentation swept across the seas. What a misfortune for half a year. Oh heavens, they are at their wits' end. It is as if the god of misfortune has possessed them. Even drinking water becomes a perilous endeavor, choking them with every breath. How can one continue to live under such circumstances? Humph, now you realize your error. It is too late. With a smirk of vindication, Crocodile addressed the luminous screen. Let it be known that anyone who dares to mock me henceforth should tread carefully. To spare these people? Not a chance. Do they think the title of Sand Crocodile came without reason? Without ruthlessness, how could one stand firm? The screen announced. Rewards have been distributed. As the words echoed, beams of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping numerous individuals. Suddenly, a pained wail arose from someone clutching their throat, terror etched upon their face, desperately thumping their chest. After a long while, they finally regained composure. Choked while drinking, my psyche is unraveling, a voice bellowed. Tears streaming down their cheeks. It turns out they were merely choking on water. Oh dear, can it really be so effective? One unfortunate soul, having fallen and bloodied their face, lamented incessantly. They had stumbled on level ground. Witnessing this scene, the remaining spectators across the seas could not help but gasp in horror. Crocodile is truly merciless. They mused. It would be wise to refrain from mocking others in the future. Encountering someone with a good disposition might yield a light-hearted exchange, but crossing paths with a tempestuous individual like Crocodile would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. Even Sengoku, the legendary figure, found himself momentarily stunned. Crocodile, a formidable warlord of his time, was behaving like a petulant child, seeking vengeance for the slightest slight. This was far from his usual demeanor. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. With the loss of a crew boasting bounties exceeding 200 million, he posed less of a threat. In fact, some had already deduced Crocodile's whereabouts based on the brief glimpse provided by the luminous screen, the island of Nerkira in the New World. Close to the territory of the Yonko, Blackbeard, as the audience perused the pirate world list of the top 15 ostentatious moments, they stumbled upon the 10th. Be my son. Many viewers could not suppress their laughter, spitting their drinks in disbelief. This needed no introduction. If one were unfamiliar with this person, their existence would indeed be in vain. What? Whitebeard made the list as well. My heavens, I feel as though the seas will never know peace again. The thought of the rewards bestowed upon those who made the list sent a shiver down the spines of the audience. How could Whitebeard also be on the list? At this moment, not only did Sengoku's pupils widen in shock, but even the fleet admiral Sakazuki, stationed at the Navy headquarters, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Whitebeard was already immensely powerful. With his name on the list and the rewards he would receive, who in this world could possibly counterbalance him? This was indeed grave news. Have we yet to ascertain the origins of this mysterious screen? He inquired solemnly. This phenomenon was exceedingly eerie. Its power was unparalleled, yet it had no physical form. He had never encountered anything so terrifying. Not yet, a colonel reported. The origins of this screen are utterly elusive. There are no records of it in any past documents. Moreover, such intangible entities have never been encountered before. It does not resemble the abilities of a devil fruit user, nor does hockey or sea prism stone have any effect on it. Upon hearing the colonel's report, Sakazuki's brows furrowed even deeper. The screen continued to display images. A character introduction appeared. He is the world's mightiest man, renowned across the seas, a figure known by all. He is referred to as the stabilizing force of his era, the leader of the previous age, suppressing an entire epoch that a lifetime of heroism, with children aplenty, yet he holds no interest in the title of Pirate King. He merely desires a joyful family. Indeed, it was Whitebeard. Even without this introduction, everyone recognized him. However, the confirmation weighed heavily upon their hearts. This was none other than Whitebeard. The footage began to play, but this time, an additional line of text appeared. Year 1517 of the Sea Garden Calendar, March. Upon seeing this line, the audience across the seas immediately understood when these events transpired, sparing them the need to speculate the year as they had previously. On a coastal shore, a freckled youth, brimming with determination, gazed ahead at a towering whale shark fisherman, declaring, "Big guy, I wish to meet Whitebeard." The whale shark fisherman, known as Jinbe, firmly refused Ace's request, stating, "I cannot allow someone with such bloodlust to meet our father." Behind Ace, his crew urged, "Captain, that individual is Jinbe." Yet Ace remained undeterred, his excitement growing. "A warlord, how fortunate I am." The two engaged in battle. In an instant, flames surged, shaking the mountains and forests. Their shouts echoed as the earth trembled beneath them. The entire forest erupted due to their clash. Thus, days passed, the sun rising and setting. 5 days had gone by. Ace's crew could hardly believe their eyes. They have fought for 5 days without a victor. These two were fighting for their lives. Just as they were consumed by worry, the two finally separated, both utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Ace. Their cries of concern erupted, but before they could check on Ace, a colossal treasure ship resembling a whale emerged from the fog along the shore. "What is that?" Ace's crew braced themselves. At the bow of the ship stood a towering figure wielding a long blade, exuding an aura that commanded the heavens. "Who dares seek my head?" The figure laughed. "Then I shall indulge his request and play along." As the treasure ship burst forth from the mist, the figure finally revealed himself. Whitebeard. Ace's crew gasped in terror. "I alone am sufficient." Whitebeard halted the intentions of his crew to intervene, landing gracefully and approaching the fallen Ace. Boom! Without even seeing Whitebeard move, Ace's crew was sent flying in all directions. The might of the Yonko was truly terrifying. Witnessing this, Ace panicked, struggling to rise, and shouted, "Flame wall." A curtain of flames surrounded Whitebeard and himself, separating them from his crew. This action bewildered his crew. Ace was facing Whitebeard alone. Was he jesting? That man was the mightiest. "Flee at once," Ace urged his crew. "What is this? Are we retreating now?" Whitebeard scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice that I hope you can spare my comrades. "In exchange, I will remain here." Ace regarded Whitebeard with a grave expression. Only when standing before this man did he comprehend the vast chasm that separated them. Invincible. Yet, even so, Ace would not concede. If he were to die, it would be in a blaze of glory. "You impudent brat, you are rather audacious." Whitebeard smirked, standing firm, signaling Ace to commence. "Hi-ya!" Ace charged forward. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as his blade descended. Spilling forth a torrent of blood, the screen went blank. Then, the scene shifted to a desolate ruin. Ace lay on the ground, while Whitebeard remained steadfast. After a long pause, Ace finally regained his composure, lifting his head. A mixture of reluctance and helplessness on his face. This is the man who once fought for supremacy with that individual. He struggled to rise, his gaze still fierce as he looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, however, remained unfazed, grinning as he remarked, "You are quite spirited, young one. It would be a pity to let you die now." Hearing this, Ace was taken aback. Whitebeard continued, "If you have not yet had your fill of chaos, then go forth and wreak havoc in my name across these seas." Naturally, Ace resisted. However, to his astonishment, Whitebeard extended his hand and, meeting Ace's incredulous gaze, earnestly proposed, "Be my son." Ace exclaimed, "Don't joke with me." The scene concludes here. 10th place in the Spectacle Creators. Edward Whitebeard Newgate. Reason for ranking. I have no other hobbies, but I take pleasure in having others call me father. These words appear on the screen. Yet many remain enraptured by the previous sequence. The fact that Portgas D.Ace was so casually recruited into the Whitebeard Pirates is astonishing. "Be my son," he said, a statement both commanding and infuriating. But coming from Whitebeard, it is utterly justified. I realize that Fire Fist Ace is Whitebeard's son, and Ace is also the grandson of Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp. Rounding it off, Whitebeard is Garp's son. Haha, Don't make me laugh. Brother, are you not afraid that both Garp and Whitebeard will come after you? Whitebeard. Ah, Garp, with those bushy eyebrows and large eyes, I never imagined you would take advantage of me. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, why would such a scene even be aired? It's utterly embarrassing. Fire Fist Ace covers his face. Young and naive, he dared to challenge Whitebeard, only to be utterly defeated. And ended up becoming someone else's son. Quite the predicament. Now the whole ocean knows he was bested by Whitebeard and subsequently submitted to him. How will this affect his reputation as a somewhat well-known contender on the seas? A mere invitation of "be my son" can break him. Ha ha ha. Ace, why conceal your face, afraid of being seen? Some captains of the Whitebeard pirates naturally noticed Ace's actions and couldn't resist teasing him. This left Fire Fist Ace feeling utterly dejected. Now he has a tarnished history. However, the high-ranking Marines and the formidable pirates of the New World are far from amused or excited. They never anticipated Whitebeard would make the list. When Whitebeard revived, they thought the seas would descend into further chaos, and opportunists believed their fortunes were at hand. But now, they feel a chill run down their spines. Whitebeard is on the list. His reward will undoubtedly be significant. With Whitebeard's already immense power, any reward he receives will make him the mightiest force in these waters, unbalancing the ocean entirely. Many of them will face dire times. Opportunism must occur amidst the chaos. Yet Whitebeard's reward will inevitably shatter all expectations if only they could prevent Whitebeard from obtaining his reward. Sakazuki mutters gloomily to himself, knowing full well it is an impossible task. Whitebeard, I hope you choose a reward that poses minimal threat, Sengoku whispers, yet he understands he has no control over such matters. Congratulations, Whitebeard, for unlocking the achievement of iconic moments. Please claim your reward. Reward details. Return to the state of youth. Vitality surging. Upon seeing this reward, Marco and the others were left stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at Whitebeard's body regaining its youthful vigor. No one in this sea could possibly rival him. The only one who could match such a state is long dead, Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Sengoku's expression turns ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He knows all too well the terror of Whitebeard in such a state. A single laugh could capsize the ocean, summoning apocalyptic tsunamis. In his prime, a Whitebeard like that would be a challenge even for the admirals to endure. The Gorosei are equally drenched in cold sweat. The terror of Whitebeard's reward is simply overwhelming. One mere screen has already given them headaches. If another Whitebeard emerges, they feel the end is nigh. Why does our marine lack even a single individual on the list? Even one would suffice. For the first time, the Gorosei feel their world government might be doomed. 10 iconic moments have been ranked, and all are from the pirate faction. Does our marine have no one capable of such grandeur? For the first time, they ponder whether being ostentatious might not be such a bad thing after all. It could perhaps yield unimaginable benefits for the Navy. The world's attention is entirely focused on the live broadcast of Whitebeard. The recently departed Blackbeard looks on in terror at the screen, holding his breath. Whitebeard returns to his zenith. He is certainly doomed. There is no way he can prevent Whitebeard from obliterating him. Cool la la. Whitebeard's laughter echoes, still as boisterous as ever. From across the screen, a voice asks, "Old man, may I request a different reward?" Crocodile had previously exchanged a reward, setting a precedent, prompting Whitebeard to inquire. "Please state your request." The screen flickers, providing a response. Marco and the others watch in astonishment. What reward does Whitebeard wish to exchange? "Let my injured children regain their health." Whitebeard glances at the captains behind him and states, 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu has lost an arm. The Flower Sword Vista has suffered eye damage. The Ice Witch, Hiyori, has lost a leg. Apart from Marco, Ace, and a few other captains, the rest bear varying degrees of injury. What? Old man, how can this be? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains gasp in shock. Their losses are trivial. As long as Whitebeard is youthful and healthy, that is their utmost desire. Can you confirm the reward change? The screen inquires. Whitebeard grins widely. Of course, his greatest wish is to have a joyful and harmonious family. His son's health is the vision he longs to see as a father. Old man. The others are anxious. Such a splendid opportunity. How could Whitebeard squander it on them? But it is too late. Streams of white light descend, enveloping Diamond Jozu and the others. Before their astonished eyes, the damaged limbs are fully restored. Cool la la, splendid, Whitebeard exclaims, breaking into a broad smile that he is thoroughly satisfied. Phew. After witnessing this scene, Numerous heroes of the sea collectively exhale in relief. How terrifying. They were on the brink of a situation that could have plunged them into despair. Blackbeard, appearing as if he has narrowly escaped disaster, smugly remarks, "Whitebeard, your mercy will one day be your undoing. As long as Whitebeard does not regain his youth, there is nothing to fear. How long can that broken body hold out? How can it withstand a vigorous emperor like me? Red-haired Shanks, as expected of you, Whitebeard. Most people lack such resolve. To forego a chance to regain youthful vigor to restore his sons' bodies. Only Whitebeard possesses such an indomitable spirit, remaining unmatched in the world even in his frail state." Then, he turns to Beckman and says, "Look, only 5 moments remain, and I am still not among them that I told you. There is no way I could make it onto this list." His playful demeanor is hard to reconcile with his status as one of the 4 emperors, ranking the 15 iconic moments in the pirate world. 11th place moment. How can you disturb our king right upon your arrival? Upon reading this statement, the expressions of Blackbeard, Sengoku, Sakazuki, and other formidable figures freeze in shock. This phrase seems to conjure the image of a pineapple-headed man in their minds. Cold sweat beads down their brows. They realize they have perhaps rejoiced too soon. Character introduction. He is the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, yet the most powerful among all ship's doctors. He has a bounty of 347 million berries, renowned far and wide, and serves as the captain of the 1st Division, earning Whitebeard's utmost trust. Just like Whitebeard, there is no need for an introduction. Everyone knows who the protagonist of this iconic moment is, the Phoenix. Marco, Sengoku's pupils tremble once more. He realizes that what Whitebeard could not achieve earlier, Marco might just help him accomplish. How can this be? The strong from the 4 seas find their mental states on the verge of exploding. Blackbeard is undoubtedly the one most affected. Damn this screen. Are you toying with me? First, give him hope. Whitebeard did not choose to restore his youthful body. Consequently, the next protagonist of the iconic moment is Marco. What reward will Marco choose? It goes without saying. The restoration of Whitebeard's youthful body. Marco's decision will not be hindered by Whitebeard. The apocalypse is upon us. Many feel calamity is imminent. This does not mean they are facing death, but it closely resembles such a scenario. Whitebeard's overwhelming strength will disrupt the existing balance among the 4 emperors, unless he takes down one of the emperors to stabilize the equilibrium. Yet even then, such a powerful Whitebeard will surely incite an unprecedented wave of allegiance in the New World at that time. The Navy will undoubtedly remain vigilant. However, there will inevitably be certain areas where the naval supervision is weakened. This presents an opportunity for crime. The Revolutionary Army, which has long been lying in wait, along with some suppressed pirates, will undoubtedly take action. In doing so, many will surely suffer. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates are taken aback. Whitebeard himself is somewhat surprised to see Marco on the list, and so closely positioned beside him. Observing the smile on Marco's face, Whitebeard seems to comprehend something. Letting out a helpless sigh at it is best to let things unfold naturally. He cannot refuse his son's good intentions. The scene plays on. The time is a certain day in October of the year 1520 in the Sea Garden calendar. The location needs no introduction. All viewers across the seas know where this is. Marie Ford. During the war famously referred to as the Paramount War. Puff. Bang. In the midst of battle, facing the fierce captains of the Whitebeard pirates, the combined forces of the Navy are utterly outmatched. Retreating in disarray, the front line is in shambles. At this moment, the Admiral Kizaru, seated on the execution platform, finally rises to join the fray. Really now, he remarks, observing the Whitebeard pirates' captains breaking through the lines, offering a half-hearted compliment, as expected of captains. Each one is as formidable as a monster. To minimize losses, the only strategy is to capture the leader. The target is Whitebeard. He transforms into a stream of light particles, coalescing into a diamond-shaped luminescent shield. Hovering above not far from Whitebeard, the dazzling radiance blinds the pirates, causing them to exclaim, "Not good." Admiral Kizaru has joined the battlefield. Kizaru solidifies from the light barrier. Yasakani no Magatama, a torrent of light, possessing terrifying destructive power, cascades down upon Whitebeard. Conversely, Whitebeard remains remarkably composed. Hey, it's too bright. Just as the light barrier is about to envelop Whitebeard, a figure leaps into the air, spreading its wings to shield Whitebeard, resulting in a tremendous clash with the light barrier. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious pirates and navy below, that figure is continuously engulfed by the light rain, its form becoming increasingly fragmented. As if on the verge of annihilation, but in the next instant, the fragmented form spreads its wings wide, surprisingly repelling Kizaru's attack, which explodes in a thunderous detonation above the heavens. The admiral's assault has been thwarted. The naval officers are astonished, unable to believe their eyes. They look on, eager to discover who has blocked this strike. In the sky, a man with a pineapple-shaped head unfurls his blue flame wings. His body riddled with holes, yet continuously healing beneath the embrace of the blue flames. With his head raised, the man's defiant expression exudes an undeniable aura. How dare you disturb our king right from the start? The 1st Division captain, the Phoenix Marco, makes his entrance. The manner of his arrival is both domineering and striking. Witnessing this scene, Kizaru offers another insincere compliment. How terrifying! The 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Phoenix Marco. Even Kizaru's tone becomes slightly serious at this moment, for the enemy is formidable. The scene concludes following Kizaru's remark. However, discussions abound. My goodness, due to the interference of the transponder snails back in the day. I could hardly catch a glimpse of Marco's entrance, which I have regretted ever since. Today, I finally witnessed it. How magnificent, how flamboyant. Even as a man, I cannot help but admire Marco. Is this truly the 1st Division captain? Unfazed even in the face of an admiral, how incredibly imposing. I cannot contain myself. I too wish to experience the feeling of uttering such words. That defiant and confident tone. How does one even express it? Countless individuals have directly begun to idolize Marco. How splendid. Apart from Whitebeard, whose entrance could rival Marco's charisma, he has truly redefined the art of showmanship. Only the mere Yonko Jinbe can compare. One stands fearless before the Yonko, while the other confronts an admiral with swagger, simply perfect, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship in the New World. How did we not notice how striking your entrance was back then? One of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates expresses admiration as expected of you. Marco, you never hold back on the theatrics. Bizarrely, Vista chuckles, his gaze filled with yearning, to be able to showcase such bravado before an admiral. He feels it would be a topic of pride to boast about for the rest of his life. In response, Marco merely smiles. Displaying bravado in front of an admiral was not his intent. It was merely a spontaneous utterance during the great battle. Otherwise, given his low-profile nature, he would never have so flamboyantly showcased himself. The 11th scene creator. Marco, congratulations, Phoenix Marco, for unlocking the achievement of a striking showmanship scene. Please claim your reward. Reward description. Restore Whitebeard's body to a youthful state. How splendid. There is no need for Marco to exchange the reward or exert any effort. The reward is directly bestowed upon Marco's innermost desire. Perfect. Crack. At this moment, throughout the seas, numerous powerful figures cannot help but clench their fists, their expressions varying: surprise, panic, excitement, gloom. The variety is endless. Sengoku, returning from his journey, wears a stern expression, and after a long moment, lets out a sigh. Is this the will of heaven? Oh, heavens, do you not wish to see the seas return to calm? Were it not for fate, why does this luminous barrier appear, and why do events that disrupt the seas keep occurring one after another? Sengoku feels weary, exhausted. A succession of significant events has caught him completely off guard. Whitebeard, at this moment, even Big Mom, who was frantically seeking trouble with Jinbe, cannot help but calm down, her expression darkening as she weighs the pros and cons. Whitebeard had already instilled fear in her, and now, with the prospect of his body rejuvenating, this will undoubtedly heighten Whitebeard's threat. Indeed, a single individual could pose a threat to an entire Yonko pirate crew. Big Mom, who once fought alongside Whitebeard in the Rocks Pirates, is acutely aware of how terrifying Whitebeard's youthful vigor can be. It would allow him to unleash the terrifying power of the Gura no Mi at will. Cataclysmic, unstoppable. Ultimately, she still believes that offending the terrifying Whitebeard for the sake of Fishman Island is unwise. Whitebeard, are you about to regain your youth? Excellent. I shall not be alone anymore. Kaido, inebriated, yet his eyes gleam with excitement. The strongest creature versus the strongest man, that he is eager for the encounter. A beam of white light descends from the heavens, enveloping Whitebeard. This is Marco's reward. Under the watchful eyes of Marco and his companions, Whitebeard's form begins to glow. His withered vitality gradually revives. At this moment, All those before the luminous barrier are riveted, their gaze fixated on this scene. No one speaks. Whitebeard shines like a light bulb. His pores emit radiant light, creating a dreamlike spectacle. What terrifying vitality, someone exclaims. Even from behind the light barrier, the aura emanating from Whitebeard induces a feeling of breathlessness. Whitebeard's bones resonate. His blood boils. His flesh becomes denser. His physique grows even more imposing. They understand. Whitebeard is truly on the verge of becoming invincible. With a youthful body and years of battle experience, Whitebeard will be unmatched. Perhaps only ancient weapons could pose a threat to him. The brilliance lasts merely half a minute, but when the radiance fades, Whitebeard appears significantly rejuvenated. His golden hair billows. His iconic crescent-shaped mustache has vanished. His age has regressed to that of 40. It's a change in the tide. Countless individuals think to themselves that it's over. Blackbeard's face reveals despair. This version of Whitebeard, he sees little hope of victory, having concluded the recounting of the 15 iconic showmanship moments in the pirate world, Part 2. The luminous barrier dissipates with a soft sound. The myriad heroes of the seas feel a lingering sense of anticipation. Then they notice something rather extraordinary. This second part of the video actually chronicled 6 iconic moments of showmanship. It completely defied expectations. After witnessing the first part's 5 moments, they assumed the second part would follow suit. However, it was entirely different. Sengoku furrows his brow. How do we respond to the upheavals brought about by Whitebeard and these revived individuals? He feels immense regret. Never could he have imagined that such miraculous and bizarre occurrences would manifest in the seas. This luminous barrier, is it a manifestation of a devil fruit power? It is the only explanation he can conceive. Only a devil fruit possesses such godlike abilities. Otherwise, how could one account for it? Such miraculous feats are beyond the capabilities of technology, as stated by Vegapunk. These belong not to technological innovations, but to the products of a more advanced civilization. The only technology that surpasses what Vegapunk has mastered would be the enigmatic devil fruits. I wonder if any of my Navy comrades will make an appearance in the last 4 videos. Witnessing so many ostentatious displays crafted by pirates stirs a sense of imbalance within him. A new day dawns. Su Yong rises from his slumber, basking in the sunlight as he makes his way to the office. His heart brimming with joy, evident from the cheerful tune he hums upon entering. However, his boss, Su Chong, is far from pleased. Having been publicly reprimanded by Su Yong the previous day, he feels utterly humiliated and is consumed by thoughts of revenge. Su Yong, effective immediately, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave. He coldly declares from Su Yang's position. Dismissing Su Yong is merely the first step. He intends to ensure that Su Yong is unable to find employment anywhere within the city of Shangshui, ultimately begging him for refuge. Very well, but please settle the compensation first. Su Yong retorts, unperturbed, as he begins to gather his things. You will receive your compensation. Just wait. Su Chong sneers before turning to leave. Compensation? A mere dream. He has already conspired with someone regarding the compensation, ensuring that not only will Su Yong receive nothing, but he will also owe Su Chong for emotional distress. Watching Su Chong's retreating figure, Su Yong scoffs quietly. Though perplexed, he senses that Su Chong's compliance is far too convenient. Yet, he is undaunted. He can afford to bide his time. Upon returning home, Su Yong adeptly powers up his computer and logs onto the Dimension editing website. Indeed, the familiar 999 notification appears. Clicking to check, the first item is an official reminder urging him to upload 15 ostentatious displays. Part 2. Promptly, the familiar figures of the 4 emperors Kaido and Shanks, along with Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, grace his screen, alongside a character he adores, the remnants of the era, Whitebeard. He glances at the back-end total. It should be in the tens of thousands. Perhaps, he dares not fantasize about reaching the previous sum of 350,000. Such aspirations are unrealistic. He is not one of those big shots who can rake in tens of thousands merely by editing and uploading a video. Wait a minute. He pauses, staring at the screen, his expression frozen in disbelief. He extends a trembling hand to rub his eyes. Surely, he cannot be mistaken. 100,000. He gasped sharply. Rubbing his eyes once more, he counts again. Still 100,000. The first digit is a 7, followed by 5 zeros at a staggering total of 700,000. Su Yong is utterly dumbfounded. How could it be so much? Surely, there has been a mistake. He swallows hard. Such a sum is beyond his experience. His mind is buzzing. For the first time, he feels that the dimension editing website is somewhat sinister. How can editing a video yield such wealth? It feels so surreal. He slaps his face and pinches himself. Ouch, not a dream. What if this is illegal and I end up arrested? He fears that this dimension editing website might have illicit connections to the national financial system. Otherwise, how could such revenue be generated? Suddenly, he hesitates to withdraw his funds, fearing he may unknowingly tread a path of illegality. But upon noticing the small print below the withdrawal button, he grits his teeth and proceeds to withdraw. The fine print reads, "Funds will reset to zero if not withdrawn within 24 hours. Su Yang can only think. How cruel. If that is the case, he must grit his teeth and withdraw. He begins to create the final segment of the video. Opening the wondrous Baidu, he starts searching for the last 5 ostentatious displays. It is well known that 15 ostentatious displays will inevitably result in 16 videos. Just like there are 5 emperors. Ah, the magic of it all. People seem quite fascinated by the videos projected on the screen. In the pirate world, a powerful individual exclaims in awe. However, the Navy must feel somewhat repressed. Despite the time that has passed, none of their members have appeared on the list. Some jest, what ostentation could possibly come from the Navy? They are all relics of the past. Others assert that there could not possibly be anyone from the Navy on the ostentatious display list. But let us not forget that video featuring Marco. Didn't that yellow monkey display some serious ostentation? Others come to the Navy's defense. Why worry? We just wait to watch the videos. Some believe that the Navy's ranking is of no concern to them. They have no say in who makes the list. By the way, what do you think is the origin of this screen? I suspect it may be the product of a devil fruit user's power. The Navy must be conducting a swift investigation. Speaking of which, the world government must be quite uneasy at this moment. The emergence of such a phenomenon poses a significant challenge to their authority. What authority do they still possess? The seas are abuzz with speculation. The presence of this screen has truly stirred the waters. Many figures associated with the videos are taking various actions. For instance, Monet, the Snow Woman, has firmly resolved to avoid conflict with Zoro. Meanwhile, Sanji cautions Zepp about the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family has already begun negotiations with Big Mom to form an alliance, strengthening their power. As for Blackbeard, his forces are contracting as he prepares for battle. Knowing his adversary is Whitebeard, Blackbeard believes that caution is paramount. As for Whitebeard, he is rallying his troops. Following the Top War, his crew has dwindled due to losses and separation for various reasons. Now numbering less than 500, with his return, he is determined to regroup his former comrades and re-establish his sphere of influence. Thus, a fleet of ships converges upon the Moby Dick Island. Shaped like a whale. Consequently, the upper echelons of the Navy are left in despair. The mysterious origins of the screen leave them feeling apprehensive. Now, with the emergence of Whitebeard, everyone senses a grim future ahead. The Navy's high-ranking officials are troubled, and the 5 elders are even more so. It has been quite some time since anything has caused them such distress. They harbor intense resentment towards this screen. Had it not been for this mysterious phenomenon, how could they find themselves in such a predicament? How infuriating! One of the 5 elders rises from his seat in fury, exclaiming, "Why do pirates have so many ostentatious displays while our Navy has none? Does this screen imply that our Navy lacks merit?" He feels an overwhelming sense of injustice. The screen has enumerated 11 ostentatious displays, yet not a single Navy representative appears. This blatant favoritism towards pirates is utterly intolerable. It is simply an abomination. Were it not for the inability to physically interact with the screen, he would demand to know if it harbors some bias against the Navy, just as his anger peaks. A radiant light flashes, and the screen reappears, enumerating the 15 ostentatious displays in the pirate world. Part 2. The 12th ostentatious display reads, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Upon reading this, the 5 elder is taken aback. Who dares speak so arrogantly? Suddenly, he realizes that the only one capable of light-based attacks is, at that moment, the character introduction appears. Character introduction. He is lazy and listless. Perpetually appearing disinterested. He ranks among the ocean's top-tier combatants, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, wielding a Logia-type fruit that instills fear across the seas. Having read the introduction, this 5 elder is certain of his suspicions. This individual is indeed the one he conjectured, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kazu Borsellino. I can't believe he actually made the list. He finds it hard to accept. How can everything feel so dreamlike? Just moments ago, he was lamenting. and now the Navy is represented on the list. Meanwhile, Kizaru, attending a meeting, raises his hand in surrender, saying, "Oh dear, this could be troublesome. I never expected to make the list," Sakazuki scoffs. It was about time. His tone is markedly more relaxed than before. Could it be that the Navy truly has someone on the list? It turns out to be Kizaru. When he said this, I witnessed it firsthand at Sabeti Archipelago. How exhilarating. After the pirates' turn, now it is the Navy's time to shine. The seas are once again abuzz with discussions sparked by the videos displayed on the screen. Could it be that the first 11 videos were all pirates, while the last 4 belonged to the Navy? How intriguing. It seems all too meticulously arranged. Kizaru, in Wano, at a certain inspection site, one of the beast pirates. The magician Hawkins gazes at the screen with a fierce glint in his eyes. This ostentatious video showcases Kizaru's flamboyance as he takes a hit. This is hardly a commendable affair. The scene begins to unfold. At this moment, the entire Navy is filled with immense anticipation. They eagerly await the flamboyance of Kizaru, as well as the rewards that come with it. The narration sets the stage in the year 1520 of the Sea Garden calendar. In the archipelago of Sabaody.as the scene commences, a group of individuals resembling missionaries gazes in alarm at the tall, languid man adorned in yellow stripes before them. They anxiously urge a nearby, casually divining blonde man. "For your sake, please flee, Captain Hawkins." Yet, the blonde man remains unfazed, continuing his divination. Combat, failure rate, 100. Escape, success rate, 12. While he engages in divination, the man draped in the justice cloak and clad in a yellow striped suit interjects. "May I trouble you? I am searching for a man named Trafalgar Law." Hawkins disregards him, persisting in his divination. Defense, evasion rate, 76. Noticing Hawkins' indifference, the man in the yellow stripes calls out, "Hey." Finally, Hawkins responds, "I do not know that person. You may seek someone else." With the divination complete, both individuals maintain an air of nonchalance. However, the onlookers can only exclaim, Hawkins truly knows how to put on a show. He remains unperturbed in the face of an admiral and refuses to flee. How audacious! Indeed, when confronted by an admiral, who among them does not panic and flee, yet Hawkins remains at ease, engaging in his divination, entirely unfazed by the imposing figure of Kizaru. Perhaps he possesses some underlying confidence. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed? Some speculate, but if Hawkins were to catch wind of their thoughts, he might well say, "I appreciate your high regard for me. Do you think I do not wish to escape?" I certainly do. Who would not feel alarmed in front of an admiral? But Kizaru stands right before me. Is escape even possible? It is simply unattainable. I may appear calm, but inside, I am in utter disarray. In the scene, Kizaru declares, "That will not do. I must locate him." He tilts his head, eyeing his prey as if it were mere sport. However, since I have some leisure now, I cannot let this bounty hunter slip away. Can I? Bounty, 249 million berries. The wizard Basil Hawkins. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? With elongated legs radiating brilliance, he strikes out, before Hawkins can react, as though he has not even sensed Kizaru's assault. He is sent crashing into a wall with a thunderous sound. Only then do his crew members react, their astonishment palpable. "Captain," they exclaim in horror. "What has transpired?" They completely failed to perceive what had occurred. Their captain has vanished. This scene does not go unnoticed by the nearby supernovas that TO claim they are unperturbed would be utterly false. "How formidable!" exclaims Eustace Kidd, witnessing Kizaru's nonchalance. In the next moment, a beam of light shoots from Kizaru's hand, piercing through the smoke and exploding, engulfing the entire nearby building in a cataclysmic blast. Observing his calm demeanor sends chills down the spines of many. This is the Admiral. His power is unparalleled and terrifying. Yet Hawkins emerges unscathed from the smoke. Upon witnessing this, many formidable figures of the sea express their astonishment. Struck twice by Kizaru, and yet he remains unharmed. Hawkins indeed possesses some prowess. He is deserving of the title of supernova. After all, he is an admiral. His strength exceeds all expectations. Hawkins, expressionless, steps forth from the debris, poised to continue the battle. However, amidst the eager gazes of many, Hawkins is effortlessly overwhelmed by Kizaru. The nearby monstrous monk, Urge, is taken down with a single kick. The peace-loving Drake is similarly dispatched with a single blow. Even the onlooker, Kidd, is rendered powerless with ease. It is as simple as eating and drinking. The once ferocious supernovas appear utterly fragile before Kizaru. One by one, they collapse. They do not even manage to inflict a scratch upon Kizaru. He remains as tranquil as ever, surveying the fallen supernovas, and eventually remarks, "How terrifying! The supernovas! What a frightful sight!" The scene concludes with his words, "I finally understand why Kizaru has made the list. This is beyond ostentation." He has effortlessly dispatched the supernovas and yet dares to say, "How terrifying!" Truly, he is deserving of the title. Admiral Kizaru, I cannot bear it. This is simply too ostentatious, blinding to my eyes. Had they not seen the video within this light screen, they would not have realized that Kizaru is, in fact, the ultimate showman. His earnestness and ostentation is unparalleled, akin to Brook, who seemingly embodies the spirit of Roger. This display of bravado is nothing short of masterful. The king of ostentation, a truly fearsome figure, without decades of experience in such bravado. One could hardly utter such ostentatious words. Indeed, the seas are rife with formidable individuals, an abundance of talents. Kizaru's display earns them a perfect score of 200, with the surplus 100 considered a bonus. Kizaru, you are truly a master of affectation. At the Marine headquarters, Garp, clutching a bag of sunbae, laughs heartily. Kizaru gazes at him with a resentful expression, questioning whether such remarks are truly appropriate. It is rather disheartening. Is it not? This proves that our navy is not devoid of talent. It is not solely the pirates who engage in ostentation. Sengoku's brows finally relax somewhat. Kizaru's ascension brings the promise of change to their navy. I am not at all surprised by Kizaru's rise, remarks Marco. Anyone who has crossed paths with Kizaru knows that he is brimming with an air of ostentation. Of course, this is contingent upon his genuine ability to back it up. He is indeed formidable. Who will be the next admiral to make the list? He begins to feel some pressure. If what is rumored to be true, the first 11 videos have all featured pirates, while the subsequent 4 are all Navy-related. Even if only 4 individuals make the list, it would suffice to introduce unprecedented shifts in power across these seas. The 12th ostentatious scene creator, Admiral Kizaru. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement for ostentatious scenes, Admiral Kizaru. Please select your reward. Reward 1. A life of routine from 9 to 5, clocking in and out, with double bonuses and no overtime ever. Reward 2. Random enhancement of one of your abilities. As the crowd gazes at the options presented, they are left in utter shock. Did they not say that rewards would be directly given? Why is there only one option now transformed into 2 choices? I am utterly perplexed. This light screen is far too casual. It can be played this way. Clearly, the previous rewards were singular, and if one felt dissatisfied, they could propose a more feasible request. Yet, with Kizaru, it has morphed into a choose-one scenario. This is no way to toy with people. Even Kizaru finds himself momentarily stunned. He had assumed he could exchange rewards like Whitebeard and the others. Instead, this is what he is presented with. There is a hint of disappointment. I choose reward 2. Enhance my swordsmanship. There is no need for deliberation. The first reward hardly qualifies as a reward. Kizaru, in a state of exasperation, thinks, what does 9 to 5, clocking in and out even mean? It sounds as though he is being labeled as lazy. He is, in fact, diligent and conscientious. The familiar white light envelopes Kizaru. In an instant, an aura of unparalleled sharpness, rivaling that of the greatest swordsman, erupts from him, captivating all. Even sitting nearby, Sengoku and Akainu are taken aback. Yet, they soon feel at ease. The stronger Kizaru becomes, the better equipped they are to manage the upheaval caused by the changes in the seas. If this continues, the Navy could be graced with several more individuals on the list. That would be ideal. Sengoku, Akainu, and the high-ranking officials cannot help but gaze at the light screen with anticipation. They hope that the next notable scene will also originate from the Navy. Counting down the 15 ostentatious scenes of the pirate world. The 13th scene. You say you wish to become what king? Character introduction. He is one of the 4 emperors, unscathed even after plummeting from great heights. He is known as the strongest creature. Finding his greatest pleasure in self-destruction. He has been captured by the Navy numerous times, yet always escapes unscathed. Upon seeing this introduction, the expressions of Sengoku, Akainu, and others crystallize into one of foreboding. They understand that this is most certainly not an individual from their navy. One of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature. Undoubtedly, the name of the individual making the list is already on the tip of their tongues. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This light screen possesses some discernment. If I cannot make the list, What significance could it possibly hold? On Ghost Island, Kaido could hardly contain his laughter upon seeing his name on the list. He realized that his opportunity had finally arrived. He was not one to shy away from a confrontation with Whitebeard. When the time came, he would surely engage in a fierce battle of strength with him. The atmosphere on Ghost Island was electric, filled with jubilant cheers. How astonishing it was that the notorious Kaido had made the list. Meanwhile, within the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard himself sat high above, gazing at the illuminated screen before him, his eyes glinting with intensity. He understood that a monumental clash was imminent. The warlike Kaido would undoubtedly come his way. "Kaido!" Big Mom exclaimed, her anger palpable as she beheld the screen. The overwhelming power of any one of the four emperors could disrupt the delicate balance among them, leading to catastrophic consequences. It was indeed terrifying that Kaido had made the list. It seemed they would need to exercise even greater caution in the future. Dressrosa, Doflamingo, who had covert dealings involving artificial devil fruits with Kaido, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was alarmed. Kaido was not a figure one could easily negotiate with. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning whether only Admiral Kizaru had made the list. Sakazuki clenched his fists, reluctantly acknowledging the truth of the situation. The Navy had only Kizaru represented. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps there are more surprises yet to come. Kong, usually boisterous, found himself surprisingly composed. It must be so. Sengoku and Sakazuki nodded in agreement. At this moment, they had no other course of action. However, the relentless rise of pirates and the Navy's decline had stirred many ambitious individuals into covert action. The Revolutionary Army, an organization determined to overthrow the world government, had once again mobilized, growing in strength. Numerous pirates from the New World began seeking refuge with the Beast's pirates, among them the crew of Blackbeard, which suffered severe losses. They understood the peril of crossing Blackbeard, who had offended Whitebeard, and wished to avoid the ensuing disaster. They could share in fortune, but certainly not in adversity. Amidst the tides of this era, the images on the screen began to unfold. In the year 1523 of the sea calendar, in Wano country, Kaido, the audience was greeted with a breathtaking sight. One of the supernovas, Monkey D. Luffy, was ruthlessly assaulting a dragon, which was none other than Kaido himself. Good heavens, could this be true? Luffy was astonishingly formidable. How had he come to confront Kaido after previously causing chaos at Big Mom's Cake Island? Could such intense events truly unfold in the future? Without a doubt, this was monumental news. In the future, Monkey D. Luffy would audaciously provoke two of the four emperors. Luffy's might was astounding, as he seemed to be overpowering Kaido effortlessly. It was already the month of January in the year 1523. And just a month later, would Luffy truly face Kaido? My word, after 2 years of absence, had Luffy grown this powerful? Truly, he was a member of the worst generation. Terrifying indeed. Spectators from the four seas were left in shock at Luffy's overwhelming strength, elevating their perception of his threat exponentially. Impossible. This could not be real. How could Lord Kaido be so easily overpowered by a mere youth? The members of the Beast's pirates were unwilling to accept such a notion. It was utterly humiliating and a severe blow to their pride. They refused to believe this reality. Kaido, their esteemed leader, could not be subdued by a mere child. Many powerful figures across the seas were equally astonished. Luffy was this strong. Their hearts raced with apprehension. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, having arrived at Fishman Island, feared for their lives. They had provoked two of the four emperors. Was there any hope for survival in this new world? Oh no! I've contracted a mysterious illness that prevents me from sailing. The cowardly trio of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper clung together in a panic, tears streaming down their faces. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy also bore grave expressions. This was no trivial matter. Even if Luffy was unconcerned, he understood the dire consequences of provoking two of the four emperors. He was no longer the reckless youth he had been 2 years prior. He was acutely aware of the vast gap in power between himself and the emperors. Even if he aspired to become the pirate king and face the four emperors, that time was not now. Confronting them now would surely lead to his demise. Monkey D. Luffy, Kaido's gaze fixated on the screen, his eyes glinting with a deadly light. It was a concealed threat, as one of the four emperors. How could he allow himself to be so humiliated? The scene continued to play out. The dragon form of Kaido was knocked to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Just as everyone believed Kaido had been severely injured, he abruptly returned to his human form, scratching his head and stretching his limbs, saying, "Let us just consider this a moment of sobriety. You're quite impressive. Monkey D. Luffy." He stood up, completely unharmed. Gasp at this moment. The powerful figures across the seas collectively inhaled sharply to endure such a fierce onslaught from Luffy and merely treat it as a moment of awakening. This was unfathomably strong. Was this the might of a four-emperor? Many were sweating profusely. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luffy seemed to harbor immense anger towards Kaido. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable, almost tangible. Entering Gear 4th, he infused his muscles with air, his entire body enveloped in haki, transforming into a formidable figure, so powerful. Even from behind the screen, the powerful figures could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luffy in this form. At this moment, Luffy resembled a war god, his presence daunting and unstoppable. He unleashed another punch, the force of which shattered the air, roaring like a fierce tiger, its power akin to that of a divine calamity, relentlessly raining down upon Kaido before he could even react. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of thunderous collisions echoed through the sky. Luffy's fists, imbued with tremendous power, forced Kaido to retreat repeatedly, unable to retaliate. This astonishing scene left all who witnessed it in utter awe. It was terrifying. The Four Emperors, merely hearing that name sent shivers down many spines, rendering them weak at the knees, devoid of any courage to engage in battle. Yet here was Luffy, relentlessly pummeling Kaido without allowing him a moment to counter. However, the spectators soon realized that despite enduring such a terrifying barrage from Luffy, Kaido remained unscathed, without a single drop of blood. "Are you merely tickling me, Monkey D. Luffy?" Kaido cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, standing defiantly beneath the storm, his tone dripping with contempt. Luffy's expression grew serious. Gear 4th was his strongest state. Yet, even in this form, his attacks had failed to leave a mark on Kaido, leaving him feeling defeated yet alarmed. Whoosh, he charged at Kaido once more. Facing a four-emperor, this battle was destined to be brutal, with no retreat. Only a relentless advance. Like a cannonball, he tore through the air toward Kaido, injecting air into his already massive arm. Augmenting its size and power, Kaido also moved, embodying the might of an ancient deity, his physical form brimming with unimaginable strength. With a single step forward, he swung his kanabo, distorting the fabric of space itself. As Luffy approached, he roared, "King Kong Gun!" A thunderous strike surged directly toward Kaido's face. The ground beneath Kaido erupted, and as he swung his kanabo, it stirred the very heavens, culminating in a ferocious blow, Thunder Bagua. Boom! It felt as though the sky itself had been shattered. Luffy's strike landed squarely on Kaido's chest, while Kaido's blow connected with Luffy's face. Ugh! Luffy was no match for Kaido, sent sprawling by the swing of the kanabo. Blood rushing forth as he was propelled backward. Bang! The distant wall crumbled under the impact. Luffy rolled his eyes back, exiting Gear 4th, crashing heavily to the ground. In one blow, the victor had been decided. The powerful figures across the seas were shaken. No one doubted the strength of Luffy's punch. Few in the entire New World would dare claim they could withstand Luffy's King Kong Gun. That punch was overwhelmingly powerful, possessing the might to pierce the heavens, an unstoppable force. Yet, in the face of Kaido, just as if it were made of paper, utterly devoid of any effect. In the scene, Kaido strides forth, shaking the mountains with each step. With one step, even the gods of death retreat. He approaches the already unconscious Straw Hat Luffy, his club crashing heavily against the ground, declaring, "Little brat, what did you just say you would become?" The scene freezes on the face of the unconscious Straw Hat Luffy. Then, it ends. Just a single blow, and such a formidable supernova is defeated. This is truly terrifying. The might of the Yonko is astonishing. Straw Hat Luffy is indeed audacious, daring to proclaim in front of Kaido that he wishes to become the Pirate King. One does not seek death in such a manner. Alas, he was simply no match for Kaido. How humiliating. Undoubtedly, Kaido's display of power commands universal respect. Unfortunately for Straw Hat Luffy, he has become mere background. Kaido is truly imposing. To defeat Luffy with a single strike. Hey, is he not a bit too powerful? On Fishman Island, Sanji and Zoro are both somewhat incredulous. A chill washes over their hearts. Just moments ago, Luffy appeared so formidable, yet he was no match for Kaido's single strike. This is terrifying. Are the Yonko this powerful? They have already provoked 2 of the Yonko. Is there any hope for their future? They find themselves somewhat anxious about their journey ahead. The difference in strength is not as vast as it seems. It is merely that Straw Hat Luffy lacks a bit of refinement. His power has yet to reach the level required to harm Kaido. At Naval Headquarters, Sengoku offers this assessment. The gathered crowd falls silent. The reason Straw Hat Luffy fell with 1 blow is simply due to his training being insufficient, just lacking a bit of maturity. The true gap in strength between the two is not that great. But it is precisely this lack of training that creates such a chasm. One can emerge unscathed, while the other is obliterated with a single strike. Straw Hat Luffy is still as impulsive as ever. Whitebeard, seated atop his ship, watches the recent scene and shares his thoughts. Old man, is the gap in strength between Luffy and Kaido truly that vast? He cannot believe it. Luffy has grown so strong. Yet he was still no match for Kaido's single strike. This is too frightening. Are all the Yonko such monsters? He finds it hard to accept. Of course, it is not that great. Whitebeard grins widely. Ace is puzzled. If the strength gap is not that great, then why was Luffy defeated with 1 strike? Once Straw Hat Luffy enhances his haki, Kaido will no longer be able to so easily obliterate him with a single blow. The mastery of haki is crucial. A slight difference can mean a world of difference. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression turns serious. Mastery of haki is indeed a formidable attack. No wonder he dares to face me in the future. Unfortunately, if he does not take that step forward, he will forever remain weak. Speaking thus, he gazes at the screen, pondering, what will my reward be? Even he cannot help but feel a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The 13th scene of grandeur. Beast Kaido. Congratulations, Beast Kaido, for unlocking the achievement of a grand display of power. Please choose your reward. Reward 1. Gain the power of an indomitable body, capable of shaking the heavens. A single strike that can alter the world. Reward 2. Acquire the innate skills of the Dragon Clan, perfect mastery over thunder, wielding lightning to destroy heaven and earth. Upon seeing the offered rewards, Kaido laughs heartily, utterly satisfied. However, including the Navy, the heroes of the sea feel a chill run down their spines. These 2 rewards are exceedingly generous. Either one could transform Kaido into a monster, a being beyond imagination. I choose reward 2. Kaido declares, he can hone his physical strength with thunder, but the power of lightning is a rare treasure. He is not foolish. He knows which potential is greater. Boom. Just as he finishes his selection, a bolt of purple lightning crashes down, striking him directly. Boom. Kaido's body immediately swells, lightning dancing wildly around him, emanating a terrifying aura. Kaido rises, exiting Onigashima. He waves his hand. Bang! A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, crashes down into the sea with immense force in an instant. It seems as though the very heavens and earth are collapsing. The sea quakes violently. Bang! The lightning explodes. Lightning dances, connecting heaven and earth, an unparalleled terror. The sea, before the gaze of all, it is torn apart. It is truly being ripped asunder. Like shattered earth, it is cleaved into countless pieces. How horrifying! Boom! Kaido gestures again. A bolt of lightning crashes down upon a distant mountain, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. When next seen, that mountain has been leveled to the ground. Hiss! At this moment, even Sengoku can no longer remain seated. A casual strike possesses such power. This is utterly terrifying. Even Whitebeard has never displayed such destructive capability. Here, Whitebeard's pupils constrict, somewhat alarmed. For him to show such an expression is truly unprecedented. No one knows better than he how terrifying it is to level a mountain in an instant. His tremor fruit power cannot achieve such a feat. At this moment, the sea falls silent. Only within the screen, Kaido's arrogant laughter echoes. This reward. He is immensely pleased with it. How could he be so strong? Even the Gorosei feel an icy chill, their expressions changing in horror. This completely surpasses the existing balance of power in the world. With only 2 grand scenes remaining, it seems my chances of appearing are slim. The red-haired pirates. Shanks expresses his regret that if possible, he truly wishes to be on the list, for the seas have already descended into chaos. He needs greater strength to maintain the balance of the world. Do not be hasty. Perhaps there is still hope for you. Beckman glances at Shanks, for there are still 2 videos remaining. He somewhat feels that Shanks has spoken his fate. Previously, when a couple of grand scenes were broadcast, he claimed he would not make the list, And now, it has truly had nothing to do with him. There have already been 13 grand scenes, yet he remains absent. Hope is indeed slim. The 14th grand scene of grandeur. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Character introduction. He possesses the legendary ancient type of devil fruit, young and accomplished. Having reached the highest ranks of the Yonko in his 20s, he is referred to as a calamity. An important member of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Upon reading this introduction, Sengoku, Akainu, and others change their expressions once more. Another pirate, and moreover, a member of the Beast Pirates. In this moment, even Akainu cannot help but feel a sense of dread. With Kaido receiving rewards, he is likely now invincible, and now another one appears. The balance of this world is truly unsustainable. Are the days of rampant piracy not far off? Akainu clenches his fists, knowing that unprecedented chaos on the seas is coming. It cannot be referring to Drought Jack, can it? On Onigashima, someone gazes at the introduction on the screen and speculates. That makes sense. I too believe it must be Jack. Among the Beast Pirates, only Jack fits these criteria. Although I do not know which member of the Beast Pirates this is, I feel inexplicably joyous. A pirate laughs, and his mirth reverberates across the entire sea. Roar, roar, roar. The glorious days of us pirates are upon us. Some sing joyfully, the excitement palpable. The scene begins to play. Narration. In the year 1523 of the Sea Garden calendar. Upon seeing this date, the crowd is taken aback, then relieved. It appears the individual making an appearance is closely related to the battle between Straw Hat Luffy and Beast Kaido. The crowd thinks thus in their hearts. Undoubtedly, this is yet another video from the future. Amidst the tempestuous seas, a ship bearing the flag of the Beast Pirates sails forth, upon which sits a colossal figure. Notably, he possesses a pair of immense horns upon his head. Before him, a lookout from the Beast Pirates asks, "Lord Jack, should we turn back?" Upon hearing this, the gigantic figure, the one featured in this video, Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, responds, "Why? Our goal this time is to bring back Don Quixote da Flamingo. Why should we turn back? What is there to fear upon these seas?" Moreover, Jack rises, exuding an aura akin to a demonic god, and sternly states, "The naval ship escorting da Flamingo is just ahead. Why should we turn back? Get lost. Who do you think I am?" He bellows, "Bring the ship closer," under the stern gaze of the irate Jack. His subordinates dared not oppose him and hastily complied. However, the lookout displayed a face of hesitation. "Lord Jack." But he pointed toward the approaching warship, those individuals aboard. Jack's eyes flared with anger as he retorted, "It matters not who they are. Do you think I care? Today, no one can thwart my mission to rescue Don Quixote da Flamingo." As the ship drew closer to the naval vessel, Jack's gaze fell upon it, revealing the formidable figures of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, and a blind swordsman clad in Admiral's attire. His pupils constricted in alarm, and cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. The scene was fleeting, abruptly concluding. "Ha ha ha, the bravado of Jack the Drought is refreshingly audacious." Sengoku remarked, "Boy, should you succeed in this endeavor, Kaido himself would have to acknowledge you as his superior." I can hardly contain my laughter. This display of bravado is utterly short-lived, culminating in a resounding slap to the face. It seems inappropriate to classify Jack among the greats. Rather, he should be featured in a compilation of failed boasts. For that is where Jack truly belongs. One must commend his audacity. To attempt piracy in the presence of Sengoku and his esteemed entourage is truly commendable. Sengoku, a being of equal stature to his captain Kaido. I am eager to discover the fate that befalls Jack. Will he succeed in saving Doflamingo, or will he face the consequences of Sengoku's wrath? By the way, who is that new admiral, and why is he blind? Isn't Doflamingo a warlord of the sea? How could he be apprehended by the Navy? Surely, he wouldn't be plotting anything amiss. How enlightening it is to uncover such previously unknown secrets. Across the seas, there will always be keen-eyed individuals who discern hidden truths. This revelation is indeed shocking. Does this imply that the Navy will dissolve the warlords of the sea within a month? Perhaps this is welcome news for the populace. Yet, for the Navy at this moment, it is certainly not fortuitous. They desperately require the warlords to counterbalance the 4 emperors. Dreadful. The broadcast merely exacerbates our predicament. Sakazuki slammed his fist upon the table, seething with fury. What rewards might Jack receive? Sengoku murmured, his expression grave, that I have been captured by the Navy. How could this happen? In Dressrosa, Doflamingo's countenance darkened. This news unsettled him. How could he be apprehended? Who was responsible? He, a warlord of the sea. How could he fall into the clutches of the navy? What force has undermined his position among the warlords? Doflamingo, who relished controlling the fates of others, finds this loss of control intolerable. The 14th master of boastful displays, Jack the Drought. Congratulations, Jack the Drought, for unlocking the achievement of boastful displays. Please claim your reward. At this moment, the entire ocean held its breath in anticipation. Once more, it was a familiar scene of claiming rewards, not a choice. The reward was predetermined. Reward contents. Bestowal of a strand of divine beast lineage, aiding your fruit to awaken and evolve into its strongest form, dragon elephant. With the power to shatter mountains and collapse peaks, upon witnessing this reward, Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely what he sought. Thus, he claimed it without hesitation. A crimson beam of light descended from above, enveloping Jack. His form began to visibly shrink, yet his aura surged with unprecedented strength. His blood energy roared forth, radiating light. Jack sensed his power condensing. His physical might was escalating. Finally, with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a sound wave that materialized into a tangible force. The sound wave surged for 3,000 meters, obliterating everything in its path. Countless individuals collapsed, bleeding from their orifices. Some suffered grievous injuries. Witnessing this scene, the world was struck with horror. Merely a shout, and such destructive prowess was unleashed. This was truly terrifying, rivaling even Kaido's recent display. Sengoku's expression darkened. The beast pirates had suddenly grown exponentially stronger. This transformation exceeded even that of the Whitebeard pirates. Must we expect every emperor to make an appearance? Sengoku despaired, believing that the last 4 videos would showcase the navy, only to reveal a singular marine, leaving him disheartened. Amidst the perilous situation the navy now faced, they reviewed the 15 most boastful displays in the pirate world. The 15th display of boastfulness. I am merely testing my skills. Character introduction. He is the newly appointed admiral of the World Government's recruitment, known as the Monster. Though blind, he possesses an acute sense of justice, discerning right from wrong with remarkable clarity. At this moment, Sengoku, Sakazuki, and much of the Marine headquarters felt a surge of excitement. The final display featured one of their own. They had surmised the identity of the protagonist. Their gazes fell upon the blind swordsman with a knowing smile. Although there were merely 2, it was satisfying nonetheless. How fortuitous to have yet another admiral among them. Could the admirals of the navy truly be so boastful? The blind man. Was he not the same blind swordsman from Jack's recent display? It made sense now, standing beside Sengoku and adorned in admiral's attire. He was indeed a marine admiral. The seas buzzed with discussion. See, Beckman, I told you, without me. Shanks of the red-haired pirates shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Beckman cast a glance his way, sighing, as if sensing an ominous premonition. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo observed the final display, a peculiar feeling welling within him. This video was indeed connected to him. The footage began to roll. Narration. In the year 1523 of the sea calendar, at Greenbit Island, southeast beach of Dressrosa. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo was taken aback. His intuition had proven correct. It was truly related to him. The scene shifted to a stunning beach, adorned with colossal flora and imbued with intoxicating aromas. Doflamingo, marine admirals, and soldiers, along with the warlord Trafalgar Law, stood in attendance, alongside a man bound and pleading for assistance. The man gazed at Doflamingo with desperate hope, exclaiming, "Joker, hurry and deal with this wretched fool." Yet, he was swiftly pulled back by Trafalgar Law, who glared at Doflamingo, snarling, "I will not return this man to you. You have utterly violated our agreement, Doflamingo. This transaction is null and void." The man, overwhelmed with emotion, protested, "What are you saying? We're already here." Implicit in his words was a plea to not abandon their pact. In response to Law's fierce reprimand, Doflamingo chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Addressing his long-lost superior, he retorted, "Release Caesar. He is my loyal subordinate." Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, the man, revealed to be Caesar, shed tears of joy. Law was indeed one of Doflamingo's subordinates? Such a revelation was explosive. The world around them gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the connection between the two. At that moment, a soldier behind the admiral provided vital information. "Sir Fujitora, the man currently with Law is Caesar Clown. Hearing this, Fujitora inquired, "Is he not the scientist responsible for the gas incident?" Despite this acknowledgement, he continued, "If he is indeed your subordinate as a warlord, we have no grounds to apprehend Caesar. He shall be pardoned." This remark was directed at Doflamingo, who, upon hearing it, erupted into a devilish laugh. "So, you intend to apprehend me, Admiral?" He bore an air of audacious confidence, his laughter resonating even louder. This spectacle left many onlookers in silent astonishment. What emboldened Doflamingo to act so defiantly against a marine admiral? Was it due to a hidden trump card, or was it merely that this admiral lacked the strength to subdue him? Fujitora drew his sword. "Anyone who violates the 7 Warlords Code shall not escape my wrath. Tenryubito, you are no exception." With that, he unleashed a surge of violet light that shot skyward. In the next moment, a colossal meteor, resembling a fiery orb, tore through the air, plummeting downward. The surroundings were instantly engulfed in flames. "Is this for real?" Trafalgar Law exclaimed in horror. Fujitora's power was terrifying. He could summon meteors. What a jest! Even Doflamingo found it absurd. The surrounding minions fled in panic. This was beyond their capacity to combat. The meteor's size eclipsed the entire island. Room, spider web, gravity rebound. At that moment, Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo both unleashed their full might. A single misstep could lead to grievous injury. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as flames enveloped the area where the three stood. The blast's ferocious winds ravaged the island, scattering the marines in disarray. When the chaos subsided, only a deep crater and 3 stone pillars remained, with Fujitora, Doflamingo, and Law standing amidst the remnants. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as he shouted in fury, "What kind of education did your admiral give you? You rabid dog that bites anyone in sight." Who could fathom the extent of force Fujitora had exerted with that strike? Doflamingo dared not assume that Fujitora lacked the capacity to obliterate all of Dressrosa. Even among those with perfect vision, how many possessed such terrifying power? Trafalgar Law's expression turned grave, in response to their awe and ire. Fujitora calmly sheathed his sword, remarking, "I merely tested my skills. Do not take offense." The scene froze at that moment, not a second more, not a second less. The timing was impeccable for his display of grandeur. I was completely taken aback. Is this what you call a mere trial of skill? Goodness, you just created an enormous pit and then claim it was merely a test of ability? Summoning meteors at will. Perhaps this truly was just a demonstration. The audience across the seas twitched in disbelief. Oh Fujitora, with your expressive brows and wide eyes, how effortlessly you flaunt your prowess. Just look at how terrified Doflamingo and Law have become. Even Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances of surprise at Fujitora's display. They wanted to say, "You truly excel at grandstanding." Yet, they felt elated. The Navy had finally secured another position. Now they could bolster their strength. An enhancement from Kizaru alone was woefully insufficient. Dressrosa, fortunately, my secret identity remains undisclosed. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This light curtain is far too uncanny. How can it reflect future events? Thankfully, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. His identity as a celestial dragon was not revealed. However, Law's audacity in capturing Caesar was quite bold. His expression darkened, connecting it to the recent video where Zoro would slay Monet. He felt compelled to act. Caesar must not come to harm. He was his only bargaining chip in dealings with Kaido. Any mishap could unleash Kaido's wrath, which he could not withstand. Therefore, he immediately dispatched subordinates to protect Caesar. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law's countenance was also grim. His grand plan was exposed by this light curtain. He felt an intense reluctance. This was a crucial bargaining chip to topple Kaido. Humph, what rewards has the Navy truly gained? Kaido gazed at the light curtain before him, grinning. He was eagerly anticipating the rewards he and Jack would receive, which would significantly bolster his pirate crew's strength. He had tested Jack's power. It was not inferior to his own. Such strength meant even he could not contend, resorting only to long-range lightning attacks. 15th ranked spectacle creator, Marine Admiral Fujitora. Reason for ranking. Truly just a test of skill, yet the power was unexpectedly great. This justification left the audience across the seas speechless. What a display of bravado. Congratulations, Admiral Fujitora. You have unlocked the achievement of grandstanding. Please claim your reward. Reward details. Restore your sight and witness the myriad evils of this world. Upon seeing this reward, Sengoku and Akainu, who had been filled with anticipation, were taken aback. How could this be the reward? This is unacceptable. They couldn't help but glance at Fujitora. A smile. You. Fujitora smiled. May I request a different reward, esteemed light curtain? Approval was granted. At that moment, everyone, including Sengoku, felt a surge of tension. They hoped Fujitora's request would indeed enhance the Navy's strength. I am quite satisfied with my own power, Fujitora stated, causing Sengoku's expression to change drastically, exclaiming, Fujitora. Fujitora smiled again, signaling him to remain calm. Please enhance the strength of the Navy's vice admirals. Hearing this request, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though it was regrettable that Fujitora's own strength would not increase, strengthening the vice admirals was indeed a boon. After all, Garp was also a vice admiral. In the next moment, all vice admirals at the Marine headquarters suddenly felt a brilliant light envelop them. A surge of formidable power erupted from within them. The entire process took merely 10 seconds. When it concluded, Sengoku's gaze turned directly to Garp. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was something he had never felt before. Fujitora had indeed made a surprising choice. Yet, even so, he still felt a lack of substantial security. The Navy's strength remained somewhat inadequate. After witnessing Kaido and Jack's display of power, the populace across the seas found it hard to have confidence in the Navy's capabilities. I expected a significant enhancement. Yet this is all. The throngs of pirates, now emboldened, cast aside their reservations. Setting sail, the vast ocean ahead would soon be ours. Countless voices rose in unison, calling out for wealth, beauty, and status. They were ready to advance toward their glorious aspirations. Reviewing the top 15 grandstanding moments in the pirate world, the 16th moment. Give me some face. Just as everyone thought the video was concluding and the light curtain was about to fade, a voice rang out once more. What more could there be? Wasn't it stated that there were 15 grandstanding moments? How could there be a 16th? Surprised, everyone looked on. Character introduction. He is the youngest of the 4 emperors. Once an intern aboard the pirate King Roger's ship, he is the only man who harbors little interest in seizing territory, yet anyone who dares to provoke his authority will face his boundless wrath. Upon seeing this introduction, everyone knew who the last contender was. I knew it. How could this man not be on the list? I thought to myself, that phrase "give me some face" sounded familiar. It is indeed what that man would say. It is astonishing that the final entry is also a pirate, and a prominent 4 emperor at that. Undoubtedly, everyone had already guessed the identity of this man, the youngest of the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks, red-haired pirates. Beckman fixed a penetrating gaze on Shanks. Didn't you say you wouldn't make the list? Shanks, how do you explain your appearance as the final heavyweight guest? Listening to Beckman's teasing tone, Shanks scratched his head and chuckled innocently. Ha ha ha. I never expected to make the list. This is truly a surprise. Luffy couldn't help but interject, Captain, it would be abnormal if you didn't make the list. In the footage, amidst the astonished gazes of the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates made a momentous entrance. Everyone ceased their battles upon Shanks' arrival. The Marines, in particular, wore solemn expressions. Continuing the fight would only result in an endless escalation of casualties on both sides. Shanks halted, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp. If anyone still finds this insufficiently entertaining. In an instant, he drew his sword, flanked by all his crew members, then come forth. We shall engage to the end. His words were resounding, exuding an air of authority. The scene fell into a profound silence. No one was eager to clash with a 4 emperor pirate crew under such circumstances. Neither the Marines nor the Whitebeard pirates wished to engage. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to grant me the favor of your consideration. I have come to bring an end to this conflict. His gaze was unprecedentedly piercing, and in that moment his figure appeared to grow immensely tall and imposing. Humph! The current fleet admiral of the Navy, Sakazuki, could not help but snort disdainfully at the sight. His expression was far from pleasant. Of course, he was relieved that prior to this, the footage of red-haired Shanks intercepting his attempt to eliminate that troublesome brat had not been broadcast. Yet, even though the great battle had concluded 2 years ago, he still felt that yielding to the pressure of red-haired Shanks to cease hostilities was exceedingly humiliating. Sengoku, at this moment, had neither the inclination to ponder whether being thwarted from waging war by an emperor was shameful. The rise of red-haired Shanks onto the list was something no one anticipated. It was evident that soon, the rewarded Shanks would become even more formidable. Consequently, the seas would only grow more tumultuous. With the youthful and mighty Whitebeard capable of cataclysmic destruction, the thunderous Kaido, who could overturn mountains with but a thought, and the awakened Calamity Jack, whose single strike could rival even an emperor, there now loomed an even more terrifying red-haired Shanks. If one were to consider the lurking Blackbeard as well, this ocean had already become a maelstrom of chaos, heralding the arrival of an era of turmoil. 5 emperors of the New World, 3 of whom have been empowered. What a dreadful prospect. Even if they remain inactive, their mere existence suppresses the Navy and the world government's authority. What would this world become without the Navy's deterrence? No one can fathom. Yet, it is certain to be a dark epic. Haha, Red-haired has truly made the list. Brothers, it's time to part ways. May we meet again by fate. Blackbeard's crew had already begun to prepare for their escape. He would not sit idly by. With his subordinates flocking towards the beast pirates, he understood that his own faction could no longer be sustained. Thus, dissolution was inevitable. I shall join the beast pirates. Captain Teach, may our next encounter be one devoid of blades. The tyrant King Abelo Pizarro grinned, flanked by the moonlight hunter Katarina Devon, the massive barrel-like Georgia, and the colossal warship Saint One Wolf. All harboring similar intentions. Do not look at me, Teach. I only join the ranks of the powerful. Rainy Shiryu echoed Blackbeard's sentiments. We will await your return, Captain Teach, the devilish officer Lafitte proclaimed. We shall always believe in Captain Teach. Behind him, the fighting champion Basses, the poison master Q, and the sharpshooter Van Augur nodded in agreement. Ha! What a splendid gathering! Blackbeard laughed heartily. In that case, let us disperse. 16th Master of Showmanship. Red-haired Shanks reasoned for inclusion. I am the embodiment of the face-face fruit. I hope all will grant me a semblance of honor. Haha! The face-face fruit. How utterly amusing. Is this light curtain meant for jest? It is well known that amongst the 15 Masters of Showmanship, there are 16 individuals. I am curious to know what reward Red-haired will receive. It cannot possibly be an enhancement of strength, can it? If so, many citizens are bound to be thrown into a panic. Those who can jest during such a time are likely either powerful individuals or those with a measure of confidence in their strength. What will the reward be? Sengoku and Sakazuki were also speculating. Congratulations, red-haired Shanks. You have unlocked the achievement of Showmanship Master. Please select your reward. It has reverted to a choice of 2. The speed at which the light curtain changes rewards is truly enigmatic. Reward 1. Restore your severed arm, making life less troublesome. Reward 2. Master of Swordsmanship, indomitable and unyielding. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Sengoku sighed. There were no miracles to be had. It was evident that Red-haired would not choose to restore his arm. The seas are truly on the verge of slipping from their grasp. The mastery of swordsmanship is indeed a tempting reward. Very well. That shall be your choice. The restoration of his arm? Unthinkable. One arm does not hinder his life. Beckman shook his head in resignation. I knew you would not choose to restore your arm. It is also true. The current state of the seas is such. Restoring his arm is less useful than enhancing his strength. Regardless of the time, strength is the ultimate truth that governs all. Without power, who would grant red-haired face? Swish, suddenly, the sky illuminated brilliantly as a small sword shot swiftly into Red-haired's body, too fast for anyone to react. I must have misseen. That was indeed a sword. How could it have penetrated directly into Red-haired's body? How astonishing! The crowd was aghast. Yet, the next moment brought forth even more shocking events from within Red-haired's body. An aura erupted, exuding a terrifying presence that it swept across, leveling the entire island. Red-haired opened his eyes, those sharp orbs piercing through the light curtain, causing discomfort to all who beheld them. Hiss! Everyone was stunned by Red-haired's newfound might. A single wave of energy was astonishingly fearsome. The astonished expressions of Beckman and the others made it clear that Red-haired's strength had escalated beyond comprehension. Unbelievable. How could your strength have surged so dramatically? Cold sweat trickled down Beckman's forehead. Red-haired chuckled, scratching his head. I'm not quite sure what happened. I just feel as though I have suddenly become much stronger. Startled, he added, I thought I might have been slain by that falling sword. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, displaying a somewhat childlike demeanor. Yet at this moment, the expressions of Sakazuki and the others were indescribably grim. They understood that the seas would soon become far more unpredictable. The next time this light curtain appears, it will likely bring forth even more footage. At that time, Sengoku sighed. The seas will grow even more chaotic. Pressure, crisis. The atmosphere felt stifling for those present. It is time to commence preparations for military vigilance. We must enter a state of heightened alert. Sengoku looked at Sakazuki, inquiring for his agreement. Sakazuki nodded in affirmation. Relevant officers must be dispatched across the seas to maintain order. Dispatch the pacifists. The order of the seas must be upheld. Sakazuki made the decision befitting an admiral, and none present voiced dissent. They all understood that a new war, unlike the previous great battle, yet equally fraught with crisis, was on the horizon. Moreover, it would be a protracted conflict. Sakazuki's eyes gleamed with determination. Though the road ahead is uncertain, without effort, there will be nothing to gain. Suyang spent 2 days searching and finally located a bright, airy, well-ventilated, and reasonably priced apartment that spans a total of 35 square meters. While not excessively distant from the city center, the connectivity is convenient, with a subway station just a short walk away. At 1,200 yuan per month, all utilities, including water, internet, and property fees, are included. He only needs to cover a bit of the electricity bill. At long last, he could escape the torment of that cramped space. For the first time, Suyang felt how delightful it was to be in a mosquito-free, non-humid environment. He was elated. It was time to begin producing the next video. Suyang rose, tidied up the room, and sat down at his computer. What should he edit next? The top 10 masters? A compilation of failed attempts at showmanship? Or perhaps the top 10 famed swords? Suyang pondered, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. Why not stir up some excitement? His fingers danced across the keyboard, typing out one-piece tear-jerking moments compilation. Good. Thus, it was settled. Let us all have a good cry together. He began gathering materials. Naturally, the moments he recalled were quickly found. As for those he did not remember, he would slowly search online, where eager netizens would surely provide him with reminders and suggestions. After toiling for nearly half an hour, he organized 8 tear-jerking moments. For now, that will suffice. Any more, and it might be too disheartening. The background music will be I, too, once thought about ending it all. It fits the mood quite well. After structuring the relevant framework, Suyang immersed himself in the editing process. Editing requires patience and thought. Take it slow. No need to rush. In the pirate world, a sensational piece of news swiftly spread across the vast ocean. What? One of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard, has disbanded his pirate crew and vanished from sight. It is said that the majority of his crew has joined the Beast Pirates. Now, Kaido of the Beasts undeniably stands as the most formidable among the 4 emperors. How could this be? I feel as though the apocalypse is upon us. The disbandment of Blackbeard's crew and the subsequent strengthening of the Beast Pirates have left many citizens in a state of profound unease. This is terrible. Numerous towns in the first half of the Grand Line are suffering from the ravages of piracy, enduring severe losses and widespread panic. The garrison stationed at Sabaody Archipelago is requesting urgent reinforcements. As a multitude of ruthless pirates prepares to join the Beast Pirates, if the dissolution of Blackbeard's crew and the expansion of the Beast Pirates alone instills such anxiety, then the news that has just arrived has immediately incited widespread terror across the entire sea. It is evident that the pirates have cast aside all restraint. They are now free to act with impunity. The deterrent line established by the Navy can be declared null and void. Bastards! Upon learning of this, Sakazuki was consumed by a furious rage. He could never have imagined that the pirates would act with such speed and audacity. They have already taken action before their dispatch forces could even reach their respective destinations. Marshal, it's bad news. Our key branches in the New World have been attacked by the Beast Pirates. Vice Admiral Smoker, Bastille, and Spider, along with several other Vice Admirals, have suffered severe injuries, with each dreadful report. Sakazuki's countenance darkened like ink, the magma within him bubbling ominously, akin to a silent volcano on the verge of eruption. Marshal, more bad news. The Revolutionary Army has seized this opportunity to conquer 2 nations in the New World, Trosro and Babagese, severing our connections with several crucial allied nations. The allied nations are now vehemently condemning our slow response and threatening to bring us to trial at the upcoming World Government Summit. This news undeniably intensified Sakazuki's fury. Marshal, there is even worse news. Vice Admiral Mongoose entered, his expression grave. The Beast Pirates have recently recruited 2 powerful pirates whose strength poses a significant challenge for us. Furthermore, based on reports prior to the fall of some branches, it appears that we are facing threats beyond just the Beast Pirates. Perhaps several formidable figures from the old era are involved. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki shot up. Who? Mongoose's face was somber. Shiki the Golden Lion and Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Descendant. At the mention of these 2 names, Sakazuki's pupils narrowed, but before he could utter a word, the confidential communication device linking him to the Gorosei rang. This is Sakazuki. What has transpired? The urgency of the Gorosei's call indicated that it was not a trivial matter. Zeph has resurfaced and stolen the explosive rocks from the New World research base. This individual intends to detonate the underwater volcanoes of the New World, aiming for its destruction. The Gorosei's voice was gravely serious, yet Sakazuki felt an even heavier weight in his heart. What does it mean to be in a season of turmoil? This is it. When it rains, it pours. Bad news comes one after another. The Navy is truly at a precarious juncture. The external threats are overwhelming. Sakazuki, the situation appears to be even more dire than we anticipated. Sengoku entered, and amidst the respectful gaze of numerous officers, he stated, "At this juncture, we must take drastic measures, consolidating our forces to counter the threats. The Revolutionary Army can certainly serve as an ally in resisting the pirates. As for the 4 emperors, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks are not particularly interested in territorial expansion. However, Kaido and Big Mom may very well attempt to encroach upon their territories, at which point we can strategize accordingly. Perhaps we can salvage some of our declining momentum." Sengoku took a deep breath. "This is merely a suggestion. We may need to convene a high-level meeting to discuss our next steps." They would head directly to Mariwa. As the Gorosei could no longer remain passive, the celestial dragons were greatly agitated, demanding that we first ensure the safety of their scattered members. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki clenched his fists. "These celestial dragons are always causing trouble. Let us proceed as you suggest, Mr. Sengoku." Sakazuki felt relieved that, although Sengoku had retired, he was still within the Navy. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of making such swift and accurate decisions regarding so many matters. On the high seas, an unprecedented chaos had erupted. The Navy's deterrent power had plummeted to an all-time low. Countless rampant pirates wreaked havoc without restraint. More once innocent citizens found themselves ignited by dark desires, joining in the frenzy of pillage and slaughter. Ha! Whoa! The raucous laughter of pirates mingled with the terrified cries of the populace, creating a mournful symphony that echoed across the seas. In the New World, Blackbeard vowed, "I shall return one day." At Sabaody Archipelago, Blackbeard gazed towards the New World, his expression fierce as he spoke to himself. He was being hunted, but the pursuers were not limited to the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast Pirates were also on his trail. The Whitebeard pirates sought vengeance, while the Beast Pirates coveted the 2 devil fruits he possessed. "Wait for me, Whitebeard, Kaido." After being pursued for so long, Blackbeard could hardly contain his fury. Suyang, of course, was unaware that his recent video had plunged the pirate world into such turmoil. He had just completed editing a compilation titled Tear-Jerking Moments from the Pirate World after exporting and uploading it. He glanced at the darkening sky, washed his face, took a shower, and wearily lay down to rest. This time, he had set up an interactive Q&A session. He believed that it was not enough to merely present viewers with content. They should also have the opportunity to participate, for that would make it far more engaging. Such involvement would strengthen the bond between him and his audience. Following a brief but authoritative meeting, the Navy made a decision to confront the challenges ahead. Essentially following Sengoku's perspective, they would narrow their lines and concentrate their forces against the enemy. Simultaneously, they would accelerate the internal research on SSG robots. Maintaining contact with the 7 warlords, they aimed to involve them in collectively intimidating the seas. A new round of conscription would commence. Only in this way could they tackle the crisis and gradually turn the tide. However, at this moment, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Former Admiral Akiji Kazan. "You." Upon seeing Akiji, many at Navy headquarters were momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of excitement. "Oh dear, I didn't expect to return to find such a significant upheaval at sea. This is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, I cannot save too many people on my own, so I had no choice but to return." Akiji spoke with a helpless expression, yet his words commanded the respect of all the officers present. Truly a man who once held the rank of admiral, with a heart full of justice. Can you still fight? If so, hurry and join the ranks. You know I dislike unnecessary chatter. Sakazuki regarded Akiji with a demeanor that seemed to keep him at arm's length. Yet the delight in his eyes revealed his joy at Akiji's return. He understood Akiji's strength. Akiji chuckled. Though I may have some limitations, it should not significantly impact my abilities. Sengoku patted Akiji on the shoulder. And everything was silently understood. Welcome back, Mr. Kazan. Many officers expressed their excitement. Akiji's return was akin to a timely rain for them. They had witnessed Akiji's formidable prowess. With his presence, their confidence in facing the crisis surged. Just as they stepped out of the conference room, ready to implement the plans discussed, a familiar light screen reappeared before them. Upon seeing this screen, everyone's pupils contracted in unison, a sense of foreboding enveloping them. This time, what kind of crisis would the content of the screen bring forth? They were left in uncertainty. Tear-jerking moments from the pirate world. Tear-jerking moment 1. Farewell to the merry go. Reason for inclusion. I wish to continue sailing with you all. Meanwhile, across the globe, everything seemed to have pressed the pause button. The violence ceased. All eyes were fixed upon the luminous screen. The tear-jerking moment. Just how heart-wrenching could it be? Hee, this screen is indeed diligent. I wonder what kind of benefits it shall bestow upon us this time. Let the tumultuous sea grow even more chaotic. Countless pirates grinned, their faces alight with anticipation. The last grandiose video had liberated them in an instant. They harbored an innate fondness for the screen. The imagery began to unfold. A small ship adorned with a ram's head bore the Straw Hat crew. Bearing witness to their journey thus far, from the East Blue, they set sail, traversing the Grand Line and arriving at Water 7. Throughout this journey, they encountered myriad laughter and sorrow, all of which were ultimately resolved. The Straw Hat crew celebrated joyously aboard the Going Merry, weathered fierce storms, and also experienced tranquil times of serene peace. They soared on updrafts to reach the Sky Island, faced the thrill of climbing Twin Cape while grappling with the gigantic whale Laboon, and even ventured into the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, engulfed in mist and fear. The Going Merry, throughout this voyage, bore the dreams of the Straw Hat crew, sharing in their joys and witnessing their efforts and sweat. Legend has it that only those who cherish their ships deeply can give rise to the ship spirits. Thus, the spirit of the Going Merry was born. It was destined to carry the Straw Hat crew onward, navigating the Grand Line and venturing into the New World until they witnessed Luffy become the Pirate King. Yet, alas, after entering Water 7, due to various circumstances, the keel fractured, rendering it incapable of continuing the voyage and bearing the crew's adventures. I refuse to believe that the Going Merry cannot sail. It must be a deception, surely. Usopp, who held the deepest affection for the ship, wept bitterly at Water 7. The Straw Hat crew found themselves divided over the fate of the Going Merry, leading to conflicts among them. Their comrade, Nico Robin, was also captured. Faced with overwhelming peril, the Straw Hat crew risked everything to rescue their friend. Yet, they found themselves ensnared in the clutches of the Marines. In the midst of this dire crisis, the Going Merry, despite its battered form, once more bore the Straw Hat crew to safety. Wonderful, Merry, you're safe, they cried, overwhelmed with joy. Yet, the Going Merry truly could not endure any longer. After rescuing the crew, it was irrevocably split in two. That it could still sail was nothing short of a miracle. I cannot fathom how it managed to appear from the harbor at Judicial Island to save them. Confronted with this utterly unacceptable yet inescapable harsh reality, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to the Going Merry. Crackle. At the moment the flames surged, enveloping the Going Merry entirely, snow began to fall from the sky. It landed upon the Straw Hat crew, akin to the tears of the ship's spirit. In the tranquil and serene atmosphere, their tears flowed unabated. How could they bear to part with the Going Merry? It had weathered so many storms alongside them, becoming an indispensable companion of the Straw Hat crew. How could one calmly bid farewell to a friend who had departed? It was impossible, completely impossible. Chopper, Nami, and Usopp wept uncontrollably. Luffy cried like a homeless child. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the Going Merry. I wanted to carry you all to even greater places. Amidst the flames, it seemed as though tears flowed from the ram's head of the ship. Alas. I longed to continue the adventure with you all. Nami, now crouched down, covered her mouth as she sobbed uncontrollably. But I am so happy. Thank you for cherishing me until now. That I am truly grateful for the beautiful journey we have sailed together. I lament, what wrong have I committed to witness such a heart-rending scene? The music accompanying this video is far too melancholic. It makes me want to abandon the life of a pirate. Woo! It turns out that such profound friendship can exist between a pirate and their ship. What an enviable bond. Why have I yet to encounter such companions? Countless pirates wept openly, moved to tears by the video of the Going Merry. Even many who initially intended to invade reconsidered their plans after watching this video. Thank you, screen. The masses of civilians, spared from disaster, knelt before the screen in gratitude. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku reflected, finally finding merit in the video broadcasted by the screen. For once, it had not burdened them further. Humph, what is there to mourn over a mere ship? Crying like children over such trivial matters. How can those who weep over this ever achieve greatness? If this ship is no longer seaworthy, simply acquire another. What attachment is there to a vessel? A ship exists merely to transport people. If it fails, it must be discarded. I purchased it, and it provided me with transport services. That is a fair exchange. If it falters, it is only natural to abandon it. Only fools would waste time and tears over such matters. Yet, there were those who scoffed at the sentiment, crying over a broken ship. The Straw Hat crew truly brings shame upon themselves. Their disdainful remarks were broadcasted live and reached the ears of the Straw Hat crew. Bastards. Everyone erupted in fury. The Going Merry was their companion, and no one was permitted to insult it. Regardless of where you may find yourself in the future, I shall make you pay dearly. Luffy glared at the individual speaking such words from the screen, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Hey, my blade has long been deprived of the taste of blood. I hope you can satisfy me. Zoro flashed a feral grin, sending chills down spines. I shall teach you what it means to be polite. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking with earnestness. Hey, if you have the guts, come at me. The Straw Hat crew may instill fear in others, but not in me. My head is worth 120 million berries. And I am right here, waiting for you to claim it. A man, resembling a lion, bore a provocative expression, a compilation of tear-inducing moments in the pirate world. Tear-inducing moment 2. Princess Vivi's farewell. Reason for inclusion. Regardless of how many years pass, or what our identities may be, we remain companions. Vivi is a girl who has always considered others as the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. She carries none of the airs of royalty and interacts effortlessly with the common folk, earning their affection when accompanying her father to a world government meeting. Even after being deliberately bumped into by Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom, she prioritized the potential harm to the people that could arise from conflict between the two nations and offered a sincere apology. Yet, Wapol's collision was indeed painful. Young Vivi could only stifle her tears. She has always been a girl who thinks of others. However, such a kind-hearted girl has not been favored by fate. Not only did her childhood friend, Koza, turn against her, but her own country was thrown into chaos by Crocodile, leading to a rift between the people and the royal family, plunging into a crisis of internal strife. And here she was, a mere 20-year-old girl, shouldering the burden of saving her nation. Later on, she encountered the Straw Hat crew, and their friendship blossomed rapidly, even knowing her country was on the brink of disaster. When faced with Nami, who was gravely ill with a high fever, she prioritized Nami's well-being and sought to save her first. Finally, they arrived at Alabasta. Vivi aimed to convince the rebel forces to recognize who the true enemy of Alabasta was, sparing the people unnecessary casualties. However, even if she persuaded the rebels, she could not halt Crocodile. As they walked towards the rebel camp, Luffy remarked, But, Vivi broke into tears. Those people have done nothing wrong. We cannot let them die in vain. I do not wish for the soldiers of the kingdom to perish, nor do I want the people to suffer losses, nor do I want any of you to be harmed. I desire. Vivi wept inconsolably. I wish for everyone to be safe and sound. Luffy shouted vehemently. Then why would you choose to sacrifice yourself? In helpless sobs, Vivi replied, But I have nothing else left to wager. At that moment, the Straw Hat Luffy was particularly earnest. Then let us stake our lives as well. We are comrades, are we not? Upon hearing this, Vivi was overcome with tears, after Luffy's desperate battle and the sacrifice of the kingdom's guard. The rebellion in Alabasta was finally quelled, and Crocodile was defeated, and a miraculous downpour graced the parched desert. Yet, there was no time to express gratitude to Luffy and his crew. The Navy arrived, and the Straw Hat crew had no choice but to depart. Unable to sever her ties to her country and its people, Vivi, accompanied by the riding duck Karoo, arrived at the seaside. "Everyone," she waved to the Straw Hat crew, "I have come to bid you farewell." This left the once exuberant crew momentarily stunned. "What are you saying, Vivi? Did we not agree to be partners for life?" They were all prepared to welcome Vivi aboard. "I cannot accompany you any longer. I am truly grateful for everything up until now." Vivi's voice resonated through the phone bug, reaching the entire royal capital of Alabasta. "Though I yearn to continue adventuring, I find that I still love this country dearly. Thus, I cannot journey to the sea with you." Luffy wore a somewhat forlorn smile. "Is that so?" Vivi's face, once radiant with joy, was suddenly streaked with tears as she choked back her sobs. "Though I must remain here." Memories of the adventures and joyous times shared with Straw Hat Luffy flooded my mind. The experiences that symbolized our partnership, the valiant struggle to save Alabasta, the heroic defeat of Crocodile, the despair faced in the presence of formidable foes. Unable to see the salvation of the kingdom, all these memories were unleashed. "If we were to meet again one day, would you still call me your comrade? If that were possible, how I long to sail the seas alongside the Straw Hat crew." It is indeed a great regret. Vivi was reduced to tears, having only just met. Why must they part? The Straw Hat Pirates, with Luffy excitedly wishing to respond. "Anytime," were silenced by Nami covering his mouth. "We cannot agree to her. The Navy has taken notice of Vivi. If they uncover evidence of our connection to her, she will become a criminal. We must silently bid her farewell." Nami raised her right hand, revealing the marked symbol upon it. Observing the Straw Hat crew's lack of response, Vivi felt even more aggrieved. They had labored to build this friendship, yet could not even offer her a proper farewell. But in the next moment, Vivi was taken aback as the entire Straw Hat crew raised their hands, displaying the symbol upon their own. Witnessing this scene, Vivi was instantly overcome with joy and raised her hand as well, revealing her symbol. This was the testament of her friendship with the Straw Hat crew. The crew silently bade her farewell. On some future day, when they meet again, they will still be the best of comrades. Luffy's voice echoed as if it were once more resounding. "No matter what happens in the future, this mark on my right hand is the testament of our partnership." Why do my eyes brim with tears? Because this video is truly heart-wrenching. Oh, why must you make me watch these? I cannot bear it. This is merely the second video, and I am already in tears. Many pirates are questioning their very existence. They weep for the beautiful emotions portrayed in these videos. TCH, what is there to cry about? Alabasta actually relies on mere pirates for salvation. How shameful. This is quite amusing. Pirates colluding with the kingdom. And the Navy shows no sign of intervention. There will always be those who gossip. Some even enjoy taking the opposite stance. This is quite normal. Yet, this time, there are no rewards. What is going on? Indeed, wasn't every segment of the previous video accompanied by a reward? Why is there none this time? There are even those with entirely different focuses who have noticed this fact. The last video had 16 scenes and 16 rewards. Why is there not a single reward this time? What could be the reason? Sengoku furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the situation. But if there are no rewards, then it is even more dire for the Navy. A collection of tear-jerking scenes from the Pirate World. Tear-jerking Scene 3. The blossoming miracle of cherry blossoms. Reason for inclusion. There are always a few good souls in the world. Healing and soothing wounded hearts. Chopper, a reindeer who has consumed the human fruit, possesses a blue nose. Consequently, he became an outlier in the reindeer community, a freak within the human world, ostracized by both sides and left homeless. In the frigid winter, countless cold stones shattered his tender heart. His entire childhood was spent in solitude and exclusion. He began to distrust all humans, believing there was no place that could accept him. However, there was one person who opened his heart to him. Dr. Hiralik, a disheveled quack who treated Chopper as his son, was the one who named him. The scene shifts. Amidst a flurry of snow, Chopper, perceived as a monster, was injured and fainted in the snow. Hiralik discovered him. "Were you shot? If you don't stop the bleeding, you will die." He was so earnest, completely disregarding Chopper as a monster. However, the fallen handgun stirred Chopper's sensitive heart. He believed that Hiralik, too, despised him as a monster and intended to shoot him. Enraged, Chopper pinned Hiralik to the snow and beat him mercilessly. Hiralik did not retaliate. "I will never lay a hand on you." In the snow, Hiralik shed all his clothes and stood naked. Declaring this, Chopper finally understood. Hiralik had never regarded him as a monster and had no intention of harming him. when he awoke again. He found himself in a warm room, with his savior, wearing a pure and innocent smile, preparing food for him. The moment the food touched his lips, Chopper found it to be the most delectable meal. For the first time, he felt warmth. His shattered, cold heart began to heal. An inept doctor and a reindeer thus began to live together. Hiralik shared with Chopper his dream. He wished to use the skull and crossbones as a symbol to heal the tyranny of the king of Drum Island and save the country. This skull and crossbones represented the transformation of the impossible into the possible. He had heard a story about a pirate who suffered from a terminal illness one day, while passing a mountain blanketed in cherry blossoms. A miraculous sight unfolded, blooming amidst winter. This moment deeply moved him. A miracle occurred. He truly recovered, becoming as healthy as any other. Therefore, Hiralik regarded the skull and crossbones as a miracle. To commemorate this, he even created a flag. He once told Chopper, "One day, you too must venture out to sea, for then you will realize just how small you are. You will exclaim, 'Oh, there are such adorable little reindeer in the world.'" Chopper was unaware if cherry blossoms could heal wounds, but he knew that everything Dr. Hiralik said was true. Yet, the time for parting had come. Hiralik had long been afflicted by a terminal illness. Encountering Chopper was the happiest moment of his final days. Yet, at the same time, it was the most unfortunate circumstance, for he had to leave Chopper. Without his care, what would become of Chopper? Hiralik could only harden his heart, pointing a gun at Chopper, even going so far as to shoot him to drive him away. "Kid, you must go. I have no obligation to care for you any longer. I still have research to conduct and cannot look after you." Faced with Hiralik's cold-hearted words, Chopper could not comprehend. "Why, doctor? Please do not send me away. I can help you with your back and chop wood." He stood alone in the snow, weeping uncontrollably. "Wah, aside from the doctor, I have no one else to rely on. I have nowhere to go." Upon witnessing this, many were already shedding tears profusely. It was simply heart-wrenching. Within the confines of the room, Hiralik wept inconsolably. Yet, he found himself powerless. The tale shared between him and Chopper could only culminate in sorrow. Having traversed the chasm from despair to hope, and once again plummeting into despair, Chopper's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. He could not comprehend. Hiralik had explicitly vowed never to shoot him. So why then did he suddenly fire, his demeanor so harshly insistent on sending him away? As the scene shifted, Chopper finally uncovered the harrowing truth of Hiralik's terminal illness. It dawned upon him that Hiralik did not truly wish to cast him aside. Rather, he sought to shield him from witnessing his own demise. He could not allow the doctor to perish. It was simply unacceptable. Through relentless effort, Chopper eventually discovered in a tome the existence of the miraculous Amadou mushroom, capable of curing all ailments. Alas, it was a tragic oversight that he misinterpreted the skull and crossbones symbol denoting poison, believing it to signify a miracle. Thus, he embarked on a quest to find the Amadou mushroom. He scoured numerous locales, ultimately finding himself amidst a herd of deer. The leader of the herd had already cast him aside, but this time, he refused to flee. He charged back with his antlers. Again and again, blood flowed freely as flesh was torn. No matter the cost, he could not retreat this time. He had compelling reasons to forge ahead. In the end, his antlers broke, leaving him grievously wounded. Yet, he triumphed over the herd leader and found the Amadou mushroom. Supporting his battered, bleeding body, he knocked on Hiralik's door with the mushroom he deemed miraculous. Holding the Amadou mushroom aloft, brimming with hope, he implored, "Please do not die. You must survive, doctor." Hiralik gazed at Chopper in disbelief. "Did you really go to such lengths to fetch this for me? I wish to become a doctor. Teach me how to be a doctor, and then I too can fight, just like a pirate." Seeing Hiralik remain silent, Chopper offered a despondent smile and lowered his head. As expected, a reindeer cannot become a doctor. Hiralik wept openly, embracing Chopper. "Of course you can. You can and you will. You are destined to become an exceptional doctor." It is unfathomable the tribulations Chopper endured to procure the Amadou mushroom. Little did this kind-hearted reindeer know, the mushroom in his possession would not save Hiralik. Rather, it would hasten his demise. He remained unaware that while kindness may heal the body, it cannot mend a broken spirit. Hiralik, fully aware that the Amadou mushroom was poison, resolutely consumed the mushroom stew, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious. Thank you, Chopper. I now possess the vigor to explore the miracle of cherry blossoms. I can save this country." Chopper rejoiced, for he had finally avoided parting from the doctor. Yet, the truth inevitably unfolded. The scene transitioned to Chopper joyously brandishing the amidum mushroom before Hiruluk's friend, Kureha, exclaiming, "He drank this medicine. So he is fine now." But Kureha's expression turned grave. The amidum mushroom is highly toxic. How could it possibly save Hiruluk? Unbeknownst to Chopper, he continued to beam. Because it is a panacea, his ailment is cured. And he feels invigorated. He will surely save this country. I too will learn from the doctor how to become one. But before he could finish, Kureha struck him away. "You foolish reindeer." That mushroom. Tears streamed down Kureha's face. That mushroom is deadly poison. Just one bite, and one cannot survive even half a day. Chopper's pupils dilated in shock. This cannot be. I meticulously researched this. Chopper sat up, disbelief etched across his features, though I may have lost that book. It was undoubtedly the universal mushroom capable of healing all ailments. The skull represents a miracle, does it not? Next to the amidum mushroom, there is a similar skull, and the doctor said he was feeling much better. He cannot die. You must be deceiving me. Rather than refuting, Chopper was attempting to convince himself to accept the heart-wrenching news that Hiruluk was about to depart due to his foolish intentions. Kureha, with her head bowed and voice dejected, remarked, "He was very pleased with your sentiment. However, the skull signifies poison." "You are lying," Chopper shouted. "I am not deceiving you. Remember well, there is no such thing as a universal remedy that cures all illness. Which is precisely why we need doctors," Kureha exclaimed. "Listen carefully. Kindness alone cannot save lives. To save a life, one must possess the requisite knowledge and medical skill. Without expertise, you cannot save anyone." At this, Chopper finally broke down in tears. The scene shifted once more. Even as his life flickered perilously near its end, upon hearing of patients in need within the kingdom, Hiruluk resolutely pressed on. Even upon realizing he had been deceived, he merely expressed joy, saying, "Wonderful. So, there are no patients after all." As for the soldiers who had lured him there with malicious intent, he turned a blind eye. "I thought this country was facing dire straits." Tears of joy streamed down his face as he mused. What? Was I the only one deceived? All the guards stood in stunned silence. When does a person truly perish? Is it when the heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when one is afflicted with an incurable disease? Not at all. Is it when one consumes poison-laden mushroom stew? Neither. It is when one is forgotten by the world. Raising a glass, he toasted to himself and to the life he was about to save. "Ah, what a magnificent life I have lived." Upon concluding his words, he detonated the bomb strapped to him. Only a single black hat fell upon Chopper, who rushed to save Hiruluk. "Please, Kureha, I wish to become a panacea. A doctor capable of healing any ailment, even the maladies of nations, for there is no illness that cannot be cured." On that snowy night, Chopper waved Hiruluk's cherry blossom pirate flag, pleading through his tears. In due time, Chopper encountered the guiding light of his life, the Straw Hat crew. Though he knew not whose pirate flag it was, it bore the weight of a life svowed in the face of Wapple's fierce cannon fire. Monkey D. Luffy did not flinch, using his body to shield the flag that encapsulated the beautiful memories and promises shared between Hiruluk and Chopper, holding it steadfastly. It was not a flag to be easily broken by those who jest. Luffy's thunderous roar resonated, profoundly impacting Chopper's heart. "Chopper, you have companions," Luffy bellowed as he charged toward Wapple. "We are your comrades. Heal the ailments of Drum Kingdom. Chopper, you are the best doctor." The unwavering conviction of youth overwhelmed Chopper, tears cascading down his cheeks. Once more, he seemed to see Dr. Hiruluk, smiling, as if to say, "Haha, the ailments of Drum Kingdom have been healed. Chopper, you are remarkable." Ultimately, as they bid farewell to Chopper, Kureha bestowed upon him a breathtaking shower of beautiful cherry blossoms that blanketed the entire island. A dreamlike scene, reminiscent of Hiruluk's vivid depictions. As the cherry blossoms bloomed, miracles would descend, the kingdom's afflictions healed. In the ethereal sky, Hiruluk appeared once more, proclaiming, "There is no illness that cannot be cured. I have succeeded." The scene froze amidst the enchanting cherry blossoms. Such a dreamlike spectacle exists in this world. Should one be fortunate enough to experience it in this lifetime, it would not be in vain. The poignant tale of Hiruluk and Chopper moved me to tears. Chopper's plight was heart-wrenching, and the Straw Hat crew truly shined brightly. Though Hiruluk's medical skills may have faltered, he was undoubtedly a good doctor. Rarely do things move me to such an extent, but the story of Chopper and Hiraluk has truly overwhelmed me. This world can be so splendid. I yearn to set sail and witness the myriad of wonders. Having watched the video, the audience across the seas can only express their sentiments. Truly, it is a heart-wrenching scene that evokes profound emotions. It indeed leaves one with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. This tear-jerking video has undeniably slowed down the actions of many pirates. We hope to maintain this momentum and secure a bit more time for ourselves. Each story lasts roughly 5 to 6 minutes. The Warring States period, perhaps, to watch it all unfold, it would take around 30 to 40 minutes. This should provide them with ample opportunity to accomplish certain tasks. They could save more of the populace. A compilation of heart-wrenching moments from the pirate world. Heart-wrenching moment 4. The True Man. Bon Clay. Reason for inclusion. The farewell of a transvestite. Beyond words. Bon Clay, a transvestite with aspirations of discovering the paradise for his kind, possesses the power of the clone fruit. Once known as Mr. 2 of the Baroque works, he is a genuine man willing to lay down his life for Luffy. He met the Straw Hat crew by the seaside of Alabasta, where none of them were acquainted with each other. Rescued from the water by the Straw Hat crew, he quickly forged a bond of friendship with them. However, the joyful moments of camaraderie are always fleeting, even when his identity was revealed upon departure. And despite becoming adversaries in Alabasta, they remained friends after all was said and done. After Crocodile was defeated, he aided the Straw Hat crew in relocating the Going Merry and planned to flee with them. Yet, the Straw Hats chose to forego their escape to wait for Vivi, which deeply touched Bon Clay. Facing the approaching navy, he utilized his powers to transform his crew into the Straw Hat Pirates. Assisting their escape, he harbored no regrets, bidding farewell to his dear friends with a smile. Later, he encountered Luffy once more in Impel Down. Confronted by the formidable Magellan, Bon Clay attempted to disguise himself to cover Luffy's escape. However, Luffy had come to rescue Ace and could not abandon the mission. In the face of the invincible Magellan, Bon Clay fled. Yet, he was not a coward. He transformed into Hannibal, taking Luffy away, even taking on Magellan's form to venture into perilous territory in search of an antidote. Alas, he was unsuccessful. Both he and Luffy found themselves trapped in the 5th level of the icy hell. To protect Luffy, Bon Clay bravely battled the guards. Even when surrounded and viciously attacked, he never retreated a single step. This is Bon Clay, a man of true character who values friendship. Eventually, they encountered their savior, the Okama King. Moved by Bon Clay's spirit, the Okama King injected Luffy with a hormone that would cure him. Witnessing his friend grappling with death, Bon Clay stood outside, repeatedly encouraging Luffy. "Go on, Luffy," until his throat grew hoarse and his tears ran dry. Even if it meant spitting blood, he never gave up. He risked his life, providing Luffy with unwavering emotional support, disregarding his own safety solely for his friend's survival. Everyone in the Okama paradise was touched by Bon Clay's noble spirit. What remarkable gallantry! Such a man is truly deserving of their admiration. For the sake of friendship, Bon Clay has always stood firm. In Alabasta, in the icy hell, and within the Okama kingdom, this has been his unwavering principle. Later, as Ace was taken away for execution, and with the need to pass through the gates of justice to reach Marine Ford, when everyone was at a loss, the injured Bon Clay stepped forward once more. "I am the most suited for this task. Allow me to open the gates of justice." His flamboyant appearance was ever present, yet in critical moments, he was always reliable. With a thumbs up, he confidently declared, "Leave it to me." Moreover, on his way out, he instructed Jinbe to keep Luffy's plans confidential before communication was severed. Bon Clay smiled, stating, "For the farewell of a transvestite, no words are necessary." And thus, he plunged into a one-way journey. Aware that he would not return, he still hesitated not for Luffy's sake. He disguised himself as Magellan and successfully opened the gates of justice, allowing Luffy and others to escape. However, such a deceitful method was soon discovered by Magellan. Facing the wrath of Magellan and the encircling forces, he resolutely closed the gates, sacrificing himself in the process and destroying the switch to the gates of justice. "Can you hear me, little Bon?" Having learned the truth, Luffy connected through the Den Mushi. "Why do you keep doing this? Why must I always be the one you save? If you can hear me, respond quickly, little Bon. Didn't we promise to escape together?" In response to Luffy's interrogation, Bon Clay wept profusely while holding the Den Den mushi, yet continued to think of Luffy. Little Straw Hat. You must rescue your big brother. On the other end of the line, tears smudged his makeup as he urged. You can do it. You will save your brother. Then, he resolutely hung up, severing all ties with the outside world. Leaving himself in hell, when confronted with Magellan's furious inquiry, "Do you have any last words?" Bon Clay beamed. No regrets in death. To have a friend like Bon Clay is truly a stroke of luck for Straw Hat Luffy throughout his life. Though he bears the appearance of a transvestite, he is a true man, one I cannot compare to. If not witnessed firsthand, it would be hard to imagine that such individuals exist in this world. Willing to sacrifice their lives for a friend that I truly envy Straw Hat Luffy. The vast sea is rife with deceit, where brothers betray each other with daggers in the back, making this pure and unpretentious friendship all the more desirable and captivating. Fishman Island. Observing this scene, Straw Hat Luffy was reduced to tears. Little Bon. Throughout his life, Straw Hat Luffy has endured many regrets, yet the most profound is the inability to witness Bon Clay's emergence from Impel Down. Straw Hat-chan, on level 5.5 of Impel Down. The now Okama King Bon Clay also wept, his makeup running. Humph, such trivial camaraderie. Pirates are, after all, pirates, inherently wicked, Sakazuki scoffed, visibly displeased. To him, such deep friendships among pirates seemed utterly unnecessary. The mere Bon Clay managed to infiltrate the operations room of Impel Down. This is simply embarrassing. A collection of tear-jerking moments from the pirate world. Heart-wrenching moment 4. This sea needs guardians. Reason for inclusion. To protect the vulnerable citizens, I shall stand guard here. The scene opens with a rather peculiar-looking man. Yet Sengoku's gaze sharpens. Hannibal. This is the current warden of Impel Down. One of their own in the Navy. It appears they are not entirely comprised of pirates. Sengoku feels somewhat reassured. From today, I shall serve as the warden of Impel Down, Hannibal. Hannibal salutes the former warden, albeit stammering, which adds a touch of endearment. Indeed, he possesses the gloomy visage as rumored. The warden, with a serious expression, critiques Hannibal, breaking his composure. How can you say such things about someone? That's rather excessive. The warden remarks, only you can manage this fellow. A more towering figure with a menacing countenance enters. Magellan, I leave Hannibal to you. Yes, the man entering is none other than the future warden of Impel Down, who would later become the vice warden. Some spectators could not help but comment. ISNT Magellan supposed to look even more intimidating. From then on, Hannibal and Magellan formed a remarkably harmonious duo. When Hannibal struggled with a task, Magellan was there to cover for him. Though he often made mistakes, Hannibal remained diligent, gradually becoming more reliable. Eventually, Magellan ascended to the position of warden, and Hannibal became the vice warden. Though he appeared increasingly careless and frivolous, often grumbling about wanting to replace Magellan as warden, everyone in Impel Down recognized him as a responsible and amicable superior, genuinely considerate of his subordinates. Magellan, too, valued his old partner and regarded him as his successor. Only Hannibal remained oblivious. His daily tasks involved patrolling Impel Down, checking for anomalies, reprimanding prisoners, organizing and managing prison affairs, and then reporting to Warden Magellan. His life, one could say, was quite manageable. Yet, despite everything, there was little turbulence, until that fateful day that a man named Monkey D. Luffy burst onto the scene, leading a band of ruthless criminals intent on escaping from prison. Fully aware of his own inadequacies in stopping Luffy and his crew, Hannibal nonetheless stood resolutely before them, under the fervent gaze of the guards, determined to thwart the enemy before the arrival of Director Magellan. Unlike his usual self, who preferred to play the coward, this time Hannibal exhibited an unprecedented resolve. Shielding his subordinates behind him, he brandished his sword towards Monkey D. Luffy and solemnly declared, in order to protect the future of the weak and innocent citizens, I, standing in for the director, shall impose the ultimate punishment upon you. The infamous pirate known as Straw Hat. Though his stature was not imposing, at that moment, he appeared remarkably grand. Naturally, Luffy was incensed that Hannibal obstructed his path to rescue Ace. A fierce battle ensued between them. If you don't step aside, I will knock you out. I have to save Ace. After several attempts to break through Hannibal's defenses, Luffy issued his final warning. Don't be ridiculous. If I could be so easily knocked out, how could I maintain my dignity as vice director? He managed to push Luffy back once more, in a desperate bid to end the conflict and reach the exit. Luffy activated his second gear. Facing the lightning-fast speed and overwhelming power of Luffy in this form, Hannibal found himself at a disadvantage, being struck to the ground. Yet, not a soul would mock him. Just as Luffy thought he had triumphed and was about to pass through the gates, the bloodied Hannibal seized his ankle. Not even close. Hannibal bellowed, re-engaging Luffy in a fierce struggle. However, Luffy in his second gear was an opponent he could not contend with. Once again, Hannibal was sent flying. This is just a minor setback. It's far from over. Hannibal rose once again, charging at Luffy with indomitable will. Despite being battered and bruised, he was determined to keep the forces of evil confined within the prison. This man was truly inspiring at that moment. Many spectators were brought to tears. These were the common folk. It turned out that there existed individuals who tirelessly worked in the shadows to protect them. With his not-so-imposing physique, he repeatedly thwarted the invasion of pirates. Hannibal was struck down once more, but persevered to stand again. You shall not pass. Like an unyielding cockroach, he continuously obstructed Luffy. Stop getting in my way. If you don't move aside, it will be too late for Ace. I must rescue him. Luffy shouted. He had his own convictions. Yet so did Hannibal. Breathing heavily, blood streaming from his head, he barely managed to sit up. Propped by his sword, and retorted, "Save your brother. Spare me the pretty words, you scoundrels of the sea. You are nothing but infamous pirates and traitors. As long as you exist upon the seas, the innocent will remain sleepless in fear of losing their loved ones. Thus, to grant peace of mind to the vulnerable, I shall imprison you vile pirates. This is the underwater fortress. Should it fall, the world will plunge into boundless terror, since I have vowed not to let you escape. You shall not take a single step forward. If the world were to tremble, this moment would surely qualify." Hannibal, with his seemingly insignificant stature, conveyed to the populace the essence of responsibility and accountability. Fishman Island. Luffy regarded this scene with a complex expression. This was the second time he appeared more like a villain. In the face of Hannibal, his unwavering determination seemed somewhat ludicrous. He faintly recalled the first time he felt like a villain was during the journey to Enies Lobby, when a certain colonel named Pirate Hunter Zoro uttered sentiments akin to those of Hannibal. Woo woo woo. Thank you, Lord Hannibal, for your sacrifices on our behalf. In this world, it turned out there were so many who silently guarded them. Suddenly, tears flowed uncontrollably. Luffy found Hannibal extraordinarily admirable. With such a guardian at the underwater prison, one could feel an immense sense of security. The video concluded. However, many remained in shock, unable to recover from the impact. That day, Hannibal, with the frailty of a mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with heroes, enlightening all on the virtues of caring for the populace and embracing responsibility. Who would be the next to evoke such emotion? Curiosity piqued. He found himself immersed in this touching atmosphere, unable to extricate himself. Above the sea, many awaited the next heart-wrenching scene. Yet suddenly, the screen flickered. No further images were shown. Instead, a voice resounded. The heart-wrenching video segment has reached a temporary pause. The next part is currently in preparation. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped. What? We have to wait again. This is too much to bear. I want to continue watching the unfolding narrative. Countless viewers lamented. Let them wait. Just as their interest was piqued, they pull this stunt. Are we to be left in despair? An interactive quiz will commence shortly. Please prepare yourselves. The voice echoed once more, showing no regard for the audience's outcries. Merely repeating monotonously, interactive quiz. This seemed somewhat intriguing. Come on, let me see what rewards await. Many felt their interest rekindled. Meanwhile, Su Yang stared incredulously at the computer screen. So, my video truly connected to the pirate world and has had an impact there. Observing the chaos in the pirate world, especially among the Navy, who were rendered utterly reactive due to his video, he felt a wave of guilt. His inadvertent actions had brought calamity upon those in the pirate world. His conscience weighed heavily. After all, they were real people. No wonder the entire website featured only his personal page, devoid of any other uploads. He was the sole user. The doubts that had long lingered in his heart were finally resolved. Fortunately, there was still a chance for redemption. An interactive quiz. He had not anticipated that his offhand initiative, designed to enhance interaction with his audience, would transform into a means of atonement. However, Su Yang sighed at this thought. Whether redemption is feasible or to what extent, that is beyond my control. It depends on the nature of the rewards offered by this site. The greater the reward, the more redemption possible. If the rewards are meager, then there is little hope. Suddenly, in the pirate world, everyone felt a shiver in their souls, and they found themselves in an expansive space. Where is this? A bewildered Sengoku surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing grave. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the revolutionary army, pirates, all gathered here. This place was named the World Chat Room, specifically designed for answering questions. A screen materialized, hovering above like a deity. Then, a button appeared before each individual, a special buzzer for answering questions. Pressing the button to buzz in successfully meant one must answer correctly or face punishment. Any attempts to sabotage the buzzer or attack the respondent would incur severe penalties, resulting in expulsion from the chat room and permanent bans from viewing videos or receiving rewards. This stringent rule startled everyone present. Yet, despite its severity, it was comprehensive, ensuring the integrity of the quiz. The first question: who were the vice admirals that besieged Sabeti Archipelago in the farewell scene of the Going Merry? Upon hearing this question, Sengoku's eyes lit up. He promptly pressed the buzzer. Who could possibly know this better than him? Oh dear, I was a moment too late. Observing Sengoku's successful buzz-in, Kazan retracted his hand. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku has buzzed in successfully. Please provide your answer. Sengoku raised his head, confidently and calmly responding. There were a total of 5. Vice Admiral Gecko Moria, Vice Admiral Squirrel, Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Stalaberry, and Vice Admiral Fossa. Though this command was originally issued through Kuzan's Den Den Mushi, as the former admiral, he was naturally aware of the personnel assignments. The answer is correct. Admiral Sengoku, please choose your reward. Reward 1. The Navy increases its strength by 2 additional candidates at the admiral level. Reward 2. Amplify the strength of any Navy member. Upon hearing this reward, Sengoku could not help but clench his fists in excitement, his voice trembling as he declared, I choose reward 1. Without a doubt, I certainly opt for reward 1. An increase has its limitations. It is far better to augment 2 combatants. Who knows, perhaps further amplifications may follow. The current fleet admiral, Sakazuki, turned around, impressed by the meticulous consideration of the former fleet admiral. The enhancement of strength has been completed. You may exit the chat room to claim your reward. Just as if to affirm the words of the light screen, 2 new faces appeared before Sakazuki, bowing respectfully. New recruit, Bailong reporting for duty. New recruit, Ziue reporting for duty, one with white hair, the other with short black hair. Their eyes gleaming violet. Welcome aboard. In that moment, even Sakazuki could not suppress a flicker of excitement. As for the 4 emperors, witnessing the Navy's acquisition, their expressions varied greatly. Question 2. What is the name of Vivi's childhood companion? The second question arose. This query instantly plunged many into deep contemplation. What was the name of Vivi's childhood friend? They truly had not paid attention. Ding! Someone buzzed in with an answer. The crowd turned to see it was none other than Princess Vivi. Upon witnessing her buzz-in, many promptly abandoned their thoughts. They understood that they had no chance left. Kusha. Vivi calmly provided the answer. No one knew this name better than she. Correct. Princess Vivi, please select your reward. Reward 1. The kingdom gains a new oasis. Reward 2. The kingdom acquires a batch of formidable guards. Faced with this choice, Vivi looked to her father, King Cobra of Alabasta. I trust your judgment. Vivi, regardless of your decision, I shall support you. Cobra smiled, fully affirming Vivi's choice. I choose reward 1. To increase the oasis, what does Alabasta lack the most? Water. As for guards, they already possess a loyal and powerful contingent. Furthermore, for Alabasta, which has joined the World Government Alliance, few foolish pirates would dare to cause disruption. An oasis encompassing 15 square kilometers has been granted to Alabasta. Upon hearing this news, Vivi leaped for joy. Such a vast oasis exceeded her wildest imagination. Question 3. What is Dr. Hiluluk's classic line amidst the blooming cherry blossoms? The third question arrived. Ding! Someone buzzed in again. The crowd looked on, astonished to see it was Monkey D. Luffy, do you know the answer? Nami asked in surprise, her voice barely above a whisper. I have no idea, Luffy replied with unwavering certainty, his face beaming with joy. You fool! Why are you buzzing in if you don't know the answer? Nami exclaimed, landing a punch on Luffy's head, leaving a sizable bump. Isn't it fun? Luffy replied, still grinning. Nami felt utterly defeated. Monkey D. Luffy, please respond. The voice of the light screen echoed, and Luffy bluntly stated, I don't know. Incorrect. Please accept your punishment. In an instant, a thunderous bolt struck down, sending Luffy flying. Please continue to buzz in. Witnessing the punishment, many wore expressions of solemnity. The penalty was indeed severe. Ding! Another buzz rang out. It was the Navy's Dasky. Well done, Dasky. Smoker couldn't help but praise. Please respond. Dasky cleared her throat and began. When will a person truly die? Is it when their heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when one succumbs to a terminal illness? Neither. Is it when one drinks toxic mushroom soup? No, it is when they are forgotten by the world, Dasky confidently proclaimed. Many Navy vice admirals were expressions of admiration. Dasky's answer was indeed correct and remarkably complete. However, just as they believed they had answered correctly, the voice of the light screen doused their hopes with cold water. Incorrect. Please accept your punishment. Another bolt of lightning descended. Be careful. Seeing this, Smoker immediately stepped forward to shield his subordinate from the strike. How could that be incorrect? Isn't that the answer? What went wrong? Even Sengoku was bewildered. Dasky had recited every word perfectly. How could it be wrong? Dasky's answer mirrored his own. Please continue to buzz in. The calm voice of the light screen resonated. Dasky's failure prompted many to reflect carefully on Hiluluk's words. However, no matter how they pondered, Dasky had not misquoted a single word. Perhaps she had omitted the following phrase? The historian Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates pressed the buzz-in button. Please respond. Her buzz-in once again captivated everyone's attention. Nico Robin's gaze briefly lingered on Sakazuki's face, a flicker of animosity flashing through her eyes. When will a person truly die? Is it when their heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when one succumbs to a terminal illness? Neither. Is it when one drinks toxic mushroom soup? No. It is when they are forgotten by the world. Just when everyone thought she had finished, she continued, My life has been truly wonderful. The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone slapped their foreheads in realization. Of course, that phrase had been left unsaid. No wonder it was an incorrect answer, which she answered correctly. Many looked towards Nico Robin, some filled with anticipation, others with trepidation. Correct, Nico Robin, please select your reward. Upon hearing that Nico Robin had answered correctly, some sighed, while others felt regret. Reward 1. Revive O'Hara, ensuring it no longer faces the risk of annihilation. Reward 2. Allow the one responsible for O'Hara's destruction to pay with their life. Hearing this reward, the Navy's ranks turned pale with alarm. Do not be so presumptuous. The lives of Navy members are not yours to manipulate. Sakazuki's voice darkened as he prepared to strike the light screen. But the light screen had already unleashed a beam of light, enveloping everyone. All felt their bodies become immobilized, utterly unable to move. The Navy Fleet Admiral's unwarranted provocation resulted in his expulsion from the chat room, rendering him ineligible for this quiz. With that, Sakazuki vanished. Hiss! The terrifying power of the light screen left everyone present in awe. Even someone of Sakazuki's caliber found himself completely powerless, expelled without recourse. Truly terrifying. As the light faded, everyone felt their mobility return. Heh. Navy, you are in grave peril today. I eagerly await to see how the son of the devil will choose. The Navy personnel gazed at Nico Robin with anxiety. For her forthcoming choice could very well determine their fates. Sengoku had never felt so tense, fearing that the Navy would suffer devastating losses, the seas ravaged by pirates. He was also concerned for his own life, and even more worried that the Navy might face annihilation, leaving the seas to sink entirely into a pirate's paradise. The air felt as if it had solidified. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The gazes of the Navy personnel were all fixed on Nico Robin, fists clenched tightly. A single word from Nico Robin would directly determine the future of the seas. Thus, even those of the Four Emperors' stature could not help but turn their eyes towards Nico Robin. In this moment, she held absolute initiative. How delightful! Doflamingo's wicked grin revealed his eager anticipation. Whether the world descends into chaos or not hinges on Nico Robin's next few words. It was simply impossible to remain calm. I choose. Nico Robin's voice, though not loud, bore an unimaginable and terrifying weight, instilling fear in every Navy member. Reward 1. Ultimately, Nico Robin chose to revive O'Hara. Navy, remember this. My leniency today is solely for the sake of the innocent people of the seas, who happen to need you this time. As for O'Hara's revival, should you dare to destroy it again, trust me, I shall possess such an opportunity once more. Next time, I shall show no mercy. A threat. Aware that it is indeed a threat, the Navy cannot help but appreciate it at this moment. On behalf of the entire Navy, I consent. Sakazuki has been forcibly expelled, and Sengoku naturally becomes the temporary leader of the Navy. Robin, you have truly grown up. A complex expression flickers in Akiji's eyes as he gazes at Robin, ultimately letting out a sigh. O'Hara is being revived, and the rewards have been distributed. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin can hardly contain her eagerness to leave the chat room and witness the revival of O'Hara. Yet, for the sake of the Straw Hat Crew's collective interests, Nico Robin restrains herself. Question 4. What did Von Krieg say when he bid farewell to Straw Hat Luffy in Impel Down? The fourth question. This time, no one rushed to answer immediately. Everyone has grown cautious. The previous question was answered incorrectly due to the omission of a single phrase. This time, they must ponder carefully before responding. The atmosphere in the room has inexplicably turned solemn. Remarkable. On the Navy's side, Sengoku's mind races as he consolidates all of Von Krieg's words, then eliminates the inconsequential ones based on the context. Ding! Someone buzzes in. Sengoku is taken aback, turning to see that it is Broly, the daughter of Big Mom and a member of the Three-Eye Tribe. Sengoku's pupils constrict. He senses an ominous turn, should Broly answer correctly. The Navy would lose yet another opportunity. Please respond, Broly. The screen flickers, and the voice resonates. Because the farewell of a merman requires no words. Little Straw Hat, you must rescue your elder brother. You can certainly accomplish this. Broly responds with heartfelt emotion. However, in the expectant gaze of Big Mom, she gives an incorrect answer. This revelation hits like a thunderclap, leaving Big Mom in stunned disbelief. How could this be? Did she forget a few words? But how could that be possible? Broly possesses the ability to manipulate memories. Every minuscule detail she has witnessed should be flawless. She recounted every word Von Krieg spoke at the farewell without omission. Big Mom's bewilderment is shared by many powerful figures present, unless the astute among them quickly grasped the implication. Since even a complete recounting led to an error, it must mean something was added, unlike the previous question, where a phrase was missing. This time, the answer might very well hinge on that decisive statement. Realizing this, the powerful figures exchange glances and all press the buzzer. Ding! But before they can even press their buttons, someone has already answered. Sengoku is momentarily stunned, and upon seeing that it is Akiji who buzzed in, he breathes a sigh of relief. He exchanges a confirming glance with Akiji, nodding in agreement. Please respond. Mr. Kazan, Akiji, with a steady gaze directed at Von Krieg, states calmly, because the farewell of a merman requires no words, though he finds it somewhat awkward, he endures it for the sake of the Navy's advancement. Could this be the correct answer? Many turn their eyes toward Akiji, filled with anticipation. Sengoku clenches his fists tightly in nervousness. It must be correct. It absolutely must be. The Navy genuinely needs this reward. As Akiji's answer reverberates through Sengoku's heart, each word resonates with profound significance. Correct. Upon hearing Akiji's confirmation, Sengoku feels his heart race and finally exhales in relief. His back is drenched in cold sweat. Congratulations, Mr. Kazan. Please claim your reward. Reward 1. Restore your severed leg. Reward 2. Enhance the strength of Navy members to better safeguard the seas. Akiji does not hesitate that I choose the second reward. Please enhance the strength of White Dragon. Purple Moon, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pork. Akiji has indeed grasped the rules of this game. He has even selected the individuals. Buzz, for beams of white light descend, enveloping Peach Rabbit, White Dragon, and the others. A potent aura emanates from them. The brilliance lasts for only 20 seconds. However, as the light dissipates, many present wear grave expressions. The powers of White Dragon and Purple Moon have astonishingly risen to match that of the Navy admirals. An aura of frost surrounds White Dragon, while purple lightning crackles around Purple Moon. Furthermore, a closer inspection reveals scales appearing on their arms, signs of a Zoan-type mythical beast. Many discern the categories of their devil fruits. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is evident that their abilities are extraordinary. Zoan, mythical beast type, dragon fruit. Frost giant dragon form. Zoan, mythical beast type, dragon fruit, purple sky thunder dragon form, seemingly aware of the interest in their abilities. White dragon and purple moon introduced their devil fruits, 2 dragons. Upon hearing their declarations, many present adopt even graver expressions. The Zoan type signifies high defense and stamina. Moreover, their fruits appear to possess additional attributes for attack. Question 5. In which layer of hell does Hannibal guard the gates? And what is the name of that layer? The 5th question arises once more. Upon encountering this query, many momentarily find themselves at a loss. They had been focused on Hannibal's unyielding spirit and had completely forgotten which layer it was. I know. Suddenly, revolutionary Ivankov presses the buzzer. Please respond, Lady Ivankov. Call me Lord Ivankov. You fool, Ivankov protests. Yet the screen pays him no heed. Ivankov clears his throat. It's the 4th layer, known as the blazing hell. Upon hearing his response, many still pondering suddenly comprehend. Yes, it is indeed in the 4th layer, the blazing hell. This answer should leave no room for doubt. Correct. Congratulations, Lord Ivankov. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Possess more hormones to confront greater crises. Reward 2. Strengthen the revolutionary army, contributing to the cause. This hardly requires deliberation. Ivankov does not hesitate for a moment. Of course. I choose the first one. Obviously the second one, you fool. Goodness, Ivankov's sudden jest leaves the crowd momentarily stunned. Just as everyone assumes the rewards are concluded, the voice from the screen resonates once more. Many gaze in astonishment at the screen, realizing that this device has strayed from its typical script. Question 6. Who else entered after Hannibal in the scene guarding the gates of hell? Upon hearing this question, the crowd exchanges puzzled glances. Was there such a scene in the previously shown video? It seems not. Everyone is quite certain there was no such footage. Only Hannibal confronted Luffy. Showcasing his tenacity, who else entered afterward was never depicted. Who could possibly know? The crowd internally laments, feeling somewhat perplexed by a question derived from footage that never existed. Isn't this just a trick to confound them? However, amidst them, there is indeed someone who knows. It seems this question belongs to me. The voice of Blackbeard suddenly emerges from an unknown location, brimming with confidence. Just as he prepares to press the buzzer, a figure moves even faster. Ding! A man clad in the warden's uniform of impelled down seizes the opportunity first. Hannibal himself. Upon witnessing his chance snatched away by Hannibal, a cold glint flashes in Blackbeard's eyes. Yet Hannibal is unfazed by Blackbeard's presence. Please respond. Lord Hannibal, the voice from the screen echoes. All eyes turn toward him. Sengoku feels a wave of relief wash over him. He knows this is likely a secure answer. But being the center of attention makes Hannibal somewhat bashful. His voice begins to stutter. Observing his stammering, the Navy personnel are nearly driven to despair. They anxiously ponder. Could there be a complication? My answer is Blackbeard. Fortunately, Hannibal ultimately delivers his response. However, upon hearing that his answer is indeed Blackbeard, the crowd cannot help but be taken aback. What a surprise to see Blackbeard, that man with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes. He actually had a confrontation with Hannibal? Indeed, Blackbeard liberated those heinous criminals from the 6th level. It was inevitable that he would clash with Hannibal, who was then serving as the deputy director. Everyone turned their attention to the luminous screen, eager to discern whether Hannibal's response was correct. Correct answer. Congratulations, Your Excellency Hannibal. Please select your reward. Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Stability regained. Reward 1. Capture all the prisoners released by Blackbeard from the 6th level and restore order to the seas. Upon the announcement of this reward, Sengoku's breathing grew increasingly labored. Blackbeard's eyes bulged in horror, his complexion paling. Countless formidable figures of the sea turned pale at the mere mention. Reward 2. Gain immunity to all things, rendering space, time, and any form of attack incapable of restraining you, thus enhancing your ability to apprehend criminals. The shock brought by this second reward was no less than the first. All eyes were upon Hannibal. Regardless of his choice, he would instantaneously alter the balance of the seas. I choose reward 1. Hannibal appeared somewhat bashful, believing that rather than acquiring such a miraculous ability, it would be more beneficial to restore everything to its former state. There were simply too many prisoners who had escaped from the 6th level. Recapturing them would undoubtedly alleviate much pressure on the Navy. No. Upon hearing Hannibal's choice, Blackbeard collapsed onto the ground. Now he was not only a true outcast, but would also be pursued by the Whitebeard pirates. The thought of such a desolate existence made him momentarily black out. This was utterly demoralizing. Good. The Navy erupted in jubilant cheers. With this decision, their burdens were significantly lightened. Sengoku cast a glance of appreciation at Hannibal. Grateful for his sacrifice, the reward was being executed. Simply exit the current chat room to view the progress of the reward distribution. This quiz session has now concluded. We welcome everyone to participate next time. As the luminous screen vanished with a hum, everyone felt a sudden brightness before returning to their original locations. Hannibal. Blackbeard shouted furiously no. On this day, countless pirates of the sea cried out in despair. Yet, nothing could change their fate. Rays of light descended from the heavens, carrying them away into the 6th level of Impel Down. Excellent. Hannibal, you are remarkable. We are grateful for your presence. Countless citizens, upon learning that Hannibal was the cause of this triumph, expressed their fervent gratitude. The swift disappearance of the notorious pirates directly struck a blow to the morale of other pirates, causing them to retract their arrogant demeanor. Buzz. At that moment, the luminous screen reappeared across the globe. A special short video titled Trampled Justice caused many to feel an ominous premonition. The scene shifted directly to Hannibal. Isn't this what we saw before? Director Hannibal fighting valiantly against the Straw Hat crew. As they watched the familiar footage, many were perplexed. Why was this already seen scene playing again? But soon, they understood. This was the Hell Fortress. If it fell, the world would plunge into infinite chaos and turmoil. Just as Hannibal exclaimed a stirring and poignant declaration, the anguished cries of the guards erupted behind him. A cloud of black smoke engulfed the guards stationed at the gate. A coarse, ambitious voice rang out. Silence. Stop labeling everything as either justice or evil. Even if you search every nation in this world, you will find no answer. It was Blackbeard. He trampled Hannibal beneath his foot, grinning as he declared. Utterly foolish. He ruthlessly utilized the powers of the dark fruit to crush the guards' bodies, treating them like mere toys. Then, he released them from a great height. Witnessing his brazen demeanor, coupled with his ferocious visage, many felt an uncontrollable urge to leap into the video and deliver a beating to Blackbeard. The valiant Hannibal, in his relentless fight against evil, had all his glory and righteousness trampled by Blackbeard. One can only imagine how despairing it would be if more vile pirates like Blackbeard were to descend upon the seas without Hannibal's intervention. Lonely justice, if unsupported, would surely be defeated by the dark forces of evil. Aside from tragic sacrifice, nothing would remain. There is no need to advocate for tragedy. What is truly needed is timely support, allowing steadfast beliefs to flourish in a light-hearted atmosphere. Delayed justice is no justice at all. After leaving behind these 3 lines of text, the luminous screen formally vanished. Yet the image of Hannibal's tragic struggle lingered in the memory, too heavy to forget. It brought tears to the eyes. All his efforts appeared so feeble in Blackbeard's eyes. However, Sengoku and the others had no time for lamentation. They needed to swiftly deploy forces to support various regions of the sea. Fujitora, Kizaru, Akiji, White Dragon, Purple Moon, Ghost Spider. A large contingent of high-ranking naval officers and experts was dispatched to the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and various other locations, particularly regarding the Beast Pirates. 3 Admiral-level forces were deployed with special emphasis. Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora personally led the charge, while Vice Admiral Tsuru remained at headquarters to strategize. Meanwhile, on the Big Mom Pirates front, Akiji took command. Purple Moon and White Dragon were tasked with monitoring the relatively subdued Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates. What? Admiral Kizaru is personally descending upon Sabaody Archipelago. Hey, what a joke. In the first half of the Grand Line, upon hearing that Kizaru, the harbinger of doom, had arrived, countless pirates were terrified, unable to escape fast enough. The sea had changed too rapidly. Just days prior, their pirate endeavors thrived. How could it devolve so swiftly? They found themselves fleeing in panic once more. It was truly frightening that so many pirates had set sail. Kizaru, with a single strike, obliterated one pirate crew after another. This time, Akainu's order was clear. Swift resolution. Kizaru could no longer afford to be idle. When he became serious, he truly embodied an admiral. Wreaking havoc across the Grand Line, there was no one capable of standing against him. At this moment, within Impel Down, preparations were underway to receive the pirate prisoners. It was imperative that the mistakes of 2 years prior never repeat. The 6th level S prisoners must not escape. Now serving as the deputy director of Impel Down, Magellan was mobilizing all personnel to prepare for the imminent arrival of the pirate horde. Seeing these heinous criminals return, he felt a sense of reassurance. Even though he had been demoted to deputy director, it did not diminish Magellan's imposing presence over the prisoners of Impel Down. Haha, Magellan, don't get too smug. The ones who bring us back are not you, but that timid director. Cackle, don't let me escape again, Magellan, or I will make sure to give you a headache. Having thought they would never return, they suddenly found themselves imprisoned once more. Life truly felt like a dream. No prisoner held in the 6th level was without significance. Each was immensely powerful and exceedingly dangerous. Magellan's gaze did not linger on the raucous individuals. The truly formidable characters were those who sat silently in their cells, bound tightly by sea prism stone, not uttering a word. For instance, the man known as the Devil's Descendant. Barrett, even when shackled with sea prism stone, his limbs pierced and vital points secured to ensure he could not move, Magellan did not dare to lower his guard. This man was simply too perilous. Sitting there, he resembled a ferocious beast, instilling terror in all who beheld him. The truly dangerous characters were each confined to their own rooms. Only in this manner could they be truly contained. What a marvel it was to unexpectedly return to the 6th level. Suddenly, someone spoke, devoid of noise and only calmly describing the situation. The Crescent Moon Hunter, Diping, being locked in this 6th level is a blessing for you. Magellan snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Rest assured, many more will come to keep you company. Toxic venom erupted from Magellan, morphing into a venomous dragon that surged toward the raucous cells. You failures of the sea. Be quiet. Faced with the sudden assault of the venomous dragon, many were struck with horror. Magellan, you scoundrel! Numerous individuals, after succumbing to the poison, emitted agonizing screams, only to fall silent thereafter. What a heart-stopping spectacle this was. As Su Yang observed the unfolding events, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is far more exhilarating than watching One Piece." Moreover, such a plot is simply unattainable in the realm of One Piece. This world is truly marvelous, he pondered. If those prominent figures were to discover that I have connected with the world of anime, would they capture me and subject me to experimentation as a lab rat? Su Yang believed they certainly would. Thus, he resolved to tread carefully. All he desired was to earn a living in peace. As for the compilation of tear-jerking scenes, well, there were still 3 or 4 more to create. The trivia quiz should be included as well. Although One Piece revolves around a pirate protagonist, the likes of Luffy, who possesses a kind heart, are exceedingly rare. Su Yang favored the Navy instead, at the very least. They upheld the interests of the general populace. As a member of this vast multitude, Su Yang naturally cared more about the welfare of the common folk. He found himself reminiscing about the videos played on the luminous screen. It had been 2 days, and yet the videos following the tear-jerking scenes had yet to air. He dreamt of the light curtain appearing, playing his favorite videos. He wondered why it had not yet done so. I'll wait. If it doesn't air, can we force it out? With the Navy's thunderous actions, the sea had suddenly become much calmer. In the first half of the Grand Line, scenes of rampant piracy were becoming increasingly rare. The safety of the populace was finally being secured once more. Meanwhile, in the New World, the surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath it surged a tempest. This was particularly evident in the standoff between the Beast's pirates and the Navy. Due to the earlier showy scene, the Beast's pirates had reaped unexpected advantages, and thus their ambitions had expanded significantly. Were it not for the Navy's fortunate gains from the trivia quiz, the Beast's pirates might have already prepared to assault the other emperors. Kaido possessed such capability. His primary target was none other than his former comrade, Big Mom. However, due to the Navy's sudden intervention, he was forced to abandon this pursuit, with 3 admiral-level figures blocking his path. Kaido dared not venture out to wreak havoc. Without his presence, those on Onigashima could not withstand the onslaught of the approaching pirates. Thus, the world entered yet another phase of false tranquility, although this peace could be shattered at any moment. It was certainly preferable to none at all. Had no one yet uncovered the origins of this luminous screen, following a temporary peace in the seas, the world government resumed its meddling. Their insatiable greed urged them to continue investigating the source of the screen. They sought to master this enigmatic entity. With such a weapon in their possession, who could ever stand against them on the seas? By controlling this device, they would no longer have to fear that their foundations would be revealed through the screen. They would not allow for anything on the seas to escape their grasp. Watching this scene, Su Yang could only shake his head in resignation. The world government was merely digging their own grave and engaging in futile efforts. He harbored no belief that they could discern the origins of the screen, for the technological disparities between the two entities were simply insurmountable. The video upload was successful. Under review. Review passed, this time. Su Yang did not shut down his computer before going to sleep. Instead, he stayed connected to the website, live streaming the reactions of the individuals in the pirate world. Buzz, as the familiar hum filled the air. Numerous faces lit up with joy. Haha, it's finally here. Thank you for your patience. Healing could finally continue. This time, countless citizens joined in. The Navy swiftly quelled the chaos of the seas after the ocean regained its tranquility. Many citizens felt their quality of life had significantly improved. No longer did they have to live in constant fear. Tear-jerking scenes compilation from the pirate world. Tear-jerking scene 6. Was my birth truly the right decision? Reason for inclusion. When I was born, I became an outcast in this world. Do I still hold any value? Wait, could this be referring to Ace? Carp suddenly felt an ominous premonition as he read these words. He increasingly believed it referred to Ace. The scene shifted to an unknown island, where a baby, born after months of his mother being branded a monster, arrived in this world amidst a Navy search. His name was Ace, Portgas D. Ace. After his birth, his mother succumbed to severe hemorrhaging. He was entrusted to the Navy hero, Carp. Carp understood that his own busy life made it impossible for him to care for Ace wholeheartedly. So he entrusted Ace to a local bandit, Dayton. Perhaps Dayton was not a competent bandit, but she was undoubtedly a capable mother. She may not have been beautiful or possessed a voluptuous figure, but she was certainly a gentle and responsible mother. As Ace grew, he began to wonder about his father's identity. Eventually, he learned that his father was Gold. Roger, the legendary pirate king, and he himself was the embodiment of a cursed lineage, despised by the world. In his youth, he began to question his very existence in this world. He was aware that many loathed him, yet he never fathomed the extent of their disdain for his notorious bloodline. If Roger had fathered a child, it was only natural that the child would be executed. How delightful it would be for all those who resented Roger to stab that child with needles. No, it would be far better for him to be burned alive, leaving his final moments as a subject of ridicule for the entire world. How he wished to leave behind such a lament. This trash born into the world sincerely apologized to everyone. In the tavern, young Ace endured immense psychological trauma. The malice of the world surged against his spirit, as if he had no right to exist in this realm. If I were his child, I would never become a pirate. That would only crush me under the weight of my father's reputation. An elderly man, who had once clashed with Roger, remarked that no one knew the extent of the animosity and pressure that young Ace bore as he grew. Oh, how pitiful! Children are innocent. Don't cry, Ace. Your sisters love you. How dare they insult Ace so? This is outrageous. Many women among the pirates wept bitterly, deeply moved. In time, Ace gained 2 brothers. They shared joyous moments together. With this drink, we are brothers from now on. Indeed, we are brothers. Hee. Thus, young Ace forged a brotherly bond with Luffy and Sabo, embarking on a delightful journey of exploration. Yet, Ace remained in search of the meaning of his existence. Therefore, he made a decision. Luffy, we must live without regrets. One day, I will set sail, living freely without any regrets. One day, Ace sat by the shore, speaking calmly. However, Ace's aspirations starkly contrasted with Carp's desires. What? You wish to become a pirate? Carp exclaimed in bewildered anger. You must become an exemplary marine. He was unwilling to see Ace follow in the same footsteps, making enemies of the entire world. At the very least, if Ace joined the Navy, Carp could still protect him, but if he became a pirate, he might one day have to personally slay his own grandson. Yet Ace remained resolute, unwilling to alter his course. This led to countless fierce arguments between him and Carp. Nevertheless, he was steadfast. He aspired to explore the vast seas, unbound and regret-free, just as that man had once done on his journey to become the pirate king. Eventually, he set sail. He knew that this path was a one-way street. Yet he yearned to discover the significance of his existence as a person in this world that in time. He found it. Be my son. If you still wish to cause a ruckus, then carry my name and indulge in the chaos of the seas. Whitebeard's sincere, admiring gaze pierced Ace's heart for the first time. Hey, why do you all call him old man? Sitting in the corner, Ace inquired of Marco, who smiled and replied, we are all despised by this world. Yet he calls us his sons. Even a single sentence can bring us immense joy. What of the wicked blood that courses through our veins? Does it render us unworthy of existence in this world? No. In this moment, Ace resolutely answered himself. Since he was alive, there must be a reason for his existence. He found a sense of belonging and wished to see his most revered father, Whitebeard, ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. He cherished this family, treasuring every comrade within it. Thus, in his relentless pursuit of Blackbeard, the one responsible for the death of his companions, Ace sought to capture him and deliver him to Whitebeard for justice. Yet, he faltered. His capture triggered a cataclysmic war. To save him, Whitebeard even sacrificed his life. Though criminals may not deserve compassion, family does. The grandfather who had spent his life pushing him to join the Navy wept uncontrollably before him for the first time. Why can't you live your life the way I want it? This question Ace could not answer. Luffy, the next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You must climb to the summit. During their time in Alabasta, Ace said this to Luffy, who aspired to become the Pirate King. They made a pact to determine who would ultimately claim the title of Pirate King. But alas, at that very moment, Luffy, who had fought tirelessly for hours to save him, finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Yet, Sakazuki's pursuit was already upon them. Ace unhesitatingly chose to shield Luffy with his own body. The crimson beads shattered, scattering across the ground like his fleeting life, flowing away in torrents. It was as if his dream of becoming the Pirate King could never be fulfilled again, for the broken beads could never be strung together anew. I'm sorry, Luffy. I never even considered living. I just rushed in. After being pierced through the chest by Sakazuki, Ace embraced Luffy, his face filled with remorse in his final moments. Fire Fist Ace wore a smile. Father, Luffy, and everyone, you have shown me such boundless love. Despite my irredeemable nature and my inherited devilish blood, I am eternally grateful. Ultimately, he could not become the exemplary Navy officer that Garp had hoped for. He also did not witness Whitebeard ascend to the throne of the Pirate King, nor could he reunite with Luffy at the pinnacle of piracy. He truly wished to see that moment when Luffy claimed the title of Pirate King. Listen well, Luffy, I will not die. The young Ace had once assured Luffy with unwavering conviction. Did you not say you would never die, Ace? Luffy wept bitterly. They had seen the hope of a successful escape. And all should have been well with father and everyone else. Why did it have to end this way? In that instant of falling, Fire Fist Ace thought to himself, at the moment the scenes concluded. The audience across the seas wept uncontrollably. Ace's life was filled with suffering. Indeed, Ace, the boy whose popularity rivaled that of the protagonist, as he witnessed the unfolding events in the world of One Piece. Su Yang was also filled with emotion. When he first saw Ace's demise, he too was brought to tears. It was truly heartbreaking, mourning Ace's untimely death. In those days, he loathed Sakazuki, the one who had killed Ace, affectionately referring to him as Red Dog. However, one must grow up. With maturity, his perspective on Sakazuki and Ace would inevitably change. In the world of pirates, woe is me, Ace. If one were to ponder who was most sorrowful after watching the video, it would undoubtedly be Straw Hat Luffy. Yet, his tears flowed not from despair, but from the joy of Ace's revival. Reunited after loss, he wept tears of elation. It was precisely because he had once lost that he understood the preciousness of what was once his. Ah, my life has indeed been one of wild abandon and a yearning for freedom. Ace of the Whitebeard pirates grinned widely. He had not anticipated that he would make the list. It was a delightful surprise. The cursed bloodline of the Pirate King, he truly wished to eliminate it. Of course, not everyone harbored affection for Ace. There were those who harbored grievances against him and sought his demise. A compilation of tear-jerking scenes from the world of pirates. Tear-jerking Scene 7. I want to live reason for inclusion. If it weren't for you all, I too would have considered ending it all. The scene presented a frail and solitary figure. Nico Robin, born in O'Hara, an island erased by the world government for its study of ancient history. In her childhood, all her teachers perished at the hands of the world government. Her mother also fell victim to the Navy. At the tender age of 7, she was branded as the devil's child by the world government. With a bounty of 79 million berry, the young Robin began her life on the run. With a bounty of 79 million berry, She was no longer viewed as a mere girl, but a walking treasure. What? Nico Robin is in this town. Hurry and find her to hand over to the government. This child cannot exist in this world. You cannot live in this world. Robin, your very existence is a grave sin. Young Robin, amidst hunger and cold, and the pursuit and exclusion by adults, struggled through each day. To perish here might not be so bad after all. In the underground palace of Alabasta, having failed to provide Crocodile the answer he sought, she was mercilessly pierced in the abdomen and abandoned below. Leaning against the wall, Nico Robin resignedly welcomed death. After all, I have grown weary of this life journey. Every day has been a struggle. Perhaps dying here would be a form of liberation. I only wish to understand history, yet too many obstruct my dream and seek to erase me. With tears in her eyes, Nico Robin expressed her unwillingness. She merely wished to study history. Yet, why had she fallen to such a fate? Later, she was saved by Straw Hat Luffy. Having lost her home, she seemingly became a member of the Straw Hat crew. During her time with them, she experienced rare moments of light. Finally, a ray of hope pierced through her dark life. She cherished it dearly, but the days of parting arrived too swiftly. Nearing Eni's lobby, threatened by CP9, she, to protect the Straw Hat crew from harm and not implicate them, silently bid farewell with tears in her eyes. She understood that the light of the Straw Hat crew was a divine blessing for which she could not dare to hope to possess indefinitely. She was taken away by Spandam. Along the way, Spandam treated her like a mere toy, abusing and mocking her. Who said you had any value in life? Hurry up and die, Spandam cruelly taunted. This statement tore through Robin's heart once more. Indeed, she should not exist in this world. Everyone wished for her demise. The scene shifted back to Straw Hat Luffy, who was ensnared in a wall while desperately searching for Robin. Nami, having learned the truth of Robin's departure, cried out, "At such a crucial moment, don't joke with me. While you waste time, Robin has already been taken away. Robin is sacrificing herself to protect us from the government's attack." In the rain, Nami felt utterly helpless. Accompanied by the sorrowful melody of "I too once thought of ending it all," many viewers found their tears flowing uncontrollably. "I have nowhere to go. I am homeless." When she was rescued by Luffy and Alabasta and joined the Straw Hat crew, Robin had said this with calmness: "No, it is already clear. We will not meet again." As she departed Water 7, Robin resolutely stated to the Straw Hat crew she did not wish to implicate them any further. "Farewell, everyone." As Robin was being taken to Eni's lobby, she gazed longingly at the direction of Water 7, softly whispering. Returning to the trapped Straw Hat Luffy, he declared with unwavering determination, "I will not let Robin die." He forcefully pushed open the wall, freeing himself. At last, the Straw Hat crew stormed Eni's lobby, catching sight of Robin being taken away from across a building. "How many times must I say it? I will not return to your side. Go back." Nico Robin shouted fiercely, "I never wish to see you all again. Why do you come to save me? Why do this? I never hoped for such a thing." How she longed to return to the side of her comrades in the Straw Hat crew. Seeing them come to her rescue filled her with joy. But alas, the world government was not something the current Straw Hat crew could contend with. She must not implicate the Straw Hat crew. "When did I ever ask you to do this?" In a voice laced with fury, she exclaimed, "I no longer wish to live." The scene shifted. Once again, we found ourselves in her childhood, on a rain-soaked night filled with hunger and cold. Young Robin, alone and weeping, was approached by a small dog. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, I have no food for you." For she too had not eaten in a long while, her stomach grumbling with hunger. Utterly desolate, the scene changed again. The children in the town bullied her, shouting, "Monster, monster." Some, with intact families, mercilessly mocked her. "Look, that poor thing was abandoned by her mother." The aunt she stayed with also taunted her incessantly, living off others. "Yet you can eat so much." But when it comes to the dirty work, it's always Robin who has to do it. Robin could only weep in silence. The scene shifted once more. We arrived at the moment of O'Hara's destruction, where the only kind figure, Vice Admiral Saul, was frozen in place by Admiral Akiji for protecting Robin. "Robin, run. Run for your life. Staying on this island will cost you dearly." "Use my raft to escape the sea," Vice Admiral Saul urged urgently, for the buster call was imminent, and O'Hara would soon cease to exist. "I refuse. There's no one at sea." Young Robin protested vehemently. "Listen well, Robin," Saul gasped as he struggled to rise. "Even if you are alone now, one day you will surely meet companions. Confused, Robin asked, companions? Why would finding companions mean I won't be alone? Saul replied, the ocean is vast and boundless. One day, allies will come to shield you. You will never be alone in this world. Just then, Akiji approached. Run. Robin, Saul shouted frantically. Do not look back. When pain strikes, remember to smile as I taught you. He demonstrated for her. In the final moment before Saul was completely frozen, his voice echoed again. Somewhere out there on the sea, companions await you. Go find them, Robin, and live with them. Robin fled. She witnessed the destruction of O'Hara firsthand. Fate had dealt young Robin an abundance of suffering, adrift in the sea, utterly alone. When she cried, she could not find a single shoulder to lean on. The scene returned to Sabaody Archipelago, the Buster Call. That calamity threatened the precious companions she had just begun to trust. The more I longed to stay with you, the more my fate would harm you no matter where I traverse in this vast ocean. Unshakable enemies await me, for my foes are this world and its darkness. Both Akiji's pursuit at that time and the current circumstances have ensnared you twice now. If this continues endlessly, there will come a day when you will see me as a burden and abandon me. This moment is my greatest fear. The helplessness of her youth, drifting alone, rendered Robin profoundly insecure. She yearned for connection, yet feared loss. Thus, she did not wish for you to save her. After all, there will inevitably be a day to die. Let me simply perish here. At this, Robin's tears could no longer be contained. If she were to lose, then let it be a complete farewell. Upon hearing so much from Nico Robin, Luffy of the Straw Hats uttered a single line. Now I understand who Robin's enemies are. Usopp, shatter that flag. Luffy commanded his companion. There was no fear, no hesitation. His demeanor was one of calm resolve. That flag represented the world government. Piercing it meant declaring war on the world government. Yet Usopp did not waver. He raised his hand and unleashed a fiery shot that shattered the world government's flag. At that moment, the entire Sabaody archipelago was astonished. The flag of the world government had been pierced, openly challenging them to war. Witnessing this, Nico Robin was moved to tears. Her heart swelled with emotion. Her companions were willing to stand against the world government for her. Robin, Luffy stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I have yet to hear you say it. Quick. Say I want to live. The youth's cry resonated through the heavens. I thought I had no right to say this. No one had ever permitted me to continue living if I were to make a wish. Robin, tears streaming down her face, could barely speak. I want to say I want to live. Take me with you to the sea. I want to sail with you. As the scene froze, countless eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, it's so painful, Sister Robin. Let me hug you. Gratitude washed over the Straw Hat crew for rescuing Sister Robin. Sister Robin, you are not alone. Indeed, in this world, one can never be truly alone. Just the thought of Sister Robin crying alone, helpless and desolate, brought forth tears. Those children were utterly cruel. Why must they continuously hurt Sister Robin? They made young Robin bear the stigma of being the child of the devil. The world government was truly excessive. The voices of audiences from around the world echoed across every corner of the sea. Even now, watching this, tears flowed freely. Though I have no tears, oh how I sob. On the Straw Hat ship, Brooke, after a moment of reflection, began recounting bone-chilling jokes. Time has passed. Nico Robin gazed at her companions, her face blooming with a smile. Bravely confronting her past, she bid farewell to the self she once was. Saul, you were right. One day, I will encounter companions who will protect me. Growth indeed carries its share of regrets. Yet one must always look forward. The world government. Crunch. Someone crushed the item in their hand. Teeth clenched. Nico Robin, his eyes darkened. Then he turned to the glowing screen before him. Its existence was perilous. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it could instantly upend the entire sea. The screen merely played a video, yet it had already evoked sympathy for Nico Robin from the four seas. What if someone were to manipulate it? The consequences were unfathomable. It was truly terrifying. For instance, if the Revolutionary Army were to take the reins, they could swiftly assemble a global army to oppose the world government. That would undoubtedly be a hair-raising affair. Who is this Suyang? Why has there been no trace of him despite such prolonged searching, as if he did not exist in this world at all? Seated upon the void throne, a man named I murmured softly. And what is this screen? Im gazed at the luminous display before him. It appeared as if projected in midair. There was no physical form to touch. Yet, it possessed an extraordinary power. However, This thing posed a tremendous threat to the world government. Im could not allow its influence to grow, yet he found himself powerless to suppress its existence. For the first time, Im felt a wave of frustration. Hey, you want to dig into my background? That's quite unnerving. Observing this scene, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Im actually sought to uncover his existence. Thankfully, he was not in the pirate world. Otherwise, he would surely be filled with dread. Su Yang mused that in the pirate world, there was likely nothing that could evade the world government's scrutiny. Think you can find me? Not a chance. Let them remain baffled. Su Yang reclined in his chair, appearing thoroughly at ease, even though he had just received a summons from his boss, Su Chang. You think to use legal maneuvers to have unscrupulous defense attorneys deny my compensation? I'll play along. Su Yang had all the time in the world. He had plenty of time to engage in this drawn-out endeavor. Compilation of tear-jerking moments from the pirate world. Tear-jerking Scene 8. Luffy. Save me. Reason for inclusion. Do not provoke my navigator to tears, or else I shall make you weep. Their first encounter took place in the East Sea. An innocent boy, a clever girl, and a geographically challenged swordsman, who together spent joyous moments in this tranquil region of the East Sea. However, one fateful day, the astute girl vanished without a word, stealing all the treasures aboard the Straw Hat Boy's ship, leaving behind her calling card, little thief Nami. She had a foster mother named Belmere, a woman of justice within the Navy. Yet, for the sake of Nami and her sister Nojiko, she resolutely chose to remain by their sides. But one day, a man named Arlong led his pirate crew to invade this peaceful village. Belmere was slain by Arlong. In her dying moments, she smiled and uttered, "Nami, Nojiko, I love you." Furthermore, the entire village was threatened by Arlong. Nami, however, caught Arlong's attention due to her navigational talents and was forcibly conscripted. "Little girl, how about we make a deal?" In the face of Nami's seething hatred, Arlong remained unfazed to deal. Young Nami clenched her fists, resolutely declaring, "I will not make a deal with you." This man had slain her foster mother. How could Nami possibly cooperate with him? "What? Do you not wish to save everyone in the village?" Arlong propped his chin up, lazily eyeing Nami. "If you refuse to strike a deal with me, I shall annihilate them all." "No, please, I will make a deal." The young Nami, in a desperate bid to protect the villagers, could only humbly acquiesce to Arlong's demands. "As long as you prepare 100 million, I shall liberate the village and grant you your freedom." Arlong replied with a playful smirk. "Really?" The young Nami gazed at Arlong, naively believing that this man would honor his word. "Of course, as long as it pertains to money, I shall never go back on my promise, and no matter how many years it takes, I shall keep my word." Arlong provided a resounding assurance. "All right." Thus, the young Nami began her arduous journey as a navigator for Arlong's pirate crew, while simultaneously devising a plan to amass 100 million to gather this sum. A sunny girl embarked on a life of thievery. In the relentless pursuit of sticks and under the barrage of gunfire, she ran for her life, clutching her ill-gotten gains, even battered and bruised. Nami wore a smile on her face. "I will save enough to gather 100 million and rescue everyone." The young Nami constantly reassured herself. She naively believed that after acquiring the sum, Arlong would indeed spare the village. Yet, she was mistaken. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Nami's spirits soared. 100 million. After pilfering the treasures from the Straw Hat crew, she had finally amassed the fortune. "Luffy, I'm sorry, but I must save everyone in the village." Nami thought joyfully as she gazed at the orange tree outside her door. The thought of impending freedom and the villagers escaping peril brought forth Nami's first genuine smile. However, Nami was far too naive. Miss Nami had such a past. It was utterly outrageous. Arlong. She was truly strong. Had it been me, I would have crumbled long ago. The audience, witnessing this, could not help but admire Nami. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they felt that things would not proceed smoothly. What unforeseen events lay ahead? The spectators speculated within their hearts. Suddenly, a fleet of Navy soldiers arrived in the village, confronting Nami, a rat-like, lecherous Navy officer leered at her with malicious intent. "You are the infamous little thief Nami, are you not?" The greed in his eyes was palpable. "That I have heard that you have accumulated a substantial sum of stolen money. According to the regulations of the world government, we shall now confiscate it, hand it over." Upon hearing this, how could Nami possibly comply? That was her blood, sweat, and tears accumulated to save the village. How could she relinquish it just because of a rat's command? Nami was not blind to the greed shining in the officer's eyes. You cannot be serious. Your ill-gotten gains must be handed over for safekeeping. The officer gestured exaggeratedly, indicating the vast amount of money Nami supposedly possessed. In response, Nami immediately assumed a combat stance. I understand. You are truly diligent and responsible, she mocked. Too cowardly to confront the vicious pirates at sea, you come to apprehend a thief to showcase your achievements? How commendable, she smirked coldly. I am a member of Arlong's pirate crew. I warn you, should you lay a hand on me, he will not stand idly by. Nami had hoped that invoking Arlong's name would intimidate the officer. However, he merely laughed, looking at her as if she were a fool, then commanded his subordinates, search her. Faced with the swarm of soldiers, Nami fought with all her might to resist, demanding of the officer, is this how you fulfill your duty as a Navy officer? You must know that Arlong has occupied the village and is wreaking havoc. Yet, you show no concern. Instead, you focus on a mere thief. Is this your sense of duty as a Navy officer? Nami's fury boiled over. The entire village awaits your rescue, yet you do nothing but harass me, a small-time thief. Do you truly deserve to be called Navy officers? In response to Nami's accusations, the officer merely chuckled. You do not have the right to question me. Continue searching. At that moment, a soldier with a shovel exclaimed, I find that orange tree suspicious. I request to search it. Nami, alarmed, shouted, do not let those filthy hands touch my orange tree. That money is meant to save the villagers. I will not part with it. The officer laughed. Stolen money is stolen money. It must be surrendered to the Navy for safekeeping. Whether or not the villagers are saved is of no concern to me. He cast a cold gaze at the villagers who were rallying to support Nami, accusing them of defending a thief. Oh, so you all stand up for a thief? Might I suggest that you are all thieves yourselves? I see it necessary to arrest you all. At that moment, Nami fiercely declared, since you have no intention of protecting this village, I advise you to leave swiftly. That money belongs to him. Should you meddle, he will not spare you. Hearing this, the officer chuckled, stroking his beard, and cast a sidelong glance at Nami. Will he not spare me? I think not. He shouted to his subordinates, why have you not found it yet? It is not like we are searching for a grain of rice. Hurry and locate that 100 million. Upon hearing this, Nami was taken aback. How did you know it was 100 million? The officer smirked triumphantly. 100 million. Did I say that? I merely presumed that after years of accumulation, it should amount to such a sum. At this moment, even Nami, naive as she was, realized that the officer had been sent by Arlong. Were you sent by Arlong? Nami's complexion turned pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Who knows? I am merely a just Navy officer, taking the necessary steps regarding stolen funds. The officer looked skyward, chuckling with glee. You have colluded with pirates. You are utterly despicable. Nojiko's eyes widened in anger as she accused. Shameful. The village chief, Aken, reprimanded. Arlong. Nami muttered through gritted teeth, wishing nothing more than to consume him whole. Found it, a shout rang out. A pile of treasure chests had been discovered. Opening them revealed a trove of riches and currency. It was remarkable that a girl could amass such wealth. Nevertheless, it mattered not. I shall claim my share of 30%. The officer gleefully declared, these bills are stained with blood, and some are rotting. How can they be used? The soldiers nearby scoffed. It appeared that Nami's hard-earned money was being forcibly seized, and they were not only ungrateful, but also disdainful of its condition. Truly shameful. Do not touch. Do not dare to lay a finger on my money. Nami has completely lost her sanity. Grabbing a stick, she attempts to drive away a throng of Marines. You overestimate yourself. Colonel Mouse watches this scene with disdainful laughter. How dare she repeatedly challenge his authority as a naval officer? Surely, she cannot believe that her temper would provide her any protection to dare to seize what is rightfully his. What audacity! The dark muzzle of a gun is aimed directly at Nami. Be careful. In a flash of gunfire, however, Nojiko shields Nami from the blow, falling into a pool of blood. Nojiko, the crowd gasps in astonishment. Nami trembles as she reaches out to touch Nojiko's face. Why must fate be so cruel, forcing her to endure such suffering? At this moment, many villagers, alerted by the gunfire, rush to the scene. They are incredulous to see Nojiko lying in a pool of blood. And Luffy has arrived as well. Grinning, he asks Nami, Is there anything I can help you with, Nami? Suddenly, Nami stands up, yelling at Luffy. This is none of your business. Get off this island. She dashes to the lair of the Arlong pirates, furiously confronting Arlong. Did you not promise that you would not breach any agreements regarding money? So why have you secretly colluded with the Navy to steal my treasure? Arlong laughs mockingly. When did I breach a contract? I was unaware. Nami retorts angrily. Stop pretending. Colonel Mouse himself said it. You hadn't even finished your sentence when Arlong pressed his head down, as if about to twist it off. Oh, so the money was stolen. How unfortunate. He laughs wickedly. You see, I did not breach any contract. This is a matter between you and Colonel Mouse. It has nothing to do with me. However, according to our agreement, if you do not pay me 100 million, how can I grant you your freedom? He continues, his expression suddenly turning menacing. But if you wish to escape, I will kill every villager. Tears well up in Nami's eyes. In that moment, she feels utterly helpless. Just as she did over a decade ago, unable to change anything. And in the village, we can no longer endure this. For 8 years, we vowed that as long as Nami was happy, we could tolerate some bullying. But now, we cannot allow that scoundrel Arlong to continue to toy with Nami. We must seek justice for her. As the villagers' anger swells, Nami races back to the village, extending her hand to stop them. She forces a smile through her pain, saying, Everyone, please give me one more chance. It's all right. I'm used to it. It's just one more time. I don't mind. I don't mind. Everyone. Having already faced despair once, Nami still comforts the villagers. Enough. Let it be. Nami. Ajian embraces Nami, saying, You have done enough. You have sacrificed too much for us. Leave the village. Hearing this, Nami is utterly shocked. How can it be like this? If she leaves, won't the villagers be in danger? It cannot be like this. Absolutely not. But before Nami can stop them, Ajian has already stepped forward, raising his arm. Even if we cannot win, we must show them our determination. The villagers brandish wooden sticks and swing shovels as they charge into Arlong Park. The outcome is predictable. Like moss to a flame, the casualties are heavy. Nami collapses helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She despises her own weakness. She loathes this unjust, damned fate. Clenching the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her arm, she screams, Arlong. Her hatred for this glaring mark is profound. Every time she sees it, the tragic memories surge unbidden to her mind. Arlong. She grabs a small knife from the roadside, frantically inflicting wounds upon herself, stabbing again and again into the mark, as if piercing Arlong's chest, as if this could erase all those memories. Just then, a hand halts her self-harm. Straw Hat Luffy stands expressionless behind her. Her eyes widen. Luffy, the knife is snatched away, and Nami supports herself on the ground, murmuring, What are you doing? You know nothing at all. You have no idea what has transpired on this island over the past 8 years. She grips the ground tightly, encountering the painful memories once more. Luffy, ever candid, responds, I don't know. Nami bows her head, choking back tears. It has nothing to do with you. I told you to get off this island. Luffy replies, Ah, you said that. Nami scoops up sand, throwing it at Luffy. Get out, hurry, and leave. She keeps repeating the words get out. In hysteria, she does not want any friends connected to her to be hurt. After a long while, Nami, supporting herself once more, cries again, her voice cracking as she looks up helplessly. Luffy. Help me. Straw Hat Luffy, expressionless, places his hat on Nami's head, eyeing her astonished gaze. He raises his arm and shouts, Of course. This is the boy's most resolute promise, and Nami recalls the significance of this hat to Luffy. Only partners can touch this hat. Has he already considered her a partner? Nami's heart swells with tumultuous emotions. Let us go, Luffy says, with a grim expression, addressing Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp who sit nearby. They will set forth to defeat Arlong, to restore justice for Nami. The scene freezes on the silhouettes of Luffy and his companions as they depart, tall, warm, instilling a sense of security. Oh, how fortunate to have encountered a partner like Straw Hat Luffy. Arlong is utterly despicable. I wish to see him torn to shreds. Kokoyashi Village, truly a heart-wrenching place, so tragic. Ah, Colonel Mouse must die. How can such a scoundrel exist within the Navy? If he had acted justly, would Miss Nami have suffered such torment? Severe punishment for Colonel Mouse. As the scene concludes, while many pity Nami, others condemn the vile Colonel Mouse. If it were not for him, How could Nami have endured such pain? He could have helped Nami. He only needed to fulfill his duty. How could young Nami have been bullied by Arlong? Yet, he chose to oppress the innocent. This incited considerable public resentment towards the Navy. The reputation of the Navy suffered significant scrutiny. This Colonel Mouse is truly a rat that spoils the broth. Sengoku's expression is far from pleasant. This incident occurred during his tenure as the head of the Navy. His face reflects his displeasure. Such a person deserves to be executed and eradicated from this world. Alas, had I known of such happenings back then, he would have been nothing now. Sakazuki glanced at Sengoku. Speaking in a low, somber tone, Sengoku remained silent. What could he say? He only wished to quell the public outrage stirred by Colonel Mouse. Report, Admiral. Inspector, Colonel Mouse is currently detained in the first level of Impel Down. At this moment, a colonel entered, delivering the news. Execute him as a warning. Sakazuki spoke decisively. Without further ado, since he is still alive, he must be executed. Such a person serves no purpose in living. Yes, the colonel responded and departed. Finally, will I be released? At the moment Colonel Mouse is escorted from Impel Down, he exclaims excitedly. The colonels escorting him on either side chuckle derisively. Yes, you are about to be released. They find his naivety hilarious. Colonel Mouse truly believes he will be freed. He has no self-awareness whatsoever. That he has survived this long is merely a blessing from heaven. Nonetheless, it is fitting. Such a villain deserves to face the righteous judgment. Wait, this is not the direction of the Navy headquarters. Stop, stop. You are going the wrong way. Colonel Mouse, noticing the ship's course is off, hurriedly speaks up. Wrong way? One of the colonels chuckles. How could it be wrong? Colonel Mouse, this is clearly the direction of Judicial Island. Where is the mistake? Colonel Mouse screams. How can we go to Judicial Island? I have been released. I should be going to the Navy headquarters. Another colonel chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Colonel Mouse. You've been released? Which ear did you hear that from? He suddenly barked. Marshal Sakazuki commands. Escort Colonel Mouse to Judicial Island for trial and public execution. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in disbelief. Consider yourself fortunate. You have committed numerous atrocities, yet leave so painlessly, remarked the colonel on the left in a cold tone. Subsequently, Colonel Mouse's trial was broadcast live in its entirety. Excellent. Marvelous. Lord Sakazuki is truly formidable. When the Navy executed Colonel Mouse without mercy or leniency, many citizens applauded in satisfaction and praised the Navy. The Navy's tarnished reputation was swiftly restored. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who was watching this spectacle live, could only muse. Such events can only exist in anime. As for reality, best not to say too much, or it will vanish. I wonder how many people will guess the answers correctly in this prize quiz and receive rewards. Su Yang now eagerly anticipates this. As an editor, he can witness such amusing occurrences. Earning money from the comfort of his home is simply splendid. He pondered, perhaps I could capture some relevant footage and share it online. The online public, do they not all enjoy reinterpreting various films and dramas? Su Yang believed he could give it a try. Such an intriguing real-life event should certainly appeal to the online crowd. Warning, this live broadcast footage must not be leaked. But immediately, his notion was met with a warning from the website. Ugh, Su Yang was suddenly at a loss. How could they possibly know? This website must be divine. The pirate world, the light screen had dissipated some time ago. This left viewers, who were still somewhat enchanted after watching Nami's tear-jerking scenes, feeling a bit disgruntled. But what could they do? It was already gone. No amount of dissatisfaction could bring back the light screen. Was it time for the prize quiz again? In the Navy headquarters, Sengoku murmured softly. Across the vast ocean, many individuals were prepared. The prizes from the quiz were simply too enticing. They all looked forward to it. Even Kaido of the Beasts felt the same. Without that light screen, how could he possess his current strength, standing proudly over the seas, becoming the true embodiment of the strongest creature? The strongest man. That feeling of being unparalleled truly is delightful. Buzz, sure enough, before long, the light screen reappeared, and the familiar chatroom materialized once more. The heroes of the seas gathered together again. The prize quiz commenced. The rules were already clear to everyone, so there was no need for further elaboration. The light screen did not reiterate the rules. Question 1. In the Fire Fist Ace arc, what are the names of his two sworn brothers? Upon hearing this question, countless people instantly brightened. Immediately, a flurry of buzzing answer buttons echoed. Yet, at that moment, It was difficult to discern who had answered successfully. Admiral Zoro of the Navy, please provide your answer. The light screen indicated the successful respondent. When they realized it was the laid-back Zoro who had answered correctly, the crowd was somewhat astonished. Truly a man like light. His speed is terrifying. Everyone's gaze made me feel tingly all over. Zoro casually stated, their names are Monkey D. Luffy and Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. This answer was well known to everyone present. They simply lagged in speed. Correct answer. Congratulations, Admiral Zoro. Please claim your reward. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. It was to claim a reward, rather than make a choice. The rules for rewards had changed again. Reward content. Granting a Logia-type devil fruit. The cloud fruit. As soon as they heard the reward was a devil fruit, everyone was taken aback. Moreover, it was a Logia-type fruit. Lightning clouds, fire clouds, rain clouds, ice clouds. Many in attendance immediately conjured numerous development possibilities. A Logia-type fruit. As long as the ideas are sound, there are no useless individuals. How frightening it is to obtain a Logia-type devil fruit. Zoro murmured as a white fruit, resembling layers of clouds piled together, appeared in his hand. Many people immediately cast envious glances. That is, after all, a devil fruit. Question 2. In the Nico Robin arc, who was trapped alongside Nico Robin in the Judicial Island building, the second question emerged, and many were left puzzled. They genuinely had not paid attention to this question. Many felt utterly in the dark. Only the rather inconspicuous Frankie pressed the button. Sir Frankie, please provide your answer. The light screen's voice resonated, and countless people turned their gazes toward Frankie. Somewhat incredulous, they could not believe he knew the answer. Amazing. The person trapped alongside Nico Robin was, of course, this very gentleman. Frankie, super. Observing his flamboyant pose, many felt their worldviews rocked. No wonder Frankie stepped forward. It turned out the answer was himself. Quite reasonable. Correct answer. Congratulations, Sir Frankie. Please claim your reward. Reward content. Revive one person who is most important to you. Frankie had initially speculated about what the reward could be. If it was an increase in power, he would choose technology. To his surprise, he was met with such a monumental surprise, reviving someone most important to him. What else would he choose? I choose to revive my mentor, Tom. Frankie exclaimed excitedly. The revival of Tom was accomplished in roughly 10 seconds. As the light screen's voice rang out, Frankie was incredibly impatient. He could hardly wait for the last answer to conclude before hastily connecting to Water 7 to see if Tom had truly been revived. Question 3. In the Nami arc, what is the name of the hometown that was invaded by the evil dragon? Only one question remained. The tension among the crowd was palpable. Thus, they were particularly attentive to this final question. However, when this question was posed, many found themselves equally in the dark. Numerous individuals glanced at Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates, for she would surely know. In fact, Nami acted just as expected. She rushed to answer. Yet, the opportunity to respond was ultimately not hers. In truth, as soon as she made her move, several others had already acted. Doflamingo, Marco, Blackbeard, and so forth. Among them, however, the fastest was someone who astonished everyone. Lady Nico Robin. Please provide your answer. Indeed, the individual who ultimately seized the opportunity to answer was Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin, you. Nami gazed at Robin, somewhat astonished. This opportunity must mean a great deal to you. Robin met Nami's gaze seriously, stating, thus, I cannot let it slip away, nor can I leave it to others. She stepped forward and answered, Kokoyashi Village. Correct answer. Congratulations, Lady Nico Robin. Please claim your reward. Upon witnessing Robin's response, Nami remained in a daze. She did not comprehend the meaning behind Robin's earlier words. Reward content. Gain omniscient knowledge to help you decipher any historical questions. Upon hearing this reward, Nico Robin smiled, exuding an air of charm. May I choose a different reward? Certainly. After receiving a positive response, Nico Robin grasped Nami's hand. Please help me revive Nami-san's mother, Belmere. Upon hearing Robin's words, Nami was taken aback. Then, an overwhelming wave of emotion washed over her. Robin, you. Nami covered her mouth, yet tears streamed down uncontrollably. This is your childhood regret, is it not? Since there is an opportunity to mend that regret, it must not be missed. Robin smiled sincerely. Thank you, Robin, thank you. Nami embraced Robin, unable to contain her tears. Ha ha ha. What a terrifying woman. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to respond and fulfill his own desires, only to have it snatched away by Nico Robin. Marco, too, felt a twinge of regret, scratching his head. What a splendid opportunity. Alas, it slipped through his fingers. Perhaps this is fate. Marco consoled himself. The prize quiz concluded. As the light screen's voice echoed, the chatroom vanished. Everyone returned to reality once more. Frankie and Nami were both eager to call each other, confirming whether their rewards had truly materialized. Upon hearing the voices of their respective loved ones, tears welled up uncontrollably. How wonderful! Nami exclaimed joyfully, her voice choked with emotion. Frankie, too, was overwhelmed with tears, unable to contain his feelings. The question arose, to whom shall the fruit be bestowed? After obtaining the fruit, Sakazuki sank into deep contemplation. High-ranking officials such as Sengoku and Akiji were present, and they ultimately reached a unanimous decision. It would be awarded to the younger generation. Initially, they had intended to distribute it among the numerous vice-admirals, believing this would enhance their combat capabilities significantly. However, among the vice-admirals, those who already possessed a fruit were not to be mentioned. The others, lacking a fruit, collectively responded, expressing their disinterest. They had grown accustomed to relying on their physical combat skills. Bestowing a devil fruit upon them would be somewhat of a waste. After much deliberation, a candidate was finally chosen. Within 2 years, he had ascended to the rank of Shang Shao and became a member of a secret unit, truly a talent. It was decided that he would be the one. Kobe, this fortunate individual, was to receive the coveted cloud fruit. Of course, his acquisition of this extraordinary fruit was largely attributed to the influence of Garp. Both Akiji and Sengoku expressed their admiration for Kobe. Sakazuki, despite his stern demeanor, acknowledged the need to consider the circumstances. He hoped Kobe would strive diligently and not squander this opportunity. Should he have any questions, he was encouraged to consult the seasoned veterans at headquarters who possessed fruits as well. Sengoku personally entrusted the devil fruit to Kobe, offering words of caution. Yes, Inspector. Kobe saluted earnestly in response. One couldn't help but wonder how he would harness its power. Sengoku mused with curiosity. Haha, why concern yourself with such matters? The youth have their own ideas. Garp, ever irreverent, tugged at Sengoku, insisting they go for afternoon tea. The news of the Navy acquiring a nature-type fruit quickly spread across the seas, garnering significant attention towards Kobe, the fortunate recipient. Indeed, giving it to Kobe was a daunting twist in the narrative. Observers of this moment, watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but reflect. Well, it's time to create the next series of videos. Su Yang concluded. He felt compelled to remain industrious. Otherwise, he might be metaphorically devoured by the audience of the pirate world. What kind of series should he produce? Su Yang pondered. Eureka! I've got it. Hilarious moments. The world of One Piece is teeming with comedic instances so abundant that Su Yang himself couldn't keep track. He could only compile them slowly. This would undoubtedly become a lengthy series. He took to the internet in search of material. Yes, One Piece was once a comedic manga, intertwined with elements of battle. As Su Yang gathered material, he found himself laughing uncontrollably due to the sheer volume of comedic scenes. The ultimate comedic genius, of course, was none other than the whimsical monkey D. Luffy. Days had passed, yet he still hadn't seen any new videos released. I truly feel so idle. Without the screen's visuals, life seems to lack something essential. He mused, curious about what new content would be presented this time. Hoping for some invigorating action scenes to uplift his spirits, he also yearned for some heartwarming moments, as the tear-jerking scenes had left him feeling somewhat melancholic. The audience across the seas engaged in discussions, sharing their thoughts. All of this was relayed to Su Yang through the live broadcast. Would it be action-packed scenes or heartwarming moments? Su Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully, regrettably concluding that the answer was neither. Instead, it would be comedic scenes. Healing the heart could come not only from tender moments, but also from laughter. As for the action-packed sequences, he would compile an exhilarating highlight reel, allowing the audience to choose their most thrilling moments. Su Yang decided that he couldn't be the sole creator of content. He wanted the inhabitants of the pirate world to interact with him. Since it was clear that his videos reached the realm of One Piece, why not foster some engagement? After all, they were all viewers, weren't they? The differences were negligible. All right, that's settled. Su Yang felt his idea was exceptionally brilliant. Soon, the first comedic video material was crafted. Exported, saved, uploaded. As the upload progressed, it was successfully completed, then reviewed, and approved. Once the review was finalized, Su Yang's computer began streaming visuals from the entire pirate world. Buzz. At the moment, the air quivered. Many instinctively gazed towards the space before them, for it signaled the imminent appearance of the screen. As they suspected, the screen materialized once more, and their joy returned. One Piece. A compilation of comedic moments. The first comedic scene presented, the proper use of a captain. Upon seeing this title, many spectators pondered, the proper use of a captain. Surely, numerous strikingly beautiful women instantly envisioned some risky scenes that required a VIP membership for viewing. Their faces flushing with embarrassment, the screen darkened, and the footage began to play. Aboard a pirate ship. Ah yes, it was the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy appeared utterly drained, looking frail, yet even in such a state. He valiantly maneuvered his body with his head. In front of him, Roronoa, Zoro, and Sanji were working in unison to repel the onslaught from the enemy navy. Luffy, with determination in his eyes, proclaimed, "Even if you say that, I will fight." Subsequently, Luffy was hoisted by Zoro and Sanji, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber body to stretch like a net. The two stood at opposite corners of the ship's bow, confronting the barrage of cannonballs raining down from the navy, ready to catch them all with the captain's net. 1, 2, launch. They even exhibited remarkable synergy, pulling back the cannonballs when Luffy's net could hold no more. Sending the projectiles hurtling back, boom, the Navy ship was struck, losing all combat capability on the spot. Meanwhile, Luffy rolled his eyes and fainted. Zoro and Sanji, however, praised him earnestly. "You were a great help, Captain. Truly, you are the captain." Usopp, standing to the side, couldn't help but quip, "Are you two devils?" If possible, Luffy would have liked to say, "Please, be human." The absurdity of their cannonball-deflecting antics was beyond comprehension. This is too funny. Who would have thought such ridiculous daily life existed? It dawned on them that the captain was indeed meant to block cannonballs. Understood. Brothers, my captain also saw this, and then I got hit. Puffed. Don't make me laugh. Could you possibly be any funnier? Do you think everyone is a straw hat? In just a brief span of seconds, they had successfully brought laughter to a multitude of viewers. The laughter from across the seas echoed, relentless and joyous. The scene shifted. Now, on the ocean, it appeared that a rowing competition was underway. The Straw Hat Pirates were racing against the Silver Fox Pirates. Suddenly, Usopp, Nami, and the crew from the Straw Hat Pirates zoomed past the members of the Silver Fox crew. How could they be so fast? The Silver Fox Pirates were left bewildered, but the Straw Hat crew's raft abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, they realized that their captain, Luffy, had his arms submerged in the water, hands holding two wooden planks, spinning at incredible speed. Wow, their captain, Luffy, was merely rowing. Was this the proper use of a captain? What an eye-opener. Truly enlightening. Both hilarious and heart-wrenching. Now I understand. The captain is indeed meant for rowing. The audience erupted into laughter once more. The scene transitioned again. On a cliff devoid of a bridge, Nami sought to cross to the other side. Luffy. Nami signaled, and the oblivious Luffy instantly comprehended. Rubber-long bridge. He stretched his arms and legs, forming a human-shaped bridge. How professional. This is what a captain is for. This must be the legendary tool. The audience from across the seas was utterly captivated. Who would have thought their esteemed captain could serve so many purposes? Comedic scene 2. Your negativity might just leave me at a loss. The footage continued to roll. In a room adorned with lush grass, Perona, wielding the ghost fruit, unleashed her ultimate move. Negative Ghost. Usopp from the Straw Hat Pirates fell victim. Yet, Perona was left dumbfounded. Others struck by the negative ghost would wish to vanish from existence. Yet Usopp appeared completely unaffected. Why? Why aren't you kneeling? You've been hit by the ghost. What method did you employ? Perona was utterly perplexed. Usopp, with a confident demeanor, hands on his hips, replied, I did nothing. I was already quite pessimistic. Perona was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment, and she was so shocked that tears streamed down her face. A quadruple ghost army. Perona was no longer willing to tempt fate. She unleashed her negative spirits once more. And then, the negative spirits succumbed to their own despair, ultimately losing to Usopp. Even Perona herself fell to her knees. presenting a contrite rear as she apologized with a face full of despondency. "Kumasai, I am truly sorry for everything to this sight." The audience erupted in laughter. Pierrona sincerely demonstrated what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. "Ha ha, how can such a humorous scene exist? It's a rare delight to witness such negativity in this world." The scene continued. Usopp, with a serious expression, addressed Pierrona as plush toy army. "When it comes to thinking the worst of a situation, you shall not surpass me." The toy army, astonished, retorted, "Wow, such confidence in one's own incompetence." Their shocked expressions added an inexplicable comedic charm. Meanwhile, Usopp wore an immensely cheerful grin, yet he was gradually retreating. A member of the toy army lamented, "But why? Despite the confidence, does he appear to be shrinking in stature?" Suddenly, they realized. Could it be that fellow intends to flee? "Stop right there." They immediately pursued him, and Usopp thought, "Oh no, I've been discovered." He turned and fled. "Ha, this is utterly absurd. To act all tough only to break down. Is this Usopp fellow a monkey summoned as a savior?" The audience roared with laughter. Is this not more delightful than a tear-jerking scene? So healing. No worries to ponder. In the third comedic scene, who says zombies can only shuffle slowly? The scene opened in a gloomy cemetery filled with rage. The poor thief Nami was besieged by a horde of zombies. Crying out in despair, "No, let go of me, don't come any closer." Who wouldn't be bewildered by a swarm of zombies? Impossible. Non-existent. Meanwhile, Usopp, not far away, muttered, "Zombies' weakness is." He grasped his slingshot and launched an attack. Ultimate technique. Firebird star. Indeed, the zombies' weakness is their fear of fire. Instantly, the zombies holding Nami released her and began to flee, exclaiming, "Fire!" Usopp, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. Surprisingly effective, his befuddled expression only heightened the comedic effect. The previously menacing zombies collectively chastised Usopp. "You fool, that's dangerous. What if it catches fire? You scoundrel, how can you recklessly ignite flames?" This left Usopp momentarily dumbfounded. Just who is the real zombie here? Whose zombies are this vivacious? The audience shared a knowing smile. These videos are inexplicably amusing, effortlessly bringing smiles to faces. As the scene transitioned, a transformed chopper carried Nami, fleeing continuously. Usopp, while on the run, remarked, "At this point, let's get closer to the castle on the other side." Chopper agreed. "Yes, let us do that." Nami, relieved, said pitifully, "That scared me to death." Yet Usopp, brimming with confidence, declared, "Don't worry, once we escape the cemetery. As long as we run with all our might, they won't catch up." Zombies only shuffle along while moaning. Meanwhile, the pursuing zombies, slowly, everything appeared quite normal, but then, slowly, they claimed to be advancing slowly. Yet suddenly they accelerated, charging in unison. This left Usopp utterly flabbergasted, nearly popping his eyes out. So fast. Thus, the three could only frantically flee. Who says zombies can only walk slowly? Aren't those behind them sprinting? This defies logic. Usopp and his companions were on the brink of collapse. However, the most dramatic moment was yet to come. No. The zombies suddenly halted. Wait, pause. A horde of zombies staggered, panting heavily. Usopp quipped again. "They're so out of shape. Whose zombies even consider stamina? This is an outrageous disparity." "Huh? Whose zombies are this hilarious? I thought Usopp and his crew were the epitome of humor, yet they pale in comparison to these zombies. For the first time, I found zombies to be so endearing." After witnessing the third scene, the audience still felt unsatisfied, eagerly anticipating the next segment. The screen graciously obliged and immediately presented the fourth scene. In the fourth comedic scene, are you fools sent by the heavens? On a ship, a rather disheveled Sanji, with his back to Usopp, exclaimed, "If we don't separate, we'll both be done for." Upon hearing this, Usopp could not help but silently scoff. "What do you mean, as if one of us will die?" Could it be that for Nami, Usopp suddenly thought, Sanji might be willing to sacrifice himself to save Nami, who was facing Enel? However, Sanji, with utmost seriousness, grasped Usopp's shoulder and said, "Listen, Usopp, if it's for Miss Nami, I wouldn't hesitate to let you die, right?" Usopp nearly spat out his drink. "You're impossible." This request was utterly excessive. He thought Sanji was going to sacrifice himself. Instead, he had completely misjudged. The notion of Sanji sacrificing himself was out of the question. I'm bound to laugh myself to death watching this video. How does Sanji manage to say such things with a straight face? Usopp, I sincerely thank you. Huh? The scene shifted. They could no longer escape. Before Nami, the godly Enel appeared, merciless lightning poised to shred her apart. However, Usopp's voice rang out. Begone! Ultimate technique. Gunpowder star. Yet, this strike proved ineffective. Enel effortlessly deflected it, his icy gaze casting a sideways glance at Usopp. Usopp immediately shielded his eyes with his hands, instantly capitulating. I am sorry. Goodness, this surrender was instantaneous. The scene changed again, still aboard the ship with the same characters. Usopp looked at Nami, surveyed the surroundings, and curiously asked, Where's Sanji? Didn't we say we'd come to rescue Nami together? Where is Sanji? Nami, equally astonished, replied. Sanji, he's here too. Usopp, now in utter despair, buried his face in his hands. Hasn't he arrived yet? Then, looking at the imposing Enel, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Usopp ultimately decided. I see. He closed the door, apologizing. Excuse me, he was so oblivious, moving with such speed. This created an inexplicable comedic effect. Watching this scene, Nami was left speechless and exasperated. Inside, Usopp cradled his head. Struggling internally. How can I run away? I am the manly Usopp. Then, what kind of cowardice is this? He flung open the door with a shout, adopting a posture as if prepared to face death. But a bolt of lightning struck him head-on, sending Usopp flying. Observing Usopp's exaggerated flight, the audience was already in fits of laughter. How had they never noticed before that the journey at sea could be filled with such hilarity? The scene shifted again, still aboard the ship. Usopp lay hidden on the ground, appearing to have devised a cunning escape plan, speaking to Nami beside him. Nami, her face full of anticipation, replied eagerly. What? What should I do? But Usopp's response was, Nami, save me. A brief silence ensued. Nami flew over and slapped Usopp on the head, exclaiming, Weren't you here to save me? The next moment, she retorted, What do you mean, save you? Our opponent is a god. Usopp, slightly covering his mouth, adopted a coy demeanor, smirking. That's true. Nami responded in kind. Then, they exchanged awkward smiles, and then, boom, a furious bolt of lightning struck. The corners of Enel's mouth twitched. These two truly are a pair of clowns. Nami and her companions exhibited no signs of embarrassment, while Enel, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. This aptly demonstrates the adage, as long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who must bear the discomfort. Ha ha ha. You truly are a remarkable individual. Yet, this is still insufficient. It hardly captivates the audience. A chorus of dissatisfied viewers exclaimed, Scene of comedic brilliance 5. Is this the naval admiral and the marine hero you are familiar with? The scene shifts. Straw Hat Luffy is seated on the ground. With a large red envelope atop his head, he strokes his noggin and remarks, I have come perilously close to being eliminated by my grandfather countless times. He earnestly recounted such a terrifying experience. Leaving his companions utterly astounded, the scene transforms. The marine hero, Garp, stands at the doorway, arms crossed. Do not speak so harshly. I cast you into the abyss, abandoned you in the jungle at night, and tied you to a balloon to send you soaring into the sky, all to forge you into a formidable individual. Should you not express gratitude to me? Luffy responds. I am truly grateful to you, Grandpa. Look, how joyful Straw Hat Luffy appears. At last, I comprehend the source of Luffy's indomitable vitality, Brook remarked solemnly from the side. This is indeed a hardcore form of education. Ha ha ha. Is Straw Hat Luffy truly your biological grandson, Mr. Garp? It seems grandsons are merely for amusement. Do you suppose his father, Dragon, was similarly compelled to establish the Revolutionary Army? Blind man, you have illuminated a crucial point. It is indeed highly plausible. The scene shifts again. Garp departs, bidding farewell. I shall take my leave now. Luffy promptly echoes. Well then, farewell. Observe how radiant his smile is. It is as though every hair on his head stands on end in sheer delight. And then, is that all there is to it? Garp delivers a powerful punch to Luffy, exclaiming in exasperation, Do you not feel a twinge of regret, fool? I am your long-lost grandfather. Luffy, in utter despair, clutches his head and cries out, What do you want from me? I have merely been subjected to beatings all this time. Imp, speaking the unvarnished truth with a countenance of humility. It is truly pitiable. Luffy possesses an extraordinary comedic effect. How delightful. A certain audience member, completely disregarding the norm, chimed in. Upon hearing Luffy's candid confession, Garp bellowed. Even so, I yearn to be cherished by my grandson. You dolt. Those surrounding him broke into a sweat. This grandfather is exceedingly fierce. The scene shifts once more. Admiral Sengoku, fuming with rage, points an accusatory finger at Garp. Why is it always your grandson, Garp? For Straw Hat Luffy has once again stirred up a significant uproar upon the seas. Did you think Garp would concede, saying, "My apologies for the trouble"? No. Garp raised his thumb, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, truly impressive. He is indeed my grandson. Sengoku seized Garp by the collar. Irate. Are you jesting? Were it not for your status as a marine hero, you would be held accountable for your family's misdeeds, Garp. Yet, Garp continued to laugh heartily. The gravity of this situation cannot be resolved by my mere existence. Sengoku, infuriated, declared, There is nothing amusing about this. It is a disgrace for our forces. Do you have any inkling of the effort Crane and I expended to rectify this? Then, he snatched the Sunbei from Garp's grasp, prompting Garp to exclaim, Return that to me. It is mine. Sengoku retorted loudly. Shut up, before shoving all the Sunbei into his mouth. Ultimately, it was all to pilfer Garp's Sunbei. The scene shifts again. Garp, brimming with excitement, held up a bag of tea and said, By the way, I have brought new tea. Quickly, fetch the Sunbei. Sengoku lost his composure. Silence, you scoundrel Garp. Is the office meant for tea drinking? Does this admiral not have any work to attend to? He suspected that Garp might be an enemy agent sent to drive him mad. After this video concluded, no further content was aired. Truly unsatisfactory. Who would have thought that the admiral would possess such an endearing side? Ha ha ha. Mr. Garp is a natural-born comedian. Audiences from all corners erupted in laughter. Subsequent comedic snippets will be aired periodically. Following this, another type of video will be showcased. We hope everyone enjoys it. Finally, we extend our sincere gratitude for your unwavering support. Upon the luminous screen appeared the following message, attributed to Su Yang. Wow, the author has made an appearance. He seems like a rather youthful and handsome lad. How gentle he appears. The audience engaged in fervent discussions regarding the 3 lines displayed on the luminous screen. However, at that moment, the display vanished. Many seized upon the remark made by the audience. The author is quite young, especially within the world government. Individuals immediately set out to verify this information. They had been tirelessly searching for news regarding the luminous screen, but had made no progress. Now, they could narrow their search, focusing specifically on the youth. The 5 elders could not believe that there existed something they could not uncover, some information that eluded them. As long as it exists in this world, it must leave some trace. How terrifying. The thought of them attempting to apprehend me is truly daunting. Su Yang gazed at the live broadcast on his computer screen, exuding an air reminiscent of the yellow monkey. He was untroubled by the prospect of being captured. What a farce. How could he possibly be apprehended? They are not even from the same era. How could any overlap in their relations occur? What shall be the theme of the next series of videos? The astonishingly shocking iconic scenes have already been completed. The heart-wrenching clips have also been finalized. The comedic segments are in progress and will be updated intermittently. The explosive scenes have been selected, allowing the pirates of the world to choose who shall be the king of explosions. Now then, what shall be the theme of the next video? Su Yang reclined on his bed, pondering for a moment before arriving at an answer. It will be the explosive scenes. First, I shall tackle the explosive sequences, and then I shall address other types. Heh. Are you ready for some adrenaline? Dear viewers, Su Yang licked his lips. This is undoubtedly the most exhilarating endeavor. Explosive scenes. They are sure to send one's adrenaline soaring. The search for materials would take a considerable amount of time. Su Yang sat before his computer, scratching his head in mild frustration. This will certainly require a lengthy refinement process, akin to that of the astonishing iconic scenes video. What shall be showcased this time? I sincerely hope the comedic segments continue to air. They are simply delightful. You may find it hard to believe, but in a hospital, a comatose patient sat up upon watching the video. Time. 5 days have elapsed since the last broadcast concluded. The luminous screen has become an indispensable part of their lives. The One Piece videos remain unupdated, leaving them feeling rather melancholic. Why does the wait for updates seem to grow longer? Surely the author cannot be doing this on purpose. Someone, with an expression of discontent, mused. Perhaps the creative process has become challenging. Others speculated thus. We shall wait. What else can we do? Are we to hunt down the author and bind him to ensure he updates without pause? Aside from waiting, there is naught but waiting. Meanwhile, Su Yang, after a day of diligent effort, completed the compilation of explosive scenes. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Su Yang massaged his shoulders, feeling sore all over. He resolved to treat himself to a nice foot massage and a soothing bath. For what could be more relaxing than a good soak? Nothing. If there were, it would surely be a miracle. The video was exported, saved, and uploaded. Currently uploading. Under review. Review successful. Upon witnessing the successful review, Su Yang withdrew the earnings from the back end and promptly collapsed onto his bed for a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, he would face that detestable boss in court. In the pirate world, just as everyone continued to speculate why the luminous screen had yet to appear and why the video had not been updated. A humming sound filled the air, and a luminous screen materialized. How timely. My goodness, you didn't eavesdrop on my conversation, did you? You updated because you heard my complaints, right? Let us see what this time brings. Super excited, the audience could hardly contain their anticipation as they prepared for the viewing experience. Sodas, alcohol, snacks, peanuts, popcorn, an array of delightful treats awaited. The Pirate World Explosive Scene Showcase invites everyone to cast their votes after viewing all the footage to select the most intense and exhilarating moment. Thank you for your support, and enjoy the viewing experience. On the screen, 3 lines of text initially appeared, followed by a black screen before the playback commenced. However, this time was different. They discovered that they could choose the order in which they watched the videos. No longer required to follow a strict sequence as before. Furthermore, each video bore a title, creating a grand collection of clips. Fierce battle. No one shall bully my navigator. Formidable foes. Do not toy with the nations of others. The Pact, the land of gold and the sky island exist. Wagering lives. For the sake of comrades, what does it matter to stand against the world? On the first page, there were merely 4 videos. Just gazing at these titles ignited an insatiable desire for viewing. From the shadows of retreat, how can you contend for the title of Pirate King? The seeds of the future era cannot be erased. Brotherly bonds. Even in hell, I shall venture forth. The king's qualities. One person stirs the winds and clouds of the world. The second page featured another 4 videos, with even more fervent titles. 2 years later. You are no longer my equal. 10 against 100,000. This marks the beginning of the path to kingship. True man's duel. I have severed my retreat. Thus, I cannot afford to lose. The third page contained only 3 videos. Yet the titles stirred even more excitement. Each individual's choice varied, but upon selecting a video, their expressions were united in fervor. Blood surged, fists clenched in anticipation, breath held involuntarily, and gazes intensely focused. The entire pirate world was ensnared in shock due to this video. A pity, however, that the climactic battle between Doflamingo and Luffy was inadvertently omitted. Early that morning, Su Yang once again reviewed the explosive scenes he had crafted the previous night. Suddenly, he realized that the spectacular confrontation between Luffy and Doflamingo had not been included. If it were to be added, it might be aptly titled, The Goddess Nemesis. At this moment, the slaying of gods begins. Nevertheless, this omission did not significantly impact matters, for the most exhilarating moments would surely arise from these 2 videos. Su Yang turned his attention to the video titled Wagering Lives. For the sake of comrades, what does it matter to stand against the world? As well as true man's duel, I have severed my retreat. Thus, I cannot afford to lose. 1 depicted the fervent battle between Luffy and Lucci, while the other showcased Luffy's desperate fight against Katakuri. Both battles boasted explosive visual effects and were utterly breathtaking. The visceral combat scenes were more than sufficient to elicit euphoric highs in many viewers. Oh, how wondrous it is that there are so many spectacular battles in this world. I have gained new insight. Doflamingo, holding a glass of red wine, watched with the demeanor of a film critic. How unfortunate for you, Crocodile. The first video Doflamingo viewed was Luffy versus Crocodile. Observing the rebellious old Sand being defeated by the inexperienced Luffy brought a smile to Doflamingo's lips. This shall undoubtedly be Crocodile's lifelong embarrassment. I believe this video is better titled Explosive Moments of Straw Hat Luffy. I agree, every battle has its own merit. Doflamingo chuckled. the bias of this showcase is quite pronounced. The audience across the seas quickly discerned that within all these videos, the presence of Straw Hat Luffy was omnipresent. It could practically be dubbed the diary of Straw Hat Luffy's growth. At that moment, on Cake Island, Katakuri pondered as he watched the intense clash with Luffy. Would he engage in battle with Straw Hat Luffy? When would that occur? Indeed, previous videos had depicted the Straw Hat crew opposing them. Was it related to that? Katakuri swiftly distilled the events featuring Jinbe's bravado. Thus, he deduced an important piece of information. The Straw Hat Kid would soon confront them, and it would likely be a fierce encounter. If it were not intense, Katakuri, understanding his own nature, would not easily intervene unless in dire circumstances. Straw Hat Kid. With this conclusion, Katakuri could never again underestimate the Straw Hat Boy. Such a formidable presence could not be overlooked. Had he truly awakened the qualities of a king, a born ruler, this individual would undoubtedly transform the entire sea. The Marines. Akiji observed Luffy using Conqueror's haki to fell 50,000 foes, his expression slightly grave. Refreshing, true battles ought to be like this. Fist meeting flesh. A certain man, fond of self-destruction post-drinking, watched the duel between Luffy and Lucci, exclaiming with excitement, which video will claim the title of most explosive moment? How thrilling! Blackbeard, hidden on an island, grinned as he gazed at the screen before him. Even if he was now alone, he remained a force capable of disturbing the seas. Time swiftly passed, and a day flew by. Beep, beep, beep. In the afternoon, upon returning home after a court case, Suyang received a notification from the website. The most explosive moment had been determined. Please check. Upon seeing this title, Suyang instantly felt invigorated. He promptly clicked on the message, opening the link. True man's duel. I have severed my retreat. Thus, I cannot afford to lose. Upon seeing this video, Suyang was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, the battle at Judiciary Island lost. How unfortunate. When he checked the voting results for wagering lives, for the sake of comrades, what does it matter to stand against the world? He felt even more regretful. They fell short by just 2 votes. However, Luffy's battle with Katakuri was indeed breathtaking, so their victory was only to be expected. Suyang opened the website and began watching the live stream. I knew it would be this video. It's so exhilarating. It feels as though my blood is boiling. True men never resort to ambushes. Lord Katakuri is magnificent. Truly, the formidable Straw Hat Luffy had vanquished such a powerful adversary. The audience from across the seas, having collectively chosen the most explosive moment, saw the screen simultaneously showcase this thrilling instant across the vast ocean. Yet, the reason this particular video triumphed was that many sought to uncover the information they yearned to know through this work. Furthermore, it once again touched upon future events. The formidable beings of the sea were curious about it, casting their votes in favor of this video. Otherwise, who could say who truly was the most explosive? The footage commenced. In the mirror world, Katakuri's expression was fierce. It seems the escape went quite smoothly. Not far ahead, Straw Hat Luffy, clad in a striking red suit, appeared exceptionally radiant. Luffy's expression was gravely serious, ready to engage in a heated battle. With that, he raised his hand and shattered the mirror behind him, embodying a spirit of defiance, although it was unclear why this action evoked such a resolute demeanor in Luffy. What mattered was that the battle promised to be captivating. Luffy initiated the attack first, his fists enveloped in haki, yet could not even graze the hem of Katakuri's clothing. Jet pistol, Luffy decisively entered gear second, enhancing his speed. Yet, Katakuri effortlessly blocked the strike. Luffy, taken aback, quickly altered his technique. Eagle Bazooka. However, this blow was evaded by the swiftly moving Katakuri. Eagle Rocket, Rubber Eagle Battle Axe, Eagle Mechanized Battle Gun. Luffy's relentless onslaught failed to inflict even a scratch on Katakuri. All easily deflected, Luffy swiftly realized the terrifying strength of his opponent. His furious mechanized battle gun not only missed Katakuri, but was met with a flurry of counter-punches that sent him flying. Luffy struggled to withstand the assault, but it was futile. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he was smashed into the wall. He felt as though Katakuri was a heavy hammer, shattering all his strength. Bang! Not granting Luffy a moment to breathe, he fell from the wall, only to be sent crashing through the roof by Katakuri's heavy fist. The surroundings lay in utter chaos, a testament to the devastation. Luffy gritted his teeth, cognizant that to confront Katakuri, he must risk everything. Entering gear second once more, he sought to exchange speed for opportunity. Yet, Katakuri was far too formidable. Even his speed revealed no openings. Luffy struggled to keep pace with Katakuri's rhythm. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, boom. The two combatants soared through the air, engaging in a fierce and rapid battle akin to meteors colliding with comets. The sky was filled with their phantasmal figures, and the very fabric of space trembled under the force of their violent clash. The terror was palpable. Yet, Monkey D. Luffy began to struggle to keep pace with Katakuri's rhythm. His strikes were deftly evaded by Katakuri, while the latter landed precise blows on him, delivering a crushing kick to Luffy's face that sent him hurtling into the earth. Just as Luffy began to rise, Katakuri executed a spinning kick that propelled him like a cannonball into the distance. How tragic! The disparity in strength was staggering. Even upon a second viewing, one could not help but marvel at Luffy's eventual counterattack, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, initially overwhelmed, who could have anticipated that Luffy would endure until the very last moment and ultimately defeat Katakuri? In the face of an insurmountable foe, how many possess the courage to confront them, and how many have the perseverance to persist? Gum gum, elephant gun. The speed of the second gear was insufficient. Luffy swiftly transitioned into third gear, seeking to harness his strength to combat his adversary. However, Katakuri remained unhurried, conjuring a massive fist of equal ferocity, larger than Luffy's, with power that was not to be trifled with. Luffy's fist was gradually pushed back in a violent collision, ultimately crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. Yet Luffy did not yield. With no retreat possible, he had no choice but to fight on. The pain racking his body could not deter him. Giant axe, his arms expanded, akin to a falling star, as he charged once more at Katakuri. But Katakuri, too, augmented his arms, unleashing a powerful strike that sent Luffy flying. The difference in strength was glaring. Luffy was simply no match for Katakuri. Before Luffy could even descend, Katakuri seized him, spinning him rapidly in midair before crashing him into a building. This was not a contest of equal caliber. Too forced, exclaimed the spectators from all corners of the seas. With his hands captured, Luffy altered his stance, retracting his arms and amplifying his legs, striking down like an axe. Gum gum, giant axe. Luffy roared once more, pouring all his might into the attack. Bang! Katakuri finally did not evade, and was struck directly. However, Luffy immediately sensed something was amiss. There was no sensation of impact. Sure enough, not far from him, Katakuri appeared, his right leg similarly swollen, larger than Luffy's, delivering a devastating blow that thrust Luffy into the ground. Luffy did not pause for a moment. He unleashed a flurry of techniques, yet to no avail. Regardless of the moves he employed, Katakuri retaliated with the same methods, but with even greater ferocity. Bang! Boom! Boom boom boom! The room echoed with Luffy's fierce shouts, punctuated by the harrowing scenes of him being hurled away, suffocate in the machi. Katakuri ensnared Luffy with his machi, binding him to the ground. The relentless machi assault left Luffy disoriented. Furthermore, Katakuri transformed the floor and ceiling into machi, causing them to collapse. Luffy was thus ensnared in a machi prison. Perhaps he was truly on the brink of suffocation. After completing this, Katakuri leisurely crafted a room for himself, commencing his afternoon tea. How formidable Katakuri was! To aspire to defeat such a man was undeniably unrealistic. How, in the end, did Luffy manage to prevail? The observers across the seas would not doubt Luffy's strength. If they were in his place, they would have succumbed long ago. Yet Katakuri was simply terrifying, exerting comprehensive pressure on Luffy, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Oh! Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from within the machi. At last, he burst forth, not merely escaping, but carving a path. Then, he shattered the room Katakuri had created, revealing the latter's leisurely figure indulging in delicacies before the astonished audience. In that moment, Katakuri was genuinely furious. After eliminating all witnesses to his leisurely demeanor, he charged at Luffy once more, his fists enveloped in haki, as unyielding as steel, bearing down on Luffy with ferocity. Luffy was utterly outmatched in strength by Katakuri. Moreover, Katakuri's fists were imbued with intense heat, searing Luffy and prompting his anguished cries. Yet Katakuri's fists came again. Luffy could only raise his other hand in defense, but was still sent flying. His arms burned with pain, The enraged Katakuri was overwhelming. All who witnessed this scene felt a profound sense of suffocation. The oppressive aura of Katakuri was all-consuming. Do not presume that having some thoughts of overcoming me grants you the luxury of complacency. Katakuri's relentless barrage rained down upon Luffy, who was utterly defenseless. This spectacle was both shocking and despairing. Victory seemed impossible. How could one fight back? Yet retreat was no longer an option. Many spectators believed that had they been in Luffy's shoes, they would have long since begged for mercy. Hope was nowhere to be found. It was a complete and utter domination. Luffy's cries echoed as he was battered like a punching bag. Suddenly, Luffy astonishingly predicted Katakuri's movements. For the first time, he avoided Katakuri's strike. Furthermore, he landed a kick squarely on Katakuri's chin, successfully counterattacking. This revelation left Luffy himself astounded. Why was he able to foresee Katakuri's assault? Indeed, during their previous encounters, Katakuri had consistently evaded his attacks with precision. He had been unable to touch him at all, which must have been due to this ability. He thought. He likely understood Katakuri's power now. Why did his hockey-infused attacks have no effect on Katakuri? It was because Katakuri had anticipated everything in advance. I comprehend your abilities, Luffy proclaimed earnestly, which only served to infuriate Katakuri further. Upon awakening his powers, he manipulated the ground, transforming it into countless mochi blobs that surged forth. And Luffy entered his fourth gear. The truth proved that Luffy was naively optimistic. Understanding Katakuri's abilities did little to change the final outcome. Ultimately, he was still no match for Katakuri. As Katakuri regained his composure, his predictive abilities activated with pinpoint accuracy once more. Luffy's newfound advantage acquired through fourth gear was swiftly reclaimed by Katakuri. When Luffy, brimming with confidence, unleashed his most powerful attack, the elephant gun, a furious force aimed at Katakuri. His assault was once again deftly evaded. Every strike passed harmlessly through Katakuri's form, failing to inflict even a scratch. This scene was utterly despairing. Having committed his ultimate techniques, prepared to face certain death, he still could not grasp the depths of his opponent's capabilities. Powerful Machi, Katakuri ensnared Luffy with his abilities, launching a punch that threatened to shatter the very space around them. Katakuri's fists were infinitely swift, infinitely terrifying, sending Luffy in fourth gear crashing away. Whoa! Luffy coughed up blood. Upon landing, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. The gulf in strength between Luffy and Katakuri was insurmountable. He was utterly outmatched. It could even be said he was being subjected to unilateral oppression. Ah! Luffy cried out, once more sent flying by Katakuri. Bang! He landed heavily, creating yet another crater. Monkey King Gun, powerful Machi. Once again, their powers clashed, yet Luffy was the one who faltered. Luffy was being driven to the brink by Katakuri. However, he found himself utterly incapable of retaliating. Puff! Bang! He was continuously struck down. The relentless blows drained Luffy's stamina at an alarming rate. Yet, he understood he could not afford to stop. He had to rapidly familiarize himself with the ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, he would never be Katakuri's equal, but Katakuri would not grant him such an opportunity. The torrential onslaught battered Luffy to the verge of unconsciousness. At that moment, there was an unexpected ambush from the side. His right leg went numb instantly. In that instant, he was struck hard by Katakuri once more. But Katakuri soon noticed this, and without a hint of mercy, he admonished the instigator, "Do not employ such ridiculous tactics to aid me in winning this battle." He yearned for a fair confrontation with Monkey D. Luffy. Then, Katakuri raised his gun, and before the astonished gaze of Monkey D. Luffy, he plunged it into his own abdomen. Such was Katakuri. A true man, he scorned any assistance from others. Insisting on a dignified battle, Monkey D. Luffy had earned his respect. Come, the real fight has only just begun. Katakuri gazed intently at Monkey D. Luffy, his eyes fierce. Boom! Both warriors unleashed their conqueror's haki simultaneously, a formidable force that threatened to warp the very fabric of space. All onlookers around them collapsed. Every mirror within the vicinity shattered. It was a sight as deep as a chasm, as terrifying as a prison. Only Katakuri and Monkey D. Luffy remained. Oh! This time, I shall not let you evade any longer. Monkey D. Luffy roared, and though Katakuri's fist struck him first, his own punch landed squarely on Katakuri. Boom! 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 As Katakuri's relentless barrage of punches continued, Luffy finally managed to evade. I will surely send you flying. Both declared resolutely. At long last, after enduring a series of blows, Monkey D. Luffy could finally retaliate against Katakuri. He could now anticipate all of Katakuri's attacks and evade them with precision. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of Katakuri's chaotic assault, he was finally able to counter every strike and withstand them all. Katakuri keenly sensed his opponent's rapid advancement. Shocked, yet it ignited his fighting spirit even more fiercely. Fourth gear, the rejuvenated Monkey D. Luffy re-entered his fourth gear, adopting a nimble serpent-like form. The decisive battle had reached a fever pitch. Faster, even faster, Katakuri's speed surged, and so did Luffy's. The entire space was filled with the traces of Luffy's movements. Sonic booms erupting continuously. Bang! It felt as though they were on the verge of annihilating this very realm. The sheer power Luffy unleashed was terrifying, threatening to tear apart the very space itself. Katakuri transformed into a Machi circle, rolling across the ground to evade Luffy's all-encompassing assault. Jet Snake Cannon, Machi Machine Gun. Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri engaged in an even more ferocious clash. Their wild forms resembled two monstrous entities, wreaking havoc upon the world. Bang! The earth sank. Boom! The air wailed. Everything twisted within the tumult of their battle. It was utterly terrifying. At last, Monkey D. Luffy unleashed his final strike. Rubber Black Mamba King Snake. Slicing Machi. Both were delivering their ultimate blows, their power unfathomably immense. Boom! The earth was utterly submerged. It felt as if everything had been destroyed. As chunks of earth shattered and space fractured, the violent shockwaves threatened to obliterate everything around them. Debris swirling chaotically. Ultimately, Katakuri fell to the ground, defeated. Rather than being vanquished by Monkey D. Luffy, he accepted the reality of his back meeting the earth, shedding the facades of his past. In this battle, he fully recognized Monkey D. Luffy. He had selflessly stayed behind to ensure the escape of his companions. This sense of responsibility, this sense of duty, resonated perfectly with his role as the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates. Safeguarding his younger siblings, the scene unfolded over just a few minutes, yet it felt like an eternity, stunned into silence. Was this the essence of battle between men? How terrifying! The power of humanity is truly awe-inspiring. I long to witness this again, yearning for more. Yet, why does the battle between Luffy and Lucci seem even more exhilarating? I feel the same way. I find it hard to comprehend how Katakuri's fight against Luffy could surpass that. Among the audience from all corners of the seas, some focused on whether this battle was sufficiently thrilling. However, others were fixated on Katakuri himself. This battle provided ample insight into Katakuri's character, of course. The same could be said for Monkey D. Luffy. They could devise numerous countermeasures based on the information gleaned. To them, the wealth of information from this battle was paramount. Whether it was exciting or not held no significance for them. They were indifferent to mere spectacle. Such battles they had experienced in their own lives. Congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri for their explosive confrontation video. Now crown the king of exhilarating visuals. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the light screen. What? There are rewards. Is that so? In that moment, the audience's reactions diverged. The Navy sensed impending doom, while onlookers were left astonished. There are rewards. The very participant, Monkey D. Luffy, was momentarily bewildered, then filled with immense joy. Rewards? How splendid. Reward 1. Each receives 20 million berries. Reward 2. Each strength increases by 5.2 rewards. Both can be chosen at will. Upon hearing this, Katakuri, as a participant, hesitated not for a second. He chose to enhance his strength. With strength, what could he not achieve? With strength, he could better protect his family. Naturally, he also held great anticipation for Monkey D. Luffy, who would soon become his rival. Such a powerful adversary was certainly worth looking forward to. With the explosive visuals concluded, what would follow? For Su Yang, editing the video was simple, yet conjuring creativity proved challenging. After much contemplation, he finally conceived an idea. Why not create a segment titled Highlighting Characters with Special Attributes in the Pirate World? The pirate world is vast, and thus, numerous individuals with unique traits abound. Some harbor suicidal tendencies. Others are obsessed with adopting children, and some walk with a certain swagger. He chuckled, envisioning the myriad characters who would undoubtedly wear expressions of embarrassment upon viewing this compilation. But isn't that what makes it entertaining? Su Yang smiled broadly. convinced that his idea was quite brilliant. Very well, let it be done. Suyang began to search for material, compared to the previous explosive visuals. This time, the resources were not as abundant. After all, not much material was needed. Had they all chosen to enhance their strength? How curious that their choices aligned perfectly. Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri both chose to boost their strength without a hint of hesitation. This left many across the seas astonished, yet upon reflection, they deemed it quite normal. They understood exactly what they desired and recognized the greater importance of strength over mere wealth. This latest explosive visual was truly exhilarating. Indeed, it was the first time witnessing such an extensive video compilation, an absolute delight. I wonder what the next installment will present. I hope for more comedic moments to follow. I wish for a few more segments akin to the explosive visuals. It was simply too satisfying to watch. The audience across the seas remained thirsty for knowledge. Yet, the video had just been updated, and they knew immediate updates were improbable. Thus, despite their impatience, they could only choose to wait. Monkey D. Luffy, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo began to feel a twinge of panic. The strength of Monkey D. Luffy caught him off guard. However, according to reports from his subordinates, Luffy's next target was none other than him. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Doflamingo, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Therefore, he resolved to seek assistance from Kaido of the Beasts. He could not believe that Kaido would allow his artificial devil fruit experiment to be disrupted without consequence. Such a notion would surely enrage him. Fourth gear, a remarkably astute thought. That young pirate possesses considerable combat talent. Some praised Monkey D. Luffy for his innovative use of his devil fruit abilities. To extract such remarkable utility from an otherwise ordinary fruit was truly commendable. Ace, if you don't step up your game, your little brother might just surpass you, and the title of Pirate King could very well slip from your grasp. Among the Whitebeard pirates, the captains jested. You lot, spare me the provocation. Fire Fist Ace can't possibly endure such taunts. The ripple effects of the battle between Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri reached far and wide, impacting many across the vast ocean. The atmosphere has become increasingly vibrant due to this video. At long last, it is completed. Suyang has spent the better part of the afternoon diligently crafting a compilation of characters with special attributes. Exported, uploaded, reviewed, and swiftly approved. He eagerly anticipates the expressions on their faces upon viewing this video, laughter bubbling forth. A broad smile adorns Suyang's face as he awaits the reactions of each individual featured in the video. It promises to be an immensely entertaining affair. In the world of pirates, Buzz, a luminous screen materializes, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. My goodness, how has the update arrived so early this time? Am I mistaken? Why has the screen appeared now? ISNT there typically a gap of 3 to 5 days between updates. Yet here it is, just over 2 days later. Audiences from all corners are left in awe. Compilation of characters with special attributes in the pirate world. The related rankings are in no particular order. And this video is solely for entertainment purposes, devoid of any malice from the creator. Enjoy watching, everyone. What? Special attributes. I have a feeling this video is about to stir things up. The title alone suggests this video is anything but ordinary. It truly seems to be gearing up for some excitement. Hey. I hope I'm not featured in this. Upon seeing the title of this video, Frankie from the Straw Hat Pirates began to panic. He is well aware that his attributes are a bit peculiar. Special Attribute Character 1. The directionally challenged Roronoa Zoro. Reason for inclusion. Don't ask why he always gets lost. He has devoted all his intellect to naming his techniques. Zoro, you've made the list again. Directionally challenged. Let me have a moment to laugh. Hey, Zoro. May I interview you about your current feelings? The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in teasing upon seeing Zoro as the first to be featured. Among them, Usopp and Sanji were the most enthusiastic. You lot. Zoro cast a look of deep resentment at Usopp, and when he glanced at Sanji, he was visibly disdainful. After introducing Zoro, a special video showcasing his perpetual misadventures in navigation began to play. There he was, hopelessly wandering before a house. What? The sea again? Curse it. How did I end up by the ocean once more? This island is like a maze. Did I take a wrong turn? I'm sure I can find my way out this time. This place seems vaguely familiar. I feel as though I've been here before, yet I can't quite place it. Am I lost again? Watching Zoro's frantic attempts to navigate, his earnest admission of being lost had the audience in stitches. Ha! How can someone be so directionally challenged? There must be limits to such incompetence. It is astonishing to realize that someone can get lost on a straight path. Ha! The most remarkable moment was when he nonchalantly asked others, "Do you need directions?" I can't stop laughing. Are you planning to lead others astray too? It's as if all his wisdom has been devoted to naming his techniques. I can hardly fathom that a man with such eloquent and grand technique names could be so directionally challenged. The audience erupted in playful banter as Zoro's face turned as dark as coal. He would have no face left to show anyone. Special attribute character 2. The enigmatic Ivankov. Reason for inclusion. Guess whether I am male or female. Male? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a woman. Female? No, I'm a man. As the first video concluded, the second began immediately. Oh, no reward segment? I was looking forward to that, thinking there would be a reward segment. Indeed, many were disappointed to find the familiar reward segment had vanished. However, Sengoku insisted that no further rewards were necessary. Maintaining the current balance is sufficient. Zoro, on the other hand, expressed that if there were to be a reward, he would wish to no longer be directionally challenged. I am on the list. Look at me. I'm on the list. This is absolutely fantastic, exclaimed Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army, bursting with excitement upon realizing he had also made the compilation. Is this truly a cause for celebration? The fishman karate instructor, Hachi, remarked sarcastically. Then, Ivankov's video began to play. He is the king of the underground kingdom of transgenders, a legend revered by countless individuals, as the audience watched a man clad in women's attire. Striking poses with heavy eyeliner and thick makeup, many felt a shiver run down their spines. Yet, just as the discomfort peaked, Ivankov transformed into a stunningly alluring woman, instantly more palatable to the viewers. Dear youth, do you crave power? Do you desire a life unlike any other? Ivankov, the life coach, spoke gently. Then, with a single injection of hormones, men became women, and women became men. This power is truly remarkable. Huh? Who wishes to become a woman? Raise your hands. Let me see. It's truly bewildering. Just what is Ivankov's gender? Who can say? If one knew, they wouldn't have made it on the list of special attributes. Strangely enough, although the first viewing was a bit unsettling. After a while, it became evident that this unique life is quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Ivankov at the Revolutionary Army headquarters couldn't help but dance, celebrating the choices he has made in life. However, he is well aware that not everyone can accept such a culture. But it matters not. He requires no one's acceptance. Special attribute character 3. The lavish lavatory Magellan. Reason for inclusion. He is the notorious warden of Impel Down, yet apart from working 4 hours and sleeping 8. The remainder of his time is spent in the restroom. What? Vice Warden Magellan made the list too. Though it may be impolite, I must confess, Vice Warden Magellan truly has a penchant for frequent restroom visits. The guards at Impel Down couldn't help but stifle their laughter at this revelation, as Magellan, engrossed in his duties, let out a woeful cry. He lamented the loss of his dignified image. The video commenced, showcasing the foreboding halls of Impel Down, where the imposing Magellan was diligently attending to his responsibilities. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. He dashed into an adjacent room, hastily drawing the curtain. 2 minutes later, he emerged, clutching his stomach with an uncomfortable look. Is it truly that urgent? The audience mused. The scene shifted. On the patrol route of Impel Down, Magellan suddenly grimaced, exclaiming to the guards beside him, "Quick, the facilities." The guards scrambled to pull up the curtain, encircling Magellan. Someone even wheeled in a portable toilet for him. Goodness, they have portable toilets? How accommodating. While the situation appeared comical, a sense of sorrow welled within me. If given the choice, I doubt Magellan would prefer this predicament. I wonder how he acquired this troublesome condition. Can it be remedied? It surely hampers his ability to fight. Indeed, what if he suddenly needs to relieve himself during a battle? Just imagining such a scenario is cringeworthy. As for those who have fought Magellan, one particular pirate remarked, he only avoids needing to use the restroom during combat, and even then, he does so with great fervor. Compilation of special attributes. Special attribute character 3. The perpetually forgiven Boa Hancock. Reason for inclusion. No matter what I do, I am always forgiven. And why, you may ask? Because I am as beautiful as a celestial being. As the third character made their entrance, it sent ripples across the vast ocean. My goodness, the Empress has also made the list. Is this real? It feels like a dream. How adorable is that statement? Truly, she is the Empress, radiating such powerful charisma. The Empress's captivating beauty instantly captivated everyone on the sea. Her allure, in fact, transcends mere attraction to men. It enchants women as well. Empress, I am utterly captivated by you. Countless souls have been enchanted in an instant by the allure of Boa Hancock. Furthermore, videos featuring Boa Hancock have commenced their broadcast, even when she shields the Straw Hat Captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Even when she shatters the pacifists and confronts the Navy. What of it? No one dares to utter a word against Boa Hancock, for she is indeed so breathtakingly beautiful that any transgression shall be forgiven. Boa Hancock strikes a pose of regal disdain, executing a challenging backbend. Her soul demands that her hand point haughtily forward, coupled with her scornful gaze that dismisses all. The effect is instantaneous. Forgiveness is imperative. How could anyone dare to fault the Empress? Oh, Empress, I am your fervent devotee. Long live the Empress. I cannot fathom how many have been entranced, wholly abandoning their own stances. In their eyes, at this moment, there exists but one figure, Boa Hancock. If they were to discover that the goddess they revere harbors affections for Monkey D. Luffy, would they not experience the true essence of heartbreak? Most likely. Boa Hancock deserves her place in the spotlight. Indeed, she is a being who operates entirely on her own terms. However, despite her slight capriciousness, her beauty is undeniably extraordinary. Beauty is justice. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 Emperor's pirate crews all express similar sentiments. Boa Hancock stands as one of the few formidable female pirates among them. Her pride is something others cannot replicate. Humph, the tricks of vile men, allowing me to ascend to prominence for their amusement, is truly repulsive. Upon witnessing this video, Boa Hancock scoffed, and her words were instantly broadcasted across the screen. Yet, no one felt insulted. At this moment, those under her spell could only exclaim, "Ah, the Empress has spoken to us. How exhilarating!" Special attribute character 4. Mistaken for a criminal due to his appearance. Deberu reason for appearance. I merely resemble a wanted criminal. Navy, please confirm before apprehending me, for I am but a humble fisherman. Many, upon encountering this unfamiliar name, felt no recognition. Only those currently championing justice on Fishman Island, resolving the conflicts between fishmen and humans, recognized it. Isn't that the flying fish fellow? Oh, how remarkable, he has made it onto the list. Now this fellow no longer needs to be pursued by the Navy, Deberu, simply because he bears a resemblance to Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. He has been hunted by the Navy for years. Deberu is on the verge of despair. I am not Sanji. I am merely a fisherman. Please, see clearly. I have no connection to him. Yet, upon gazing at Deberu's former visage, many declared, it's hard not to mistake him. He bears an uncanny resemblance. This attribute is truly unbeatable. It appears comical, yet I find myself feeling a tinge of sadness. Nonetheless, audiences from across the seas comprehend why the Navy would err. For Deberu indeed resembles Sanji from the wanted poster even more than Sanji himself. It feels as though he is the genuine article. Conversely, when Sanji appears before the Navy, he hardly resembles the individual depicted on the wanted poster. However, now, surely no one would mistake him any longer. Despite the misunderstanding, we hope the Navy swiftly clarifies this matter, sparing the innocent from undue burdens. The values of the audience across the seas remain unblemished. After a brief jest, they implored the Navy to restore Deberu's rightful treatment. Such occurrences must never repeat in the future. Sakazuki's countenance darkened as he declared, such incidents are a slap in the face. What else could cause this, if not negligence in their duties? There can be no other reason. Special attribute character 5. Incapable of walking properly. Don Quixote da Flamingo reason for appearance. I do not walk a path. I embody charisma and wildness. Walking normally is beyond my capability. Upon seeing this name, the audience across the seas abruptly shifted from light-hearted banter to seriousness. The video of Doflamingo, strutting with an irreverent swagger, legs perpetually splayed like a rogue, began to play. The video opened with a gathering of the 7 warlords, and Doflamingo's defiant laughter was more intoxicating than his peculiar gait. Finally someone has called out Doflamingo. I have long wished to comment on his unique way of walking, which is truly one of a kind. Yet, when paired with his laughter, it aligns perfectly with his reputation as a rogue. He is indeed a scoundrel, and coupled with such an audacious gait, it signals that he is not to be trifled with. There are indeed many unafraid to mock Doflamingo, and Doflamingo himself chuckled. Ah, what a nostalgic way of walking. As he watched the video on the screen, he smiled with glee. As for how he perceives it, what else but to recline and enjoy? One must wonder, how does one cultivate such a gait? Is it not a method that would earn scorn? I could never adopt such a habit. Yet, truth be told, while it lacks grace, once one grows accustomed to it, it becomes rather captivating. Many sea rogues have begun to emulate Doflamingo's swagger. With his trademark sinister sunglasses and flamboyant pink coat, it is simply delightful. This era is indeed fascinating. Doflamingo, however, is not preoccupied with such matters. His focus lies solely on the Straw Hat Captain's journey. If fate decrees a confrontation with the Straw Hat, he intends to orchestrate a grand spectacle, one that captures the world's attention. Doflamingo is undeniably a character of immense charm. Masterfully crafted, Su Yang holds a fondness for Doflamingo. For his malevolence is strikingly pure, his wickedness is endearing. Yet, this does not imply that Su Yang endorses Doflamingo's views or actions. Liking a character and endorsing their ideology are two vastly different concepts. The screen this time offered no rewards, a truly capricious existence. Su Yang gazed at the seemingly unfeeling broadcasting screen, sighing softly. The sudden absence of rewards left him somewhat disoriented. It felt as though something vital was amiss. Nonetheless, the continuous broadcasting is quite agreeable. It maintains coherence. Special attribute character 6. I have no interest in wealth. I simply desire to build a family. Reason for appearance. I merely wish to establish a large family. So, be my child. If, after perusing all the preceding statements, one remains oblivious to whom this refers, the final sentence will surely illuminate the matter. Look, old man, you are once again in the spotlight. Ha! Who would have thought the old man would face ridicule as well? The rationale for his appearance is simply extraordinary. The Whitebeard pirates, Marco and others, jestingly teased the jovial Whitebeard as he indulged in drink. Lo and behold, the old man has made it onto the list again. And this time to be mocked. Whitebeard bore no particular grievance towards such occurrences. Mockery? He is Whitebeard. There is no need to take offense on account of trivial jests. The video commenced on a ship basking in sunlight. The youthful Whitebeard leaned against the railing, resting his chin as he gazed at the seascape. His former comrades reveled in their newfound treasures, and they naturally observed Whitebeard enjoying the breeze. They curiously inquired, "Newgate, why do you not come and see our bounty? It's quite impressive." To which the youthful Whitebeard replied, "Choose as you will. I hold little interest in riches." His comrades, perplexed, asked, "If you disdain wealth, why venture out to sea?" Whitebeard, eyes fixed on the evening seascape, responded, "I seek to establish a harmonious family, hence my journey." Upon hearing this, his comrades remarked, "You are truly a peculiar individual." The video was brief, yet, upon its conclusion, many could only exclaim, "How ostentatious!" To declare disinterest in wealth requires an immense fortune to support such bravado. Ha! This line deserves a place in the annals of grandiose statements. I never anticipated that the esteemed Whitebeard could be so adept at putting on airs. I truly underestimated him, and he has indeed succeeded in impressing us. This attribute is truly remarkable. Does he harbor some obsession with family? Whitebeard was undeniably handsome in his youth. Hey, your focus seems rather misplaced. Are you sure you are not fixating on the wrong aspect? The fact that someone's attention has shifted to assessing Whitebeard as youthful good looks is rather absurd. Is our old man not handsome now? Ha, he remains quite dashing. Speaking of which, old man, how did you woo women in your youth? Do enlighten your son. Observing the eager faces of his multitude of sons, Whitebeard's expression twitched, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered a single word, scram. Ha, old man, you're flustered. Upon hearing his words, the group erupted into laughter. Special attribute character 6. When intoxicated, he has an inclination to leap into self-destructive acts, yet he can never truly die. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Reason for inclusion. After having a drink today, he decided to demonstrate a high-altitude leap as a means to sober up. Hey, why are all the entries today such extraordinary individuals? This marks the second of the four emperors. Are all four emperors this eccentric? Many whispered among themselves. Whitebeard made the list, and shortly thereafter, Kaido followed suit. Must we have such synchronized appearances? The video of Kaido's plunge from a great height commenced. Following the battle atop the summit, Captain Kidd, Eustace Kidd, and several other supernovas were planning an alliance on a certain island. From their discussion, it was clear they aimed to bring down another of the four emperors. Just then, above in the sky, a certain sky island, the supernova monk Urki was astonished as he gazed at the imposing figure of a man not far off. He was majestic, and then he leaped from the sky island. This startled Urki considerably. Who is this, to be so reckless? Meanwhile, Kidd and his companions, who were discussing the alliance against a certain four emperor, were equally taken aback by the figure plummeting from above. Boom! The individual landed heavily upon the ground, threatening to shatter the entire island. The ensuing gusts compelled Kidd and his crew to shield their eyes. Such a high fall. Surely he must be dead. Yet at that moment, a commotion arose from the pit. Kidd and the others gazed in disbelief, only to see a towering man, akin to a demon, rising from the crater. It seems the alcohol has worn off a bit. He mused while rubbing his head, and suddenly he frowned and began to weep. Ah, I still didn't die. Why can't I just die? His profound sorrow and dissatisfaction were palpable. Kidd and his companions broke into a cold sweat, for they had recognized this man who seeks death, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the very individual they had discussed bringing down. Beep. Just as everyone anticipated what would transpire next, the video abruptly ended. Must we be denied the conclusion? I simply wish to see how Kidd and the others fare against Kaido. Why must it be so difficult to fulfill my desire? This is truly exasperating. Many felt their patience fraying. Is it truly so arduous to watch a video one wishes to see? Can we not have a more straightforward experience? No wonder he is called the strongest creature. It seems he cannot perish, even from a fall from such heights. Some, however, remained unconcerned about the fate of Kidd and his crew, as there was no suspense to be had. Once Kaido focuses on you, it is either death or severe injury. Of course, one could also choose to join if they cannot defeat him, but that was not their primary concern. It is no wonder he is labeled the strongest creature. Indeed formidable, his sheer physicality is terrifying. With such resilience, who wouldn't wish to test their limits daily? After all, one cannot die from it. Special attribute character 7. When hungry, she becomes ferociously violent. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Reason for inclusion: never provoke a woman with an empty stomach. Upon seeing another entry, the audience was left in stunned silence. Is this list not poking fun at the four emperors? Why is it filled with them? Are all four emperors this peculiar? Could Shanks be next? Shanks, please, grant me some grace. 3 consecutive four emperors have now appeared, leaving the audience utterly bewildered. Layered cake. I want to eat layered cake. A video began to play. No one knew when this was recorded, but the audience surmised that the four emperors must possess some rather unusual quirks. Otherwise, how could they each have such strange preferences? Watching Big Mom, who was rampaging like a demonic spirit in the video, the audience finally grasped the vastness of this world, where the bizarre is commonplace. Charlotte Linlin, consumed by a food craving, possesses terrifying power. Her destructive capabilities are overwhelmingly potent and indiscriminate. Observing Big Mom wreaking havoc, many pirates felt relieved they had not joined her crew. Who knows when she might succumb to her cravings? They certainly could not withstand Charlotte Linlin's fearsome fists, even those standing before her, including her own sons, were not spared. Truly terrifying. How did such a person become one of the four emperors? It seems she must bear many children for assistance in management. Each character's video was brief, lasting only a few dozen seconds. Before witnessing Kaido, many believed these peculiar individuals were merely eccentric. However, with Kaido's appearance, the situation had escalated beyond mere oddity. This is simply too strange. Many pondered this in their hearts. Whether it be the suicidal Kaido or the frenzied Big Mom, their traits are undeniably peculiar. Special attribute character 8. The perverse cyborg Frankie, who only wears underwear. Reason for inclusion: do not inquire why he does not wear pants. Simply know that he dislikes them. Not wearing pants, only wearing underwear. How bizarre. Several female audience members covered their eyes. This is rather inappropriate for children. Roar. The video commenced, set against the backdrop of Water 7. A hulking figure, a steel cyborg with a normal lower half, Frankie made his entrance. As described, he wore only underwear. How shameful. I cannot bear to watch. The female audience gasped in shock yet continued to peek through their fingers. Ha ha ha, he is truly a character. The undraped hero. Long live Frankie. Male viewers erupted in excitement, expressing envy. Oh. It seemed Frankie sensed the fervor of the crowd, striking a pose and exclaiming, "Super." A chorus of male viewers echoed, "Super." Furthermore, his most peculiar ability is that while others fuel their machines with food or oil, his fuel is soda. Without soda, he becomes utterly powerless. Quite extraordinary. Even the various machines he constructs run on soda. And his strength is commendable. Finally, it seems there is no last four emperor to appear, much to the relief of many that if all four emperors were to be featured, it would surely turn into a farce. Where is the dignity of the four emperors? After Frankie's video concluded, the screen dimmed. The compilation of peculiar characters from the pirate world has come to an end. Stay tuned for the next installment. Then, with a snap, it vanished. Having intended to use the term peculiar attributes, he ultimately decided to refer to them as special attributes. Considering the inclusion of Magellan, who is diligently responsible, Su Yang opened his computer, diligently editing the next project. From the interface of his editing software, one could faintly discern a line of text. Shocking moments compilation from the pirate world. How brief this time. I wondered why the update was so swift. It seems the video content was not lengthy. It feels somewhat unsatisfying. Alas, I find myself pondering when the next episode shall arrive. It seems we must endure a lengthy wait once more. In the realm of pirates. Many sighed as they gazed upon the vanishing screen. The time spent watching videos is always so fleeting. Indeed, it echoes the saying, joyful moments are all too brief. What? The Straw Hat Lad has captured Caesar Clown. At Onigashima, Kaido of the Beasts received this news from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hey, Tenyakuza, do you comprehend what this signifies? Kaido's expression darkened dangerously. You can handle this, right? You wouldn't want me to personally intervene, would you? The den mushy in his hand, Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly menacing. Of course, Kaido of the Beasts. I expect a satisfactory response within a week. Remarkably, Kaido of the Beasts finds himself unable to mobilize at present. The Navy's deployment is indeed formidable. 3 admirals, accompanied by numerous vice-admirals, stand vigilant outside his territory. They can sense any stirrings. The current strength of the Navy is something he regards with apprehension. Dressrosa, Straw Hat Lad. Doflamingo set down the phone, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The disruption of his schemes will certainly exact a price from Monkey D. Luffy. And you? Doflamingo turned his gaze to another bounty poster. Trafalgar Law? It turns out the transaction we discussed in Fujitora's arrogant video referred to this very event. Excellent. Doflamingo intends to make Trafalgar Law understand the meaning of suffering. Is there truly someone residing in Punk Hazard? How terrifying. Admiral Fujitora stated solemnly. Who would have imagined that Caesar Clown was concocting such dangerous substances in such a place? This time, we owe a great deal to the Straw Hat Lad. Sengoku sighed. Alas, that Doflamingo nearly eliminated Smoker. Akiji lounged, yet his tone was unprecedentedly grave. The experiment on artificial devil fruits must cease. The human gigantification experiments must be halted. We shall take full control of Punk Hazard and prepare to rescue the children who have undergone gigantification. Sakazuki issued the marshal's orders. The situation at sea has become increasingly dire. Sengoku sighed. Dressrosa is poised to become a gathering point of turmoil. I believe we should dispatch an admiral. Sakazuki nodded, having no objections to this suggestion. Fujitora, you shall lead the troops to Dressrosa. Sakazuki commanded Fujitora. The latter stood, solemnly stating, Thank you for your trust. Of course, Sakazuki was unaware that Fujitora would soon undertake an action that would bring considerable embarrassment to both the Navy and the world government. For that is the future. No one can predict the future, and at present, the only admirals available for deployment from headquarters are Fujitora and Green Bull. This heavy responsibility must fall upon Fujitora. Must we truly declare war on Kaido? As they journeyed to Dressrosa, Usopp appeared increasingly anxious and fearful, as if afflicted with an ailment preventing him from stepping onto the island. Chopper was similarly affected. However, they have always had a tradition of speaking with ever-increasing cowardice while displaying ever greater ferocity in battle. Chopper is a quintessential example. Armed with a bounty of 150 berries, he dares to confront those with bounties in the billions. The pirate world. Time passed slowly over the course of 4 days. Suddenly, a piece of news shocked the world. The warlord of the sea, Ten Yakuza Doflamingo, has been defeated by the Straw Hat Lad. Admiral Fujitora knelt before King Riku. The bounty on the Straw Hat Lad has surged past 500 million. The world government officially announced the revocation of Doflamingo's title as warlord of the sea. This series of events transpired so swiftly that it left people utterly stunned. The world was shaken. That scoundrel Fujitora. Upon learning of this, Sakazuki's face ignited with fury, capable of serving as a furnace. As an admiral of the Navy, to kneel before the king of a subordinate nation, what is the meaning of this? Does the Navy have no sense of pride? What does he think of the admirals? Has Ten Yakuza truly proven ineffective? Upon hearing this news, Kaido snorted coldly. He subsequently dispatched Jack to seize Doflamingo. He finally understood when the events depicted in Jack's arrogant video transpired, if he was not mistaken. That moment was indeed this one. Tio seized Doflamingo, only to encounter Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Based on his understanding of Jack, he truly might attempt such a thing. Jack's current strength is not inferior to his own. He believes he would not regard 2 Navy admirals with any seriousness. Buzz. As he contemplated this, the air vibrated with a low hum. Then, a familiar screen materialized before him. Kaido, why has the screen suddenly appeared at this moment? What is it preparing to showcase this time? Recently, there have been no rewards. It has truly lost its charm. Across the globe, while the populace remains stunned by Doflamingo's fate, the emergence of this screen brings an instant silence. Then, their attention swiftly shifts to this new development. Finally, it has been updated. I've finally awaited this moment. What joy! I can once again indulge in delightful videos. Highlights of shocking moments in the pirate world. Shocking moment 1. The clash of the 4 emperors. Reason for inclusion. Do you wish to understand what constitutes a clash of the strong? Watch this video to gain insight. As the subtitles gradually faded, the video commenced. With a steady stride, a man ascended the layers of steps, arriving on a deck. My heavens, is that not the Whitebeard pirates? The man making his entrance is Shanks. What? Did Shanks have a confrontation with Whitebeard? Many viewers across the seas were left astounded by this scene. On the deck, Marco appeared languid, stating, "Youngsters, step back. You cannot withstand this." Someone nearby questioned, "Why? What does it mean to be unable to withstand?" But in the next moment, a powerful aura swept through, causing many to collapse one after another. Marco shrugged, saying, "Is it too late?" Shanks approached, dragging a large bottle of liquor, leaving fallen pirates in his wake, even causing the ship's wall to explode. Such is the might of the 4 emperor, Shanks. He traversed through the sea of fallen foes, reaching Whitebeard without hindrance. What an imposing presence, to act so brazenly before Whitebeard. Is this the seemingly affable Shanks? So cool. Numerous pirates regarded Shanks as an idol. My apologies, I have just arrived and already delivered a display of authority. Hearing this, many viewers erupted in laughter. Must one be this arrogant? This is truly a shocking video, not a comedic mishap. Noting Whitebeard's displeased expression, Shanks smiled, offering his drink. I come to discuss matters with you. There is no malice intended. Indeed, there is no malice. To first deliver a display of strength, then to proclaim one's good intentions. Truly remarkable. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, stating, "Is this what a man with overwhelming presence would say?" Shanks, indeed, there are matters to discuss. He then produced a large bowl, filling it for himself, saying, "I have traveled across the world, yet the liquor from my homeland, the West Blue, is the most robust." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard took the bottle and downed 2 gulps, wiping his mouth. "Indeed, it is quite good. Speak, Shanks, what brings you here? A man like you, losing an arm in the East Blue." Hearing this, Shanks replied nonchalantly, "This arm? I wagered it on the new era." And then, his expression grew solemn. "I have faced countless battles and endured numerous injuries. Yet the only thing that aches now is this scar." The red-haired man pointed to the 3 scars near his left eye. "This was inflicted by that rascal Teach." With utmost seriousness, he implored, "Stop, Ace. Cease the pursuit." Ace, despite his youth, has risen to the position of second-in-command on your ship. Now is not the time for their clash. I implore you, let him steer clear of Blackbeard. This is my only request. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard chuckled heartily, recalling how, back in the day, he was merely a snot-nosed brat on Roger's ship. Now he has the gift of eloquence. Yet, his expression darkened immediately. This is impossible. That scoundrel Blackbeard has committed the unforgivable sin of harming his comrades aboard the ship. Is it not my duty to teach that rascal a lesson? If you dare to dictate to me, you are a century too early. With that, he hurled a bottle of liquor away from Red-Haired's presence. Red-Haired fell silent. After a long pause, he lifted his cup and downed its contents in one go. Indeed, it appears the negotiations have failed. Rising, he placed his hand on the sword at his waist. This era shall become one of uncontrollable chaos. With that, he unsheathed his longsword. Whitebeard, in turn, reached for his great blade. Dismissing the situation with a scoff, it is hardly worth mentioning. I am Whitebeard. Rising, he swung his sword. A heavy strike came crashing down, colliding with Red-Haired's blade with a thunderous clash. Boom, at the moment of impact. Some were astonished while others remained calm. But, wait, is this for real? How could this happen? Is this truly something that humanity can achieve? Gulp. Is this the clash between the strongest man and Red-Haired Shanks? It is utterly terrifying. Is this what it means to be one of the four emperors? At this moment, the audience before the light screen gazed in horror at the sky displayed on the screen. The heavy, leaden clouds, weighing millions of tons, actually began to split apart. It was as if the heavens themselves had been cleaved asunder, with no end in sight. The rumbling continued unabated, a collision of titanic forces. It seemed that in the next instant, the heavens might collapse due to their clash. Within the entirety of the light screen, only the grand sound of moving clouds remained. It was utterly breathtaking. This scene profoundly impressed upon ordinary people just how terrifying these beings known as the Four Emperors truly are. Ratings. The might of the Four Emperors can cleave the heavens and annihilate the world. This is why they are referred to as the Emperors of the Sea. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku spoke earnestly. It is precisely because each of them possesses the power to devastate the heavens and the earth that they can be called Emperors of the Sea. And there are only four of them. If their strength were lacking, how could they become the overlords of the seas? It is inconceivable. This is forever a world governed by reason and the supremacy of the fist. Who would have thought this video could resurface again? In the new world, Whitebeard's crew, Whitebeard chuckled. Well, now everyone knows I enjoy making an impression on other ships. Red-Haired Shanks scratched his head and sighed in exasperation. How can a four-emperor be so devoid of authority? Red-Haired Shanks felt a twinge of frustration in the second shocking moment. This is the terror of a Marine admiral, freezing the sea in an instant. Marine admiral? Which admiral has made the list this time? Freezing the sea? It must be Admiral Aokiji. The audience across the seas expressed surprise. After such a long time, finally another Marine admiral has made the list. Truly delightful. However, Aokiji felt a twinge of annoyance. Well, now my lazy antics will be exposed. Sakazuki will certainly not let me off easily after seeing this. What a headache. Aokiji rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. The footage began to play. Following the conclusion of the battle with the Silver Fox pirates, the Straw Hat crew arrived at an uninhabited island, where they encountered a peculiar old man. However, upon seeing this old man, Nico Robin instantly collapsed in terror. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Nico Robin's pupils trembled in fear. Yet, when Aokiji introduced himself, he was captivated by Nami's beauty. He approached her to strike up a conversation, while it wasn't exactly lewd. It bore no semblance of the dignity one would expect from a Marine Admiral. The Straw Hat crew was left questioning. Is this old man truly a Marine Admiral? Surely he cannot be an imposter. Usopp even remarked, so lazy, can he really be a Marine Admiral? I think the chances of him being a fraud are much higher. Oh no, I have completely lost my face. At the Marine headquarters, Aokiji covered his face, feeling even more overwhelmed. In the footage, Aokiji heard the jibes from Sanji and the others, raised both hands in surrender, and earnestly explained, as a Marine, my principle is to uphold lazy justice. Saying this, he seemed to feel tired standing, and simply laid down on the grass. Well, I do not wish to apprehend you. I merely came to check on Nico Robin's condition. Just then, from the forest behind Aokiji, a group of disheveled passers-by emerged. Upon seeing Aokiji, they were filled with gratitude and relief. Aokiji, aware of the situation, stated, I am preparing to return. You all should get ready to set sail. There happens to be an inhabited island nearby. Upon hearing this, Straw Hat Luffy humorously warned the passers-by, "Do not trust him. He is a marine." Silence. After a long pause, a passerby innocently asked, "Is there a problem with believing in the Marines? Trusting the Marines? Is there a problem?" Luffy then realized and his expression fell. Indeed, normally, the Marines represent justice, while pirates are deemed evil. If the public does not trust the Marines, would they trust the pirates instead? At this moment, Aokiji addressed the passers-by again. "If you lack a ship, I can take you across." Meanwhile, Straw Hat Luffy generously shared food and water with the unfortunate passers-by, as Aokiji saw the travelers preparing to set sail. He walked to the seaside, extending his hand into the water. Just then, a sea king suddenly surged from the depths, charging straight at Aokiji. Straw Hat Luffy and the others gasped in alarm, warning him to be careful. But Aokiji merely replied nonchalantly, "Ice Age." In an instant, the visible sea was completely frozen. The Straw Hat crew, who were about to act, stood with their jaws agape. Aokiji then stepped onto the island, remarking, "This route should last about a week. It has already connected to the waters leading to the next island." Witnessing this scene, Straw Hat Luffy and the group, along with the travelers, were left speechless in awe. To reach the next island, it spans several dozen kilometers. To free such a vast expanse of sea and maintain it for an entire week, what kind of monster is this? Analysis of the rankings, Marine Admiral. A human calamity? My goodness. Is this what a Marine Admiral is? Too powerful. This is truly no less shocking than the previous display of celestial power. This is simply the existence of a natural disaster. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? The worldview of the populace across the seas was profoundly shaken. This is far too powerful. However, they soon came to terms with it. Without such overwhelming strength, how could a Marine Admiral contend with the four emperors? How many more inhuman scenes will follow? The populace across the seas awaited with bated breath. In the third shocking scene, in the 3,000 worlds. Nothing is beyond my blade. Reason for ranking. When I wield a sharp blade, there is nothing I cannot cut. The footage began to play. On a beautiful island, at this moment, a colossal stone giant nearly 100 meters tall was raising its fist to smash the palace before it. No. On the ground, countless people screamed, panic-stricken, their voices hoarse. They fled desperately. Yet, no matter how they tried, there seemed no escape from the giant's attack range. But how can one stop this stone giant? It seems utterly impossible. The giant is far too massive. Its oppressive presence looms over the earth. Merely the impact of its fist descending generates winds fierce enough to shatter houses. How can one possibly contend with such a being? However, I recall that not long ago, you hurled people like bowling balls as an attack, from a distance behind the stone giant, atop a tall building. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, cast a glance at a towering man beside him and grinned. Upon hearing his words, the tall man promptly replied, "That is indeed the case, but it is impossible to hurl someone from here directly before that fellow. No one could withstand such a force." Zoro smiled wryly. "I believe it's worth a try." Unable to resist Zoro's determination, the tall man lifted him up and then gathered his strength. Ultimate bowling strike. In an instant, the air was filled with countless shockwaves, and Zoro was catapulted several hundred meters away. The terrifying resistance from the high-speed flight made his lips flutter as though he were being battered by steel. Heavy and painful, steadily, Zoro drew his long sword from his waist. Assuming the three-sword style stance, with his haki enveloping the blade, like a beast, he surged through the sky. 9 mountains and 8 seas. He began his chant, for a world, gathering countless realms to form a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied by 3, a ceaseless existence of self. As he chanted, he was already nearing the stone giant's presence. His voice suddenly deepened. Three-sword style secret technique. 1 great, 3,000, great 1,000 world. In that moment, Zoro transformed, resembling a flash of light, darting past the stone giant. Boom. The next instant, something astonishing occurred. Amidst the endless tumult, the colossal stone giant was unexpectedly severed in half. What? At that moment, countless eyes widened in disbelief, erupting with exclamations of sheer astonishment. This terrifying feat was indeed something humanity could accomplish. The might of this sword was truly formidable. Ranking commentary. With no thoughts of women, the blade is drawn naturally divine. My heavens, the countless spectators across the seas bore the same expression. How astonishing this was. Many dropped their meals in shock. It was simply too terrifying. This was an achievement beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Roronoa Zoro was indeed fearsome. No wonder he made the list of shocking moments. He was truly formidable. This strike, could the admirals withstand it? Each one was as powerful as a monster after the initial shock. The audience exclaimed in exhilaration, "What a thrill! What will the next moment reveal?" The anticipation grew ever stronger as the audience's eyes brimmed with expectation. The video continued to play. Shocking moment 4. 10 versus 100,000. The opening move annihilates 50,000. Reason for ranking. Merely human pirates, yet capable of such strength. Upon reading this commentary, many spectators sensed something intriguing was about to unfold. The video played on. In a vast square, countless fishermen pirates mingled with human pirates, surrounding a ship with a handful of individuals aboard. A fisherman pirate bellowed, "How dare these mere human pirates intrude here? Unaware of their doom, capture them, and let us enslave them." On the only platform in the square stood a robust, towering fisherman with silver hair, displaying a smug expression as he gazed at the encircled group, proclaiming, "This is your future, Straw Hat Kid." The fierce fisherman was Hody Jones, and the surrounded individuals were members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hody Jones continued his arrogant tirade, "I am destined to be the true pirate king." Hearing this, the already scowling Monkey D. Luffy raised his head. "Pirate king?" Hody Jones persisted in his delusions. "What can you 10 weak pirates possibly do? I command." His voice swelled with pride. 100,000. Instantly, all the pirates on Hody Jones's side erupted in jubilant cheers upon hearing the staggering number. Chopper, startled, jumped up. "Wow, 100,000. He exclaimed in fear. "How could we possibly defeat them? This is madness. Just 100,000. Let's have a go," Nami said with an air of indifference. However, upon closer inspection, she was actually hiding behind Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. This prompted Usopp to exclaim, "Hey, don't use us as shields." At that moment, Hody Jones issued the command, "Eliminate them." 100,000 pirates surged towards the Straw Hat crew, while Luffy boldly marched toward them alone. "Hey, Luffy," Sanji called out, concern lacing his voice. "It was far too reckless. 1 against 100,000. How could that possibly be a fair fight? That 400 million bounty is mine. I won't let you take it." The fishermen pirates, confident, believed they could easily seize Luffy's head. Just then, Luffy abruptly raised his head, his eyes widening as he unleashed an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. The air trembled momentarily. Subsequently, many fishermen pirates, who had been charging at Luffy, suddenly collapsed as if drained of all strength, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground. 1 transmitted to 10, and 10 to 100, within an instant. The entire square appeared to be under a spell, with countless fishermen pirates slumped to the ground as if they were wheat being harvested. This scene was truly spectacular. In mere seconds, half of the square's occupants were gone. Hiss! This spectacle utterly surpassed Hody Jones's expectations. He could not fathom that his subordinates would diminish so drastically in an instant. This was terrifying. Such an ability was beyond his wildest imagination. He had never heard of anyone capable of eliminating 50,000 with a single skill. What manner of power was this? It was simply unfathomable. This was even more horrifying than the previous pirate hunter's strike. Gulp. Was this the might of a true powerhouse upon the seas? It was beyond what mere mortals could conceive. The audience across the seas had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. It was terrifying. Conqueror's Haki. What a fearsome man. The qualities of a king. Indeed, a truly formidable ability. The powerful figures across the seas bestowed high praise. Ranking commentary. Qualities of a king. Conqueror's Haki. A skill only the strong can endure. What a fitting evaluation. In truth, rather than showcasing the qualities of a king, it was more akin to clearing out the minions. Anyone with a modicum of strength would not succumb to Conqueror's Haki. Even the true strong offered their assessments. Shocking Scene 5. With a mere gesture, the tidal waves obliterate heaven and earth. Reason for ranking. At this moment, one truly comprehends the essence of despair. Who could it be this time? Surely not someone we recognize. The audience across the seas speculated within their hearts. The video commenced. On a vast ocean, an island emerged, gradually enlarging as the camera zoomed in. Soon, the words Naval Headquarters slowly came into view. Upon seeing this, many people instantly realized what was about to transpire. At the port of the Naval Headquarters atop the colossal Moby Dick, Whitebeard's massive figure loomed at the ship's bow, Resembling a giant who could touch the heavens, he cast a glance at Fire Fist Ace on the execution platform and smiled. Boom! He slammed the supreme grade greatsword. Song Yun, onto the deck. Whitebeard crossed his arms over his chest, then unleashed a tremendous strike. Crack! His fist split the air, instantly filling the atmosphere with terrifying fissures. The rift in the air transformed into a formidable force. Sending the surrounding sea surging upward, the gigantic waves roared forth, morphing into a violent tsunami, as if to shroud the sky itself. Then, carrying the weight of countless tons, it descended like thunder. The naval headquarters was completely engulfed. In the face of such a colossal wave, the naval headquarters appeared insignificant, as fragile as a model. No one doubted that under this strike, the naval headquarters could withstand it. It was impossible. The sheer intimidation was overwhelming, making everyone acutely aware of what true terror meant. Who shall make their appearance next? Hurry, hurry! The audience across the four seas is eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Alas, it is regrettable that the breathtaking montage has come to an abrupt conclusion. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all for watching. Do look forward to the next update. As the message on the screen announcing the end of the broadcast fades away, a sense of despair washes over many. I thought there would be more. Is this truly all? Must it be so brief? It feels utterly unsatisfying. Could it not be longer? Must it be so short and feeble, just as it was getting exciting? It ended. This consistently happens. It is truly infuriating. Yet they are undeniably captivated, their hearts ensnared. They may complain, but they sincerely await the next installment. Teach, how dull. Once again, it has ended too soon, leaving a bitter taste, to be honest. Were it not for the elusive nature of this screen, many would have longed to strike it out of frustration. It is simply intolerable. Updates always seem to cut off at the most unexpected moments, which is quite bothersome. Suyong sighed. Alas, I am powerless. My friends. I too wish to create something longer, but alas, the stunning moments are limited. With an innocent expression, he lamented. Does he not desire to produce longer and grander videos? Of course he does, but there is a limit to the footage. Once it is completed, it is gone. What shall the next series be about? It is once again the time for daily lamentation. However, this time, Suyong is somewhat prepared. He has devised numerous ideas, all pinned down on paper, ready for selection when inspiration wanes. Bloopers of the pirate world, beauty rankings of the pirate world, top 10 famous swords, ranking the 10 greatest masters of the pirate world, bounties of over 1 billion, the 4 emperors bounty revealed. These are all viable video concepts. Naturally, humorous clips can also be interspersed. Furthermore, he could periodically update character reviews. Suyong firmly believes that the characters in the pirate world would likely relish seeing evaluations of themselves. After all, unless one is exceedingly cunning or indifferent to public opinion, they would certainly care about how others perceive them. Suyong feels this has great potential. At worst, once he exhausts the pirate world content, he can delve into the realms of Naruto and other fascinating anime. The mere thought of Uchiha Madara's flamboyant video being viewed by the denizens of the pirate world is amusing, especially imagining Madara witnessing their extravagant displays. What a delightful scene that would be. Regrettably, in Bleach, there are too few characters with such flair. Only Aizen reigns as the sole master of arrogance. Otherwise, the content could have been plentiful. When Aizen withdrew from the realm of bravado, he was most disapproving. The next series of videos shall be dedicated to you. Suyong swiftly settled upon the theme for his video, Bloopers of the Pirate World. He is confident this series will be exceedingly entertaining. After all, who among us has not experienced a moment of humiliation? Let us begin production. Suyong eagerly immersed himself in the creation of the video. In the pirate world, have you heard? The Straw Hat Pirates are reportedly set to clash with one of the 4 emperors. Big Mom, why is that? Word has it that Jinbe, the fishman, is joining them, which displeased Big Mom. What? Such a development. I heard that their cook, Sanji, was kidnapped by Big Mom's crew, and they are off to rescue him. Regardless of the circumstances, this is indeed explosive news. I am eager to see how this unfolds. Is it not a tad premature for Monkey D. Luffy to confront one of the 4 emperors? Can he truly match their strength? No. One must question if he is even capable of infiltrating their strongholds. It seems rather precarious, considering they are indeed one of the 4 emperors across the vast ocean. News travels swiftly. The recent capture of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo and the ensuing conflict involving Jack the Drought and the Marine Admirals is still fresh in public memory. Yet, news of Luffy's impending battle with Big Mom has already emerged. It is truly alarming. The calm surface of the sea belies the turmoil beneath. Thankfully, the Marines are sufficiently powerful to deter numerous lawless elements roaming the ocean. Indeed, our gratitude extends to the Marines for recruiting so many formidable individuals, thereby maintaining order upon the seas. The public's trust in the Marines has significantly increased, particularly following the events surrounding the Mouse Shangxiao incident and the standoff with Kaido of the Beasts. While there are still some corrupt elements within the Marines, the majority are commendable. They consistently take the lead in times of peril, safeguarding the peace of the seas and protecting lives. That is more than sufficient. In just a few days, we shall undoubtedly learn the outcome of this impending conflict. The current lives of the populace are relatively serene. This is evident from their ability to ponder why the screen has not yet displayed updates. Were it not for the imminent threat looming over them, they would not possess the leisure to contemplate such matters. It is truly exasperating. Look at what Carp's grandson has wrought upon the ocean. In the waters near Onigashima, Sengoku gazed at the newspaper in his hands, turning to the leisurely sipping Carp to express his grievances. Ha, truly a formidable grandson indeed. Carp laughed heartily, tears streaming from his eyes. Adopting an expression of helplessness, Sengoku could only sigh in response. He should be grateful that he is no longer the Marine commander. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. Buzz. Just as he was reflecting, a familiar tremor surged through the air. The screen appeared. An update has arrived. The footage they have been yearning for is finally here. Sengoku instantly perked up. What content awaits this time? Many began to speculate in their minds. Bloopers of the pirate world produced by Suyang. Should any offense be taken from the footage, we kindly ask for your understanding. This video is intended solely for entertainment and does not represent any stance. Upon seeing this title, a sense of foreboding settled within many hearts, especially those with a penchant for ostentation. They feared they might find themselves featured. A video of humiliating moments. Ha! Zoro, I believe you might make the list again, Usopp exclaimed, excitedly patting Zoro on the shoulder. At that moment, Zoro's face turned a shade of green. What does he mean he might appear again? Is he truly that amusing? Hey, I better not be in there. A man named Bellamy felt an ominous premonition. His past folly, having been taught a lesson by Luffy, had already been showcased in a previous video that he truly wished not to be featured again. That would be utterly humiliating. Humiliation Clip 1. Let the Marine headquarters. Marineford, sink into the sea. Reason for inclusion. The loudest braggart faces the harshest reality. Featured individual. Marshall D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. The first to appear is Blackbeard. How remarkable that he is the first on the list. How can this be? Blackbeard has made the list. Hey. Could it be that each featured individual receives a reward? Upon seeing a notoriously troublesome figure featured, many across the seas felt a shiver run down their spines. But time did not afford them the luxury to ponder. The video commenced. Behold, people of the world, come witness my prowess. Blackbeard, Teach, exclaimed with an air of arrogance, raising his hands high, one hand enveloped in darkness, the other crackling with tremors. His expression, brimming with pride, was utterly captivating, akin to a mad deity. Before him, the Marine headquarters lay in ruins, shattered to pieces by his single blow. He had seized the world-destroying power of Whitebeard. What will this world become? In the scene, residents from the Sabaody archipelago kneel in terror and despair. The very man who instigated the great battle, personally slaying Whitebeard and capturing Portgas D.Ace, Blackbeard, has inexplicably acquired Whitebeard's powers. It's over. Everything is lost. Some faces are pale, filled with uncertainty and utter hopelessness. Returning to the scene at Marineford, where Blackbeard reigns supreme, he gazes down upon the crowd with an air of arrogance. As if he were a sovereign ruler, he casts a glance to his left, where a Marine lies helplessly on the ground, consumed by despair and agony. To his right, a group of Marines watches him with clenched jaws and fury. One cries out in frustration, while another sits dejectedly on the ground, embodying surrender. Blackbeard's laughter grows more derisive as power surges through him. What an overwhelming force it is. He raises his arms to the heavens. Intoxicated by his might, countless Marine officers grit their teeth, muttering, "Damn it." They yearn to rush forth and teach Blackbeard a lesson, but the realization dawns upon them. They cannot possibly match his strength. Blackbeard continues to flaunt his arrogance. declaring, "It seems I can manipulate everything in this world at will." This statement provokes irritation among the Marine officers nearby, one of whom begins to retort, "You scoundrel." Yet before he can finish, Blackbeard's piercing gaze silences him, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows as they swallow their words. Blackbeard revels in his triumph, taunting the elite of the Marine headquarters with a look that says, "Why aren't you coming at me?" But no one stirs. Pretending to be disappointed, he beckons the people of Marineford with a crooked finger and continues his provocation. What is this? Is no one brave enough to step forward, no matter how many there are? I can handle them all easily. After all, who can resist such strength? He stands with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of invincibility. Behind him, his comrades mirror his smugness, embodying the essence of arrogance. It is truly regrettable that this segment of Blackbeard's grandstanding lacks a more pronounced display of his arrogance. Indeed, such a waste to have such an impressive showcase of bravado confined to this moment. Nonetheless, an inexplicable sense of humor lingers in the air. Blackbeard's ostentation goes unchecked, while the Marine admirals remain unresponsive. Carp, in particular, exhibits no reaction whatsoever. Even Sengoku, once the fleet admiral, stands before Blackbeard without uttering a word. In the scene, Blackbeard scoffs. There's no other choice. With no one stepping up, he decides to take matters into his own hands. Then let us sink Marineford into the depths of the sea. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. The Marine officers collectively gasp in shock, their faces pale with fear. Yet, at that very moment, a colossal golden Buddha statue emerges, soaring towards Blackbeard and his crew, finally noticing the enemy above. Blackbeard looks up to meet the unimaginable force of a shockwave descending upon him. It envelopes his entire crew, causing them to cough up blood. Without exception, it's a shockwave. Blackbeard exclaims, clutching the ground as he gazes at the man responsible for this powerful attack, Sengoku, his expression contorted in agony. As if he might be crushed under the weight of it all. A fortress can always be rebuilt. Sengoku, with fists clenched, fixes his gaze on Blackbeard and addresses the demoralized Marines behind him. However, this is Marineford, situated at the very heart of the world. Our presence here holds profound significance for the people of the world, who fear the tyranny of villains. The justice known as righteousness shall never perish. As Sengoku speaks, more Marines are inspired to rise, their spirits rekindled. There's nothing quite as exhilarating as having the fleet admiral standing before them. Do not hastily utter threats to sink this place. You insolent brat. Sengoku looks down upon Blackbeard's beleaguered crew. Ha! What a grand conviction, fleet admiral. Blackbeard rises, still brimming with arrogance. Yet a genuine fury simmers within him. Sengoku's slap in the face is deafening, just as he claimed no one would step forward. Sengoku appears, striking them and causing them to spew blood. This leaves Blackbeard's earlier bravado feeling rather awkward. Well then, let's see you defend this place. Blackbeard's crew rises, and he directly provokes Sengoku. Sengoku, of course, shows no mercy, raising his hand to unleash a strike. But Blackbeard stands resolute, summoning the power of darkness to counterattack. Him. All ability users are mere inferiors, yet Sengoku wields more than one hand, with one shockwave blocked. He simply sends another. Ugh! Blackbeard is struck once more, blood spilling from his mouth as he tumbles backward, crashing heavily into the ground. Rising from the rubble, he marvels, truly, the man at the pinnacle of the Marines. Buddha Sengoku possesses incredible strength. Blackbeard may lack other merits, but he prides himself on his resilience. However, if this is all the strength he possesses, Blackbeard looks up at Sengoku, wiping the blood from his mouth, and continues to taunt, "You will not keep this island from me. This bravado must succeed. Stop spouting nonsense and get out of Marineford." Sengoku unleashes another shockwave. Blackbeard, unwilling to back down, retaliates with a devastating strike that shatters the air. Boom! The two are evenly matched, with neither side ceding ground, prompting Blackbeard to erupt in triumphant laughter. Blackbeard has managed to withstand the fleet admiral's shockwave. The Marine officers are left in shock. Allow me to lend you a hand. Captain. At that moment, from behind Blackbeard, the champion fighter, Basis, leaps into action, aiming to ambush Sengoku. However, an even more ferocious fist hurtles toward Basis, sending him crashing into the ground. It is none other than the Marine hero, Carp. His sudden appearance leaves many momentarily stunned. Carp's voice is deep and resolute. I, too, am a Marine, and it is my duty to protect Marineford. Yet, Many are inclined to believe that Carp's intervention is driven by the pent-up frustration and rage he has felt upon witnessing his grandson's demise. Feeling powerless to intervene, a mere venting tool, Basis's punishment is well-deserved. With Carp's involvement, Blackbeard dares not act recklessly. While he may contend with Sengoku's dark and tremor-inducing powers, Carp is a master of martial arts, presenting no disadvantages against him. Humph, a bunch of old geezers, let me show you what I can do. Blackbeard refrains from close combat, instead seizing the space around him, much like Whitebeard once did, and with a mighty heave, he unleashes chaos. Boom! In that instant, the sky and earth tremble violently. The sea tilts, monstrous waves rising and crashing in a terrifying display. Boom! The ocean is once again rent asunder, transforming into a shattered landscape. Undulating and rising. This is a disaster of nature. Blackbeard cackles. What a delightful ability. I shall obliterate this island. What can you do about it? Ha! Blackbeard taunts Sengoku and Carp with unabashed arrogance, confident that having acquired the mightiest of powers, no one in this world can stand against him. Truly, there seems to be no hope left. Kapu loosened his attire, shedding his outer jacket. The brash youth, intent on obliterating Marineford, should now consider if he possesses the courage to sever his own legs. Akin to the golden lion, Sengoku's formidable form began to swell. Having inherited such a terrifying power, you can no longer be allowed to exist. Blackbeard chuckled. Ha ha, that's indeed frightening. But alas, I fear nothing. He had already acquired the tremor fruit. Nothing in this world could instill fear in him. I shall bring about the destruction of Marineford. Blackbeard's confidence soared, and thus, bang, a fierce battle commenced, until the arrival of red-haired Shanks. Blackbeard did not succeed in sinking Marineford. Instead, it was he and his crew who retreated in disgrace. Ha ha, Blackbeard, didn't you claim you would sink Marineford? Why did you leave so abruptly? It seems Blackbeard had dealt himself a painful blow to his pride. Eagerly, the audience around the world feasted upon this spectacle. They proclaimed, "This is quite the treat." Meanwhile, hidden on an island in the first half of the Grand Line, Blackbeard gazed in exasperation at the unfolding scene. Could they not grant him a modicum of dignity? Must they broadcast such a humiliating spectacle? In his youthful arrogance, he now truly recognized his folly. Could they not spare him such social embarrassment? Blackbeard had no desire for disgrace. The thoughts of the featured individual. Sengoku, you old rascal, you struck Straw Hat Luffy with such restraint, not drawing a drop of blood, yet you unleash your fury upon me. Upon seeing the final caption, Blackbeard's face twitched. Something is afoot. This light curtain is undoubtedly stirring the pot. Isn't this intentionally igniting a controversy? Ha ha ha. This featured individual's thoughts is utterly hilarious. Sengoku, do you think your grandfather is also Carp? Pfft, ha ha, my good sir, do not jest with me. If Blackbeard's grandfather were Carp, then Whitebeard would have to be Carp's son. How would that leave the revolutionary dragon? On the vast sea, talent abounds. Articulate speakers abound. They even indulge in melodious cries. Blackbeard's expression darkened. How dare they mock him without regard for his dignity? He felt as though he might spew blood. Now, the whole world knows of his failed bravado and the slap to his face. Scene 2. The Pirate King's boring dream reason for featuring. Chasing the dream of becoming the Pirate King? How utterly dreary. Featured individual. Bellamy. When the second act unfolded, Bellamy, who had held on to a glimmer of hope, let out a resigned sigh. What was destined to happen could not be avoided. He knew he would be featured. The scene commenced, under the light of a full moon, outside a bar in Magic Valley Town. The Straw Hat Boy stood atop a building, his gaze icy as he looked down at Bellamy. You've arrived just in time. We were just discussing you. What brings you here? Bellamy sneered, his face twisted in triumph. Straw Hat Luffy replied calmly, Indeed, return the gold ingots belonging to that diamond-faced uncle. Bellamy retorted, Gold ingots? You mean the belongings of that old man Kulkai? He squatted down, activating the spring fruit's powers, springing up to stand face to face with Straw Hat Luffy. Why should I return it? I seized it as a pirate, as fellow pirates. What right do you have to demand it back? Bellamy's arrogance remained unshaken. Straw Hat Luffy replied steadily, I do, because those uncles are my friends, and I will reclaim it for them. This momentarily stunned Bellamy, who then burst into laughter. Then let me ask you, can you fight? And do you even know how to throw a punch? With a waist like you, knowing how to throw a punch would be a miracle. A fierce wind blew. Below, a man with a drunken nose clutched a stack of bounty notices, sweating profusely in panic. There's no doubt. It's that guy. Beside him, a man with sky-blue hair draped in a white sweater frowned. Why are you still clutching that, as if it's treasure? Hurry up and toss it, the drunken man exclaimed. But, if this bounty notice is genuine, and he truly is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries, before he could finish the thought, the blue-haired man interjected. How could you be so foolish? He gazed at Straw Hat Luffy atop the distant building, a sneer forming on his face. Look closely at that little brat. Does he resemble a heinous criminal at all? He then laughed derisively. With that foolish expression, I bet even 30 million berries is a stretch. He did not believe Straw Hat Luffy possessed the strength of 100 million berries. On the building, the spirited Bellamy, cloaked in a cape, boasted, You, who were left in tatters by me during the day, will never take anything from me in this lifetime. Coward. Straw Hat Luffy maintained his expression. Daytime is daytime. Now is now. Bellamy laughed again, sneering. Is that so? I fail to see the distinction. However, this time, I won't grant you the opportunity to utter such arrogant words again. With that, he crouched down, activating his spring fruit power. Causing the building to crumble, Bellamy propelled himself toward another building. Spring Sniper. He landed heavily on the new structure. Gathering his strength, I will finish you off. Like a missile, he shot towards Straw Hat Luffy, who was amidst the collapsing structure. Bang! The falling building shattered upon impact, yet Straw Hat Luffy soared to a new building. Seeing this, Bellamy landed and charged again, grinning coldly. You foolish little brat. Once more. He crashed into Straw Hat Luffy, demolishing the building and leaving Straw Hat Luffy in a state of disarray. Observers pondered. Bellamy's bravado is quite impressive. He's been posturing in front of Straw Hat Luffy for so long, darting back and forth. No wonder he received such a heavy punch from Straw Hat Luffy, who would remain indifferent when a fly provokes them. They would surely feel irritable. In the scene, Bellamy landed again on another building. Sneering, what a joke. There is not a hint of difference. You remain as useless as you were by day. With that, he transformed into a deadly spring, charging once more. Straw Hat Luffy naturally evaded again. Bellamy spun in midair, landing gracefully, and then began to gather his strength, causing the ground to tremble. You dare speak of reclaiming the gold ingots from me. After all this, you can only boast with words and have no capability to fight. As Straw Hat Luffy avoided the attack and fell, Bellamy continued mocking. You lot are masters of delusion, you worthless fool. With that, he charged towards Straw Hat Luffy, sending him plummeting to the ground. Amidst the gasps of the crowd below, Straw Hat Luffy fell rapidly. Bellamy ascended another building, turning his back to the moonlight, looking down at Straw Hat Luffy, who lay like fish on a chopping board, declaring, No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the power of my spring fruit. On the ground, the man with sky-blue hair and a white sweater jeered. Is this how it ends? How boring. Others chimed in. That little brat stands no chance against Bellamy. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, their disdain palpable. No one believed that this brash youth could be a match for Bellamy. Bellamy smirked. He can't possibly be dead, can he? In the next moment, Straw Hat Luffy rose from the ground. Seeing this, Bellamy felt relieved. You certainly cannot die yet, for my performance is only reaching its climax. With that, he crouched down to gather his strength, shouting, Spring-jumping man. Boom, boom, boom. He landed heavily on the ground, then bounced back up. As he leapt around Straw Hat Luffy in a frenzy, the onlookers found their eyes pained by the rapid movement. Bellamy had vanished. Here it comes, his ultimate move. This is an attack that cannot possibly be evaded. Those who had witnessed this move before were already dead. This was Bellamy's might. The surrounding henchmen displayed eager anticipation. Kolkai, are those people your friends? As Bellamy leapt through the air with fervor, he continued to shout, Indeed, you, and that eccentric old man, the brother of the great ape, are undeniably laughable kin. He remained blissfully unaware of the increasingly frigid expression on Luffy's face and the piercing intensity of his gaze. As he further taunted, You both foolishly regard the nonsensical ramblings of your ancestors from 4 centuries ago as treasures, you imbeciles. What nonsense about a land of gold or a sky island. Those days of dreaming have long since passed. Such fabrications should lead to the execution of these disgraceful pirates. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that Monkey D. Luffy's patience had reached its zenith. Luffy raised his right hand and, in a sudden calmness, inquired, Do you want to know how to throw a punch? Hearing this, the man beside him, dressed in a white coat with sky-blue hair, continued to urge, Bellamy, do not hold back. This delusional fool has no right to exist in reality. It seemed as if Luffy was hardly worth mentioning. The others erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter, with Bellamy wearing a smug grin as he declared, "Farewell, straw hat brat." He swiftly approached Luffy, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. All that could be heard was Luffy's furious roar as his fist erupted with ferocity. To Bellamy's astonishment, he found himself utterly defenseless, crashing heavily into the ground. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. Bellamy was vanquished in an instant. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, save for Luffy's bloodied fist, slowly dripping crimson. The air was thick with tension. Luffy appeared terrifying, emanating an icy aura that compelled those nearby to swallow hard in sheer terror. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Bellamy had proven to be so easily defeated. "See, I told you so," exclaimed the drunken-faced uncle in fear. Luffy turned to the onlookers, coldly demanding, "Where are my gold coins, old man? Return them at once." The crowd scattered immediately, leaving only Bellamy's crew, who gazed at Luffy in dread. The scene concluded under Luffy's striking gaze. All of Bellamy's earlier bravado had merely paved the way for Luffy's singular punch. Ha ha! All that effort to set the stage for someone else's display of superiority. How amusing. What he had thought was his own showcase turned out to be nothing more than a means to enhance another's glory. Truly pathetic, yet remarkably stubborn, rivaling even the infamous Jack the Drought. This moment of humiliation was nothing short of exquisite. Sigh. It seems some individuals provoke others without considering the vast disparity in strength. Doesn't it? The audience across the seas could only exclaim, "Bellamy, you truly risked your life for bravado. It was fortunate that the provocateur was Luffy. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to ashes." Watching this unfold, the now-reformed Bellamy couldn't help but twitch at the sight. In his youthful arrogance, he had once dared to provoke Luffy, believing he had suffered enough humiliation from that earlier encounter. Yet, here he was again, subjected to further ridicule as the entire episode was played out for all to see, showcasing his reckless audacity. Fine, Bellamy conceded. He could no longer maintain his composure, the figure on the list reflected. Ultimately, he felt profound regret, the kind that gnawed at his very being. Upon reading this, Bellamy could hardly contain himself. He wished desperately to vanish into the earth. Thankfully, the screen transitioned to the next scene. Scene of Humiliation 3. Here, I stand alone. Reason for listing. Sometimes, one must refrain from speaking too confidently. Featured individual. The former Shichibukai, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Trafalgar, you've made the list too, laughed Luffy, clapping Law on the shoulder aboard their ship. As they prepared to part ways, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Ugh. His expression was one of disbelief as he questioned, "What is happening? Why am I on this list?" The scene began to play. It unfolded in a desolate, icy expanse, where Law stood at the entrance of a base, facing Admiral Smoker and his subordinates. "Law, what brings you here? Step aside. I have no desire to engage in combat with you." Smoker glared at Law, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Mr. Smoker, there is nothing of consequence here. It is just me alone. Please leave. I dislike disturbances in my life." Law spoke with unwavering conviction, as though he were stating an undeniable truth. However, Smoker was not swayed by Law's assertions. "Do you expect me to believe your words? This isn't a matter that can be dismissed with mere words. Step aside. I must see for myself." Smoker's demeanor was hostile, indicating his intent to engage Law in battle. "Apologies, but I cannot acquiesce to your request." Law sighed. "If you will not move, it appears I have no choice but to resort to force." Smoker, unyielding, showed no desire to engage in unnecessary dialogue. "How unfortunate." Law smirked coldly. "It seems a confrontation is inevitable." His refusal to yield only served to strengthen Smoker's suspicions. If there were indeed nothing amiss, why not step aside? His hesitation indicated guilt, prompting the commencement of their clash. Yet, in a twist of fate, Smoker was not Law's equal. His subordinate, Tashigi, fell victim to Law's prowess as well. Even more intriguingly, Law performed a rather amusing feat. He extracted the hearts of both Tashigi and Smoker, subsequently swapping them. Tashigi became Smoker, and Smoker became Tashigi. Isn't this entertaining? Law's performance was undeniably impressive. Although it was difficult to admit that a ruthless pirate could be so captivating, one must acknowledge that Trafalgar D. Waterlaw exuded an air of maturity in his display of bravado. Who could possibly challenge Trafalgar D. Waterlaw? Defeat him? One couldn't shake the feeling that it would be through his own words that he would find himself humbled. This vast base surely cannot house only me. The audience across the seas pondered, struggling to envision any scenario that might bring Law to disgrace. I've already told you, Mr. Smoker, there is only me here. Law reiterated, adopting a demeanor that suggested, you don't believe me. Very well. I shall teach you a lesson. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted from within the base. Run. Outside lies New Hope. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind the doors. As a throng of large children clad in white rushed toward the entrance, led by Nami, Frankie, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew.